Gao Ming unexpectedly traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Faced with the perils of this treacherous world, he let out a poignant roar. "Let me return." Upon discovering that he possessed the powers of the 12 Zodiac Talismans, Gao Ming declared with determination, "Do not hesitate, just act." Chapter 1. My traversal seems to have gone awry. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Observing the phone screen where Jackie Chan was frantically shouting about his misfortunes while desperately fleeing, Gao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The device was not playing a renowned film starring the illustrious Jackie Chan, but rather an animated series titled Jackie Chan Adventures, where Jackie is not the action star No, but an archaeologist. Upon first viewing, Gao Ming felt the urge to critique indeed. Even a mere archaeologist, if he is Jackie Chan, is bound to encounter a myriad of troubles. And which archaeologist possesses such combat prowess? Clearly, the skill points were misallocated. Yet what could one expect? After all, it is Jackie Chan. It would be strange if he were not adept in combat. As graduation approached, his classmates began to embark on internships, and his dormitory mates ventured into the working world. Gao Ming, however, was somewhat indolent, preferring the comfort of his room and the internet. With his roommates absent, he could only occupy himself online, indulging in the repetitive pleasures of reading novels, watching anime, and playing video games. Just a few days prior, after finishing the latest episode of an anime he had been following, Gao Ming set out to discover other captivating series. That be why chance, he stumbled upon Jackie Chan Adventures, a nostalgic classic from his childhood, and began to rewatch it, reliving fond memories. What had initially been a mere pastime turned into an addiction. Even after several viewings, he found the series endlessly entertaining. This is truly delightful, he mused, having finally watched the last episode of the beloved animated series after several days. As he observed the climax, where the father ultimately released the master to contain the demonic dragon, and the dragon team returned the talismans to the master, restoring his powers in a display of might, Gao Ming felt somewhat bemused. In the end, it still relies on the talismans. They seem to permeate the entire series. Finally, the father sealed both the master and the demonic dragon into hell through a reverse spell, condemning the pair to an eternal existence together, entwined in a cycle of love and conflict, thus concluding Jackie Chan Adventures. Such a waste. After finishing the series, Gao Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for the miraculous talismans vanished along with the master's sealing, leaving him a fervent admirer of the talismans, quite displeased. Contemplating the extraordinary powers of the 12 talismans, Gao Ming's imagination began to soar. The rat talisman bestowed life upon inanimate objects, the ox talisman granted immense strength, the tiger talisman balanced power, the rabbit talisman ensured swiftness and agility, the dragon talisman caused explosions, the snake talisman enabled invisibility, the horse talisman purified and healed, the goat talisman facilitated out-of-body experiences, the monkey talisman allowed transformation into animals, the rooster talisman enabled levitation, the dog talisman conferred eternal youth, and the pig talisman provided electrovision. That if someone were to inquire about Gao Ming's most cherished talisman, he would undoubtedly respond. The sheep talisman.it is neither the formidable dragon talisman known for its immense power nor the chicken talisman that grants the dream of flight to humanity. Rather, it is the sheep talisman. Deemed the weakest among the 12, the sheep talisman possesses the ability to enable one's soul to leave the body and even enter the dreams of others. Although this seemingly insignificant power appears rarely throughout the narrative, Gao Ming holds a particular fondness for it. What 3 extraordinary abilities does a gentleman most desire? The answer is unequivocally invisibility, X-ray vision, and teleportation. Were he afforded the opportunity to acquire such powers, Gao Ming would similarly opt for these 3, although the 12 talismans do not include X-ray vision. Nevertheless, the snake talisman grants invisibility and the rabbit talisman offers swiftness, thus fulfilling 2 of the desired abilities. However, the sheep talisman's soul projection can be considered a form of advanced invisibility, as the soul is intangible and imperceptible, rendering the need for invisibility and teleportation somewhat redundant. As for X-ray vision, the sheep talisman does not provide a solution. Yet, as a gentleman, Gao Ming has cultivated ample patience. If he cannot see through someone, he will simply wait for them to reveal their true selves. After indulging in these musings for a while, Gao Ming returned to reality, adjusting his glasses with a hint of self-mockery. I've become so absorbed in anime that I've failed to graduate from my adolescent fantasies. Reality is hardly filled with such fanciful nonsense. Glancing at the battery indicator on his phone, he noted it was under 10. Gao Ming rolled off the bed, retrieved his charger from the cabinet, connected it to his phone, and, with a casual motion, inserted the plug into the socket. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted as Gao Ming's phone disintegrated in his hand, his left hand mangled and bloodied by the blast. The excruciating pain surged through him, leaving him unable to scream. Fragments of the shattered screen flew in every direction, one piercing his eye and penetrating his brain. Sporadic sparks ignited the papers on his desk, swiftly evolving into a raging inferno that engulfed the entire dormitory. As Gao Ming lay dying, the merciless flames consumed him, extinguishing his last breath. No one knew that in his final moments, Gao Ming's last thought was, "If only I had known, I wouldn't have bought a Sanshin phone." Gao Ming stared vacantly with eyes resembling those of a dead fish, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixated on the clouds drifting across the blue sky outside. I recall watching Jackie Chan adventures, yet somehow I find myself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Gao Ming muttered disconsolately, feeling that his future was shrouded in despair. Having arrived in this world for less than a day, he awoke from unconsciousness to find his body unscathed and observe the American passersby outside his window. In that instant, Gao Ming realized he had traversed dimensions. He was uncertain whether he had experienced a soul transfer or a bodily relocation, as this body bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, yet his mind was filled with unfamiliar memories. His name is Gao Ming, a Chinese-American who grew up in the United States. His only relative was his grandfather. After graduating from high school, he worked with his grandfather selling fast food in Chinatown, but unfortunately, his grandfather passed away recently. Fortunately, his grandfather had instilled in him a sense of independence and capability from a young age, allowing him to live alone now while working at a pizza shop. It is uncertain whether it was due to Gao Ming's soul suddenly merging with another, but he fainted at home. After a lengthy period of adjustment, he successfully integrated the other soul. It seems to be a case of a parallel universe's doppelganger, albeit one that is entirely different from my own life, Gao Ming mused. After some contemplation, he speculated that his previous incarnation must be his counterpart from a parallel world. Recalling that he had perished in another realm evoked a tinge of melancholy within him. Yet, he felt fortunate compared to his doppelganger, as he had several siblings and living parents. He hoped that under the care of his siblings, his parents would gradually come to accept the reality of his departure. With the fusion of the doppelganger's memories, coupled with their identical appearance, everything felt remarkably natural, and Gao Ming adapted swiftly. Embracing a mindset of "if you are here, make the best of it," he prepared to continue his life and even contemplated whether to cross the ocean and return to his homeland to witness the 2008 Olympics. However, he was taken aback by a news report on television. Billionaire Tony Stark has been missing for 72 days. Wait, Tony Stark. Iron Man, this is the Marvel Universe. Upon confirming that the television broadcast was indeed news and not a screening of Iron Man, he was struck by the image of Robert Downey Jr. and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Typically, upon realizing one had traversed into the Marvel realm, one would be elated, perhaps even jumping for joy. Yet, Gao Ming felt no such excitement. The Hulk battling Abomination, Iron Man facing off against Monger, the Avengers clashing with the Chitauri army, such events were destined to unfold in the future, and Gao Ming found himself dwelling in this perilous world. Even if he chose to leave America, there was no guarantee of safety. Although the films depicted events occurring in the United States, this was a tangible reality. Who could predict whether the wars originally confined to America might eventually engulf the entire globe? What if formidable beings like Thanos or Dormammu suddenly decided to wreak havoc and obliterate the Earth, as Hai Ming envisioned Thanos clad in the Infinity Gauntlet, adorned with 6 Infinity Stones, snapping his fingers to obliterate half of the universe's life? He could not help but shudder. The more he contemplated the perilous nature of it all, the more he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "I want to go back. Damn it, what's all this noise? Can't you keep it down?" His sudden outburst had disturbed the neighboring residents, who responded with a torrent of curses, with words beginning with F and S frequently surfacing. Hai Ming promptly fell silent, waiting for the neighbors' ire to subside. After a while, upon realizing that Hai Ming had ceased his noise, the friendly foreign neighbors also lost interest, and after muttering a few more expletives, they returned to their respective activities. Once the cacophony quieted, Hai Ming exhaled with relief and muttered under his breath, "Vulgar, uncultured, only capable of cursing like ruffians." Despite his complaints, he dared not engage in a retort with his American neighbors, for he had never been adept at verbal confrontations. Moreover, being an Asian in this context had led to subtle undercurrents of racial bias. Should he argue with them, he risked inciting further hostility. This was merely a matter of keeping the peace. Certainly not an act of cowardice. Hai Ming mused to himself with a sense of resignation. He continued to sit despondently on his bed, leaning against the wall, gazing through the glass of the window at the sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The sky was such a vibrant blue, the clouds so pure and white. How wonderful it would be if the world were at peace, devoid of so many destructive villains. All he desired was to live quietly as a background character, without the spotlight or any consequences. Where is Stanley? I wished to lodge a complaint. After a prolonged reverie, Gao Ming still could not conjure anything of substance, so he resignedly lay on his bed, reminiscing about movie plots while contemplating his future. Tony Stark has been missing for 3 months. It was only upon his return that he began to refine the Iron Man suit. Now, 72 days have elapsed, meaning that Tony Stark's rescue is not far off. The Hulk storyline seems to unfold after Iron Man Bruce Banner is likely still holed up in some beverage factory in the slums of Brazil. Captain America should still be in hibernation, only to emerge when the Avengers assemble, while the notion of forming the Avengers is merely an immature idea of Director Fury. Though Gao Ming could not wait for the release of Avengers Infinity War before his unexpected journey, he had watched every Marvel film that had already been released, including the earlier Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and Ghost Rider, which had not been incorporated into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Armed with the advantage of knowledge regarding the plots, Gao Ming's confidence in his survival increased significantly. While he could not guarantee absolute immunity from entanglement, he could certainly evade trouble if possible. If he could not afford to provoke, he could at least avoid confrontation. With this rather lethargic yet hopeful mindset, he temporarily set aside his troubling thoughts and became embroiled in another dilemma. Why was I watching Jackie Chan Adventures when I ended up in the Marvel Universe? This makes no sense. Gao Ming could never quite comprehend why, according to the conventions of novels, one should traverse to a world that corresponds with whatever they were reading or playing prior to their journey. After all, this is the very essence of the Traverser's Law. Although this notion bears no relation to logic, he remained ensnared in a persistent state of contemplation. This is my inaugural attempt at writing a book, and my prose may be lacking. I shall strive to ensure updates and a satisfactory conclusion, albeit with some trepidation. Initially, I depicted the ability of the Tiger Talisman as its most common application, the separation of good and evil, but upon the advice of a fellow reader, I shall amend it to reflect its representation of balance. Chapter 2. How could there be no golden finger in a journey through time? In a state of mental exhaustion, Gao Ming reluctantly decided to blame the deity of transmigration. Perhaps due to his advanced age and failing eyesight, he had mistakenly transmitted him to the wrong dimension. Reflecting on the protagonists in novels who typically possess a golden finger upon their arrival in a new world, Gao Ming, though not considering himself a paragon of destiny, felt entitled to some form of advantage as a member of the transmigration cohort. After all, he had landed in the perilous realm of Marvel. Without a golden finger, survival beyond 3 episodes was simply inconceivable. So, what could his golden finger be? A system? He whispered softly. Silence ensued. It appeared he possessed no system. Gao Ming swiftly dismissed the notion of a system-based narrative. He then called out, Grandpa. Yet again, silence prevailed. Beautiful lady? Handsome man? Senior? Big shot? He stubbornly tried several titles, but the legendary companion figure remained absent. At least there's no soul possession to worry about. He consoled himself upon realizing that no formidable guardian would materialize. In any case, Gao Ming firmly believed that he must possess a golden finger, otherwise, he would surely meet his demise. After dispelling the notions of a system and a guardian, he began to scour the room for potential artifacts, rings, necklaces, jade pendants, ancient tomes, and the like. Following the typical narrative conventions, these seemingly inconsequential items often turned out to be immensely powerful artifacts. While the tattered books surely contained world-shattering techniques or treasure maps. Indeed, it must be so. Eager to validate his thoughts, Gao Ming embarked on a fervent search. Half an hour later, damn it, novels are all lies. After meticulously rummaging through the entire room 3 or 4 times, Gao Ming despondently declared his treasure hunt a complete failure. His alternate self was nothing more than a frugal bookworm, devoid of any charms or pendants. The bookshelf cluttered with utterly mundane literature. Good grief, not even a comic book. How utterly dull am I? After a moment of self-deprecating humor regarding his alternate self, Gao Ming resignedly assumed a lethargic posture, slumping back onto the bed. Earth is so perilous. I long to return to Mars. No, wait. The cosmos is filled with formidable beings. The entire universe is fraught with danger. With the conventional tropes of a system, a guardian, and sealed artifacts failing to materialize, Gao Ming's hopes of possessing a golden finger began to wane. Alright, what is next? Perhaps I might awaken some superpowers? Let us see. No fire breathing. No invisibility either. Good grief. As he casually recited the names of various abilities, Gao Ming suddenly widened his eyes. Of course, his expression was invisible, for he had completely vanished. To be precise, Gao Ming had become invisible. In a moment of surprise, Gao Ming was startled by his sudden ability to become invisible, letting out a loud exclamation that echoed through the air. He meticulously examined his surroundings, realizing he had indeed vanished completely. Were it not for his ability to still interact with objects, he might have thought he had inadvertently passed away and turned into a ghost. Given this newfound power of invisibility, he pondered whether he could revert back to his visible form. Ignoring the irate shouts from the neighbors, Gao Ming concentrated, fervently wishing to undo his invisibility, and in the next instant, his body reappeared. I'm going to be amazing, he exclaimed with delight, confirming his acquisition of this remarkable ability. He reveled in the experience of toggling between invisibility and visibility, until a loud banging at the door jolted him from his merriment. Instinctively, he wished to silence himself, but recalling his newfound power, he thought, what do I have to fear? Continuing to cower would be a disgrace for someone who had traversed realms. With invisibility at his disposal, he boldly directed a string of insults towards the door. Yes, I'm making noise. If you don't like it, come and take a bite out of me. Though Gao Ming could now articulate in English, he instinctively resorted to his native tongue, leaving the group of American neighbors outside puzzled by his words, save for the final phrase which conveyed his sentiments clearly. Having already harbored prejudice against Gao Ming's Chinese heritage, the unfriendly American neighbors were taken aback that this typically docile yellow-skinned monkey dared to retort, inciting their fury. One particularly burly Caucasian man, a known bouncer from a local bar named Frank, marched to Gao Ming's door, furiously pounding on it. You've got some nerve today, kid? Come out and have a chat with Uncle Frank. Recalling the identity of this imposing figure, Gao Ming's heart raced. Although Frank was not a notorious figure, his reputation for brutality was well known throughout the apartment complex. Damn it, I feel too emboldened, he thought, instinctively preparing to activate his invisibility to hide and find an opportunity to retaliate. However, a moment's reflection led him to consider the potential peril of revealing his power. After all, this world was rife with advanced technology, and it was conceivable that agents from some clandestine organization might come knocking, ready to take him for experimentation. Caught in this deliberation, the door was suddenly flung open with great force, and Frank entered with a menacing grin. What poor quality is this door? Gao Ming couldn't help but curse upon witnessing Frank's ease in breaching his home. Though Frank could not comprehend the words, he interpreted the tone as an insult directed at him, igniting his wrath. You're asking for trouble, yellow-skinned monkey, Frank snarled, raising his hand to strike Gao Ming. Before Frank's palm could connect with his face, the rush of air from the swing reached Gao Ming, causing a shiver to run down his spine, prompting him to raise his arms defensively. The force of Frank's blow landed heavily on Gao Ming's arm, yet to both their astonishment, such a powerful strike did not cause Gao Ming to budge an inch. An air of bewilderment enveloped them as they both voiced their confusion. Frank was somewhat taken aback, surprised that he had failed to bring the little bug down to the ground. Gao Ming, equally perplexed, wondered if Frank was merely a coward. What was happening? Both were engulfed in confusion. The inability to defeat Gao Ming in one swift strike left Frank feeling humiliated. As he overheard the neighbors outside whispering their doubts about his strength, a surge of anger ignited within him, prompting him to bellow at Gao Ming, "You brat, die." Frank was eager to deliver a brutal beating to Gao Ming to solidify his fearsome reputation in front of the onlookers. Witnessing Frank swinging his fists like a madman, Gao Ming, despite being uncertain of his own situation, remained remarkably composed. Frank's attacks did not seem particularly formidable, so Gao Ming feigned nonchalance and reached out to intercept Frank's incoming punch, his heart racing slightly. He firmly grasped Frank's wrist, and although Frank attempted to break free, his hand felt as if it were ensnared in a vice, causing him to gasp in astonishment and wariness. With his right hand immobilized, Frank quickly clenched his left fist and swung it with all his strength towards Gao Ming. However, Gao Ming reacted even faster. Before Frank's left fist could reach him, he swiftly retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Frank's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Frank was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the corridor, foam spilling from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, ultimately losing consciousness. A few neighbors who had failed to evade were also knocked aside, staring at Gao Ming in terror. The sight of this seemingly frail individual having sent the robust Frank flying was akin to an ant defeating an elephant, leaving the onlookers in disbelief, yet the reality before them confirmed its truth. When Gao Ming's gaze shifted towards them, a scream erupted from the crowd, igniting a panic that sent everyone rushing back to their homes. They hurriedly secured multiple locks on their doors, retreating inside as fear gripped them. Seeing his neighbors, who often bullied him, scurrying away in fright brought Gao Ming immense satisfaction, and he laughed heartily without restraint. Once his excitement subsided, he glanced at the damaged door, now unable to close properly, and felt a twinge of worry. This door is broken. I'll need to call someone to fix it tomorrow. I hope no thieves come tonight. Yet, contemplating his inexplicable newfound strength, Gao Ming dismissed such trivial concerns. Looking at the unconscious Frank embedded in the wall, he smirked with pride and casually shut the door. The inability to lock it was of little consequence. Gao Ming found himself somewhat eager for more daring souls to test just how formidable his fists had become. He flung himself onto the bed, unable to contain his exhilaration, rolling and bouncing in delight. What a thrill! In an effort to shake off the earlier frustrations, Gao Ming let out wild, exuberant cries for nearly half an hour, sending his neighbors into a frenzy of anxiety, fearing that this fellow might suddenly go mad and seek them out for trouble. The fervor of the moment was but fleeting. As Gao Ming gradually regained his composure, he began to ponder the extraordinary changes that had transpired within him. Undoubtedly, he had acquired the power of invisibility, along with a significant increase in strength. A flicker of familiarity crossed his mind, reminiscent of something he had encountered before. As a realization dawned upon him, a mix of surprise and anxiety illuminated his features. After a moment of deep reflection, an idea sparked in his mind. In an instant, it was as if he were afflicted by sudden drowsiness. His eyes fluttered shut, his body slackened, and he collapsed onto the bed, motionless and devoid of life. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall. Gao Ming seemed to have genuinely succumbed to slumber. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, and unseen to all, he was floating in midair, in a state of his soul that eluded the naked eye. Observing his own body, and then gazing at his disembodied self, Gao Ming comprehended the nature of his newfound abilities. He floated back above his corporeal form, then tilted downwards, seamlessly merging his soul back with his body. Upon opening his eyes, an unmistakable ecstasy graced his face as he excitedly articulated his recent hypothesis. Talismans. Chapter 3. The superhero begins with designing a costume through the recent experiment. Gao Ming was now certain that his unique gift was the power of the 12 Talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures. Moments ago, he had silently chanted the incantation for soul separation, which allowed his spirit to detach from his physical form and hover in the air. The power of soul separation was derived from the sheep talisman, while the initial invisibility and sudden surge of strength were attributed to the snake and ox talismans, respectively. The mere thought of wielding the abilities of all 12 talismans sent waves of exhilaration through Gao Ming, igniting an impulse to test each one immediately. However, upon surveying his cramped living quarters, he restrained himself, well aware that the dragon talisman possessed explosive capabilities, while the pig talisman granted him the gift of lightning vision. Unleashing either would obliterate his humble abode. The rat talisman could breathe life into inanimate objects. Yet without any dolls or models at hand, it remained of little use. Having already experienced the ox talisman's immense strength, he considered the tiger talisman for balance and pondered the potential of the rabbit talisman's super speed. With this thought, Gao Ming's eyes gleamed. He opened the door, steadied his breath, and assumed a starting position. Then, whoosh, bang. In his inaugural attempt at harnessing the rabbit talisman's speed, he failed to control his velocity and, predictably, collided with the wall. Remarkably, the power of the horse talisman rendered him unharmed, as he nonchalantly emerged from the dented wall, unperturbed by any embarrassment. After all, it was understandable that first attempts might not always go smoothly. The rabbit talisman's super speed enabled Gao Ming to run a few steps at supersonic levels, reminiscent of a television series he had once watched, The Flash. Although lacking the visual effects of lightning, the speed he experienced was commendable, rivaling that of the renowned superhero. In addition to the talismans, the purifying and healing capabilities allowed Gao Ming to instantly mend his injuries without feeling even the slightest pain. Coupled with the talisman that grants eternal youth, Gao Ming could proudly declare, "I shall live forever." Although he was eager to experiment with several other talismanic abilities, he understood the importance of restraint. He had not become so arrogant as to underestimate this world filled with advanced technology. There was even a possibility that, in the next moment, agents from SHIELD might come knocking on his door. While it was unlikely they would pose a mortal threat to him, Gao Ming wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, to evade the attention of those with ulterior motives. He suppressed his impulses and prepared to return to his room for a more thorough study. Upon returning, Gao Ming practiced his invisibility and astral projection techniques for a while. Once he had achieved a basic level of proficiency, he began to strategize for his future. With the power of 12 talismans at his disposal, he felt secure regarding his life and safety. It could be said that, aside from the infinity stones and the formidable beings of the cosmos, there was no one on earth, save for the peculiar sorceress, the Ancient One, who could pose a significant threat to him. While he had no desire to confront superheroes such as Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, or Thor, he knew that in the event of a conflict, they would find it challenging to contend with a being like him, who was impervious to death. With the advantage of talismans, Gao Ming was determined to enhance his living conditions. Now endowed with superhuman abilities, he promptly decided to resign from his job at the pizzeria and pursue more lucrative opportunities with the help of the talismans. What do you mean? Gao Ming has superpowers and still needs a job? You might ask. Well, one must consider the costs of living. Food, shelter, and daily necessities all require funds. Gao Ming had no intention of emulating those villains who foolishly sought to dominate the world. He lacked both the energy and ambition for such endeavors. Reflecting on the powerful adversaries, he pondered, which of them has met with a favorable end? It was crucial to remember this truth. Resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, Gao Ming mused that high-end, prestigious jobs were beyond his reach, while low-paying, laborious positions did not appeal to him. Should he venture into entrepreneurship? But what would he pursue? Despite possessing the strength of 12 talismans, he found himself perplexed when it came to job hunting. He contemplated utilizing his abilities to solve his employment dilemma, but his imagination failed him. The bull talisman offered immense strength. Could he become a construction worker? The rabbit talisman granted swiftness. Might he deliver packages? The dragon talisman wielded fire. Could he engage in demolition? The snake talisman provided invisibility. Perhaps he could partake in discreet endeavors? Yet, his aspirations for using the talismans to enhance his career remained limited to rather mundane ideas. With no immediate inspiration for employment, Gao Ming, possessing a laid-back demeanor, set aside his concerns for the time being. As he watched the news on television, he stroked his chin and murmured to himself, "Should I go rescue Mr. Big Poop? It appears that Mr. Shitakaku is quite the affluent individual. If I were to rescue him, I could potentially receive a substantial reward, could I not?" Money is what Gao Ming currently desires most. Whether in his past life or in this world, he remains an ordinary person. The entirety of his dual existence's wealth consists solely of the proceeds from selling his grandfather's food cart and his earnings from working at a pizzeria. Although Gao Ming has attained immortality and can sustain himself without food or drink due to the powers of the dog talisman, this does not imply a complete lack of material needs. He still yearns for delicious food and enjoyable activities, all of which rely on a solid economic foundation. For Gao Ming, rescuing Tony Stark and subsequently demanding a monetary reward may not be the most honorable act, yet it is a swift means of acquiring wealth. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to meet the future Iron Man, which seems like a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, the decision to rescue Tony Stark is made. However, Gao Ming does not rush to embark on his mission, as there remains over a month before Stark can be saved. There is ample time for him to first familiarize himself with the powers of the talisman. Furthermore, Gao Ming aspires to save Iron Man, not the debauched playboy who squandered his days in frivolity. Without the 3 months of imprisonment, Tony Stark would not have reflected on his past mistakes. It was that arduous period that allowed him to rise from the ashes, ultimately becoming the selfless Iron Man he is known as today. Perhaps it would be prudent to delay the rescue for a while and focus on honing his skills. This thought invigorates Gao Ming, as he envisions himself as a superhero, combating criminals while simultaneously training his abilities. Every man harbors a dream of heroism. Gao Ming has long admired the life of a valiant warrior who vanquishes evil. In the past, he lacked the means to intervene, but now endowed with extraordinary powers, he cannot simply stand idly by. Of course, there is an element of personal ambition in Gao Ming's desire for recognition. In the Marvel Universe, it would be a missed opportunity not to embrace the role of a superhero, wouldn't he? As he imagines himself striking down villains, Gao Ming cannot help but chuckle to himself. The first step to becoming a superhero, naturally, is to create a personal combat suit. With a snap of his fingers, he solemnly declares to himself, attire plays a crucial role in shaping one's image in the eyes of others. If he dresses too flamboyantly, the first impression will not be favorable, much like Saitama, who is perceived by the public as an eccentric, bald weirdo. Unless one possesses the charm of a beloved warrior like Captain America, dressing in a costume will only lead to being seen as a circus clown. However, designing a combat outfit is no simple task, especially for someone like Gao Ming, who lacks artistic talent. One cannot expect him to conjure up any spectacular designs. Perhaps he should simply emulate the virtual characters that linger in his memory. As he desperately searches his recollections, a multitude of character designs floods his mind. Saint Seiya, Science, Goku, Golden Flash, Saitama, Aang's old gown, Kirito, Naruto, and magical girls. It seems some oddities have crept in. An increasing number of peculiar characters emerged in his mind, causing his thoughts to become even more chaotic. Gao Ming promptly ceased his reminiscing and shifted his focus to the superheroes among Marvel's adversaries. reasoning that since the Marvel Universe lacks any corporate entities, he need not fear copyright infringement. Superman, with his red briefs worn over his costume. Batman, cloaked in darkness. Aquaman, bare-chested. Green Lantern, adorned in a shade of green. And Green Arrow, similarly dressed in green. And then the Flash. Upon contemplating the Flash, a sudden inspiration struck him. The speed bestowed by the Rabbit Talisman should rival that of the Flash. Perhaps he could emulate him? What an exhilarating thought it would be to incapacitate the villains before they even realized what had occurred. Recalling the Flash's portrayal in the television series, Gao Ming felt a thrill, yet he was not particularly fond of the Flash's bright red attire. Thus, he pondered the costumes of other speedsters. Beyond the Flash's red and yellow ensemble, the original comics featured Reverse Flash in his yellow and red suit, Velocity in deep blue and black, and Godspeed in white and gold. Comparing these four speedster outfits, Gao Ming concluded that Godspeed's attire resonated more with his personal taste. The combination of white and gold exuded nobility, appearing both mysterious and imposing. After meticulously assessing the designs of the four costumes, he ultimately decided to adopt Godspeed's outfit as his own battle attire. However, the question remained, how to create the suit? The thought of crafting such a uniform led Gao Ming back into distress. The costumes of heroes often necessitate consideration of their unique circumstances, requiring careful design and construction. In the series The Flash, the hero's suit is made from high-performance polymers, which are fire-resistant and durable enough to withstand the friction generated by high-speed movement. The uniforms of other speedsters share similar attributes. If Gao Ming intended to create a Godspeed suit, he too would need to deliberate on the materials involved. Yet, the dilemma was that Gao Ming lacked the genius to fabricate clothing that met the criteria of a speedster. Setting aside his lack of skill, if he were to use ordinary materials, the suit would surely ignite while he was running. Where on earth could he find a professional to assist in crafting the suit? Gao Ming tugged at his hair in frustration. It was rather amusing that a person endowed with 12 extraordinary abilities found himself stymied by the prospect of creating a mere outfit. Clothing? He recalled that there was indeed someone who specialized in garment making. The individual who appeared in Daredevil, whose uniform was presumably crafted by him. A light bulb moment occurred as Gao Ming remembered Melvin Potter, a talented costume designer known for his expertise in design and tailoring, who had fashioned an exceptionally functional suit for Daredevil. Thanks to his brief obsession with Daredevil, Gao Ming was aware of such a figure. Since Daredevil belonged to the Marvel Universe, it stood to reason that he could be found in this world as well. With a potential candidate in mind for the creation of his suit, Gao Ming felt a sense of relief. And he was not particularly concerned about whether Melvin would be willing to collaborate. Melvin has a daughter, who is his greatest vulnerability. In the narrative, Kingpin leverages this weakness to coerce Melvin into crafting protective armor for him. Given this circumstance, with Gao Ming assisting in neutralizing Kingpin's threat, it is reasonable to expect Melvin to oblige in the creation of the battle attire. Chapter 4. The simple folk of Hell's Kitchen. Although Gao Ming has resolved to eliminate Kingpin, thereby eliciting Melvin's gratitude in the endeavor of armor production, challenges seem to perpetually arise. Gao Ming is confronted with a new dilemma: where to locate Melvin. In the vastness of New York City, finding a single individual is no trivial task. Even narrowing the search to Hell's Kitchen proves futile, especially for someone as obscure as Melvin. Why do I not have Jarvis? The thought of Iron Man's intelligent assistant, capable of conducting global searches in mere moments, fills Gao Ming with envy. Well, I've decided. In the future, I shall seize any opportunity to procure an artificial intelligence from Tony Stark, employing every conceivable method. Gao Ming racked his brain, recalling the plot of Daredevil, in an attempt to unearth any useful clues. However, all he remembers is that Matt, the titular Daredevil, compelled one of Kingpin's subordinates to divulge Melvin's whereabouts. Yet the script failed to provide a concrete address. Damn it. Would it have killed the writers to include a few more lines? At the very least, they could have informed me of Melvin's residence. While Gao Ming possesses remarkable abilities, he is not omnipotent. None of the 12 talismans at his disposal can assist in locating a person. What a predicament. What should I do? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion when suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps I could enlist Daredevil's help? However, it seems that the current Daredevil is just embarking on his heroic journey. Sporting an all-black ensemble with a mask obscuring half his face, scarcely distinguishable from a mere vigilante. He likely has not yet crossed paths with a figure as formidable as Kingpin. Daredevil will be of no assistance. He remains unaware that Kingpin is the true master of the underworld. Let him continue to tussle with petty criminals for now. After much contemplation, Gao Ming remained at an impasse until, in a moment of frustration, he smacked his forehead, a look of exasperation crossing his face. How foolish of me. If I cannot find Melvin, Kingpin is easily located. I can simply interrogate Kingpin and then present him to Melvin, eliminating the problem in one fell swoop. It is understandable, for Gao Ming has only just discovered his extraordinary powers, and his thinking still lingers at the level of an ordinary individual. A transformation of mindset has yet to occur. With such formidable strength at his disposal, why overthink matters? Gao Ming rummaged through his belongings, relieved to find that his doppelganger had not been frugal enough to forego a mobile phone. He activated an antiquated flip phone, maneuvering it with reluctance as he searched for the location of Hell's Kitchen and Kingpin's company online. After a series of operations and the painfully slow wait for signals, Gao Ming finally unearthed the information he sought, promptly tossing his phone onto the bed. Yes, it was decided. He would seize the opportunity to extort some money from Jean Bin, a notorious villain, and with the funds, he would buy himself a new phone, steering clear of any Sanchin devices. The prospect of embarking on his first act of gallantry against such a formidable adversary was exhilarating. However, Gao Ming was not blinded by youthful fervor. Although his mission was to eradicate the malignant presence of Jean Bin for the betterment of society, he understood the importance of discretion. After all, a change of attire to conceal his identity was prudent. Upon rummaging through his wardrobe, he discovered only a handful of faded casual outfits and a couple of heavy winter coats, leaving him utterly disenchanted with the notion of a second identity, as there was not a single appealing garment to his name. With a sigh, he shut the wardrobe and approached a bookshelf laden with tomes. Recalling his memory, he extracted a book, revealing the concealed stash of cash and a bankbook belonging to his alter ego. This meager sum of just over $2,000 amounted to more than 10,000 in RMB, while the rest was securely deposited in the bank. Reflecting on the disparity between American prices and those in his homeland, Gao Ming withdrew $200 from the stash, returning the money to its hiding place and replacing the book to conceal it. Curiously, the book he had used for concealment bore the title, reminiscent of a counterfeit Harry Potter, a name that seemed vaguely familiar to him, perhaps from a scene in the movie Scary Movie 2. Although Gao Ming was aware that purchasing items in the United States was not vastly different from doing so domestically, given the currency exchange rates, he could not help but marvel at how he had spent less than $150 on a black hooded jacket, black pants, a black mask, black gloves, and a pair of black running shoes. He mused that it would be splendid if such a sum could procure a similar ensemble back home. Nevertheless, he understood this perception was merely an illusion. Converting $150 to RMB would yield nearly 1,000 yuan, revealing no substantial difference between the two economies. Indeed, to acquire such an outfit in his homeland for that price, one would have to settle for street vendor merchandise or scour online marketplaces. The rationale behind his choice of all-black attire was straightforward. Having been influenced by television dramas, he recognized that engaging in clandestine activities at night necessitated donning a stealthy outfit. Daredevil, unaware of who had just criticized his nighttime garb, departing his residence at around 4 in the afternoon, he procured his new clothing and took a leisurely stroll. Returning home only to find darkness had enveloped the city, he received an irate call from the pizza shop owner. And in response to the barrage of furious shouts from the other end, Gao Ming simply retorted before abruptly ending the call in the midst of the tirade. Once he donned his tactical uniform at home, Gao Ming ascended to the rooftop of his apartment, standing at the edge to gaze upon the vibrant and bustling nightscape. Pulling the hood of his jacket over his head, he launched himself into the night sky, soaring toward Hell's Kitchen with the speed of lightning. The levitation charms of the chicken and rabbit indeed proved to be the perfect combination for swift travel. Feeling the exhilarating rush of high-speed flight, Gao Ming could not help but cheer aloud. Fortunately, he was soaring high above the ground, clad in dark attire that rendered him inconspicuous against the night sky, which spared him from being noticed. However, Gao Ming seemed to have forgotten about his cloaking ability. It is worth mentioning that Hell's Kitchen is located in Manhattan, while Gao Ming resides in Queens, the very place where the future underdog hero lives. The distance between the two locales is considerable, yet, with the combination of Gao Ming's two abilities, he traversed it in less than 5 minutes. The speed conferred by the rabbit talisman effortlessly surpassed the speed of sound, which exceeds 340 meters per second. Had Gao Ming not consciously moderated his velocity, the journey would have taken even less time. Along the way, Gao Ming realized that despite flying at supersonic speeds, he felt no impact from air friction. In other words, such velocity did not induce the risk of combustion. It appeared that his invisibility also cloaked his clothing, resulting in the absurd phenomenon where garments would vanish if transformed into animal attire. A notion that could hardly be explained scientifically, since his clothing would not catch fire due to air friction. There was no immediate need to seek Melvin's assistance in crafting battle gear. However, Gao Ming was reluctant to abandon his mission now that he had arrived. Upon officially entering the confines of Hell's Kitchen, Gao Ming surveyed the surroundings. The area seemed no different from others, with few pedestrians gracing the streets and an occasional taxi passing by. Most of the populace congregated in bars, dance halls, and nightclubs, reveling in unrestrained merriment. Nevertheless, this was Hell's Kitchen, a place notorious for its high crime rates and unsavory atmosphere, though it paled in comparison to the illustrious Gotham City. As Gao Ming curiously scanned his surroundings, he noticed that passers-by hurriedly averted their gaze and quickened their pace upon seeing him, seemingly fearful of being entangled with him. Oh, now I understand. Gao Ming pondered why the pedestrians scurried away from him like they would from a harbinger of bad luck. Realizing his appearance, he could not help but smile wryly. Clad entirely in black, with his hood drawn over his head and a black mask obscuring much of his face, he was thoroughly concealed. At this late hour, such attire was typically associated with those preparing to commit robbery, and even if not, his garb certainly aroused suspicion. With a weary sigh, Gao Ming ambled down the street, dejected. As he passed a narrow alley, he encountered a group of women engaged in some profession, each heavily made up, clutching cheap cigarettes, and exhaling smoke with a languid demeanor, prompting him to frown. "Hey there, sir, interested in having some fun?" A few provocatively dressed women approached him, seemingly unfazed by his appearance. The noxious blend of cigarette smoke and overpowering perfume was nauseating. Gao Ming observed that these women appeared somewhat listless, and a glance at their exposed arms revealed remnants of needle marks, indicating that they too were caught in the throes of addiction. Gao Ming coldly declined. "No need, thank you." Having spoken, he brusquely pushed the group of women aside and departed without a backward glance, provoking their disgruntled curses as they resumed their ostentatious display. Exhaling clouds of smoke while awaiting the next passerby, Gao Ming's expression darkened. Prostitution and drug use were prevalent phenomena in many places, yet in Hell's Kitchen, they were alarmingly commonplace and hardly worth mention. The sinister undercurrents lurking beneath the surface of Hell's Kitchen were profound, presenting a stark psychological shock to Gao Ming, who had lived an ordinary life in both past and present. As he neared the alley's exit, an urgent figure collided with him, a white girl of about 18 or 19, her expression fraught with fear. Upon seeing Gao Ming, a glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes for reasons unknown. Just as Gao Ming pondered this, a menacing bald man appeared in pursuit, brandishing a gleaming knife that reflected the harsh light of the street lamps with a terrifying glint. "Run, you wench. Hand over all your money," the bald man bellowed, his face twisted with malice. Gao Ming's gaze turned icy. Chapter 5. The first kill. The bald man, cursing, noticed the figure clad entirely in black standing before the girl, and his expression darkened, eyes narrowing with hostility. "Where did you crawl out from, kid?" Realizing that Gao Ming was not an accomplice of the bald man, the girl, feeling cornered, cried out, "Please, help me." Gao Ming gently patted her shoulder to soothe her, then guided her behind him, speaking in a low tone. "Do not fear." The bald man, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "You looking to show off, kid? You ought to know your own limits." He waved the knife menacingly, completely oblivious to the chilling intensity of Gao Ming's gaze. In an instant, a faint sound echoed as Gao Ming, without the slightest indication of movement, materialized behind the bald man, placing a light hand on his right shoulder. With a subtle yet decisive grip, he crushed the man's shoulder bone. A muted crack resonated through the air as the bald man's right arm fell limply to his side, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. "Ah!" The bald man let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, collapsing to his knees, his left hand clutching his agonizing right arm, his upper body leaning forward, nearly touching the ground. The girl, startled, instinctively recoiled a few steps, hesitating before cautiously stepping a little closer, remaining present. She understood that Gao Ming was punishing the wrongdoer on her behalf. Though his method was violent, rendering the bald man's arm useless, it was justifiable given the threat he posed as a vicious robber. Gao Ming approached the fallen man, seizing his head to compel him to meet his gaze. With a cold smirk, he taunted, "What power do you possess now? Prepare to meet your end." The bald man clenched his left fist and, in a fit of rage, swung it towards Gao Ming's face. Gao Ming slightly tilted his head to evade the blow, swiftly raising both hands to grasp the bald man's descending left arm. Under the bald man's terrified gaze, Gao Ming, with an indifferent demeanor, twisted his arm with a calculated motion, dislocating the shoulder joint. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." The pain rendered the bald man's arms useless, igniting an inferno of rage within him. His facial muscles contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his face as he screamed in a semblance of madness. Gao Ming remained as indifferent as ever. Though his heart was not devoid of anger, it had transformed into a chilling coldness. "Kill me? Do you possess the capability?" Gao Ming retorted with icy sarcasm. The bald man's face twisted in pain, yet he stubbornly continued to curse. "Just wait. I will eventually avenge myself. Just like I did with those other fellows. You've killed before?" Gao Ming interjected abruptly, his tone growing colder. The bald man smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Indeed, The sensation of killing is indescribable. Watching someone plead desperately and then mercilessly ending their life. It's truly exhilarating. I recall, not far from here, I killed a pregnant woman. She begged for her life, but she had little money on her. In a fit of rage, I stabbed her. Her expression before she died, it truly amused me. The bald man recounted his gruesome achievements with a dark pride, oblivious to the growing chill in Gao Ming's gaze. At that moment, Gao Ming was overwhelmed with an urge to kill. He could hardly fathom how a mere robber could descend to such depths, treating murder as a trivial matter, merely a source of personal amusement. Initially, Gao Ming had intended to teach the man a lesson and leave a lasting impression. Now, however, he simply sought to end this life. Gao Ming suddenly seized the bald man by the throat, his grip so powerful that it rendered the man breathless. His face turning a shade of crimson and violet, mouth agape, tongue involuntarily protruding, eyes bulging. Go to hell, scum, with a decisive squeeze. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the bald man's expression was forever frozen in that moment, his visage grotesque, devoid of any glimmer of life, leaving only traces of terror. Casually discarding the lifeless form of the bald man aside, he fell like refuse, matter-of-factly tossed away. Gao Ming rose slowly, the murderous intent gradually dissipating. Yet his heart sank deeper into an abyss of confusion and despair. Have I killed someone? Confusion clouded his eyes, never having experienced murder before. Gao Ming had not anticipated this outcome. In the heat of the moment, he had not overthought it, but now, confronting the reality of having taken a life, he felt engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment and dread. Murder is not a trivial or effortless act, aside from a few individuals of unwavering resolve and seasoned experience, who can claim that taking a life bears no burden. Without personal experience, anyone can boast about the lack of emotion associated with such an act, asserting its ease. Ultimately, until this moment, Gao Ming was merely an ordinary citizen, leading a mundane life, with the concept of slaughter residing far beyond his everyday existence. His thoughts and mindset remained at the level of an average person. The talisman endowed him with 12 extraordinary abilities, yet it failed to grant him the heart of a true warrior, a quality he must cultivate within himself. Now, Gao Ming stands at the precipice of a significant threshold in his life, the initiation of his first act of killing, which delivers an immense shock, causing him to lose his bearings and rendering him uncertain of how to proceed. If he cannot reconcile this experience, he risks becoming a being of power devoid of conviction. Upon witnessing Gao Ming strike down the bald man, the young girl was instantly seized by terror, desperately stifling a scream, afraid to make even the slightest sound. She never anticipated witnessing a murder, even if the victim was a villain who had just attempted to harm her. The girl dared not flee, fearing that she might become a target herself. Thus, she leaned against the wall, her trembling legs barely supporting her frame. In that moment, under the gaze of her fright, Gao Ming turned to her, his voice vacant as he muttered, I have killed. I have killed. He incessantly repeated this phrase. The mask and hood obscured his features, preventing her from clearly seeing his face, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness that caught her attention. When she beheld those eyes, she was momentarily taken aback. There was no trace of malice or cruelty within them. Instead, they appeared vacant, devoid of focus. The girl could sense that Gao Ming's heart was overwhelmed with boundless confusion, akin to a wanderer aimlessly traversing an interminable road. For reasons unknown, the sight of Gao Ming's eyes brought her a sense of calm. Compared to the eyes hardened by habitual violence, his gaze, filled with uncertainty and vulnerability, unintentionally struck a chord in the softest recesses of her heart. Are you all right? She found herself asking, her tone unexpectedly gentle, devoid of any hint of fear. Upon hearing her concerned inquiry, Gao Ming paused momentarily before blankly replying, I have killed. Did I do the right thing? In response to his question, the girl fell into silence. The fact that Gao Ming had taken a life was indisputable. It had transpired right before her eyes. Reason told her that murder was wrong, yet this individual had saved her, eliminating only a malevolent being. She grappled with how to discern right from wrong, but one truth was clear to her. I don't know, the girl whispered, summoning her courage to meet his gaze with unwavering determination. But I am profoundly grateful to you. You saved my life. Had it not been for you, I might have met a tragic fate. You are my hero. Chapter 6. Sophia Temple. The maiden's words pierced through the darkness like a beam of light, dispelling the confusion that clouded Gao Ming's mind, gradually restoring clarity to his gaze. Indeed, why should he overthink? Having resolved to confront evil, he must possess the determination to face the darkness head-on, even if it necessitated taking lives, as long as he remained true to his heart and acted without remorse. That would suffice. If he shrank back from killing, how could he claim to protect others? The notion of becoming a superhero may have initially stemmed from a fleeting whim. Yet at this moment, He solidified this conviction, discarding any semblance of a mere impulse. It was as if all shadows had vanished. Gao Ming regained his confidence. Even though his face was obscured by a mask, the maiden sensed the joy radiating from his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a surge of happiness for him. Gao Ming smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. No, it is unnecessary. I did little. I ought to thank you for saving me," she replied, her cheeks flushing as she waved her hands in modesty. Gao Ming chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the girl he had fortuitously rescued. She was a Caucasian girl in the bloom of youth, with deep brown hair cascading down to her waist. Her fluffy bangs framed her forehead, accentuating her porcelain complexion. Delicate crescent-shaped eyebrows and large, glistening eyes. Her petite lips resembled cherries, and she wore oversized black-rimmed glasses, which, despite their clumsiness, lent her an aura of fragility that instinctively ignited a protective instinct within him. It is a well-acknowledged truth that Western women possess alluring figures. However, witnessing the fullness of her bosom and the graceful curves of her form delineated by her modest attire stirred an unexpected restlessness within Gao Ming. Silently invoking the restorative power of the horse talisman, he successfully quelled the unnamed fire within him. To his surprise, he discovered yet another application for the talisman's healing abilities. He contemplated whether it could also soothe the Hulk in future instances. Casting only a fleeting glance, he quickly averted his eyes, lest he appear too intrusive. Turning his head, he noticed the corpse lying on the ground, a flicker of revulsion crossing his features as he grappled with the dilemma of how to dispose of the body. Although Hell's Kitchen was rife with daily occurrences, abandoning such a corpse in plain view could undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention. His primary concern remained the potential repercussions for the innocent maiden beside him. In Hell's Kitchen, where the lines of morality blurred, even the most virtuous could find themselves unjustly accused. Should he resort to a dragon explosion? Too violent. A blinding flash. Alas, it would amount to incinerating the remains. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Gao Ming, and he addressed the maiden. "I, have yet to learn how to address you." Upon hearing this, the maiden promptly replied, "Sophia Temple, my name is Sophia Temple." Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. Sophia, realizing her response had been somewhat excessive, felt her cheeks flush, silently chiding herself for her lack of composure, fearing she appeared overly eager. Observing the blush upon Sophia's cheeks, Gao Ming could not help but chuckle, saying, "All right, I shall call you Sophia, if that pleases you." Addressing someone by their name typically signifies a level of familiarity, and Gao Ming merely wished to ease the tension, especially after having taken a life in her presence. In the heat of the moment, he had not given it much thought, but now, in the tranquility that followed, he felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping not to leave a negative impression on the young lady. Sophia nodded in agreement, inquiring, "How shall I address you?" Just as Gao Ming was about to reveal his name, he caught himself, swallowing the words with a hint of awkwardness. He replied, "Well, you see, my identity must remain confidential, so I cannot divulge it." Upon hearing this, Sophia suddenly realized her oversight and apologized. "I am sorry, I forgot. Please forgive me." "Not at all. It's quite all right." Gao Ming waved off the matter dismissively. Despite his reassurances, Sophia felt a pang of disappointment within her. Noticing the expression of disillusionment on her face, Gao Ming felt a bit uneasy himself, yet he could not afford to be completely open. After all, this was merely their first encounter, and their camaraderie had yet to reach a level of trust that warranted such disclosures. However, feeling somewhat guilty, he casually remarked, "If we happen to meet again, I shall tell you." In his mind, Gao Ming mused that he did not reside in Hell's Kitchen, making it improbable for their paths to cross again. While Sophia was unaware of his actual living situation, she understood that the vastness of Hell's Kitchen rendered encounters exceedingly rare, unless fate had some design at play, which seemed entirely fanciful. Despite this understanding, Sophia diligently studied Gao Ming's appearance, wishing to etch his current visage into her memory. Yet, he was cloaked entirely in dark attire, with a black mask obscuring his face, leaving only his eyes visible, alongside a glimpse of his dark hair beneath the hood of his coat. One could not deny that the eyes are a distinguishing feature, particularly in Gao Ming's case. His dark pupils provided certain clues. While many foreigners sported blue or green eyes, only Asians and Africans typically had black pupils. The part of his face that was visible indicated he was not of African descent, although he could very well be a blend of Asian and foreign heritage. In television dramas, obscuring half a face often serves to conceal one's identity, and viewers frequently feel their intelligence insulted by such portrayals. Indeed, while partially covering one's face can provide some camouflage, it is hardly foolproof. One might wonder if the audience is rendered blind to the subtleties of recognition. This intellectual affront is rivaled only by the absurdity of a superhero disguising themselves with merely a pair of glasses. In summary, unless one obscures their entire face. Merely covering half of it still leaves room for recognition, particularly if the upper half is concealed, which offers slightly better protection than hiding the lower half, yet still carries the risk of exposure. Should fate allow Sophia and Gao Ming to meet again, it is conceivable that she might recognize him by his physique and the partial view of his face. However, this presupposes an extraordinary coincidence amidst the vast sea of humanity, a chance encounter between two individuals who have only exchanged a fleeting glance, which would require the intervention of a grand cosmic design. Gao Ming inquired, "Sophia, could you kindly close your eyes for a moment?" Taken aback by such an unusual request, Sophia momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue as she timidly replied, "That's not possible." "Ah, you misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives," Gao Ming awkwardly clarified, fully aware of the implications of her assumptions. Was he truly such a frivolous character? Realizing she had overthought the matter, Sophia's complexion deepened further, her ears reddening as if ripened fruit, and she shyly complied, "All right then." As she shut her eyes, Gao Ming, feeling a twinge of unease, waved his hand in front of her face. When there was no response, he pondered briefly before leaning closer, halting at a distance of about 10 centimeters from her face. Still, she remained oblivious, allowing him to confirm that Sophia was indeed not peeking. Yet, the sight of her luscious lips stirred something within Gao Ming, almost leading him to succumb to an inappropriate impulse. He managed to restrain himself, narrowly avoiding the descent into bestiality. With a conflicted heart, he approached the corpse of the bald man, his expression twisting in disgust at the ghastly visage before him. Extending a finger, a faint white light coalesced at its tip as he whispered, "Rodent." The white beam shot forth, striking the corpse, and a brilliant illumination ensued. When the light dissipated, the bald man's remains had vanished, leaving only a lifeless rat in its stead. "Ah, a dead rat will certainly go unnoticed," he mused, nodding in satisfaction as he carelessly tossed the rodent into a nearby corner. They were in an alley, devoid of surveillance cameras that might capture this extraordinary scene. Chapter 7. Greetings, chubby one. After disposing of the bald man's body, Gao Ming turned to Sophia, saying, "All right, Sophia, you may open your eyes now." Confused, she blinked her eyes open, having sensed a flash of light even while they were closed. Yet, she had refrained from looking as per Gao Ming's request. Upon opening her eyes, Sophia was astonished to discover that the bald man's body had completely vanished, exclaiming in surprise, Where did he go?" A chilling image of a corpse rising from the ground and fleeing suddenly invaded her mind, sending shivers down her spine. "I took care of it," Gao Ming said, casting a discreet glance at the dead rat nearby, and added nonchalantly, "You may consider his body to have vanished along with his demise." Sophia was left bewildered by his words. Were it a gaming enthusiast in earshot, they would undoubtedly scoff, questioning the logic of monsters disappearing upon defeat as though they could simply respawn. To prevent Sophia from pursuing the matter further, Gao Ming hastily shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, shall I escort you home? Where do you live? I can escort you home for safety's sake." Upon hearing this, Sophia did not decline but nodded in agreement. The events of the evening had indeed frightened her considerably, and the prospect of continuing alone was daunting. With Gao Ming by her side, she felt a sense of reassurance. "My home is at." Sophia disclosed her address, prompting Gao Ming to fall silent. Noticing his reaction, Sophia inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Well," Gao Ming replied awkwardly, "I'm not familiar with the area. Could you be a bit more specific?" Sophia's mouth fell slightly agape, taken aback, as she observed Gao Ming's increasing discomfort under her gaze. He fidgeted with his hair and murmured shyly, "I live in Queens, not Hell's Kitchen. Isn't it normal not to know the way?" Gao Ming's innocent remark sparked a light in Sophia's eyes. She silently made a decision. Understanding and empathetic, Sophia did not allow Gao Ming's embarrassment to linger. "All right, let me explain the directions," she said casually. After detailing the route, Gao Ming nodded, indicating he had memorized it. However, upon noticing Sophia's slender frame, an unexpected impulse overtook him, and he suddenly bent down, lifting her in his arms amidst her startled exclamation. His expression remained composed, but internally he was exclaiming, "What on earth? How did I just pick her up?" Honestly, a girl's body is like cotton, so light and soft, he thought, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. He discreetly invoked a calming force to steady his mind. Sophia, blushing, covered her face and murmured, "Put me down." "Stay still," Gao Ming replied nonchalantly. "I'll get you home shortly." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed off with her in his arms. Sophia barely registered the rapid blur of her surroundings before she realized they had arrived at her doorstep. Gao Ming glanced around casually. It was an ordinary house typical for Hell's Kitchen, indicating she likely lived with family. "Could you let me down now?" Sophia said, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Only then did Gao Ming realize he had yet to set her down. He quickly released her, and as her feet touched the ground, Sophia instinctively stepped back, creating a slight distance between them. Ahem, well, since you're home safe, I should take my leave, Gao Ming said, eager to depart. He wondered what had compelled him to act so boldly. In his past life, his interactions with girls had scarcely progressed beyond holding hands, a relic of his kindergarten days. As Gao Ming prepared to leave, Sophia suddenly called out, "Will we have the chance to meet again?" Gao Ming smiled, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "If fate allows," he replied, and with that, he surged away with remarkable speed. As the figure of Gao Ming faded from view, a sense of melancholy washed over Sophia, prompting her to murmur to herself, though she was unaware of whom she spoke, "It will happen, won't it?" The stars in the night sky twinkled, as if contemplating the very same question. Enveloped in darkness, Hell's Kitchen remained aglow with countless lights, masquerading the shadows beneath. Wilson Fisk stood calmly in his bedroom, gazing out at the nocturnal panorama. At that moment, he resembled an ordinary balding man of ample stature, his neatly tailored suit enhancing his appearance. Yet, who would suspect that this seemingly unremarkable and affable figure was, in fact, the godfather of the city's underworld? Together with the Japanese Yakuza and the Russian mob, he had divided the nefarious forces of Hell's Kitchen. In the future, he would unify the entire American underworld, ascending to the throne of the Dark Realm. However, at this juncture, Wilson had yet to become the formidable crime lord of the future, still operating in the shadows and discreetly expanding his influence. Yet, within the confines of Hell's Kitchen, all nefarious characters understood who truly wielded power in the city, and none dared to reveal Wilson's existence. In the original television series, when Matt pressed a gang member to disclose Wilson's identity as the overlord of all gangs, the terrified informant, fearing the repercussions of his betrayal, chose to leap to his demise. No matter how ruthless the criminals were, the mere mention of Wilson's name rendered them timid as mice. A figure capable of instilling such dread among all gang members, who would rather perish than divulge his true identity, could hardly be as innocuous as he appeared. Wilson gazed absently out the window, unconsciously touching the badge pinned to his chest, an heirloom from his father, whom he had tragically slain. Memories of his past flooded back. As a child, after his father's failed bid for city council, the man had grown increasingly volatile. His father was a man of ferocity. On one occasion, when Wilson intervened to prevent someone from tearing down his father's campaign sign, he was beaten. His father brought him before the assailant, mercilessly beating the man until he bled, compelling young Wilson to kick him as well, instilling in him the lesson that one must retaliate fiercely when wronged. Under his father's command, Wilson nearly beat the man to death. As time progressed, his father's brutality escalated, subjecting Wilson's mother to violent abuse. Unable to bear witnessing his mother's suffering, Wilson seized a hammer in a fit of rage and struck his father down, blow after blow, until he lay lifeless. Subsequently, his mother disposed of the body and concealed the crime, sending Wilson to live with relatives on a farm. To this day, the harrowing image of his father's death remains etched in his memory, for each time he gazes into a mirror, he sees the innocent boy he once was, his face and clothes stained with his father's blood. Wilson's current achievements are inextricably linked to that bloody education. His father had planted a seed within him, and the act of killing his father catalyzed his transformation from timid boy to ruthless man. Regaining his composure, Wilson silently withdrew his gaze and turned around, preparing to rest as he had matters to discuss with several partners the following day. Just as he pivoted, a sudden deafening noise erupted behind him. Bang! Wilson swiftly turned to investigate, only to behold a figure clad entirely in black, a mask obscuring their face, frozen in a pose as if to strike. The window stood desolate, shards of glass strewn across the floor. What truly unsettled Wilson, however, was the fact that this individual floated in midair without the aid of any external support. Gao Ming, oblivious to the expanding shadow of fear in Wilson's mind, smirked beneath the mask, greeting him with a casual, "Good evening, chubby." Chapter 8. I merely sought someone to tailor my garments. Wilson's face contorted with rage, akin to a lion provoked into a furious roar, yet beneath his anger lay a flicker of trepidation. As a leader of the underworld, he had encountered countless storms, but the scene before him exceeded his comprehension, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Even in his current state, not yet the Dark Emperor of the future, Wilson maintained the demeanor of a superior, expertly concealing his true emotions. Calmly, he inquired, "Esteemed guest, is it not somewhat impolite to visit in such a manner?" With an air of nonchalance, Wilson approached the bedside and sat down with deliberate ease, as if the aggressive visitor posed no threat. He rested his hands on the edge of the bed, discreetly pressing a hidden button. As a powerful figure in the underworld, Wilson was not without his security measures. The bed's edge was outfitted with a device to emit a distress signal. Noticing that Gao Ming remained unaware of his subtle actions, Wilson felt a slight sense of relief. All he needed to do was buy time until his subordinates arrived. Unbeknownst to Wilson, his covert plea for help was entirely perceived by Gao Ming. The mystical talisman granted extraordinary strength, enhancing not merely physical power, but the entirety of one's bodily capabilities, including heightened sensory perception. Thus, noticing Wilson's minute gestures was an effortless feat for Gao Ming in his current state. Although Gao Ming recognized Wilson's discreet signal and understood it to be a call for aid, he refrained from intervening or swiftly eliminating Wilson. Instead, he crossed his arms and continued to float in the air, watching Wilson's actions with a mocking demeanor. Before Wilson could divert the conversation, Gao Ming spoke in a peculiar tone. Are you afraid? Afraid? No. I am rather intrigued by your ability to fly. Is it the result of some groundbreaking invention? Wilson deftly redirected the topic while calculating how long it would take for his men to arrive. A device? Oh, no. No. It's merely a minor trick. Hardly remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Gao Ming replied modestly. Wilson responded, You are indeed humble, but may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit this evening? As he spoke, Wilson remained on high alert, ready to retaliate at the slightest hint of aggression from the other party. Although the individual before him displayed remarkable prowess, it did not imply that Wilson would succumb without a fight. Gao Ming propped his chin thoughtfully, gradually lowering himself to the ground, and said, Actually, I have come to seek your assistance. Wilson, maintaining his composure, inquired politely, If there is any way I can assist you, please do let me know. Let us first find a quieter place, Gao Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Wilson furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance as he asked, What do you mean, sir? Before he could finish, Wilson suddenly lunged forward, his fists clenched, launching an attack at Gao Ming with a fierce glint in his eyes. In response to Wilson's onslaught, Gao Ming casually waved his hand, unleashing tremendous force that not only deflected Wilson's punch, but sent him crashing into the furnishings of the bedroom. Why the need for this? Gao Ming lamented, shaking his head as he approached Wilson unhurriedly. Watching Gao Ming draw closer, Wilson could no longer disguise his rising panic. The overwhelming power displayed by Gao Ming, coupled with the earlier demonstration of his ability to float, instilled an unshakable fear in Wilson, prompting him to instinctively retreat. At that moment, the bedroom door burst open, and a horde of menacing black-clad bodyguards stormed in, brandishing firearms aimed at Gao Ming. Oh dear, firearms, this won't do. I fear pain, Gao Ming's voice echoed. The bodyguards soon realized that the bullets they had fired had all gone astray, as Gao Ming's figure had vanished, leaving them in a state of dread. Just as they prepared to shout a warning, a searing burst of flames erupted towards them. Caught completely off guard, the flames collided with the black-clad guards, resulting in a violent explosion that silenced their cries, leaving them incinerated in an instant, reduced to charred remains. The entrance of the bedroom lay in ruins due to the fiery blast. Wow, I didn't expect such a commotion, Gao Ming mused. Having taken a second life, he felt considerably better. Although a slight discomfort lingered within him, it was no longer nauseating. His complexion had paled slightly, yet the mask concealed this change. Utilizing the speed of the rabbit talisman allowed Gao Ming to effortlessly evade all bullets, while the snake talisman granted him invisibility, rendering the enemy aimless. He then took advantage of his stealth to launch a surprise attack with the dragon talisman. The first use of the dragon talisman proved to be as devastating as he had hoped, truly a display of brute force. Though dispatching a group of mere underlings was a matter of moments, he decided not to waste any time. Before Wilson's remaining subordinates could arrive, Gao Ming carefully controlled his strength and delivered a precise strike to the back of Wilson's neck, rendering him unconscious. As expected, Wilson succumbed to the blow, and Gao Ming surveyed the unconscious figure with satisfaction, nodding to himself, having long wished to test this technique. Seizing one of Wilson's legs, Gao Ming leapt through the shattered window, leaving behind a bewildered group of subordinates who were just arriving, guns raised and exchanging uncertain glances. With a sudden splash of icy water upon his face, Wilson awoke from his stupor, his mind still clouded. As his vision gradually sharpened, he discerned a figure clad entirely in black standing before him. Memories of the events preceding his unconsciousness flooded back, prompting him to rise swiftly and adopt a defensive stance. However, recalling the prowess of his opponent, Wilson reluctantly allowed his clenched fists to drop, his spirit quelled by resignation. With a mix of bitterness and agitation, Wilson inquired, What is it that you wish to extract from me? My life. Gao Ming, seemingly embarrassed, replied, Actually, I have come to request that you summon Melvin Porter to craft a garment for me. Upon hearing Gao Ming's response, Wilson's expression turned blank, soon replaced by a surge of indignation. How absurd. Could he not have simply asked me to arrange for a meeting in a civilized manner instead of dragging me to a rooftop? It dawned on him that they were atop an apartment building, likely still within Hell's Kitchen. Was it not enough to seize him on a rooftop? They lacked even a designated basement for confinement? Wilson felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. What was his status, reduced to being captured on a rooftop by a mere ruffian? All for the sake of clothing. At that moment, his mind was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. Yet, a flicker of hope sparked within him. If this ruffian sought Melvin, perhaps his life was spared? However, Gao Ming's next words plunged him back into despair, and I might as well eliminate you. Why? Why? Tell me why? Wilson felt himself teetering on the brink of madness, questioning why his life was still at stake. Gao Ming, with an air of curiosity, retorted, why? Are you not aware of the multitude of wrongs you have committed? Is it not a matter of course to eliminate you, the head of a gang? The counterargument left Wilson, in his state of hysteria, momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware of his transgressions, but was unwilling to concede. He had sacrificed too much to attain his current position. With a fierce scowl, Wilson bellowed, I aspire to transform this city into something better, to cultivate a brighter future. Why must you come to destroy all that? Gao Ming, unimpressed by Wilson's shameless self-portrayal as a benefactor, rolled his eyes and responded, I truly admire your audacity. A prominent gang leader claims innocence as if he were blameless. Moreover, suddenly stepping closer, Gao Ming caused Wilson to retreat a few steps, his gaze wary. Ignoring Wilson's startled reaction, Gao Ming continued, I do not reside in Hell's Kitchen. Your attempts to beautify this city hold no relevance for me. Wilson, nearly choking on his words, retorted, if you are not from Hell's Kitchen, what business do you have meddling here? Was he truly destined to fall into the hands of this ruffian? Filled with a sense of despair, Wilson recalled that the other party was seeking Melvin to craft garments. It was as if he clutched at a lifeline, exclaiming, aren't you looking for Melvin to help you create a piece of clothing? Why not strike a bargain? I can tell you where he is, and you can let me go. What do you say? Wilson, in his desperation, was grasping at straws. However, Gao Ming was resolute in his refusal, stating, Melvin serves you for the safety of his daughter. If I do not eliminate you, how can he focus on crafting garments for me? Do not even pretend that you would spare Melvin's daughter. If you survive, would you truly overlook today's events? Without waiting for Wilson's reply, Gao Ming bluntly declared, I'm afraid I do not believe you. Gao Ming's words were akin to a death sentence for Wilson. Faced with inevitable doom, Wilson refused to await his fate passively. He lunged at Gao Ming, throwing powerful punches in an attempt to strike him. Yet, Gao Ming merely yawned and effortlessly deflected each relentless attack with a single hand. As Wilson observed Gao Ming dismissively blocking each of his vigorous blows, despair enveloped him further. Ultimately, after exhausting his strength in countless futile strikes, Wilson collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Gao Ming flicked his hand and inquired, are you done playing? Wilson, teetering on the brink of madness, laughed maniacally. Ha! Killing me will change nothing. This city will inevitably be shrouded in darkness, and all will succumb to sin and decay. You cannot stop me, ha ha ha. Gao Ming nonchalantly replied, what do I care? Hell's Kitchen is best left to Daredevil for protection. Daredevil? Wilson paused, perplexed by this new name. Before he could ponder further, he saw Gao Ming pressing his knuckles, slowly advancing towards him. Now, let me prepare a fitting end for you. As usual, Melvin limped back to his workshop, toolbox in hand. He poured himself a glass of honey water from the refrigerator, savoring it with an expression of pure delight. Though Melvin's intellect was somewhat below average, even the simplest honey water could bring him immense joy. Yet, this seemingly simple-minded man possessed extraordinary craftsmanship. Fabric lay strewn across his desk, alongside a mannequin adorned with a half-finished vest, crafted from the very materials that Melvin had ingeniously developed. Boasting remarkable durability capable of withstanding most attacks, Wilson was clad in a vest made by Melvin, in the realm of television dramas. It felt as though every blow from Matt was merely a tickle to Wilson. Melvin's mentality resembled that of an immature child, always striving to be a good person as per his daughter's wishes. However, when Wilson threatened the safety of his daughter, Melvin found himself compelled to work for him. Suddenly, the warehouse gate was yanked open, and Melvin stood frozen in fear as an unwelcome guest entered. Gao Ming stepped in, dragging the battered Wilson behind him, and cheerfully greeted Melvin. Good evening, Melvin. I have your delivery. Chapter 9. The proper use of the tiger talisman. Melvin gazed in trepidation at the approaching Gao Ming, particularly as the latter was dragging along an individual whose visage was marred, bruised, and utterly unrecognizable. It then dawned on Melvin that their location had been compromised, prompting him to frantically shriek, No, you should not be here. You cannot appear here. Absolutely not. His tone resonated with a mix of desperation and fury, causing him to momentarily forget his fear as he lunged at Gao Ming with a roar. Gao Ming, having been privy to American television dramas, was acutely aware of the reasons behind Melvin's sudden emotional outburst. He deftly sidestepped Melvin's fist, and as Melvin turned to strike again, Gao Ming resolutely positioned Wilson in front of him as a human shield. Bang! Wilson, already rendered unconscious by Gao Ming's prior assault, felt as though he had endured yet another heavy blow in his stupor. Groggily, he managed to slightly open his eyes, mumbling something incoherent before slipping back into a deeper state of unconsciousness. Congratulations, you've landed a punch on Wilson Fisk, Gao Ming remarked with a touch of dark humor, simultaneously reminding Melvin that the rather disheveled individual before them was none other than the nefarious crime lord who instilled fear into the hearts of all wrongdoers in Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing the name Wilson Fisk, Melvin was taken aback, immediately focusing his attention on the man now lying before him. He squinted, trying to discern any semblance of the man he once knew. However, the grotesque visage of Wilson rendered him unrecognizable. Shaking his head, Melvin protested, "No, you must be mistaken. This is absolutely not Mr. Wilson." Gao Ming glanced at Wilson's current state and sighed. Well, considering he has been beaten to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him, it's no wonder you find it hard to believe. With a sigh, he extended a finger to Wilson's face, invoking his healing powers. "I've struck you, and now I'll aid your recovery." What strange logic is this? Gao Ming did not fully restore Wilson's injuries. He merely alleviated some of the swelling on his face, halting the process at a point where his appearance was somewhat recognizable. "Now, see for yourself, is this not Wilson?" Melvin, oblivious to the magic Gao Ming had just wielded, stared at Wilson with an expression of sheer horror. He sank to his knees, pleading, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Mr. Wilson, it is my fault. All my fault. Please spare Beatrice. She is innocent." "Oh, my poor Beatrice." Witnessing Melvin's desperate pleas, Gao Ming felt a mix of exasperation and empathy. Despite Melvin's palpable fear of Wilson, it was evident that his true concern lay in the safety of his daughter. This simple-minded man, in his own way, was a devoted father. "Calm yourself, Melvin," Gao Ming said steadily. "Wilson has been subdued. Beatrice is no longer in danger." Melvin ceased his entreaties, casting a fearful glance at Wilson before looking at Gao Ming with eyes filled with hope. "Really? Beatrice will truly not be harmed?" "I came here today specifically to eliminate Wilson, ensuring he can no longer threaten anyone again," Gao Ming replied. Melvin was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, hold your gratitude." Gao Ming raised his hand to signal him to pause. "I do have conditions." Upon hearing this, Melvin was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking. Could it be that Gao Ming was akin to Wilson, a villain compelling him to commit wrongful acts? If that were the case, Melvin would not dare to resist, fearing that Gao Ming might also resort to coercion. "My condition is for you to create a garment for me." Gao Ming slowly articulated the purpose of his visit. "Just one piece." Melvin was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Is it really just to make one garment? Is it truly that simple?" Gao Ming's request for merely a single piece of clothing was not akin to Wilson's threats that compelled Melvin into complicity. Crafting a single garment was, for Melvin, an exceedingly simple task. Gao Ming waved his finger and added, "Of course, it's not that straightforward. The garment I require has specific demands." Glancing around, Gao Ming noticed several sheets of white paper and a pen on Melvin's workstation. He approached the table, seized the pen, and, with dazzling speed, sketched the design from memory in a flurry of strokes. Thanks to his previous obsession with the otaku culture and a brief study of sketching to depict goddesses from anime, Gao Ming's skills, while not professional, were adequate to avoid producing an abstract piece. Handing the sketch to Melvin, Gao Ming instructed, "Design the garment according to this. These areas here and here should be gold, the rest should be white." Upon examining the sketch, Melvin's innate design talent allowed him to discern the garment's characteristics at a glance. It was elongated and slender, enhancing agility and enabling swifter movement. Perfectly suited for a nimble uniform. Instinctively, Melvin grasped the pen, immersed in refining the rough design before him. He meticulously altered every detail, rendering the design more coherent and optimizing it further. Before long, a professional design draft emerged, one that elicited a sense of embarrassment in Gao Ming, the original creator. Through Melvin's bold modifications, the swift battle suit became even more intricate, surpassing the original design in flair, resembling a true work of art. Once he completed the revisions, Melvin emerged from his trance, gazing at the transformed design with satisfaction. Yet, recalling that he had unilaterally modified Gao Ming's initial sketch, he felt a pang of anxiety and said, "I'm sorry, it was instinctive." Gao Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I actually hope you pursue perfection. Create this garment for me, and the coloring should follow my earlier instructions. These areas here and here will be gold, while the rest will be white." Gao Ming pointed to the lightning symbols on either side of the hood and the stripes on the suit, reiterating his specifications. Melvin nodded earnestly. "I understand. I will fulfill your requirements." After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but inquire, "Do you truly only want me to make one garment? No additional requests?" "Without a doubt. I captured Wilson solely to enlist your assistance in crafting a garment." Gao Ming reiterated his intentions, aiming to reassure Melvin. However, Melvin was perplexed as to why he had been chosen for this task. Gao Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "There is no other option, in my recollection. Your craftsmanship is the only one that inspires trust." Gao Ming implied that Melvin was renowned for his tailoring skills within the Marvel Universe, a notion that Melvin misinterpreted, leading to a swell of pride in being trusted. He fervently declared, "Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself entirely to creating the most exquisite piece of art in my lifetime." Very well. Although Gao Ming was unsure why Melvin had suddenly become so fervent, he found no reason to interrupt this newfound enthusiasm. He gestured towards the unconscious Wilson on the ground and inquired, "What do you propose I do with Wilson? He also serves as a form of deposit for your services." Melvin stared blankly at the still unconscious Wilson, hesitating as fear and anger flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. B.I.'s urged me to be a good person. I must heed her counsel and strive to do good. I no longer wish to engage in villainy." Upon hearing Melvin's response, Gao Ming did not look down upon him. While Melvin's decision seemed overly benevolent, it stemmed from his daughter's desire for him to embody goodness, a choice Gao Ming respected. However, this presented a conundrum. Gao Ming had initially intended to eliminate Wilson outright, but that option was now clearly off the table. He understood the dangers of sparing a foe, akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Gao Ming's mind began to race, seeking alternative solutions. If killing was out of the question, what could be done instead? Reflecting on the 12 talismans and their respective powers, one particular talisman came to mind. The Tiger Talisman, symbolizing balance, could bifurcate a person's dual nature of good and evil into two distinct entities. What if he divided Wilson into two beings, eliminating the malevolent one and retaining the virtuous? Perhaps the benevolent Wilson would renounce his criminal affiliations and genuinely embark on a philanthropic journey. The thought of such a transformation was quite amusing. Would the altruistic Wilson's subordinates perceive him as having lost his mind? With determination, Gao Ming promptly invoked the seldom-used Tiger Talisman. Under Melvin's astonished gaze, Wilson suddenly split into two. Unlike Melvin, who was stunned by Wilson's division, Gao Ming found himself at a loss for words regarding the peculiarities of the talisman. A person could be divided into good and evil. Yet why did the clothing also split? Did garments possess a moral dimension? Despite his internal grumblings about the talisman's absurdities, he recognized that one need not dwell on the intricacies of such magical phenomena, especially within the Marvel Universe, where wonders abounded. Gao Ming elucidated to Melvin, "This is one of my extraordinary abilities, akin to magic. As you can see, Wilson has been divided into two, one brimming with benevolence and the other steeped in malevolence." Melvin was taken aback, for what Gao Ming spoke was utterly revolutionary to his understanding. Even with his limited intellect, he grasped the magnitude of Gao Ming's prowess. Curiously, he inquired, "So, Mr. Wilson has been split into a good Mr. Wilson and a bad Mr. Wilson?" Gao Ming nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I intend to retain the virtuous one and eradicate the wicked. This city requires only the good Wilson, not the malevolent one. Moreover, the benevolent Wilson is a paragon of virtue, and you need not fear that he will pose any threat to you." Upon hearing Gao Ming's resolution, Melvin nodded in agreement. Although it still entailed the demise of one Wilson, preserving the kind-hearted version was a commendable outcome. Melvin glanced about anxiously, lamenting, "Which one is the good Mr. Wilson?" This question momentarily stumped Gao Ming, who wasn't certain which was which. However, with a flicker of inspiration, he devised a simple solution. Approaching the two Wilsons, Gao Ming delivered a sharp slap to each, rousing them from their stupor. The Wilson on the left, upon regaining consciousness, groggily rubbed his injured face and suddenly wept, exclaiming, "I have committed too many heinous acts. I deserve to face judgment. Please, end my life. A wretch like me does not deserve to live." As he spoke, he fell into profound remorse, tears welling in his eyes as he buried his face in his hands. Meanwhile, the Wilson on the right, upon awakening, glared at Gao Ming. His expression twisted in rage. Though hindered by his injuries, he bellowed, "Damn you! I will kill you! I will kill you!" With a swift blow, Gao Ming rendered the venomous Wilson unconscious once more. Turning to the bewildered Melvin, he remarked, "See? It's quite easy to distinguish between them." Chapter 10. I am the fastest man in the world. Observing the sorrowful Wilson, who was relentlessly repenting for his sins, contrasted sharply with the other Wilson, who had barely uttered a few threats before being knocked out. Melvin found himself in a state of confusion. The dichotomy between their behaviors was stark. One yearned for redemption through death, while the other grew increasingly vicious and cruel. Any reasonable person could discern which was the virtuous one and which was the villainous. How marvelous it was that Mr. Wilson had indeed transformed for the better. Melvin felt a profound satisfaction with the benevolent Wilson, though perhaps overly compassionate. He was at least a good man. As for the malevolent Wilson, Melvin naturally opted to leave his fate in Gao Ming's capable hands. One good Wilson sufficed. The existence of the bad one was unnecessary. The conclusion of the malevolent Wilson had already been conceived by Gao Ming. He inquired, "Melvin, how long will it take you to craft the garment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Melvin confidently replied, "Give me 10 days. And I shall produce a masterpiece that meets your expectations." "Very well, I shall return in 10 days, Gao Ming responded, lifting both the benevolent and malevolent Wilsons before turning to depart. "You need not worry about Bee's safety. Wilson will no longer pose a threat to her." "Oh, how could I bear to harm an innocent child? I am indeed deserving of the gravest punishment." The benevolent Wilson, still consumed by remorse, was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing Gao Ming's words, weeping profusely as he struck his chest in despair. Gao Ming remarked, while Melvin interjected, "Ugh, how bothersome." Yet, upon hearing the benevolent Wilson's words, Melvin breathed a sigh of relief. At last, Bees would be safe. With his anxieties alleviated, Melvin's professionalism resurfaced. "Your Grace, allow me to take your measurements." He picked up a measuring tape and, before Gao Ming could respond, began to diligently measure his height and dimensions. Gao Ming shrugged, unperturbed. Once the measurements were completed, Gao Ming held on to both Wilsons and made his way toward the door. Melvin hastily asked, "I still do not know how to address you." "You may call me Mr. Gao," he replied casually before soaring into the air, quickly vanishing from sight. Melvin solemnly gazed in the direction Gao Ming had departed, declaring, "Mr. Gao, I shall not betray your trust." After absorbing a plethora of motivational sentiments aimed at rectifying past mistakes, the benevolent Wilson finally stabilized his emotions. Though he occasionally succumbed to bouts of sorrow, muttering phrases of guilt, after repeated reassurances, he concealed his remorse deep within, adopting a more tranquil demeanor, albeit with diminished ferocity and increased serenity. "Your Grace, I will dedicate my life to aiding others, hoping to alleviate my burdens of guilt." "Oh, what have I done?" After the benevolent Wilson made his vow, Gao Ming accepted the business card he offered, inscribed with his phone number for future correspondence. Before departing with the malevolent Wilson in tow, the benevolent Wilson stood on a street corner, quietly awaiting his subordinates, his eyes filled with an inescapable sadness. It was only when they finally found him that he reined in his emotions, straightened his attire, and exhibited his usual authority. "From this day forth, there shall be only one of me, the true Wilson Fisk, who will transform this city for the better." Gao Ming brought the malevolent Wilson to the banks of a river outside Hell's Kitchen. With a casual toss, the unconscious malevolent Wilson felt a heavy impact to his face, the pain in his nose jolting him awake. Cursing in pain, he looked up to see Gao Ming, ready to unleash a torrent of invectives. But Gao Ming calmly raised a finger and declared, "Fish." A beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, striking the malevolent Wilson. When the brilliance faded, he had transformed into a fathead fish. Gao Ming was uncertain whether the lively, plump fish before him was indeed a fathead fish. He merely referred to it as a fish without specifying the species, allowing the malevolent Wilson's form to randomly transform. It was rather unsightly. With a gentle kick, Gao Ming sent the fathead fish back into the river, watching as it wiggled a few times before swiftly swimming away. A fish's memory lasts only 7 seconds. Whatever nefarious thoughts Wilson harbored were now completely forgotten. Gao Ming, feeling disinclined to intervene, decided to let the wicked Wilson live out his life as a fish, left to fend for himself. Upon returning home, Gao Ming did not engage in any further activities. During the day, he wandered aimlessly, taking in the sights of New York, and at night, he discreetly dealt with some petty criminals. He had replaced the previously malfunctioning door lock, but was somewhat disappointed that Frank, whom he had knocked out with a single punch, did not retaliate. It seemed he was merely a coward who preyed on the weak. Before long, 10 days had passed, and it was time to meet Melvin to collect the results. Dressed in his novice attire, Gao Ming expertly activated his cloaking and levitation speed, reveling in the thrill of speed and adrenaline as he raced to Melvin's warehouse like lightning. Upon landing, he was greeted by a brand new gate. All right. Last time he had barged in forcefully. This time, he would be more courteous. He raised his hand and knocked, producing a heavy sound, inadvertently leaving several dents in the gate. "Oops, forgot to control my strength. Melvin, I have arrived." At the sound, the gate slowly ascended, revealing Melvin's earnest face, brimming with excitement. "Mr. Gao, I have completed your outfit," Melvin exclaimed joyfully, bending down to retrieve a box from a storage cabinet, placing it on the workbench with a beaming smile. Gao Ming stepped forward, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Allow me to see your creation." Melvin nodded enthusiastically, opened the box, and turned it toward Gao Ming, proudly displaying his remarkable handiwork. Inside lay a neatly folded set of attire, a golden and white leather suit, reminiscent of the one Gao Ming recalled, yet with subtle enhancements that Melvin had made, rendering the overall appearance even more exquisite. Upon gazing at this splendid masterpiece, Gao Ming could hardly restrain his eagerness. He seized the outfit and, with a swift activation of his speed, changed into it in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Melvin beheld Gao Ming clad in the rapid battle suit. The elongated white leather made Gao Ming appear remarkably agile, exuding an air of grace and poise. The golden lightning stripes lent a fierce edge, accentuating his noble and commanding presence. As he moved around, he felt no discomfort. The fit of the attire was impeccable, neither too tight nor too loose. The leather, crafted from special materials, felt smooth against his skin. It must be said that Melvin's craftsmanship exceeded Gao Ming's expectations. This suit garnered nothing but praise from him. The enveloping helmet completely obscured Gao Ming's head, with specially crafted lenses protecting his delicate eyes. To complete this ensemble, I utilized all my bespoke materials, dedicating immense time and effort, and at last, Melvin proudly declared that this attire minimized friction with the air to an extraordinary degree, boasting fire resistance and formidable defense against sharp weapons and firearms, achieving a level of bulletproof protection. Upon finishing, Melvin gazed at Gao Ming with an eager anticipation, reminiscent of a child awaiting parental praise. Gao Ming did not hold back his admiration. "Well done, Melvin. No one could have crafted this better than you. This suit is precisely to my liking. I can find no faults." Encouraged by Gao Ming's affirmation, Melvin couldn't help but beam with pride. Approaching a large rectangular mirror, Gao Ming scrutinized his appearance. His physique was rather unremarkable, typical of an average person, yet donned in the swift battle suit, he exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, rendering him remarkably impressive. In that moment, Gao Ming truly resembled a speedster, albeit lacking the accompanying lightning effects of super speed. Lightning? I wonder if this could work, he mused, concentrating intently on his eyes. Gradually, a dazzling golden electricity flickered in his gaze. It indeed works. Gazing at his own luminous eyes in the mirror, Gao Ming reveled in his ingenious idea. He had just conceived that although he couldn't envelop himself entirely in lightning, the electric eye from the pig talisman could imbue his eyes with a lightning effect, provided he could control it and prevent the electricity from discharging. Well, it seems I've put considerable effort into impressing, he thought. Meanwhile, Melvin was left in awe. When Gao Ming turned to him, his eyes crackling with electricity, Melvin felt every nerve in his body tense, as if exposed to the gaze of death itself. The golden sparks cloaked Gao Ming's eyes, obscuring his emotions, instilling a sense of dread akin to confronting a deity. Overwhelmed by Gao Ming's piercing stare, Melvin trembled, nearly collapsing under the weight of his fear. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, Gao Ming quietly ceased the power of the talisman. As the electric glow dissipated, Melvin relaxed, yet remained visibly shaken. Noticing Melvin's disconcerted demeanor, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and his fearful gaze, Gao Ming inquired, "What's wrong?" "That was truly terrifying," Melvin stammered, his tongue tied. "Mr. Gao, your eyes just now frightened me immensely." Lacking the vocabulary to articulate his fear eloquently, Melvin's candid expression of panic, coupled with his genuine apprehension, made it abundantly clear to Gao Ming just how intimidating he had appeared moments ago. The mystical gaze of the pig talisman not only serves as a display of bravado, but also possesses an innate ability to instill fear. Could it be that a mere glare could cause adversaries to tremble in terror? Gao Ming pondered momentarily before regaining his senses. Noticing Melvin's timid demeanor, he felt a pang of guilt. It was indeed unkind to frighten an innocent soul. "My apologies, Melvin, I did not intend to scare you." Taken aback by Gao Ming's apology, Melvin hastily waved his hands, overwhelmed with gratitude. No. How could I ever blame you?" Once he regained his composure, though still somewhat shaken, Melvin's admiration for Gao Ming grew. The formidable prowess and equitable treatment displayed by Gao Ming left Melvin utterly impressed, prompting him to wholeheartedly dedicate himself to serving him. After scrutinizing the sleek battle suit from head to toe, Gao Ming felt an irresistible urge to don it and embrace the thrill of unrestrained speed. Glancing at the discarded uniform, he contemplated its fate. Should he cast it aside? However, that black ensemble had cost him a staggering $150, and to toss it away after only a few wears seemed wasteful. Yet, upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, the elongated and elegant battle suit far surpassed the drab black attire, rendering it utterly inferior. In a moment of decisive clarity, Gao Ming discarded the black uniform into the trash can beside his workstation and bid farewell to Melvin. "I will wear this suit as I leave." Wilson shall no longer pose a threat to you. Rest assured and live peacefully with bees. Melvin bowed respectfully, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Gao. May you find safety and peace throughout your life. Beneath the mask, a smile graced Gao Ming's lips as he reminded himself to remain virtuous. In the next instant, a tempestuous wind surged forth, stinging his face, and Melvin barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting silhouette as Gao Ming vanished from his sight. With a newfound sense of reverence, Melvin bowed once more. Perhaps due to the battle suit, Gao Ming, having reveled in the exhilaration of swift flight, felt his blood ignite with fervor, every cell in his body seemingly jubilant, urging him to run even faster. Navigating through a myriad of buildings and darting past bewildered pedestrians, Gao Ming's spirit soared, prompting him to declare at the top of his lungs, "I am the fastest man in the world." Yet, he felt a twinge of discomfort with the proclamation. Chapter 11. Everyone is racing against time after indulging in an exhilarating sprint that covered nearly every corner of Hell's Kitchen. Gao Ming's fervent emotions gradually subsided. Refreshing, he halted in front of a CAF, satisfaction washing over him. However, as he peered through the glass, witnessing the patron's astonished expressions and wide-eyed stares, he realized he had forgotten to activate his invisibility. Blast it! How careless of me! Instinctively, Gao Ming prepared to cloak himself. But he quickly suppressed the thought, uncertain of how much the CAF's occupants had already witnessed. Looking around, he noticed a considerable number of pedestrians traversing the street. A crowd had gathered around him, most of whom had taken out their phones, snapping pictures with flashes while whispering among themselves and pointing in his direction. Thanks to the enhanced hearing from his Neo Fu talisman, Gao Ming could clearly discern their conversations. Is he a cross-dresser? Is that perverse? Could it be a stunt for some show? No, perhaps he escaped from a mental institution. Did anyone see when he appeared? Most of the dialogue centered around the battle suit he was wearing, yet the remarks were far from amicable. Gao Ming felt a pang of discomfort. Did they not possess a sense of normal aesthetic judgment? Suddenly, a boy exclaimed loudly. He just appeared in a flash. Could it be teleportation? As soon as he spoke, many turned to mock him, and the boy, feeling the weight of their derisive gazes, quickly bowed his head and fled. Others who had witnessed Gao Ming's emergence stood in disbelief, questioning whether they were hallucinating while fixated on him. More and more passers-by were drawn to the scene, and the crowd continued to swell. Realizing he could no longer linger, Gao Ming knew he must depart swiftly. After all, he would eventually have to present this image to the public. He might as well consider this an early debut. Leaning slightly forward, he assumed a starting position, scanning for an opening. Then, with a swift gust of wind, he bolted forward, startling several pedestrians who fell to the ground in shock. The astonished onlookers soon discovered that the eccentric figure had vanished without a trace. Oh my goodness! The next few hours were destined to be anything but tranquil for this street. Once he escaped the bustling area, Gao Ming wasted no time in taking flight, ensuring he activated his invisibility this time. In full-speed flight mode, it took him little time to return to Queens, back to his apartment. Just as he reached his doorstep, his neighbor coincidentally opened their door and spotted a suspicious-looking individual clad in a white bodysuit standing at the entryway of the Chinese man's home, causing them to tense up with apprehension. Noticing the neighbor's scrutiny, Gao Ming felt a mischievous impulse and slowly raised a hand, activating his super speed. His palm began to vibrate at an extraordinary frequency. This was a technique inspired by the Flash, where high-frequency vibrations could achieve a sharp cutting effect. During the days of waiting for Melvin to complete the uniform, Gao Ming had not been idle. Aside from the more destructive Dragon Talisman, he had practiced various other talisman abilities. For instance, he had honed the speed of the Rabbit Talisman, drawing inspiration from the Flash to develop skills such as the high-frequency palm strike. Subsequently, Gao Ming emulated another technique of the Flash, subtly manipulating his vocal cords to lower his pitch, thereby disguising his true voice. His tone became deep and resonant as he inquired, "What brings you here?" A flicker of electric light sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of a deity surveying a humble ant below. The neighbor was instantly struck with dread, the terror in his gaze intensifying until, at last, he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Observing the neighbor succumb to his fright, Gao Ming finally retracted his menacing demeanor and approached to assess the situation. The neighbor had merely fainted, posing no grave concerns. Gao Ming had no desire to cause undue harm. The fates of villains were inconsequential, but he wished to maintain a sense of moral integrity when it came to ordinary individuals. For precaution, he placed his palm upon the neighbor's forehead and activated a healing spell before retreating to his own room. Thanks to the restorative power, the neighbor soon regained consciousness, discovering an empty space before him, as if everything had merely been an illusion. Yet, plagued by unsettling thoughts, panic gripped him, causing him to forget his original purpose for leaving, and he hurriedly fled back home, locking the door behind him. Gao Ming stood before the mirror hanging on his wall, removing his helmet to gaze at his unremarkable face. If one were to inquire about the distinction between his doppelganger and himself, it would be the absence of spectacles. In his previous life, he had been severely myopic due to his obsession with the internet, whereas his counterpart lacked the economic means to engage with the online world, thus avoiding the sleepless nights that plagued Gao Ming. Consequently, his counterpart possessed a commendable physical condition and a vibrant demeanor, unlike Gao Ming's past, characterized by dark circles and a dispirited appearance. Moreover, the influence of talismanic powers subtly enhanced his physique, and although he still bore the same visage, it was gradually evolving towards an ideal form. Indeed, he found himself quite handsome, indulging in a moment of self-admiration in front of the mirror, unabashedly praising his own appearance. After a few moments of self-congratulation, he reclined upon his bed, contemplating his future plans. His uniform was prepared, and soon he would be ready to officially patrol and uphold the peace in Queens. This led his thoughts to the renowned local hero, Spider-Man. However, considering the circumstances, this was the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Spider-Man would likely be portrayed by the young actor, Tom Holland, rather than the classic trilogy or the Amazing series. At present, Peter Parker was still merely a child, and given that it was 2008, with Captain America: Civil War releasing in 2017, the new Spider-Man would debut when Peter Parker was 15. This meant that the current young Peter was merely 6 years old. Alas, Gao Ming lamented the fact that he would have to wait 9 years to witness the young arachnid hero as a devoted fan. Yet, he realized there was little he could do. It was hardly feasible to conjure Spider-Man into existence prematurely. Could one imagine a 6-year-old Spider-Man? That notion seemed rather amusing. Imagining an alternate version of Spider-Man, I found it rather endearing. Should I seek out a radioactive spider to bite young Peter, thus bringing forth this alternate Spider-Man? Gao Ming felt a stirring excitement at this whimsical thought, but upon further reflection, he ultimately dismissed this enticing yet mischievous notion, recognizing its impracticality. After all, young Peter is merely 6 years old. What might occur if a child of such tender age were to acquire superpowers? Even the 15-year-old Peter Parker exhibits a lack of maturity. What could be expected from 6-year-old Peter? It is likely he would simply indulge in playful antics with such abilities. Moreover, the fateful radioactive spider that irrevocably altered Peter Parker's life has yet to make its appearance. Even if research into genetic mutation has commenced, it would only pertain to some distant predecessor of that transformative spider, whose unstable mutated genes could yield nothing but a flawed creation. The image of a spider resembling Spider-Man, complete with 8 fuzzy legs and a silk-spinning rear, sent shivers down Gao Ming's spine. His plans for an early emergence of Spider-Man quickly shattered into oblivion. How fortunate that Marvel's beloved character was spared from my misguided intentions. While it is indeed a pity not to witness Spider-Man's arrival, Gao Ming's resolve to combat crime has only grown stronger. He now seeks to rid Queens of its petty criminal elements, thus positioning himself as a predecessor to Spider-Man. He envisioned the day when Spider-Man would bow before him, calling him senpai, and felt a thrill of anticipation. To leave a grand and noble image for the younger generation, he must commit to acts of heroism and justice. However, there remains another pressing task at hand. Considering the timeline, Tony Stark's original Mark I Iron Man suit must be nearing completion. Though the film indicates he was missing for 3 months, the exact number of days remains unspoken. It is unrealistic for Gao Ming to pinpoint the timeline with such precision, and he is currently unaware of Stark's location of captivity. A journey to the Middle East for an exhaustive search is imperative. Despite possessing flight and speed, time is of the essence. Any further delay risks losing the opportunity altogether. As for the location where Stark was ambushed, this information is no longer a secret online. By commencing his search at the site of the attack, Gao Ming is confident he will find Stark swiftly. Yet, he soon realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. If it were truly that simple to locate Stark, why had the military failed after 3 months of searching? Ultimately, it was Stark's own explosive escape that drew the attention of search parties. A sense of urgency welled within Gao Ming, prompting him to swiftly procure a mountaineering backpack, along with ample supplies of food and water. While the power of his dog talisman ensures he remains energized, Gao Ming prefers to maintain a regular diet. Once fully prepared, he donned his suit, hoisted the sizable backpack onto his shoulders, concealed his presence, and surged forward towards Afghanistan without hesitation. On the 3rd day of Gao Ming's journey to Afghanistan, he arrived at a stronghold of a certain terrorist organization. No longer can we afford to delay. The Mark I must be activated immediately. The speaker is none other than the illustrious Tony Stark, who, in this moment, finds himself in a most precarious predicament, captured and imprisoned by terrorists. His circumstances are far from favorable. Clad in tattered, filthy garments, he appears gaunt and weary. yet his eyes shine with the same brilliance as the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Beside him stands a scholarly figure, adorned with glasses perched on his nose and a suit speckled with dust, embodying the essence of an intellectual. This man is Dr. Ethan, whose intervention would alter the course of Tony Stark's life forever. Ethan, erudite and fluent in multiple languages, shares the same fate of captivity at the hands of the terrorists. It was he who performed the surgery to extract shrapnel from Tony's body, crafting a rudimentary electromagnet to hold the remaining bullet fragments at bay, thereby preserving Tony's life. Furthermore, it was Ethan's encouragement that staved off Tony's despair in the face of brutal treatment from their captors, rekindling his resolve. While feigning compliance by pretending to construct missiles for the terrorists, Tony utilized the materials provided to engineer the arc reactor in his chest and the cumbersome steel armor known as the Mark I. Ethan furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face as he began to speak. However, Tony interrupted, declaring that there was no time to waste. They must act immediately. Their escape plan, devised over the past 3 months, hinged upon Tony donning this armor and forcefully breaking free, just as success seemed imminent. The leader of the terrorists grew suspicious and issued an ultimatum: either create missiles for him or face execution. Witnessing his inventions being repurposed for the slaughter of innocent civilians, Tony resolutely refused to cooperate, unwilling to passively await his fate. Despite the lack of preparation, the escape plan would have to be expedited. Ethan opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. The situation had indeed escalated to a critical point where further deception was no longer viable. With no choice but to act, Tony and Ethan commenced their preparations for escape. Chapter 12. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as the Godfather. With Ethan's assistance, Tony donned the heavy steel armor, a hastily constructed ensemble designed for rapid deployment and reinforced for ballistic protection. Although the weight of the armor was cumbersome, the urgency of their situation left little room for discomfort. Ethan grasped a wrench, tightening screws as he inquired, "Now, please repeat the plan." Tony began to recite their meticulously crafted escape route. Take 41 steps forward, then proceed 16 steps to the door. At that moment, the terrorist leader, noticing the absence of Tony's presence on the surveillance monitors, observed Ethan busily attending to an apparatus obscured from the camera's view. Sensing something amiss, he dispatched 2 henchmen to investigate. The 2 subordinates approached the door of Tony and Ethan's workshop, peering through the peephole to catch a glimpse inside, where they only witnessed Ethan laboring at the apparatus, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Seeing Ethan's silence, Tony appeared more anxious than the 2 henchmen outside. "Speak up. Respond to him." This was in Hungarian, a language Ethan did not know. Ethan's expression grew more frantic, his movements unceasing. "Just say any Hungarian word." In his desperation, Ethan recalled a word, uttering it impulsively, only for it to be a Hungarian term whose meaning he himself had forgotten. This inadvertently provoked the 2 terrorists outside, one of whom violently yanked open the door, triggering the homemade bomb Tony had fashioned at the doorknob. The explosion sent the 2 terrorists flying, instantly meeting their demise. Although this eliminated the immediate threat, the iron door, their line of defense, was equally obliterated, and the terrorists, witnessing the chaos on the surveillance feed, rushed over in a furious haste. Tom was running out for Tony and Ethan. Ethan peered outside, spotting the charred remains of the 2 bodies, feeling a shiver of dread. "Activate the power system," Tony urged. Without hesitation, Ethan tossed aside the wrench, turned around, and under Tony's guidance, began to feverishly input commands on the keyboard as a progress bar appeared on the computer screen. Advancing slowly. To initiate the armor, it required a full charge, and as they watched the sluggish progress, both Tony and Ethan grew increasingly anxious, muttering faster, faster. However, just as the progress bar reached halfway, the terrorists drew ever closer. Ethan glanced at the still sluggish progress bar. Time was running out. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Tony and declared, "Hey, I'll buy you some time." Without waiting for a response, Ethan swiftly moved outside, seizing the assault rifle from one of the corpses. "Stick to the plan," Tony exclaimed in alarm, desperately attempting to dissuade Ethan, as his iron armor remained uncharged, rendering him immobile. Ignoring Tony's pleas, Ethan fired several shots to draw attention, then dashed out without looking back. "Ethan!" Tony shouted, his gaze fixed on the progress bar, his anxiety intensifying. Ethan sprinted frantically, firing his weapon into the air, causing several approaching terrorists to stumble and flee in disarray. Without a second thought, he pursued them relentlessly until he reached the cave entrance. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. Facing a line of armed terrorists pointing their weapons directly at him, Ethan's heart sank. It seemed he could delay them no longer. Meanwhile, as the progress bar reached its conclusion, a series of beeping notifications sounded. Tony silently descended from the platform, donning the rudimentary iron helmet. A few terrorists hastily approached, Noticing the two corpses on the ground, their caution heightened. Stealthily, they crept towards the dimly lit workspace. One of them being pushed forward by a small leader to scout the situation, nervously scanning the surroundings. When a light flickered behind him, he turned to behold the towering figure of the iron armor. A sudden shock coursed through his heart before he could raise his machine gun to shoot. The steel giant before him had already launched an attack, delivering a devastating punch that sent him sprawling. The remaining terrorists, yet to step inside, were like startled birds, frantically pulling the triggers of their weapons, the incessant sound of gunfire echoing through the air. In a short while, the barrage of bullets ceased, leaving the room in an eerie silence. A few of the henchmen relaxed momentarily, turning to find their leader's face contorted with fear, his eyes widening in horror as if he had witnessed an unspeakable nightmare. Sensing something amiss, the henchmen quickly turned, but before they could comprehend the situation, one by one, they were struck down, rendered unconscious. The lone standing lieutenant fired wildly at the imposing steel giant, yet the thick armor merely deflected the bullets. A heavy punch from the giant sent him crashing to the ground. At the far end of the corridor, the terrorists continued their frenzied shooting. But it proved to be futile. The steel giant advanced unscathed, and several terrorists lunged at him, only to be knocked aside in succession. Realizing their attacks were ineffective, the remaining terrorists swiftly lost their will to fight and began to scatter. Tony, with heavy footsteps, pressed forward, methodically eliminating any stragglers along the way. At the cave's entrance, the terrorist leader stood alone, gripping a rocket launcher, waiting for Tony to emerge. Though he maintained a facade of composure, fear and trepidation filled his heart. However, his pride as a leader and the bravado of a lawbreaker compelled him to confront his adversary. Tony, having navigated through numerous obstacles, finally reached the exit, only to find Ethan lying faintly nearby. Ethan. Just as Tony was about to approach him, he heard Ethan's anguished cry. "Be careful." Tony immediately spotted the bald leader standing at the exit, who aimed his rocket launcher at him. Thanks to Ethan's warning, Tony swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the deadly shot. After evading the bald leader's ambush, Tony raised his hand, aiming at the leader, but then shifted his target to the left of the bald leader. Before the leader could grasp the situation, he heard soft footsteps behind him and turned to see a figure clad in a white bodysuit casually entering the cave, a helmet obscuring their features. This unexpected guest paid no heed to the bald leader's gunpoint, speaking in a friendly tone, "I am looking for Tony Stark." At these words, Tony was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize this oddly dressed individual, while the bald leader mistakenly assumed they were Tony's accomplice and immediately launched an attack. Having just fired a round, the bald leader had not had the chance to reload, so he swung the launcher like a club at the newcomer. In the face of the bald leader's assault, the stranger appeared unfazed. Tony instinctively raised his hand, preparing to shoot the bald leader. However, the bald leader's strike missed its mark, and in his panic, he scanned the area, only to find the stranger standing behind him, arms crossed, casually observing him. How swift! Tony and the bald leader simultaneously entertained the same thought. Neither had witnessed any signs of the unexpected visitor's evasion, as the individual abruptly materialized elsewhere. The bald leader, filled with trepidation, vociferously inquired, "Who are you?" The newcomer stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating his response. After a mere few seconds, he replied in an uncertain tone, "You may call me the Godfather." The bald leader felt a pang in his chest. What was this ambiguous tone and presumptuous moniker about? Was he being mocked? In a fit of rage, he retorted. Tony, squatting before Ethan to assess the situation, wore a peculiar expression. Could this person be a kindred spirit, well-versed in the art of sharp retorts? Heaven bear witness, Gao Ming had no intention of jesting. In his quest to locate Tony Stark, he had refrained from pausing his rapid flight for anything other than the occasional sip of water or a bite to eat. Afghanistan is no small locale, and even after narrowing his search radius, it remained a formidable challenge. The place where Tony was imprisoned was exceedingly remote, devoid of any distinguishing features. Afghanistan was rife with military supply depots, and Gao Ming had already scoured several terrorist strongholds, two of which drew attention during the search, resulting in a hail of gunfire from the terrorists and a swift obliteration of each hideout. Fortunately, Gao Ming did not foolishly adhere to a schedule to find someone. After several days, he finally caught up with the unfolding narrative, just as Tony Stark was on the verge of breaking free single-handedly. Thus, with time so pressing, Gao Ming had no leisure to ponder his own title, hastily conjuring a grandiose one. Initially, he contemplated a name that would reflect swiftness. But after a moment of rapid reflection, he opted for something more imposing. He was not confined to the path of mere speed. He would undoubtedly unveil every incantation before the world. The title of Swift would only serve to limit his prowess. The Godfather rang with greater gravitas. Gao Ming would not admit to being influenced by the underworld's scripture, The Godfather. Yet he affirmed, "I am indeed the Godfather." The bald leader, Tony, and the prone Ethan responded with muted astonishment. Gao Ming had always held a fondness for Ethan's character in the film, and upon witnessing Ethan's imminent demise, he could not remain apathetic, observing as Ethan faced his fate. Though he wished to bestow upon Ethan a few more lines, time seemed insufficient. As the words left his lips, Gao Ming instantaneously appeared before the bald leader, delivering a sharp tap to the crown of his head with a modicum of force. A resounding crack echoed. In the next instant, the bald leader's head burst asunder like a ruptured watermelon, the scene veering into the realm of graphic depiction better suited for a film's cutting room floor. The lifeless body of the bald leader crumpled to the ground, thick crimson blood streaming from the severed neck. Gao Ming soon found himself regretting his earlier bravado. In his attempt to appear impressive, he had performed an action that resulted in his hands being smeared with an indescribably viscous substance, a nauseating blend of red and white that evoked a visceral reaction. Tony, having removed his mask, was retching uncontrollably, clearly pushed to the limits of his psychological endurance. After all, he had only killed a single robber. Had it not been for the desire to maintain his composure in front of Tony Stark, Gao Ming would have succumbed to the urge to vomit as well. Shaking off the filth with high-frequency vibrations, he glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, the feeling of nausea rising within him. Quickly averting his gaze, he caught sight of Tony, who was losing his dignity in a fit of vomiting, and his mood lightened as he observed this rare spectacle. It was a pity he and T brought a camera to capture the moment. Gao Ming approached Ethan, and upon noticing this, Tony struggled to rein in his disgust. With a pained expression, he raised his hand, directing the missile on his arm to target Gao Ming, his voice sharp and commanding. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 13. The Fortunate Survival of Ethan. "Hey, take it easy." Gao Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating he meant no harm. "I merely intend to save Dr. Ethan's life." At this, Tony suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and looked down to see Ethan's vacant gaze and rapid breathing, clear signs of impending death. Without a moment to ponder how Gao Ming planned to rescue the dying man, Tony shouted urgently, "Hurry! Someone save Ethan!" Disregarding the slightly authoritative tone in Tony's voice, Gao Ming knelt beside Ethan, placing his left hand on his chest to initiate healing, bringing the dying man back from the brink. With his right hand vibrating at high frequency, he abruptly plunged it into Ethan's wound. Ethan felt a wave of warmth wash over him, but was immediately met with excruciating pain, involuntarily screaming in agony. "What are you doing?" Seeing Ethan being tormented, Tony's anger flared, and he prepared to strike. Gao Ming frowned and shouted, "Do not interrupt me. I must extract the bullet from within him." Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, Tony halted his movements, his arms stiffly lowering as a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Although the proud Tony was somewhat displeased with Gao Ming's demeanor, he recognized that the latter was attempting to save Ethan and refrained from lashing out. Removing bullets from the body was no simple task, and Gao Ming, lacking prior experience, found himself overwhelmed by the gruesome sight before him. He was not a trained medical professional, and thus resorted to forcibly tearing open the bullet-wounded area, swiftly extracting the bullets, and hastily treating the wounds. Even though Gao Ming acted quickly, his inexperience compounded by the number of bullets meant that Ethan could only endure the torment, his cries echoing in the air. Tony, watching the scene, felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze towards Gao Ming tinged with apprehension. The harrowing experience did not last long. After the last bullet was extracted, the healing energy rapidly mended the wounds, bringing a wave of relief. Ethan finally ceased his screams, his expression softening as he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Ethan's wound swiftly healed, returning to its original state in no time, leaving no trace of injury. Tony, witnessing this remarkable ability, couldn't help but exclaim, "What an intriguing talent. Would you be interested in becoming my personal physician? I'll offer you 50 million a year." The situation was evidently improving, allowing Tony to relax slightly and inadvertently revert to his characteristic irreverence. Upon hearing Tony's arrogant tone, Gao Ming was rendered speechless, indeed. Tony Stark would always hold himself in high regard, incapable of shedding his hubris regardless of time or place. Gao Ming replied with indifference, "I'm afraid I'm not interested." To be honest, whether or not to cultivate a friendship with Tony Stark was of little consequence to Gao Ming, though he could not overlook Tony's technological prowess. Despite the film's many reductions, it still showcased the invention of anti-Hulk armor specifically designed to counter the Hulk in Avengers: Age of Ultron. In Iron Man 3, a myriad of Iron Man suits were deployed, and Gao Ming's arrival in this world destined him for anything but obscurity. In order to control him, it was likely that a set of anti-Godfather armor would eventually emerge. Undoubtedly, Tony Stark possessed both the intellect and resources for such endeavors. Even the neighboring billionaire had nearly achieved god-slaying feats through substantial financial means. with wealth comparable to that of the billionaire. Tony Stark, too, could invest heavily to confront Gao Ming. Faced with Gao Ming's cold rejection, a flicker of displeasure crossed Tony's face. As the illustrious heir to Stark Industries, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect, even by military and government officials. Yet here was Gao Ming, dismissing his status and declining his invitation. However, the impressive display of Gao Ming's abilities stifled Tony's impulse to retaliate. The speed beyond the eye's perception and the miraculous healing all challenged Tony's understanding. Although he was aware of Captain America's existence, that was merely a result of enhanced physiology through serum, which could still be explained through technology. In contrast, Gao Ming's exhibited powers were evidently supernatural. With such a vast disparity in strength and scant knowledge about this uninvited guest, Tony Stark had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction and avoid conflict. Nevertheless, given Gao Ming's unwelcoming demeanor, Tony felt no need to force warmth where it was unwarranted. With a composed expression, he remarked, "Is that so? What a pity, you've missed a rare opportunity." Gao Ming, disinterested in responding to Tony, had primarily come to rescue him in order to witness Iron Man firsthand. It seemed that reality indeed diverged from the cinematic portrayal. As for earning Tony Stark's friendship, it was not a necessity. He preferred to let things unfold naturally, even if their relationship soured and reached a life-or-death juncture. Gao Ming would merely need to remain vigilant against any future armor specifically designed to counter him. Although Tony, the charismatic figure on screen, had thoroughly disappointed him. The successful rescue of Ethan, a rather decent individual, rendered Gao Ming's journey worthwhile. "Well, Dr. Ethan is fine now. You all should continue your escape from this place." Gao Ming rose from the cave, and, in the next moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted outside. The piercing screams, the violent clashes, and the thunderous gunfire, all intermingling in a relentless chorus. Yet, in the span of just a few breaths, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Tony, supporting the unconscious Ethan, cautiously emerged from the cave, only to be met with a scene that tightened his gaze. Gao Ming was nowhere to be seen, and the ground was strewn with dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of terrorists, some unconscious, others lifeless, all stripped of their combat capabilities, posing no threat to Tony. Tony was astonished. It was evident that this heap of terrorists had been dispatched single-handedly by Gao Ming, while Tony, equipped with his armor, could also vanquish this group. It was unfathomable that it could be accomplished with such ease and swiftness. What manner of creature is this? The inner turmoil that had momentarily clouded Tony's thoughts about Gao Ming dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination to uncover the whereabouts of this extraordinary being upon his return. He resolved to forge a favorable relationship with this individual endowed with superhuman abilities, and at the very least, to ascertain his true identity and capabilities, thus ensuring proper precautions were in place. Returning to the present, Tony realized the urgency of their escape. They could not afford to linger, lest other terrorists be drawn by the commotion. With one arm securely around Ethan, Tony activated the flamethrowers beneath his feet, propelling them into the air. He paused momentarily, noticing an array of military weaponry scattered below, the Stark Industries insignia glaringly mocking him. Aiming at the cache of arms, he unleashed a volley of missiles from his arm, igniting an explosion that obliterated the place that had imprisoned him for 3 long months. As the spectacular explosion unfolded, Tony soared away, cradling Ethan in his arms, reveling in the grandeur of the fireworks that celebrated the return of the illustrious Tony Stark. However, it seemed that fate itself could not abide the extravagant revelry of this dandy. Just as Tony, with a heart brimming with exhilaration, ascended into the sky, the armor he wore suddenly emitted ominous creaks. A chill ran through him, heralding an ill omen. Almost immediately, the thrusters beneath him faltered, and without warning, the armor, already compromised by loose screws, began to disassemble as he plummeted. He fell heavily into the soft sands of the desert, with Ethan cast aside. Fortunately, they found themselves in the vast expanse of the desert. The yielding sand mitigated the impact of the fall. After Tony landed, he called out, relieved that he had sustained only minimal injuries. Lying on the ground, the remnants of his armor lay scattered about him, with only a few fragmented pieces clinging to his form. Shaking off the useless armor from his arms, he removed his faceplate and discarded the shattered helmet to the side. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, he reassured himself, not too bad. The abrupt descent also roused the unconscious Ethan, who blinked in bewilderment, slowly regaining his bearings as he surveyed the surroundings. Ethan now appeared disheveled, his glasses twisted and deformed upon his nose, with only fragments of the glass lenses remaining. Though he had not suffered as grievously as Tony, who had bled from his injuries, he nonetheless felt an overwhelming ache coursing through his bones. What transpired? Wasn't he dead? Ethan struggled to comprehend, as he recalled being struck by numerous bullets, rendering survival impossible. Before losing consciousness, it seemed he had endured some distressing experiences. While Ethan could not recall the moments preceding his fainting, an instinctive tremor coursed through his body as he attempted to delve into his memories, as if his very being reacted with primal fear to certain recollections. Bewildered, he removed the damaged glasses, finding the twisted frames uncomfortable. Squinting, he strained to see Tony in the distance and, filled with excitement, hurried towards him. "Hey, Stark." Upon hearing Ethan's call, Tony turned and saw him approaching with a vibrant energy. Overjoyed, Tony felt a surge of admiration for Gao Ming. After all, every individual cherishes their life. And who could predict what unforeseen events the future might hold? A person endowed with the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead would certainly attract the interest of many. Contemplating this, Tony recalled the sizable wound in his chest. Although he had managed to fill it with a reactor, the bullet fragments lodged within his body remained a ticking time bomb. How could he have forgotten to ask Gao Ming for assistance in his own recovery? Yet, the memory of Gao Ming's treatment of Ethan left Tony ambivalent between healing and suffering. Ultimately, he resolved to endure with the reactor sustaining him for the time being. This was not to say that Tony had abandoned the idea of seeking help. He certainly desired to be in optimum health and intact. However, he needed to mentally prepare himself for the journey ahead. Upon returning, he would summon all his resources to locate this enigmatic figure known as the Godfather. The very thought of the title made Tony cringe, considering whether that individual was merely taking advantage of others. While pondering this, he warmly embraced Ethan, his comrade in life and death. "It's wonderful that you're alive. Hey, what's wrong?" Ethan felt quite flattered to be embraced by the illustrious Tony Stark. In the distance, Gao Ming stood atop a hill with a favorable vantage point, observing Tony and Ethan as they supported each other while seeking their path. He then shifted his gaze to a patch of land similarly strewn with yellow sand, where scattered pieces of armor lay exposed, seemingly awaiting a discerning eye to collect them. It appeared that some events were indeed destined to unfold. Casting a meaningful glance at the disarrayed steel armor, he silently withdrew from view. Whatever transpired next was no longer his concern. It was time to return and indulge in a restful slumber, for the recent days had been quite taxing. Upon his return, he would treat himself to a hearty meal. Should he opt for KFC or McDonald's? Chapter 14. The Spending Philosophy of the Chinese People. Thus, I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately. As I watched the live news broadcast on television, Tony Stark's astonishing remarks stirred a commotion at the scene, prompting a cacophony of voices to erupt. How impressive! Gao Ming, unfazed, cast a casual glance before seizing the cheeseburger in his hand and taking a generous bite. With his eyes narrowed in delight, he mumbled to himself, This cheeseburger is indeed exquisite. No wonder Tony Stark is so fond of it." At that moment, Gao Ming was seated inside a particular establishment adorned with golden arches, where a small mountain of burgers lay before him on the table. Surrounding patrons and staff looked on in astonishment as Gao Ming devoured one burger after another. Upon entering the fast food joint, he had promptly ordered 30 burgers of various flavors, leaving no room for indecision. Initially, the cashier suspected he was joking, but upon observing Gao Ming's earnest demeanor, she hesitantly rang up the total and accepted his payment. As Gao Ming approached the table, his towering stack of burgers obscured his face, drawing the collective gaze of onlookers, all curious about what this young man from Huaxiao intended to do, though few believed he would actually consume the entire mountain of burgers. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Gao Ming, undeterred by the peculiar stares, voraciously devoured the burgers, and soon, a pile of crumpled wrappers accumulated beside him. Had it not been for Tony Stark's earth-shattering declaration on television diverting everyone's attention, Gao Ming would have surely attracted even more spectators. Unperturbed by the attention, Gao Ming relished his meal in peace, swiftly finishing the remaining burgers and downing a large cup of soda. Sated yet craving more, he rose and, patting his stomach, exited the establishment. He marveled at how the minor enhancement from his talisman had significantly improved his physical prowess and digestive capacity. Fortunately, the horse talisman bestowed him with boundless energy. Otherwise, an increased appetite could become troublesome, potentially leading him to a diet of dirt in the long run. For the moment, he decided to set aside thoughts of Tony Stark and instead focus on reaching out to Wilson for some assistance. Helping Wilson undergo a transformation and regain his vitality seemed a reasonable request. He retrieved Wilson's business card, dialed the number inscribed upon it, and awaited a response. "Hello?" came Wilson's authoritative voice, indicating he had maintained his esteemed status during this period. "It's me, Wilson. Who are you?" Upon hearing Wilson's tone, Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had seemingly never revealed to Wilson how to address him. With a hint of embarrassment, Gao Ming replied, "I helped you distinguish between good and evil. Do you remember?" "Ah, it is you, my lord." Wilson's demeanor shifted from serious to exuberant. Clearing his throat, Gao Ming continued, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. You may refer to me as Mr. Gao, just as you do with Melvin. Wilson respectfully replied, Very well, Mr. Gao. How have you been lately? I trust no one has noticed anything amiss. Gao Ming engaged in some pleasantries, as it seemed rather vulgar to broach the subject of money right away. Everything is fine. No suspicions from my subordinates. I am currently striving to invest my funds into charitable endeavors. At this point, Wilson's tone turned somewhat somber. I have committed too many transgressions, and no matter how much I seek to atone, it cannot bring back those I have harmed. Gao Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Here was an ambitious kingpin of the underworld, transformed into a figure of compassion akin to a religious devotee. Yet this transformation was indeed positive, for under Wilson's influence, the atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen would surely improve to some extent. Therefore, do not squander this opportunity one have afforded you. Engage in good deeds, and strive to make your city genuinely better. This is the only way to atone for your past sins, Gao Ming advised earnestly. I understand, Mr. Gao, Wilson replied, regaining his composure. I shall endeavor to ensure the happiness and well-being of the residents of Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, where there is a will, there is a way. Gao Ming praised Wilson's aspirations, then casually added, Oh, by the way, I have a matter for which I require your assistance. Wilson inquired seriously, Please, Mr. Gao, share your request. I shall exert every effort to fulfill it, provided it is within my capabilities. Upon hearing Wilson's earnest tone, Gao Ming felt a twinge of unease and chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing of great importance, merely that I find myself in a bit of a financial pinch. Wilson fell silent, and Gao Ming grew increasingly uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to him, Wilson was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that such a formidable figure as Gao Ming would be troubled by monetary issues. Yet, Gao Ming had granted Wilson a new lease on life, and Wilson was determined to repay this kindness. After a moment of stunned silence, Wilson regained his seriousness, responding, No problem, Mr. Gao. How much do you require? Is it cash? Cough. Just give what you deem appropriate. No need for cash. I will provide you with my bank account number for the transfer. Though it was awkward, Gao Ming relayed his bank account details to Wilson, trusting that Wilson, being a wise man, would refrain from probing into matters that were best left undiscovered. Very well. I have noted it down, Mr. Gao. Please hold for a moment. Wilson maintained his respectful tone. There's no rush. Thank you, Gao Ming replied, feeling uneasy at the prospect of receiving money without a clear justification. After exchanging some encouraging words, he ended the call, running a hand through his hair in a somewhat unnatural manner. It appeared that his resolve was still not as robust as it should be. After meandering about the streets for a while and estimating that enough time had passed, he took a detour and arrived at the nearest bank. He casually approached an ATM, inserted his bank card, and wondered how much his account had increased. Gazing at the numeral 1 followed by a string of zeros, Gao Ming meticulously counted units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, billions. It was 100 million. Silently extracting his card, Gao Ming felt the need to compose himself and reflect on life. What does 100 million amount to? He had no frame of reference, being an ordinary person who had only ever earned 10,000 at most. Of course, he was no longer an ordinary individual, yet he had never encountered such a sum of money, nor did he know how to spend this colossal fortune. Should he indulge in soy milk and fried dough sticks every day? No, he was abroad. It should be hamburgers and cola every day, sipping one cup after another. Alas, at this rate, I would need to spend it across lifetimes. However, I am now immortal, so I suppose I have time to exhaust it all. Poverty had indeed constrained my imagination. 100 million had come so effortlessly into his hands, leaving Gao Ming in a state of profound bewilderment. Had he truly become a billionaire? No, he must not succumb to hubris. He recalled Tony Stark, who, during the battle against the Chitauri, had nonchalantly purchased a building merely to blow it up for amusement. In comparison to such an extravagant figure, his 100 million seemed trivial. Without comparison, there is no pain. The mere thought of Tony Stark's staggering wealth immediately grounded Gao Ming, preventing him from being swept away by the sudden influx of riches. Yet, the exhilaration was undeniable. This was 100 million, an unfathomable sum. My front door is always open. Suddenly, his phone rang. The ringtone set to Beijing welcomes you, for it was indeed 2008. It is worth mentioning that the Olympic Games of that year were hosted by the Huaxia, commencing on August 8th, just as in his past life. Now, with August drawing to a close, the Olympics had concluded, and his hopes of attending the event in person had naturally been dashed. A call came through, and Gao Ming, brimming with excitement, pulled out his phone. The caller ID displayed Wilson's name. As he answered, curiosity bubbled within him. Had Wilson noticed the extra zeros? Wilson, what can I do for you? Gao Ming managed to suppress his excitement and resumed his usual tone. If he were to confess a mistake, should he feign ignorance? Apologies, Mr. Gao, Wilson replied. My liquid assets are rather limited at the moment, having recently invested a substantial sum into charitable organizations. To prevent any scrutiny from my subordinates, I cannot temporarily allocate company funds. I sincerely apologize. Sensing the genuine remorse in Wilson's tone, Gao Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, coupled with a hint of disappointment. To Wilson, 100 million was merely a trifling amount. Indeed, the disparity in social standing shaped one's perception. Before gaining his extraordinary abilities, Gao Ming had been an ordinary citizen, incapable of grasping the thoughts of the upper echelon. Realizing this, the joy brought by his newfound wealth diminished considerably. Maintaining a neutral demeanor, he said, "There's no need for such a large sum. I will keep a little and transfer the rest back to you." Wilson hastily declined, insisting, "No, no, no, this money is meant for Mr. Gao." Before he could finish his words, Gao Ming interjected, "There's no need to say more. Isn't it far more meaningful to use it to help more people rather than for my own sole benefit? Focus on utilizing every penny wisely and transform Hell's Kitchen into a beautiful city." After a moment of silence, Wilson solemnly replied, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Gao." Once the call was disconnected, Gao Ming reinserted the card into the ATM, gazing at the string of zeros displayed on the screen, and chuckled softly. He pondered how long it would take to spend that amount, deciding instead to dedicate it to charitable causes. After some contemplation, he set aside 300,000, which he considered a considerable sum, equivalent to nearly 2 million in exchange. This amount could significantly enhance his current lifestyle. Leaving 300,000 for personal use, he hesitated, blinking rapidly at the remaining 99,700,000. In truth, Gao Ming was on the verge of tears, with a grimace and trembling fingers. He painstakingly transferred the money back to Wilson, then leaned despondently against the ATM. 100 million. How could I part with it so easily? What a show of generosity. After a moment of grumbling, he regained his composure. Although he hadn't fully embraced the life of a billionaire, he felt no regret in returning the funds to Wilson for charity. Straightening his attire, Gao Ming retrieved his card. Realizing he ought to thoughtfully consider how to spend this 300,000. It was indeed a dilemma, for 300,000 was not an insignificant amount. If he had 300,000, how would he spend it? As a typical Chinese individual, his first thought was to purchase a home. Currently, he resided in a rented apartment under the second identity, initially attracted by the low rent. However, the surrounding environment was far from ideal, even described as harsh, with various bars and entertainment venues encircling it. At night, he often witnessed unruly youths roaming the streets. Yet, thanks to Gao Ming's recent efforts to improve the situation, the atmosphere had significantly improved. Nevertheless, living in such dismal conditions left him feeling discontented. All right, it's time to find a better place to live. Enthusiastically, Gao Ming embarked on his quest for a new residence. Chapter 15. A subtle melancholy $300,000 was merely a pipe dream when it came to purchasing a luxurious home. High-end apartments were priced above 500,000. Thus, with the decision to buy rather than rent, Gao Ming had no choice but to set his sights on ordinary apartments. The average property price in New York stood at $390,000. But Gao Ming aimed to find something within the 300,000 range while still selecting a decent apartment. Of course, he didn't intend to exhaust his funds entirely. Accounting for daily expenses, his maximum budget for housing was $1,200,000. With this target in mind, after explaining his requirements to a housing agent, Gao Ming was shown several apartments. Unfortunately, one after another, they were either unreasonably priced or lacking in design, prompting him to shake his head in disapproval. Finally, just as the housing agent was losing patience and their tone had become less enthusiastic, Gao Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of a particular apartment that caught his interest. In a modest area of 47 square meters, the unique vision of the designer has ingeniously merged a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and kitchen into a harmonious space that feels neither cramped nor awkward. Despite its size, it is indeed a well-appointed abode. Upon expressing his interest in purchasing, the real estate agent enthusiastically extolled the virtues of this apartment. After an extensive discussion, Gao Ming ultimately decided to acquire the property, spending over 140,000 yuan, slightly exceeding his budget, yet he deemed it a worthy investment. However, the expense of furnishing the apartment also proved significant. Although Gao Ming could manage the move independently, he reluctantly opted to hire movers, whom he considered unnecessary, to avoid attracting undue attention. Consequently, he found himself with just over 150,000 yuan remaining, a reality that first instilled in him the realization of how swiftly money can dissipate. Before long, Gao Ming smoothly transitioned into his new apartment after vacating his rented space. As he sank into his newly purchased sofa, surveying the pristine surroundings, A wave of serenity washed over him, evoking a profound sense of belonging. This was to be his sanctuary in the Marvel Universe. Yet, he soon recognized the necessity of finding employment. Leaning on his hand, he gazed vacantly at the sky from his window. 3 weeks had elapsed since moving in. The initial euphoria had settled into a tranquil acceptance, but he was now faced with financial concerns. In celebration of his new residence, he had indulged in food and entertainment, only to discover, upon regaining composure, that his savings had considerably dwindled. A glance at his bank statement revealed a litany of expenditures that left him feeling a pang of regret, wishing he could chastise himself for his folly. Yet, he dismissed the thought of physically reprimanding himself, aware that overexertion could lead to unfortunate consequences. Seeking financial assistance from Wilson was out of the question. His pride would not allow it. After much contemplation, Gao Ming reluctantly acknowledged that to sustain a reasonable standard of living, he must seek employment. Thus, he found himself pondering what suitable job he could pursue, especially with the potential aid of his mystical abilities. Returning to the pizza shop was not an option. The irascible owner would certainly not welcome him back, and delivering pizzas yielded little financial reward. He considered emulating Xiao Chong and leveraging his charm for a newspaper. But given his lack of public recognition and the lingering embarrassment associated with such endeavors, he dismissed the idea. The notion of manual labor or demolition work was swiftly cast aside. As a time traveler, he could not afford to tarnish the dignity that came with his unique circumstances. However, the experiences of his 2 lifetimes offered little in the way of guidance. In his past life, he was a university student, often confined to his dormitory without any part-time work. In this life, though he had gained some independence at a young age, his experience had primarily been limited to assisting his grandfather in selling snacks and delivering pizzas, leaving him with scant societal insight. Gao Ming harbored aspirations of becoming a journalist. Much like the illustrious De Chao and Xiao Chong, the allure of journalism lay not only in its capacity to shield noble endeavors, but also in the promise of a stable income. Alas, despite Gao Ming's aspirations, the circumstances for their fruition were lacking. In his past life, he was indeed a university student. However, his dual existence had him stepping into the world of society immediately after high school. Given his current educational standing, seeking employment at a newspaper would undoubtedly result in rejection. In a fit of frustration, Gao Ming raked his fingers through his unkempt hair, transforming it into a disheveled mess akin to a bird's nest. After tossing and turning on his bed for a few moments, he sprung upright with a sudden vigor, striding over to his wardrobe. He opened it, casually pushing aside the hanging garments, and lifted the wooden panel at the bottom, revealing a concealed compartment. Many wardrobes boast such designs, allowing for a hidden space where one might store their valuables. Within Gao Ming's hidden compartment lay few items, his swift battle attire, and an album left behind by his dual self, filled with photographs of him and his grandfather. He had perused this album before, and the sight of the kind, gentle elder evoked a mix of familiarity and strangeness, overwhelming him with a wave of poignant nostalgia. Memories of his dual self and his grandfather played back in his mind like a film reel, each frame vividly surfacing. Each glance at the album inevitably plunged Gao Ming into a reverie of longing. He sighed softly, shook his head, and cast aside his inner musings before replacing the wooden panel and donning his swift battle attire. With practiced ease, he opened the window, activated his invisibility, and soared into the night. It was perhaps best to set aside his quandaries for the moment and instead engage in the fight against crime, as inspiration might strike while confronting the local ruffians. The streets of New York were a vibrant tapestry of life, bustling with activity both day and night. There were hurried office workers, playful children, leisurely elderly folks walking their dogs, couples on dates, and a mysterious group cloaked and brandishing torches in pursuit of something unknown. Among them was a graceful female executive, cradling a cup of premium coffee in one hand while the other held her designer handbag. Upon exiting a CAF, she was suddenly confronted by a man who darted past her, expertly snatching her handbag in the process. In that fleeting moment, as the bag slipped from her grasp, her instinctual affection for luxury items prompted her to exclaim in shock, "I've been robbed. That man took my bag." Only then did her body react, and with a pallor of fear, she began to chase after him. Yet, the high heels she wore became a hindrance, forcing her to take small, ineffective steps. Most bystanders watched with a sense of morbid curiosity, while a couple of men, recognizing her, sprang into action to pursue the thief. However, the robber seemed to possess an innate athleticism, and despite the pursuit, he effortlessly widened the gap between them. The courageous men, unable to catch up, grew increasingly impatient, their pace slowing as they feigned breathlessness. As they witnessed the black man nearing the corner, despair flickered in the eyes of the professional woman. While the man wore a victorious grin, suddenly, he stumbled, seemingly tripped by an invisible force, though the ground was bare. In a comical twist of fate, he fell clumsily, eliciting laughter from passers-by. A flash of embarrassment and anger crossed his mind, and as he attempted to rise and flee, he felt as though an unseen weight pinned him down. Struggling to turn his head, he found no one or nothing upon him, the bizarre occurrence igniting a wave of panic within him. Onlookers, perplexed by his dramatic display, halted to observe the scene. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Ming, concealed from sight, was nonchalantly pressing down on the man's back, having been the one to trip him moments before. Boredom consumed Gao Ming. Were it not for the anticipation of Tony Stark revealing to the world that he was Iron Man, ushering in a new era, he would not be hiding at all. Undoubtedly, following Stark's revelation, extraordinary individuals began to emerge like mushrooms after rain, and the likelihood of significant threats to Earth soared. Tony Stark had become the catalyst for it all, undeniably the harbinger of a new age. Gao Ming had no intention of taking the blame for this. He would wait for Stark to bask in the limelight before making his own appearance, for at a time when heroes and villains ran rampant, his own extraordinary presence would be less conspicuous. Yet, the tedium was unbearable. Gao Ming lamented to himself, wondering when the Iron Tyrant would appear to provide Stark with a worthy opponent, allowing him to emerge and assist. As the professional woman and the courageous men noticed the black man sprawled on the ground, they quickly seized the opportunity to approach him. Once in front of him, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, only ceasing as the woman drew near, adopting a righteous demeanor to chastise the bruised and battered man who could hardly defend himself. Meanwhile, Gao Ming stood to the side, remaining invisible and observing the spectacle. After reclaiming her bag from the black man, the professional woman expressed her gratitude to the men who had come to her aid. They feigned modesty, waving her thanks away, then proceeded to exchange their phone numbers with her. She, without hesitation, jotted down each number with a grateful smile. Though Gao Ming noticed a fleeting glimmer of disdain in her eyes, suspecting she would soon delete them. As she noted their numbers, the men secretly reveled in their success, daydreaming of the romantic scenarios that might unfold thereafter. Suddenly, the professional woman slightly lifted her leg, her calves encased in black stockings captivating the attention of the men around her. However, before anything could unfold, she delivered a forceful kick to the groin of a man of African descent, the heel of her high-heeled shoe striking with precision. A collective gasp escaped the men present, as they instinctively clamped their thighs together, feeling a wave of sympathy for the unfortunate man and casting reverent glances toward the fierce woman. Gao Ming, too, regarded her with admiration, acknowledging her formidable spirit. After delivering the kick, the woman refrained from further action, but the anguished cries of the man made it abundantly clear just how potent her strike had been. Turning her head, she bestowed a charming and polite smile upon the few men who had come to her aid. Yet, having witnessed her fierceness, they could muster only awkward smiles in response. As she retrieved her phone to call the authorities, the police soon arrived to handle the situation. With the man's resistance waning and the certainty of no further complications, Gao Ming discreetly slipped away from the scene, leaving only a few individuals aware of a sudden gust of wind passing by. Chapter 16. The Culinary Delights of Chinatown? Following the resolution of a minor robbery, Gao Ming engaged in several acts of kindness, rescuing a reckless child who nearly fell victim to a speeding vehicle while playing, rushing to a fire scene to save trapped individuals, and tripping the 4th Street thief attempting to snatch a bag. No wonder the future little bug would be overwhelmed with tasks, for there was never a day of peace. After several hours of heroic endeavors, Gao Ming took a brief respite, changing into casual attire upon returning home before meandering through the streets, delighting in the scenic beauty of America. Previously unable to afford international travel, he now reveled in the opportunity to fully embrace his new life in the United States. With his hands tucked into his coat pockets, he leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Occasionally, when he spotted a strikingly attractive woman, he would whistle in appreciation. Of course, his intentions were purely admiring, and he dared not pursue anything further. Thus, when a glamorous woman, dressed provocatively and exuding a certain boldness, approached him, casting flirtatious glances and teasingly inquiring, "Hey, little boy, want to play with your big sister?" he found himself stammering, unable to articulate a coherent response, ultimately retreating in embarrassment. Hearing her laughter behind him, Gao Ming felt a pang of humiliation. Is teasing a virgin really that amusing? I fear you might not be able to withstand my superior prowess. Though he thought this, he lacked the courage to turn back and showcase his abilities, feeling the weight of his inexperience as a novice. Having endured the teasing from the alluring woman, Gao Ming fully realized how open foreign women could be and recognized that he was not yet equipped to engage in such flirtations, deciding instead to simply enjoy the sights as he strolled through the city. New York, this grand metropolis, was not particularly different. It too was bustling with traffic, encased in layers of steel and concrete, filled with countless residents occupying every corner. to inquire about the most significant difference from Huaxia. One would note that the individuals traversing these streets are not the black-haired, yellow-skinned Asians, but rather fair-haired Caucasians and ebony-skinned individuals with dazzlingly white teeth. Initially, this was quite a refreshing sight, yet after a while, Gao Ming found it less intriguing. Although individuals of East Asian descent are not particularly common in the United States, they are certainly present, as many from his homeland aspire to immigrate. As a native of Huaxia strolling through the streets, Gao Ming would not attract undue attention. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he found the experience rather dull, thus redirecting his focus towards the pursuit of culinary delights. What renowned delicacies does America offer? Well, Gao Ming admitted that he was only familiar with the Golden Arches and KFC, recalling the numerous times he had ordered hamburgers and fries in recent days. He felt quite fatigued by them and decided to explore Chinatown instead. Chinatown can be found in many countries, bustling with numerous Chinese nationals and those of Chinese descent, offering a variety of Huaxia snacks. Gao Ming had fond memories of selling snacks in Chinatown with his grandfather, though the flavors were undoubtedly less authentic than those back home. Chinatown is also situated in Manhattan, and in less than 10 minutes, Gao Ming arrived there. Upon entering Chinatown, he was greeted by the sight of black-haired, black-eyed, yellow-skinned individuals, which stirred a wave of emotion within him. Ah, fellow countrymen. In Gao Ming's imagination, Chinatown was supposed to be a vibrant culinary street filled with Huaxia delicacies. Yet the reality was somewhat different. It resembled the commercial streets back home, featuring various shops. The only notable difference was the higher presence of foreigners with diverse appearances. The streets of Chinatown were spacious, showcasing numerous food stalls and makeshift eateries operated by familiar yellow-skinned compatriots. Albeit speaking fluent English, a skill that would leave many high school students back home struggling with their English studies in awe. Alas, they were not born and bred Huaxia natives. Hearing the stall owners speak English with ease, while their Mandarin was tinged with a slight awkwardness, filled Gao Ming with a myriad of emotions. He then approached a food stall with excitement, gazing at the familiar sign atop the cart. Ah, this is merely the English translation, in Mandarin. It is renowned as the famous Sha County Snacks. Wow, Sha County Snacks has truly made its international debut. How magnificent is our great Huaxia! Upon seeing the menu filled with familiar delicacies, Gao Ming could not help but swallow hard and exclaimed without hesitation, "Boss, I'll have 3 portions of steamed dumplings, 2 portions of wontons, and 1 portion of fried noodles." "All right, young man, just a moment," the proprietor replied. Seeing a youthful Huaxia individual speaking Mandarin with clarity brought a sense of warmth to the owner, who hummed a cheerful tune while preparing Gao Ming's order. Gao Ming retrieved a few dollar bills from his pocket and handed them over, simultaneously accepting the neatly packed snacks from the owner. The proprietor returned the change with a friendly reminder, "Come visit us again next time." "Of course, I will definitely return," Gao Ming replied eagerly, his thoughts already drifting to the Sha County snacks in his hands. Having traversed nearly half a month in this new realm, which had been dominated by hamburgers and fries, the sight of the familiar Sha County snacks evoked a deep sense of nostalgia. Despite being a modest and rather unremarkable delicacy from the Sha County cuisine, it now made his mouth water uncontrollably. Finding a public bench, Gao Ming eagerly lifted the lid of his meal. The steamed dumplings were petite, with a modest filling, yet they appeared exquisitely delicate and delectable. The light broth was adorned with floating green onions, while a few wontons peeked through, tantalizing his appetite. The bright yellow noodles, interspersed with vibrant orange carrot shreds, verdant wild vegetable slices, and golden scrambled eggs, released an enticing aroma. Perhaps it had simply been too long since his last meal. But in Gao Ming's eyes, this humble fare transformed into a gourmet feast. Without further ado, he grasped his chopsticks and dove in with fervor. In a flash, he seized a fried dumpling and bit down with gusto. Ah, this was the flavor he recognized, the familiar filling. Gao Ming marveled inwardly, his hands never pausing as the fried dumplings swiftly disappeared into his belly. After devouring 3 portions of steamed dumplings, he picked up a serving of wontons and brought it to his lips to savor the broth. Oh, this light and unassuming soup was a long-lost companion. The wontons accompanied by the broth slid into his mouth, and a warm sensation enveloped him. He picked up a forkful of fried noodles, slurping them into his mouth. The chewiness and springiness moved him deeply. Gao Ming devoured this Sha County cuisine voraciously, reminiscent of someone who hadn't eaten in days. Before long, the dish was entirely consumed. With a slurp, he took a hefty sip of soy milk, washing down the remaining remnants of the dog-biting bun lodged in his throat. He patted his chest, having eaten in haste. Although he wouldn't choke, the sensation of food caught in his throat was quite uncomfortable. After several more sips of soy milk, he managed to finish the bun in a few bites. His actions drew the attention of a few onlookers, and out of curiosity, a small crowd began to gather behind him, eager to witness how long this Asian young man would continue to eat. As Gao Ming consumed the final morsel of the last delicacy in Chinatown, some passers-by erupted into applause, as if celebrating a champion of some contest. Exiting his gluttonous mode, Gao Ming accepted this inexplicable applause with a bemused expression. What was there to applaud? He felt somewhat stuffed. Though his stomach was uncomfortably full, Gao Ming maintained a calm demeanor under the scrutiny of many, tossing the remnants of his meal into a nearby trash can before strolling out of Chinatown. He walked for quite some distance, ensuring he was out of sight of the crowd, before his expression shifted and his steps became slightly labored. He needed to digest this fullness quickly. Spotting a public restroom, he dashed inside, and shortly thereafter emerged feeling rejuvenated. Satisfied, Gao Ming declared, this journey was worthwhile. Time to head home. He was in no rush to return immediately, opting instead to leisurely stroll along the streets for a while. As he rounded a corner, he felt a twitch in his eyelid, and looking down, quickened his pace considerably. From today onwards, anyone who claims that the vast cosmic consciousness does not exist shall face my ire. Gao Ming encountered an unexpected individual directly before him, who was conveniently walking in this direction. He feigned nonchalance, intending to pass by, but just as he brushed past, a voice of inquiry emerged from behind. Please wait a moment. Gao Ming's heart skipped a beat. He wished to pretend he had not heard and quickened his pace to depart. However, this very act aroused suspicion, prompting the other person to swiftly catch up and stand before him, scrutinizing him with uncertain eyes. Feigning indifference, Gao Ming inquired, is there something I can assist you with? I believe we are not acquainted. Yet, the other individual exhibited a look of delight and exclaimed, it's you. You are the one who saved me last time. Before him stood none other than the white girl he had rescued previously, Sophia Temple. Chapter 17. Reunion. An invitation for coffee. How did she end up here? All right. Hell's Kitchen is not far from this place. The sight of Sophia genuinely startled Gao Ming, who then reminded himself that they were in Manhattan, and it was not entirely improbable to encounter her here, given that Hell's Kitchen also lay within the same district. However, considering the vast expanse of the area, the coincidence felt rather extraordinary. Could it be the machinations of fate? While pondering this, Gao Ming feigned confusion and said, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Observing Gao Ming's act of ignorance, Sophia smiled slightly, reached out a hand to lightly cover the lower half of his face, and confidently remarked, the moment I saw your face, it struck me as familiar. Although I only saw half of it last time, the eyes do not deceive, and Sophia playfully winked, adding, I certainly won't forget your voice. Gao Ming was momentarily speechless, indeed. He had forgotten that the tremor in his vocal cords altered his voice, a potential vulnerability that could unveil his identity. Otherwise, the old master would not deliberately lower his voice each time he intervened. Yet, merely identifying him by half a face and a voice was not conclusive evidence. Gao Ming could easily continue to deny it. However, Sophia's piercing gaze indicated that she was quite convinced of her assumptions, and given his current appearance, denial could lead to complications. Raising his hands in resignation, Gao Ming conceded, all right, I admit it, I was the one who saved you last time. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Sophia beamed, it truly is you. By the way, you mentioned you would tell me your name if we met again. With anticipation gleaming in her eyes, she looked at Gao Ming, who offered a faint smile and replied, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Gao Ming. Upon uttering his name, Gao Ming felt an unexpected sense of relief. He could not quite fathom why that was the case. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that he had been relegated to the role of an invisible man during this period, performing good deeds in silence without anyone knowing. Deep down yearning for acknowledgement of his existence, Gao Ming understood that revealing his real name to a girl with whom he had only shared a brief encounter was rather imprudent. However, since he had done so, he might as well consider it a moment of folly. Extending his hand, he smiled and said, what a coincidence. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sophia. Sophia extended her hand for a brief handshake, slightly lowering her head as she smiled, and said, I am equally delighted to meet you, Gao Ming. Hearing Sophia's awkward Mandarin spoken with a foreign accent nearly made Gao Ming chuckle. He stifled his laughter and took a moment to scrutinize her appearance. The last encounter had been under the veil of night, shrouded in obscurity, making it impossible to observe her closely. Now, in the bright light of day, Sophia's features were laid bare for his appraisal. Sophia no longer appeared as disheveled as she had during her previous encounter with danger. Her chestnut hair was neatly styled, cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her fair complexion was devoid of any trace of panic, slightly flushed with excitement and joy. Coupled with the gentle demeanor imparted by her oversized glasses, she exuded an irresistible charm that evoked a desire to kiss her. She wore a light yellow jacket, zipped up to her chest, revealing a white shirt emblazoned with English letters beneath, paired with deep blue jeans that radiated a casual elegance. Gao Ming's examination of Sophia lasted but a few seconds. By the time she lifted her gaze, he had already averted his eyes, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded her face. Under his attentive gaze, Sophia felt a twinge of shyness, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Observing this, Gao Ming offered a gentle smile and suggested, "What a delightful coincidence. Shall we go grab a cup of coffee?" He remained unfazed, a testament to his growing confidence. It was no jest. He had not read those books for nothing. During his leisure time, he had perused through a pile of literature left by his doppelganger, some of which delved into understanding the female psyche. It appeared that his counterpart had harbored intentions of wooing women as well. Having absorbed a modicum of knowledge from his readings, Gao Ming had made notable progress, no longer feeling utterly helpless in the company of young women. However, he still found himself at a loss when confronted by certain bold women. Upon receiving Gao Ming's invitation, Sophia was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing his radiant smile, her heart raced, and she softly replied, "Yes, that sounds lovely." The power of the horse charm and the ox charm subtly enhanced Gao Ming's physique, guiding him towards an ideal state of growth. It is widely acknowledged that every individual, barring congenital genetic flaws, possesses the potential to evolve into their most optimal form. Yet, due to various factors such as inadequate nutrition and insufficient exercise during their developmental years, many fail to achieve this, resulting in ridicule for their appearance. Thanks to the influence of the horse charm, Gao Ming's past deficiencies were being addressed, while the ox charm endowed him with immense strength, gradually fortifying his physique. He was now evolving into a figure who appeared slender in clothing yet well-toned without it. Although the charm's enhancement of Gao Ming's body was still in progress, the effects were already becoming evident. His attractiveness had markedly improved since Sophia's initial encounter with him, which undoubtedly stirred her heart. Nevertheless, Gao Ming remained blissfully unaware of this transformation, habitually standing in front of the mirror each morning, cheerfully affirming his growing handsomeness, a mere ritual for him. He had indeed acquired a new phone. The old relic had long since lost its sentimental value and was now lost to him. The device in his possession was an iPhone 3. As for the Sanshin, the intelligent device has yet to emerge, and after the bitter lessons learned, only a fool would consider purchasing a Sanshin phone again, unless, of course, it could explode once more, allowing him to return to a previous time. Nevertheless, that is not entirely out of the realm of consideration. Gao Ming took out his phone, not to flaunt it, but rather to ascertain the nearest CAF. With a few deft maneuvers, he swiftly pinpointed a destination. Returning the phone to his pocket, Gao Ming smiled at Sophia and said, "Shall we set off?" Sophia nodded in agreement. Like a leisurely stroll, the two walked together, occasionally exchanging amusing stories that elicited delightful laughter from Sophia, gradually easing the tension in the air. The gentle sunlight bathed them both, casting elongated shadows on the ground. Before long, they arrived at Gao Ming's chosen destination, a renowned coffee chain. To clarify, in Mandarin, it translates to Starbucks. Indeed, it is the very Starbucks frequently featured in American films. Gao Ming had seen numerous movies showcasing Starbucks and wondered if the brand had ever compensated these films for advertising. Although Starbucks has established itself globally, including a considerable presence in the Huaxia region, Gao Ming had yet to indulge in a cup. Uncertain of the coffee's quality, he noted that many corporate elites and executives often visit Starbucks after work, contributing to its image as a sophisticated and upscale establishment. His intention was to treat Sophia to coffee of a higher caliber. Gao Ming discreetly observed Sophia's reaction, finding it curious that she seemed only mildly surprised before quickly returning to her usual demeanor, devoid of significant astonishment. In truth, Gao Ming had been misled by cinema. While Starbucks is a globally recognized brand, in America, it is more of a popular choice, with prices not as exorbitant as in his homeland. The environment tailored for the white-collar class lends it an air of sophistication. Gao Ming stepped forward to open the door to Starbucks, courteously gesturing for Sophia to enter first. Once she had stepped inside, he followed her into the establishment. The interior decor of Starbucks bore no distinction from what he had seen on screen. Exquisite embellishments adorned the space, where patrons sat at small round tables, sipping their coffee with expressions of leisure and contentment. In this tranquil afternoon, with the sun casting a warm glow and the aroma of rich coffee filling the air, Starbucks exuded an atmosphere of comfort and relaxation. Upon finding a seat, a polite server approached with a coffee menu. As Gao Ming perused the selections, he was struck by the realization of the prices, ranging from $3 to $4 for a cup, averaging around that price. It was not exorbitant for a brand of such repute. However, for someone like Gao Ming, who typically indulged in milk tea priced around 4 to 5 yuan, it still felt rather pricey. Having only ever tasted hand-brewed bird's nest coffee, he found himself perplexed by the menu, seeing terms like macchiato, latte, and cappuccino. What on earth were these? From beginning to end, He feigned nonchalance and said, "I'll have a large caramel macchiato." "Sophia, what would you like to order?" "A caramel macchiato must be a sweet coffee," Gao Ming thought to himself. Sophia glanced at the menu and softly replied, "I'll just have a medium Americano, thank you." It seemed that the Americano was the least expensive option on the menu. Was she trying to save me money? What a thoughtful girl. Gao Ming kindly inquired, "Would you like to indulge in a strawberry cheesecake?" Sophia quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, "No, thank you. I've been trying to watch my weight." As she spoke, her voice diminished in response to Gao Ming's astonished gaze. He was quite puzzled. Do all girls use weight loss as an excuse? "Sophia, your figure is quite lovely. Your waist is just right. Are you aiming to slim down to the size of your forearm? I noticed you swallowed." Indeed. Sophia had a fondness for food, but like many other girls, she felt the need to maintain her physique. Earlier, she had even hesitated while passing through Chinatown. If Gao Ming knew, he would surely empathize and encourage her not to suppress her inner foodie. "Come on, don't decline. It's a rare encounter. Let me treat you. Please add a strawberry cheesecake for her, and I'll have a French chicken sandwich," Gao Ming said as he returned the menu to the nearby server. The server nodded politely with a smile. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." Before turning to prepare their order, once the server had departed, Sophia felt it would be impolite to refuse, though she felt a bit embarrassed. Expressing her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Gao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Then, with enthusiasm, said, "By the way, let me share some recent happenings with you." Sophia displayed a hint of curiosity, becoming less reserved as she replied, "Sure, I'd love to know more about you." That statement seemed to carry an ambiguous undertone, but Gao Ming chose to disregard it to avoid further awkwardness. Chapter 18, After Coffee. Off to the movies, Gao Ming primarily discussed trivial matters, such as the films he had recently seen and delightful foods he had tasted, ordinary occurrences in life. Yet, Sophia listened intently, seemingly undeterred. The server approached their table, gently placing their drinks and snacks down. "Here are your coffees," she announced, presenting a plain cup of coffee and a small plate with a slice of cake in front of Sophia. She then placed Gao Ming's caramel macchiato and French chicken sandwich before him, nodding slightly before leaving to attend to other guests. Gazing at the cup filled with rich milk and the distinctly striped caramel macchiato, Gao Ming fell into contemplation. "So, this is what a caramel macchiato looks like. But why is there milk? Isn't it supposed to be coffee?" Tentatively lifting the cup, he took a sip and suddenly understood. "Oh, so it's coffee mixed with milk. Quite delightful, indeed." Turning his gaze to the exquisite French chicken sandwich positioned at the center of the table, he observed two triangular slices of bread cradling a generous assortment of lettuce, tomatoes, eggs, and chicken breast, all lavishly adorned with cream. This sumptuous creation stood in stark contrast to the meager offerings of the local bakery, which merely served a thin slice of luncheon meat accompanied by a sprinkle of meat floss and a touch of cream. An inexplicable wave of emotion washed over Gao Ming. This, he mused, was the true essence of a sandwich. He stifled the urge to ravenously devour it with his bare hands, striving to maintain his composure in front of the young lady. Noticing that he had not yet begun, Sophia remarked, "You should try the coffee. It ought to be delightful." Nodding in agreement, she lifted her cup and took a gentle sip. Subsequently, she reached for the knife beside her plate, skillfully cutting a small piece of cake to savor, her face illuminating with a subtle expression of joy. "It seems the cake is quite delectable. I shall taste this sandwich as well," Gao Ming declared, wrapping the sandwich in a napkin for hygiene's sake before elevating it to his lips and taking a bite. The sweetness of the cream first tantalized his palate, followed by an explosion of flavors from the harmonious blend of tomatoes, lettuce, eggs, and chicken. The exquisite taste left him at a loss for words. An anonymous writer, by D, humbly admits, "My vocabulary is indeed lacking." One must empathize with Gao Ming, a poor soul who had never encountered such a culinary delight, whether in his own experience or through his doppelganger, who had been constrained by financial limitations. Gao Ming, on the other hand, had often prioritized convenience, resorting to takeout or instant noodles. This sandwich profoundly altered his perception, revealing to him for the first time the extraordinary potential of such a simple dish. It is worth noting that a mere sandwich could evoke such astonishment. Others might find it a bittersweet revelation. Gao Ming yearned to exclaim how delicious it was, yet, in Sophia's presence, he refrained from appearing unsophisticated. Squinting his eyes, he offered a quiet praise. "This is indeed remarkable." The two food enthusiasts, though unfamiliar with each other, shared an unspoken camaraderie as they indulged in the coffee and pastries, relishing the tranquil atmosphere in silence. Upon exiting Starbucks, Gao Ming held the door open for Sophia, who stepped out before him, and they left the CAF together. After walking a few paces, Gao Ming glanced at his watch, realizing it was still early. "Shall we go see a movie together?" he suggested. The moment the words escaped his lips, both paused. Gao Ming suddenly felt that his invitation was somewhat abrupt. They had only just met, and after treating her to coffee, he was now proposing a movie outing. Would this appear overly eager, potentially leading her to misconstrue his intentions? Sophia, too, found herself flustered by his unexpected invitation, her heart racing as she embarked on a whirlwind of thoughts. Why did he want to invite me to a movie? Surely, it must be a purely friendly gesture. Yet, as she pondered the possibilities, some of which seemed unlikely, she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Her fair complexion subtly blushing, rendering her particularly endearing. Feeling that the atmosphere had finally eased, it abruptly fell into an exceedingly awkward situation. Gao Ming took the initiative to speak. Ahem, wasn't Kung Fu Panda released recently? I find it quite intriguing, but I simply couldn't carve out the time to watch it earlier. Now that I have some free time, I wonder if you might accompany me to see it? This line was, of course, a spontaneous excuse. Having viewed Kung Fu Panda countless times in his previous life, including all 3 installments, he concocted this pretext to alleviate the tension. The only film that resonated with him from 2008, which gained popularity in both China and the United States, was that whimsical panda skilled in martial arts. Upon hearing Gao Ming's explanation, Sophia felt a wave of relief coupled with a tinge of disappointment, the reasons for which she was too bashful to ponder deeply. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade as she softly replied, all right. With her response, Gao Ming once again pulled out his phone to check which nearby cinemas were still screening Kung Fu Panda. After all, 2 months had passed, and a film typically ran for about a month before being taken down. Fortunately, this animated film, merging the elements of Kung Fu and Panda, remained quite popular, and many cinemas were still showcasing it even after 2 months. Gao Ming selected a cinema with an earlier screening time. There was a showing in about 10 minutes. But the only downside was its considerable distance. The other cinemas either had timings that were too late or were situated even further away. Clearing his throat, Gao Ming said, Sophia, I found a cinema that is about to screen Kung Fu Panda, but it's a bit far. I intend to reach there swiftly. Detecting the hesitation in Gao Ming's tone, Sophia paused momentarily, then recalled the night he had carried her in a princess carry, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Noticing her face turn as crimson as a ripe apple without any verbal response, Gao Ming felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, he had managed to complicate things again. Just as he was about to say something, a barely audible voice broke the silence. Sure. Gao Ming was momentarily stunned. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Turning to glance at Sophia, he saw her still blushing, gently nodding her head. She had actually agreed. An involuntary thrill surged within him, though he could not quite comprehend why. Naturally, he would not be as audacious as to carry her in a princess style again. Instead, he turned his back to Sophia, slightly bent down, and dared not face her as he said, There's not much time left. Hop on, I'll carry you. With his back to Sophia, Gao Ming appeared visibly anxious, observing that he had not suddenly picked her up like before, but had opted to carry her on his back. This gesture sent her heart racing. After a brief hesitation, she chose not to refuse, her body trembling slightly, betraying her own nervousness at that moment. As Sophia's hands rested on Gao Ming's shoulders, her chest pressed against his back, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment surged within her, yet concurrently, she felt a profound sense of security. Gao Ming's back, far from the frail appearance it projected, was broad and sturdy. The small hands of Sophia encountered not exaggerated bulging muscles of a bodybuilder, but rather the robust and solid flesh that instilled a deep sense of reassurance within her. Perhaps it was this strong and protective presence, capable of shielding her from any danger, that allowed her to harbor no doubts and place her complete trust in him. A gentle smile, radiating pure happiness, blossomed on her lips. The moment Sophia's hand settled on him and her chest pressed against his back, Gao Ming's heart stirred. Acutely aware of the soft sensation behind him, his excitement causing his heart to race. Oh, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. Thanos, brace yourself for my righteous fist. His heart pounded furiously, but Gao Ming maintained a calm demeanor, striving to conceal his true emotions, and spoke in a steady tone. Well then, let us set off. He wrapped his arms around Sophia's legs, lifting her entirely as he broke into a sprint. The cacophony of the wind filled his ears, and the scenery below flashed by like a slideshow, the exhilarating experience nearly prompting Sophia to cry out. With waves of exhilaration surging from behind, Gao Ming felt an immense boost of encouragement, his speed increasing to unprecedented levels. Fueled by Sophia's unknowing encouragement, he unleashed a strength he had never before experienced, reaching the cinema ticket counter in mere breaths. The ticket attendant, startled upon glancing up, was greeted by the sight of an Asian male carrying a Caucasian female, both appearing somewhat disheveled as if they had just weathered a tempest. 2 tickets for Kung Fu Panda, Gao Ming exclaimed with exuberance, as Sophia remained oblivious, still clinging to him. All right, please hold on, the attendant replied, though bemused by the sight of this hurried couple eager to catch an animated film. He dutifully prepared their tickets. When the attendant offered them 2 tickets while extending his hand for payment, Gao Ming suddenly remembered he was still carrying Sophia. Carefully, he set her down before retrieving the money to pay. Still recovering her strength, Sophia, feeling somewhat wobbly after dismounting from Gao Ming, managed to steady herself only by gripping his shoulder. As Gao Ming received the tickets from the attendant, he gradually regained his composure, supporting the still exhausted Sophia as they entered the cinema. After their tickets were checked, they made their way to the screening room for Kung Fu Panda. Having bought their tickets later, their seats were situated towards the back, and as they located their assigned seats printed on the tickets, 2 seats on the second-to-last row towards the right, Gao Ming and Sophia settled down. Just then, Gao Ming recalled he had forgotten to purchase popcorn and soda, essential accompaniments for the cinematic experience, but as the lights dimmed and the film began to play, he resigned himself to the oversight. In his past life, Gao Ming had watched the film Kung Fu Panda several times, yet it had been years since he last viewed it. Now, revisiting it proved to be quite delightful, especially in the company of a young lady. How could it possibly be dull? He stole a glance at Sophia's profile, who was engrossed in the film, occasionally breaking into peals of laughter at the panda's endearing antics. Gao Ming smiled softly and redirected his gaze back to the screen. It was truly captivating. Was he referring to the film, or perhaps something else entirely? Chapter 19. Unexpected occurrences. On a beautiful day, the scene froze on the panda Pua and the raccoon master, lazily sprawled on the ground, contemplating their desire for food. Their humorous dialogue brought the segment to a close, followed by a series of names rolling up the screen. However, the audience began to rise, gradually departing. Wasn't it a jest? This film had no post-credit scenes, except for a handful of diehard fans who insisted on waiting until the very end. Most patrons left soon after the film concluded. Gao Ming and Sophia were no exceptions. As the credits rolled, they joined the throng and exited the cinema. After a visit to Starbucks for coffee and another film, they stepped out of the theater to find the sky dimming. Checking the time, it was 7:23, not too late. Yet, having spent nearly an entire afternoon with Sophia, Gao Ming felt it would be inappropriate to ask her to continue wandering with him. Thus, he suggested, "It's getting late. Shall I escort you home?" Sophia nodded in agreement. Gao Ming turned, bending slightly, and Sophia instinctively knew what to do next, though she felt a hint of shyness. She was not hesitant. Drawing closer to Gao Ming, she suddenly found the courage to wrap her arms around his neck, displaying a sense of intimacy. This unexpected gesture startled Gao Ming, nearly causing him to leap in surprise, but he quickly composed himself, overwhelmed by joy. It seemed his affections had indeed blossomed. Perhaps there would be opportunities for further advancement in their relationship. Having been single for a cumulative 48 years across lifetimes, Gao Ming found himself ensnared in a daydream of romance, his spirits lifted. As he prepared to carry Sophia, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly informed him, "By the way, I now live in Queens." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming froze mid-step, his expression one of bewilderment. "Huh, didn't you live in Hell's Kitchen? Why the sudden move? And now, like me, you're in Queens?" He refrained from voicing this thought aloud. Sophia, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, replied, "Not quite. I merely rented an apartment in Queens for convenience, as I got accepted into a university there." With this revelation, Gao Ming realized that this young woman was indeed a university student, and he felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Yet, what an uncanny coincidence. Although Queens is home to many reputable universities, Manhattan also boasts a plethora of fine institutions. How fortuitous that she ended up attending a university in Queens. Perplexed and unable to comprehend, Gao Ming reluctantly accepted this as mere coincidence, completely forgetting that he had inadvertently let slip some information the last time he escorted Sophia home. "Where do you reside now?" he inquired. Upon hearing Sophia reveal her new address, Gao Ming, having traversed the Queens area for the sake of maintaining public order, immediately recognized its location. It seemed not too far from his own home. A few streets would lead him there. Instinctively, he began to calculate the distance from Sophia's residence to his own, only to snap back to reality and mentally berate himself. What am I thinking? Am I planning to visit her every day? How shameless. Nonetheless, a visit now and then wouldn't be too inappropriate, would it? Clearing his throat, Gao Ming attempted to dismiss these thoughts from his mind and prepared for takeoff. Recalling Gao Ming's speed during flight, Sophia instinctively tightened her embrace, an action that had the unintended consequence of pressing her ample figure against his back through layers of clothing. Goodness, this sensation is undeniably delightful. Gao Ming's expression betrayed a certain exhilaration. Had he not been clinging to a modicum of restraint, he would have undoubtedly revealed an embarrassing side of himself. With Sophia's influence, Gao Ming lost control of his footing during ascent, inadvertently applying too much force and causing a significant fissure in the once smooth ground, which shattered and spread across a considerable area, roughly damaging several dozen square meters. What was that noise? Sophia exclaimed, seemingly having heard something. Just as she was about to look down, Gao Ming quietly took off into the air. He solemnly stated, "No, it must have been a mistake." With that, they departed. Currently, Gao Ming and Sophia found themselves in Manhattan, and thus, during their return to Queens, they were bound to pass by the iconic Stark Tower. In reality, this structure is situated in Manhattan, so upon his arrival in this world, Stark Tower remained unchanged, standing tall and proud, admired by local residents. Neither Gao Ming nor Sophia held much interest in this building, which, with its distinctive Stark insignia, deviated from conventional architectural designs. As they passed, Gao Ming intended to continue without pausing, but the commotion below caught their attention. "Look, it seems something's happening," Sophia exclaimed. Gao Ming focused his gaze, quickly identifying the source of the disturbance. The Iron Man, clad in a striking red and gold suit, was engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Abomination, while innocent bystanders fled from the chaos surrounding their conflict. "No way. Iron Man is battling Abomination today." Gao Ming lamented his unfortunate luck. He had intended to steer clear of such troubles, yet fate had conspired to thrust him into the midst of it all. This led him to ponder if some unseen force were orchestrating events around him. A certain anonymous author. "It would be best if you remained unaware of too much." Gao Ming inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something ominous was afoot. Yet, after much contemplation, he could discern nothing amiss and decided to dismiss the unease. He hesitated over whether to confront the Ironmonger. When the anxious whispers of Sophia reached his ears, "Why is this happening?" In a moment of frustration, Gao Ming recalled his earlier decision to spare the original Iron Man suit to preserve the storyline, and now he bore a share of the blame for the current predicament. Had he not intervened to rescue Tony Stark, he could have justified it as a fated occurrence. But by allowing the Ironmonger to manifest out of concern for the narrative, he could not claim innocence. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Observing the panicked civilians below, crying out in terror, Gao Ming clenched his teeth and resolved to act. This would serve as atonement for his earlier mistakes. He could no longer allow avoidable dangers to transpire in pursuit of narrative advantage. He descended onto the rooftop of a skyscraper, gently placing Sophia down, and spoke gravely. "Wait for me. I shall return shortly to vanquish this behemoth." As soon as the words left his lips, Gao Ming soared into the sky. Not towards the epicenter of the battle between the two Iron Men, but rather at full speed in another direction. He was a short distance from his home, and even at full velocity, it would take mere minutes. In his urgent desire to assist, he unwittingly quickened his pace, compressing the journey further. Upon arriving home, he quickly donned his suit and hastened back to the conflict site, oblivious to the golden sparks emanating from his eyes in his fervor. The Ironmonger, with his heavy footfalls, relentlessly trampled upon Iron Man, venting his fury. He then seized Iron Man and hurled him violently against a nearby bus. Obadiah Stane, the man within the armor, was consumed by rage. As a shareholder in Stark Industries, he had long harbored ambitions to usurp Tony Stark and seize control of the company. To this end, he had employed terrorists to kidnap Tony, aiming to eliminate him, never anticipating that Tony would return alive. Moreover, this arrogant playboy had the audacity to announce an end to weapons manufacturing upon his return, effectively dismantling Stark Industries. Obadiah, who had once regarded the company as his own, could not bear the thought of his ambitions being thwarted by Tony. Had it not been for Tony's secretary uncovering the evidence of his dealings with terrorists, leading to potential exposure by agents of relevant organizations, he would not have been forced to hastily seize the arc reactor from Tony's chest. This armor was his last trump card, and now he was cornered, fully exposed. He had initially believed that taking Tony's reactor would ensure his demise. Yet Tony had defied the odds and appeared, clad in a new suit, ready to resist him. Obadiah found himself with no retreat, consumed by madness. His singular obsession now being the annihilation of Tony Stark. A rocket launcher emerged from the shoulder of the Ironmonger, locking onto Iron Man, who was still trapped against the bus, and in an instant, the missile was launched. Reality diverges sharply from the realm of cinema. In films, rockets effortlessly obliterate buses, and Iron Man is propelled into the sky yet emerges unscathed. However, such is not the case in truth. Tony Stark finds himself disoriented and battered by a relentless barrage from Obadiah, ultimately colliding with the interior of the bus. As he groggily rises to his feet, he hears his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, urgently exclaiming, "Incoming missile," before Jarvis can finish his warning. Tony's gaze locks onto a rocket, its tail blazing with fire, hurtling directly toward him. The proximity, the velocity, there is no time to evade. As the missile approaches, Tony experiences a moment akin to that of those facing their final moments, reflecting upon a multitude of faces, his doting mother, his stern father, the clumsy driver Happy, the ever-supportive Colonel Rhodes, and the ever-cherished Pepper Potts, who occupies a significant place in his heart. It seems that Tony Stark's life is destined to conclude this very day. Beneath the iron mask, Tony silently closes his eyes. Whoosh! The sound of the missile slicing through the air precedes the impending impact, which will likely culminate in a deafening explosion. In this critical moment, a sudden flash of white descends from the heavens, crashing into the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater and stirring up gusts of wind and sand. Standing before the bus, the figure swiftly points a finger, a radiant white light emanating from its tip, accompanied by a commanding shout directed at the missile. Bird. What? Tony is bewildered by the nonsensical exclamation, opening his eyes in astonishment, only to witness a scene that utterly shatters his perception of reality. The missile, struck by the white light, miraculously transforms into a bird. The missile bird flutters a few times before collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless and devoid of any explosion. As the dust settles, the timely arrival of the enigmatic figure becomes apparent, clad in a form-fitting white leather suit adorned with golden lightning patterns. The mysterious savior dons a striking helmet that gleams with metallic brilliance, while dazzling golden electric sparks dance around the eye area, and the ground beneath him exhibits extensive cracks from his impact. This unexpected hero is none other than Gao Ming. Gao Ming adjusts his vocal cords to deepen his voice and turns to greet Tony. Hey, Mr. Big Poop, did you miss me? Godfather. The superheroic Godfather makes his grand entrance. Chapter 20. The barking of a stray dog having narrowly escaped disaster. Tony, still shaken, pats his chest, the sound echoing with a metallic clang due to the armor encasing him. Upon hearing Gao Ming's address, Tony instinctively retorts, Huh? Big Poop? Did you not attend university? Unable to even spell your name? Tony's remark was a jab at Gao Ming's perceived lack of education, yet Gao Ming, undeterred, responds with exaggerated astonishment. How did you know I never went to college? Tony is left speechless, a dark cloud of confusion hovering above him. Gao Ming and Tony engaged in a verbal duel, hurling barbs at each other, while Obadiah, feeling conspicuously overlooked, erupted with fury, exclaiming, Enough! Despite his thunderous outburst, both Gao Ming and Tony chose to disregard him. Tony feigned ignorance deliberately, seeking to provoke Obadiah, while Gao Ming genuinely dismissed him as insignificant, though clad in the iron Monger armor, which projected an imposing and menacing figure. Obadiah's fearsome exterior was merely a slightly enhanced version of primitive steel armor, rendering it trivial compared to the sophisticated models Tony would later invent. In comparison to the likes of the Abomination, the Chitauri army, and Ultron, Ironmonger was nothing more than a mere trinket, eliciting no interest from Gao Ming. Enraged by their indifference, Obadiah stormed forward, aiming a colossal metallic fist at Gao Ming's face. Just as Tony leaped from the bus, he witnessed Obadiah's reckless assault on Gao Ming and felt a flicker of pity. Obadiah was courting his own demise. The memory of Gao Ming dispatching the terrorist leader with a mere flick of his finger remained vivid in Tony's mind. A thought crossed Tony's mind. Perhaps he could utilize Ironmonger to gauge Gao Ming's prowess. While the armor was rudimentary, it could serve as a means to observe and gather data, ultimately leading to the creation of more advanced suits. With an acute sense of vulnerability after encountering the enigmatic Gao Ming, the notion of developing countermeasures against such abilities took root in Tony's mind. Tony focused intently on Gao Ming's response, while Gao Ming, witnessing the approaching fist of Ironmonger, felt a surge of anger. Though I possess the ability to heal, do you not realize that striking one's face is unacceptable? He thought. Just as Obadiah's iron fist was about to collide with his visage, Gao Ming seized the mechanical arm with force, yanking it away with a crisp sound. With a casual motion, he discarded the severed arm aside, the electric intensity in his gaze intensifying. In that blinding flash of electricity, Obadiah perceived a cold indifference in Gao Ming's eyes, rendering him as insignificant as an insect. Fear crept into Obadiah's heart, compelling him to flee, yet he was simultaneously reluctant, unwilling to accept that Tony would have allies to come to his aid. Suppressing his rage, Obadiah's tone softened as he queried, Why do you defend Tony Stark? Has he promised you something? Speak freely. Whatever he offers you, I assure you I can provide tenfold, 100-fold. As Tony listened to Obadiah negotiating terms with Gao Ming, his gaze grew colder. He had placed immense trust in Obadiah, who, unbeknownst to him, had been engaging in arms deals with various terrorists, plotting to usurp his company, and repeatedly placing him in peril. Not long ago, Obadiah incapacitated him in his own home with a sonic device of his own invention, rendering him immobile. With a triumphant demeanor, he brazenly seized the reactor from his chest, allowing Tony to feel the encroaching specter of death. Had it not been for the timely return of the reactor, which Tony had once discarded as a mere trophy, he would have surely met his demise. Contemplating Obadiah's numerous transgressions, Tony resolved that he could not let Obadiah escape unscathed today. Thus, upon hearing Obadiah promise benefits to Gao Ming, Tony stepped forward, unhurriedly declaring, "Obadiah, do not forget that Stark Industries is mine. What leverage do you possess to negotiate terms?" Silence. Obadiah's fury erupted, his voice a tempest. "If it weren't for you, Stark Industries would be mine. Why can't you just accept your fate and die quietly?" The visor of the armor lifted, revealing Tony's calm demeanor. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, remarking, "How could someone as young, accomplished, and affluent as I possibly be fated to such misfortune? Meanwhile, you at your age could take a cue from the elderly in the park, leisurely walking dogs and feeding birds." Tony's expression turned steely as he narrowed his eyes, his tone growing ominous. "I hope you have prepared a burial plot for yourself, ready to lie down at any moment." Such was Tony Stark's sharp tongue, effortlessly provoking others. Obadiah, thoroughly incensed by Tony's taunts, abandoned all notions of compromise or retreat. The anti-tank launcher on his armor elevated, aiming the last remaining rocket at Gao Ming and Tony. This time, forewarned, Tony swiftly raised his hands to unleash an arc reactor pulse cannon. The pulse struck the rocket, igniting an explosion between them, sending both Ironmonger and Iron Man hurtling through the air, while Gao Ming remained unaffected by the blast, standing resolutely as the flames surged towards him. "Indeed, Melvin's attire is exquisite," Gao Ming mused, assessing his seemingly unscathed uniform. The missile's explosion had only dulled the golden lightning patterns woven into the fabric, crafted from robust metal and coated in gold paint, leaving them with a slightly faded hue. Well, such is life. Looking at Tony's gold and crimson armor, it ends up marred after every battle, the paint marred by various assaults, transforming from its initial elegance into a disheveled state. In contrast, Gao Ming's appearance remained largely intact, with only the golden accents losing a bit of color, exuding an aura of mystery. However, the fading was of little concern to Gao Ming. A simple application of restorative power would remedy it, as the talisman not only healed and purified but also possessed a restorative capability, akin to reversing time itself. Thus, Gao Ming effortlessly restored his uniform to its original state, though he felt no urgency, as he could simply revert it upon returning. After the explosion, sparks scattered across the ground, and Ironmonger and Iron Man rose to their feet. Upon seeing Gao Ming standing unscathed, a flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes. Obadiah felt an increasing dread towards Gao Ming, sensing that he was unlikely to escape calamity today. Meanwhile, Tony gained a deeper understanding of Gao Ming's prowess. Without sufficient trump cards, he contemplated ways to cultivate a rapport with him. Such a formidable figure should not be made an enemy. Setting aside Obadiah and Tony's inner turmoil, Gao Ming inspected the lightning patterns and noted varying degrees of fading. He sighed, not perturbed, and turned to Ironmonger, amiably asking, "Have you finished speaking? If you have more to say, feel free to bark a few more times. After today, you shall have no further opportunities." Detecting the unyielding tone in Gao Ming's words, Obadiah's hope dissipated entirely. All his emotions erupted in a frenzied roar. Why? Why must I resign myself to waiting for death? I am the rightful ruler of Stark Industries. Tony Stark is merely a foolish jester living off my efforts. Hey, Tony interjected, visibly irked by Obadiah's madness. "Don't slander me. I'm not merely coasting through life. If it weren't for my genius in weaponry, Stark Industries wouldn't have achieved the brilliance it enjoys today. And this armor you wear? Don't think a few modifications make it yours. It is my invention." Obadiah dismissed Tony's rebuttal, furiously shouting, "Shut up! Shut up! If it weren't for my intervention in managing everything and fostering Stark Industries' growth, it would have long since crumbled under your reckless stewardship. The current success of Stark Industries is due to me. It is rightfully mine, and no one can take it away." Having lost all rationality, Obadiah began to laugh maniacally. "Soon, Stark Industries, no, it shall be the Obadiah Group, will flourish under my command. The entire world will tremble before me." Seeing Obadiah's deranged demeanor, Tony found the debate tiresome. Arguing with a madman was futile. It was time for action. Tony raised his arm, palm directed at Ironmonger, unleashing an arc pulse cannon. The arc pulse cannon was a customary offensive measure of Tony's armor. While it could not compare to the weaponry of later models, it still possessed considerable power. However, against the massive and highly defensive Ironmonger, it proved ineffective. Thus, Tony resolved to deploy his most devastating weapon, the cluster cannon. Channeling energy from the reactor in his chest for a powerful release, which had previously inflicted some damage on Ironmonger. Yet, accompanied by urgent beeping, JARV.ISS voice alerted him. Energy remaining at 15%. High-energy attacks are not advisable. Ah, how awkward it is. The illustrious Tony Stark finds himself in a predicament where extravagance is not an option. Just as Tony wrestles with the decision of whether to activate the emergency backup power to indulge himself with a surge of energy, Obadiah, perceiving Tony's assault as a provocation, charges at him with a furious roar. Die Stark. Chapter 21. The frustration and despair of Monger. If Obadiah were to collide with Tony, the latter's slender frame would be no match for such a formidable force. The contrast between the agile Iron Man and the heavyweight Monger starkly illustrates the futility of a direct confrontation. As the Monger charged like a raging bull, Tony swiftly engaged his foot and palm thrusters, soaring into the air and leaving Gao Ming to face the Monger's reckless assault alone. Hey, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it, Tony quipped mockingly as he ascended into the sky, observing the chaos below. Seeing Tony retreat in cowardice, Gao Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. This so-called ally of his was adept at selling the illusion of camaraderie, but was all too eager to sidestep the action and watch from the sidelines. The Monger barreled forward with ferocity. Before he could reach Tony, Gao Ming launched a powerful kick, producing a resounding metallic crash as the Monger was sent sprawling backward, scraping the ground as he collided with several vehicles before crashing into the outer wall of a building. Fortunately, despite the battle erupting on a busy thoroughfare, bystanders had managed to evacuate in a timely manner. Most drivers had vacated the area, while others had hastily abandoned their vehicles to flee from this perilous scene. The few unfortunate souls injured were caught in the crossfire, either struck by the Monger or crushed under the weight of their vehicles as they tried to escape. It must be said, what a stroke of bad luck. The battleground had been cordoned off by authorities, though it remained unclear whether S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened. Ambulances had arrived, but the injured lay helplessly near the center of the conflict, unable to escape, and the medical personnel hesitated to approach the danger zone, forced to watch helplessly as the wounded writhed in pain. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Gao Ming resolved to prioritize rescue efforts, leaving the Monger for Iron Man to contend with. Hey, Stark, Gao Ming called out, his tone serious. You hold off that behemoth while I assist the injured. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed to the side of the wounded, hoisting one individual with ease and swiftly carrying them to safety beyond the barricades, depositing them before the medical staff. Noticing the personnel were momentarily stunned, Gao Ming raised his voice. Quickly, save them. The seemingly dazed medical team sprang into action, hurriedly retrieving a wheeled stretcher from the ambulance, placing the injured onto it, and rushing towards the hospital. 3 ambulances remained on site, insufficient to transport all the injured to the hospital at once. Thus, after delivering a patient, the ambulances were required to return promptly to fetch the remaining casualties. However, there was no need for undue haste. Gao Ming, while escorting the injured to the medical personnel, utilized his healing powers to stabilize their conditions. Upon arrival at the hospital, the examinations would undoubtedly leave the doctors in a state of disbelief. Gao Ming swiftly transported the injured one by one beyond the battlefield, while the medical team, in perfect synchrony, rendered urgent assistance, albeit unnecessary. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gao Ming's directive, Tony recognized the urgency of the situation and descended to unleash a series of rapid-fire shots at Obadiah's Monger, the metallic clangs echoing incessantly. Tony did not anticipate his attacks to be effective. Rather, he discharged every available weapon merely to buy time for Gao Ming's return to handle the Monger. Obadiah, having just regained his composure after a kick from Gao Ming's counterattack, was immediately bombarded by Tony's gunfire. In such circumstances, even the most composed individual would feel anger. And Obadiah, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Tony, quickly turned his attention to the barrage. Tony, Obadiah bellowed, as his missile launcher on the left arm unleashed a volley of missiles towards the airborne Iron Man dam. Faced with Obadiah's frenzied missile assault, Tony's face turned pale with fright as he desperately evaded the incoming projectiles. Fortunately, Obadiah's missiles lacked tracking capabilities, allowing Tony, with the agility of his Iron Man suit and the computational assistance of his AI companion JARVIS, to narrowly avoid being hit. As the missiles all missed their mark, Obadiah's fury escalated. With his rockets and missiles expended, he was left with only his mechanical right arm, which Gao Ming had torn off, equipped with a 20mm Gatling gun. Though the mechanical arm was severed, the Gatling gun could still be operated manually. Obadiah dashed over to where his mechanical arm lay, detached the Gatling from it, and, with his mechanical left arm supporting it, began firing frantically at Tony with his right hand, the bullets pouring forth in a relentless stream, the spent casings clattering to the ground in a cacophony. Shit. Tony involuntarily cursed again, hastily transferring control of his armor to JARVIS. However, despite JARVIS' remarkable computational prowess. It could not evade every single round amid such a dense onslaught, and several bullets ultimately struck the armor. Beep, beep, beep. Armor damaged. 3 rounds have penetrated the suit. The danger alert blared. JARVIS, reporting with unwavering composure. Tony grimaced in pain, exclaiming, I know. The bullets hit me. Damn it. It really hurts like hell. The Iron Man suit bore 3 new punctures, bullets piercing through the armor and embedding themselves into Tony's body, all striking his right thigh. The agony of being shot in the thigh rendered Tony acutely aware of a pain that felt as if it were gnawing at his very bones. He was currently clad in the Mark III of his Iron Man suit, the first version he had officially deployed. In comparison to the original Mark I, constructed from Jericho missile materials, and the experimental Mark II, the Mark III was significantly refined. It was crafted entirely from titanium alloy, theoretically affording adequate protection. However, during the design phase, in consideration of the Mark I's excessive weight and resulting mobility issues, the Mark III prioritized a reduction in armor heft, leading to a thinner shell. Even though it utilized titanium alloy, after enduring a series of impacts and explosions, certain areas of the armor's defensive capabilities were severely compromised, resulting in the injuries sustained. Tony's complexion paled, sweat beading on his brow as he gritted his teeth, and said, JARVIS, for the next phase of armor design. Prioritize marking the armor's defensive capabilities. I demand the hardest materials in the universe for its construction. Understood. JARVIS meticulously noted Tony's words. Damn it. Where's the Godfather? Tony muttered, enduring the searing pain in his thigh while evading the relentless gunfire from Monger, occasionally retaliating with a few incendiary rounds or other munitions. As for energy-draining weapons like the arc pulse cannon, he refrained from using them, conserving energy for flight while lamenting the delayed arrival of Gao Ming. JARVIS. The Godfather transported all the injured to safety 1 minute ago. Before Tony could voice his concerns, he caught sight of Gao Ming, a sight that nearly stirred a fit of rage within him. At that moment, Gao Ming lounged atop a taxi, nonchalantly crossing his legs, his left elbow resting on his knee, propping his chin on one hand, exuding an air of leisure as if he were merely observing a spectacle. Fuck. Tony could no longer contain his frustration. The pain from his gunshot wound felt almost trivial in comparison. I've worked tirelessly to distract Monger, hoping you'd go save lives, and yet, after you've done that, you don't come to assist me, just watching as I get shot? Godfather, how dark is your heart? Tony shouted in a mix of despair and fury. Hurry up and help. My armor is running low on energy. Only then did Gao Ming leisurely rise from the taxi roof, replying in a tone of mock resignation, akin to a parent indulging a child, coming right up. As veins throbbed at his temples and his eyes seemed on the verge of expelling flames, Gao Ming finally descended from the taxi roof, swiftly darting towards Monger. Seeing Gao Ming suddenly appear before him, Obadiah recoiled in fright, raising his right arm's Gatling gun to point threateningly at Gao Ming, his voice quavering, "Stay back, or I'll take you out." Oh, quite audacious are we? Gao Ming's eyes sparked with electric intensity, and finally, he unleashed the pent-up energy, golden lightning erupting from his eyes, piercing through Monger's formidable armor and creating a substantial breach. With a deliberate control from Gao Ming, the electric strike pierced through the edge beneath the Iron Tyrant, merely grazing the armored Obadiah, tearing through his clothing and leaving a gruesome scar. Bang! The electric bolt ultimately collided with the wall of the building behind the Iron Tyrant, creating a substantial breach and subsequently demolishing several walls within the structure before dissipating entirely. Alas, this building has truly suffered an unjust calamity. The matter of compensation and repairs shall be entrusted to SHIELD, as they are quite adept at tidying up such messes. The expression of the increasingly irate director of a certain agency darkens. Could you repeat that? Obadiah, in pain, unleashed a stream of curses. Mother. Gao Ming, composed and unruffled, stepped forward. Before Obadiah could retreat further, Gao Ming extended his left hand and grasped the armor, leaving an unmistakable imprint, evidencing the immense force he exerted. With Gao Ming's firm grip rendering him immobile, Obadiah, in a state of panic, attempted to shoot, but Tony, having finally stabilized himself from his descent, unleashed a final arc pulse cannon shot, sending the Gatling gun flying. Deprived of the Gatling gun, Obadiah felt increasingly vulnerable. He raised his colossal mechanical left arm, raining down punches upon Gao Ming. Yet, Gao Ming merely raised his right arm, successfully blocking the relentless assaults of the metallic fists. In a mix of fury and despair, Obadiah roared, "Let go! Let go!" in yet another futile attempt, as his mechanical left arm was lifted. And before the fist could descend, Gao Ming abandoned his defense, pivoted his right arm, and met the Iron Tyrant's descending fist with a direct fist-to-fist confrontation. Bang! A sickening crack echoed through the air. Obadiah emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It was evident that Obadiah's left arm had succumbed in this clash. His once mighty mechanical arm now hung limply, the bones within shattered into fragments. I will kill you. I will end you. Obadiah cursed in agony. Gao Ming, unfazed, released his grip on the Iron Tyrant, stepped back to assess the situation, then advanced and abruptly tore off the mechanical arm. Observing Obadiah, now exposed with both arms bare, Gao Ming nodded in satisfaction, noting the newfound balance in his appearance. Behind him, Tony wore a perplexed expression. Was it truly necessary to remove the remaining intact mechanical arm for the sake of symmetry? Such compulsiveness was indeed remarkable. Of course, Tony dared only to voice his thoughts internally. He had no desire for his own armor to endure such brutal treatment. Chapter 22. The Dismemberment of the Iron Tyrant. Beneath the helmet, Gao Ming, with a smirk that bordered on mockery, remarked, "Do you take a liking to this armor?" With a futile gesture, he tore away a significant section of the steel plating from the Iron Tyrant's chest, revealing its dilapidated state. Personally, I find it quite unappealing. Without pausing, Gao Ming commenced the dismantling of the Iron Tyrant's armor. The chest plate, back armor, left thigh guard, and right thigh guard were forcefully torn apart, disassembling the Iron Tyrant piece by piece. Such a violent disarmament left Tony feeling a surge of trepidation, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Jarvis," Tony called softly. But he soon realized that his suit had depleted its energy, severing his connection with Jarvis. He had hoped to have Jarvis scan and calculate Gao Ming's current strength, at least to acquire some data for enhancing performance in future armor designs. However, with no means of contacting Jarvis, Tony was left to estimate on his own. Currently, the publicly recorded human strength limit stands at 575 kilograms, not accounting for renowned boxers, whose average strength at the world champion level hovers around 500 to 800 kilograms. Yet, observing Gao Ming's stance, Tony noted that he was not exerting his full strength. The human metrics simply did not apply to him. Furrowing his brow, Tony attempted to gauge Gao Ming's power, but such strength could not be quantified with mere numbers. If he were to find a reference point, one could argue that, at full capacity, Gao Ming's strength approached that of the Hulk at about 60 to 70%. Though this pertains to the movie's subdued version rather than the exaggerated comic portrayal. The Hulk grows exponentially stronger with rage, theoretically without limits. While Gao Ming could not rival the Hulk at present, it is essential to note that this reflects Gao Ming's current capacity. His upper limits could be far greater in the future. The potency of the talisman varies from individual to individual, determined by the user's potential. Even the original master of the talisman, the Demon Lord of Fire, could not entirely unleash its power. The ultimate limits of the talisman's strength remain unknown. Thus, Gao Ming's current prowess represents merely his baseline, with the potential for far greater capabilities yet to be realized, possibly within the perilous realm of Marvel. Though the future is too distant to speculate, Tony's estimations remained inconclusive as Gao Ming's dismantling endeavor approached its conclusion. The Iron Tyrant armor lay in ruins, with only a helmet remaining atop Obadiah's head. With a casual flick of his thumb, Gao Ming sent the helmet soaring into the air, clattering to the ground and revealing Obadiah's face. At this moment, the once ambitious major stakeholder of Stark Industries appeared far removed from his earlier bravado. His gaze was vacant, his face contorted in pain, emitting intermittent groans of agony. Faced with this defeated adversary, Gao Ming lost interest in continuing the confrontation. Yawning and covering his mouth, he remarked, "Stark, it's up to you to handle this. I'm leaving now." Without waiting for Tony's response, Gao Ming vanished from his line of sight, leaving Tony astonished once again. Was it sheer speed, or had Gao Ming become invisible? If it was the former, Tony had already witnessed Gao Ming's velocity, but if it were the latter, it would imply that Gao Ming had unveiled a new ability, with his previously displayed powers merely scratching the surface. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the Iron Monger armor strewn across the ground, Tony furrowed his brow and couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. After all, this was the very first suit of armor I had invented. Its destruction felt rather excessive. Upon witnessing Gao Ming vanish from sight, Obadiah's eyes rekindled with hope as he hastily rose from the ground, his right hand supporting his fractured left arm, fleeing in a singular direction without a backward glance. Seeing Obadiah make his escape, Tony instinctively straightened up, palms facing downward, mimicking the motion to activate the jet propulsion system, eager to pursue him. Alas, Tony had forgotten the matter of energy depletion. There was no way he could allow Obadiah to escape, setting aside the fact that Obadiah had repeatedly conspired against him. Letting him flee today would only lead to future fears and worries. Tony was not concerned for his own safety. His armored suit provided ample protection, but rather for the well-being of those he cherished. With this thought in mind, Tony hurriedly chased after him, only to realize a more lamentable predicament. The armor he donned was manually fitted and could not be easily removed. He needed to return to his lab for assistance in disassembling it. Thus, left with no option but to continue wearing the titanium alloy suit. His running speed was severely hampered, each step a genuine struggle. "Obadiah, you cannot escape. Surrender now?" he gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts, his strides shortening and slowing with each passing moment. "Shut your foul mouth, Tony. Once I escape, mark my words, I will repay today's humiliation tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold upon you and those around you." Obadiah retorted with brazen arrogance, igniting Tony's fury anew, fueling his pursuit, albeit still in vain. Unbeknownst to either of them, this area had been cordoned off. At the perimeter of the blockade, apart from medical personnel and a few undeterred onlookers, a contingent of armed officers stood vigilantly on guard. Not to mention, several agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had followed Pepper to apprehend Obadiah, lay scattered, having been blasted away by the Iron Monger. Their fates uncertain. It was highly probable that Director Fury would dispatch additional reinforcements, and among the crowd lurked a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, poised for action. Thus, Tony need not chase Obadiah. The unarmored Obadiah posed no threat, akin to a lamb oblivious to danger, unwittingly walking into a trap. After dismantling the Ironmonger into disarray, Gao Ming truly vanished from sight and soared to the rooftop of the building where he had previously left Sophia. Clutching the railing of the rooftop, Sophia leaned slightly forward, seemingly observing the unfolding situation below, when Gao Ming descended onto the rooftop. Deactivating his invisibility as he approached her from behind, Sophia remained unaware. "Wow!" Gao Ming suddenly let out a strange cry, startling Sophia, who nearly lunged forward. Almost tumbling from the towering building, which loomed 10 to 20 stories high, had the railing not restrained her. Gripping the railing tightly, Sophia turned her head in a panic, only to see Gao Ming removing his helmet, which allowed her to relax slightly as she patted her chest, causing her ample bosom to quiver gently. Gao Ming's gaze immediately fixated on her, unable to look away. "You scared me. You are so wicked," Sophia exclaimed, oblivious to the slight petulance in her tone. The dual impact of visual and auditory stimuli made Gao Ming's heart race. Soon, Sophia noticed a dazed look in Gao Ming's eyes, following his gaze downward. She realized what had captivated him. Her cheeks flushed as she tightened the coat draped over her body. Her subtle movements snapped Gao Ming back to reality, and he awkwardly withdrew his fervent gaze, offering a sheepish smile as he said, "I dismantled that iron object. The danger has passed." As the two grew more familiar, although certain details still sparked awkwardness, it was no longer as unbearable as it had been during their initial encounter. Sophia, being an American woman, was inherently more open-minded and did not mind Gao Ming's gaze too much. After all, during her previous rescue, she had inadvertently revealed a significant expanse of her fair skin. Subconsciously, she felt that since she had already been seen, being observed in clothing was not a considerable issue. Naturally, if Gao Ming were to stare unabashedly, it would still evoke discomfort. Turning around, Sophia focused her attention on Gao Ming's uniform. The white, form-fitting leather attire accentuated his athletic and elongated physique, imbuing him with an air of nobility and gallantry. The scorched lightning patterns, remnants of battle, did not detract from the aesthetic. Instead, they exuded a palpable aura of intensity and valor. Observing Gao Ming in this moment, Sophia felt her heart skip a beat, and an involuntary expression of admiration graced her features. "Ahem, I had hoped to find a moment for you to properly admire my new uniform. But I didn't anticipate this unexpected situation that left it soiled," Gao Ming said with a hint of exasperation. Sophia shook her head, murmuring dreamily, "Not at all. I think it looks very dashing." Gao Ming, Sophia, they momentarily fell into an enigmatic atmosphere. "Well, it's getting late. I should escort you home," Gao Ming said, skillfully shifting the topic. Sophia, her blush still lingering, nodded in agreement. As she donned her helmet once more, feeling a strange sense of comfort beneath its shield, Gao Ming, in a moment of jest, quipped, "I've carried you twice today. Should we indulge in a revisit of the Princess Carrie?" The instant he spoke, he felt an urge to slap himself for his sudden impulsiveness, while Sophia's face flushed a deep crimson. As Gao Ming found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to proceed, he heard Sophia softly utter, "It's not impossible." Taken aback, Gao Ming instinctively glanced over, only to behold Sophia's blushing visage, her glasses gradually fogging up, obscuring the enchanting pools of her eyes that resembled spring waters. How adorable, was the singular thought occupying Gao Ming's mind at that moment. Given that she did not refuse, he, a man of stature, could not afford to be hesitant or feign ignorance. He encouraged himself internally. Wasn't there a prior experience to draw upon? Don't be timid. In a moment of distraction, Gao Ming cast aside all his worries, surged forward, bent his body, and, with a swift motion, enveloped Sophia in his embrace. Without affording either party a moment's psychological preparation, he ascended silently into the air, soaring towards the direction of Queen's District. With the soft fragrance of her presence, I shall remain unperturbed, Gao Ming declared, fervently harnessing his regenerative powers to stabilize his emotions. Sophia, nestled in his arms, felt an overwhelming sense of security, her serene and gentle smile illuminating her features as she leaned her cheek against his chest, attuning herself to the slightly erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Before long, Gao Ming arrived at Sophia's new residence, descending before a modest apartment building. The warm glow of lights emanated from several windows, while pedestrians strolled along the streets, bound to pass the apartment soon and notice the uniformed Gao Ming. Although the uniform concealed his features, the stark white of his tight leather attire would still attract attention. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Gao Ming gently set Sophia down and promptly rendered himself invisible. Upon witnessing Gao Ming's sudden disappearance, Sophia was left puzzled, unsure whether he had vanished or simply departed. Curiously, she reached out, but before she could make contact, she felt a gentle grasp on her wrist. "Hey, Sophia, I'm still here." Gao Ming's voice floated towards her. Yet the space before her remained empty, devoid of his shadow despite the streetlight's illumination. This exemplified the formidable nature of the serpent's charm, utterly effective invisibility, although his form remained. His shadow had vanished. Releasing Sophia's hand, Gao Ming hesitated, ultimately managing to utter, "It's getting late. You should rest." "Good night, Sophia." "Good night." "Wait," Sophia instinctively replied, then quickly realized. "Could I have your contact information?" "Oh, right, I almost forgot. My phone number is..." Gao Ming enlightened her, reciting his number several times. Once Sophia retrieved her phone to input the digits, he took his leave. As a breeze swept past, the silence that followed indicated Gao Ming had departed. Sophia smiled serenely, whispering, "Good night." Chapter 23. The prelude to a new era. The following day, Tony held a fresh newspaper, scrutinizing the headlines regarding the events of the previous night, which boldly proclaimed, "Who is Iron Man?" It must be said that the efficiency of those newspapers is truly impeccable. Upon hearing of the robot battle involving the Stark Group, they immediately reacted like sharks sensing blood in the water, rushing to produce articles throughout the night. Even without a thorough understanding of the intricacies, these publications seized upon the public's fascination, exaggerating the situation surrounding the robots and subtly bestowing upon Tony the moniker of Iron Man. Tony, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Iron Man, a rather catchy name, though somewhat inaccurate, as it is made of gold titanium alloy. Yet, it serves as a fitting slogan." Meanwhile, Pepper diligently applied foundation to Tony's face to conceal his wounds, gently peeling off the bandage from his nose. At that moment, a kindly-faced man clad in black approached, handing Tony a prepared statement, saying, "Your remarks are all here." This amiable individual was none other than Phil Coulson, an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite his unassuming appearance, his occasionally piercing gaze hinted at a depth of character that belied his outward demeanor, suggesting he possessed the requisite prowess befitting an elite agent. Coulson meticulously outlined the fabricated narrative they had crafted to manage the external media, instructing Tony to simply read from the script. "Wait," Tony interjected, his curiosity piqued. "Why is there no mention of Stan?" Unlike the film's portrayal, after Hai Ming's involvement, Obadiah, who was supposed to meet his demise, found himself apprehended by a throng of police, fueled by a hope for survival and ambitions of resurgence. Tony, uncertain of Obadiah's subsequent fate, inquired of Coulson. "We've handled it." Coulson replied with a smile. "He is in a rather lively place, making the acquaintance of many friendly new companions." Upon hearing this, Tony surmised Obadiah's likely fate, most probably confined to a little-known, heavily guarded prison, where he would spend his days in a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. The thought of Obadiah potentially enduring the remainder of his life in such an environment brought a sense of delight to Tony. Regaining his composure, Tony began to critique the narrative concocted by S.H.I.E.L.D. "Don't you think this story sounds too much like a movie plot? Something about my bodyguard creating a robot?" Coulson, still smiling, responded, "Mr. Stark, that is not within my purview. Just recite the script, and matters will soon settle down." With that, Coulson prepared to depart. Pepper expressed her sincere gratitude for Coulson's assistance, to which he humbly replied before taking his leave. To prevent the events of the previous night from escalating into a chaotic situation, Tony convened a press conference following surgery to remove the bullet from his thigh, intending to address the incident. Though Tony walked with a noticeable limp following his recent surgery, he radiated an undeniable vigor as he approached the platform for the press conference. A throng of journalists sat below, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. It is worth mentioning that Tony found himself acutely lacking in trustworthy confidence. Following the betrayal by Obadiah, he had become increasingly cautious. The only individuals he could rely on were Pepper, Rhodey, Happy, and Ethan. Rhodey, being a soldier, could not be at Tony's side at all times. Meanwhile, Ethan, having altered the film's tragic conclusion, was warmly hosted by Tony for a while before he chose to depart, as he too had his own life to lead. Thus, Tony was left with only Pepper and Happy in his immediate circle. As Tony arrived, Rhodey, who had been engaging in a rather roundabout conversation with the journalists, graciously ceded his position to allow Tony to take the podium and commence his address. Tony retrieved his notes and began to read, word for word. However, in the midst of his speech, an assertive female journalist abruptly interrupted him. "I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Stark. But do you truly expect us to believe in a miraculous bodyguard?" Before he could respond, Tony exhibited his trademark irreverence, flashing a roguish smile. "I understand this may sound fantastical. You are certainly free to question the official statement. But please refrain from reckless speculation or insinuating that I am a superhero." The journalist deftly countered, "I never claimed you were a superhero." Indeed, these journalists seldom stated their opinions outright. Instead, they employed subtle tactics to entice the uninformed public toward a particular narrative. Even if the subject felt discomfort by their insinuations, they found themselves powerless against the impeccably astute reporters. Caught off guard by her confidence, Tony's expression stiffened as he looked at the self-assured journalist and remarked, "Is that so? It does sound rather sci-fi. I'm hardly cut out to be a hero, given my numerous flaws and the chaos I've caused." Tony's gaze wandered, his focus evidently straying from his notes, as he pondered whether this journalist might have been a fleeting romantic encounter, for her sharp words were rather provocative. However, with a history as extensive as his, he could not recall if they had shared a brief dalliance. Observing Tony's drift from the script, Rhodey silently leaned in to advise him, "Stick to the script." Tony finally regained his composure, responded affirmatively, and resumed his reading. Yet he paused, gently lowered the notes in his hand, and delivered a groundbreaking proclamation, "I am Iron Man." This declaration sent the room into a frenzy, as reporters surged forward, cameras clicking and a cacophony of questions erupting. Meanwhile, comfortably reclined on his sofa, Gao Ming chuckled softly as he watched the live broadcast of the event on television. Before reaching for the remote to turn it off, on the table lay a newspaper, featuring an article titled, "Who is Iron Man?" alongside another piece entitled, "Mysterious Savior, Suspected Godfather of Iron Man." To his astonishment, his title was misconstrued by an imaginative journalist, who interpreted it in a manner far from its essence. To be fair, while he was indeed referred to as the Godfather, he had never intended to acknowledge Tony Stark as a son. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the bustling streets below, which remained as lively as ever. Gao Ming murmured to himself, "A new era." Tony Stark, in a moment of fervor, publicly declared himself Iron Man, perhaps merely a whimsical decision, yet unbeknownst to him, his proclamation heralded the dawn of a new epoch. Unlike Tony, who reveled in applause and accolades, Gao Ming, as a time traveler with insight into the unfolding narrative, was acutely aware of the monumental upheavals that lay ahead. Before long, Dr. Banner would transform into the Hulk, engaging in a fierce battle against Abomination in the Broadway district. 6 months later, when the Mad Titan sought to trouble Iron Man, at that very moment, a hammer from Asgard and a power-stripped warrior would descend from the heavens. After a semblance of peace for a year or two, New York would face an invasion by an extraterrestrial army, leading to the merciless devastation of the once thriving city, reduced to mere ruins. Nearly receiving a nuclear greeting from the government, various calamities would follow in succession, from the malevolent Dormammu to the Dark Elves and the artificial intelligence Ultron. A decade later, the greatest challenge in history would loom on the horizon. Gao Ming lifted his gaze to the vast, boundless sky, his intense stare seemingly traversing light years to the far reaches of the universe, locking eyes with the entity seated upon a throne, disdainful of all living beings. The harbinger of dread throughout the cosmos, Thanos. This being, who sought to become the omniscient sovereign of the universe, would not relent in his quest to acquire the Infinity Stones, and Earth, that ordinary azure planet, curiously harbored the mind, time, space, and reality stones. Although the Space Stone was entrusted to Asgard for safekeeping and the Reality Stone was given to the Collector, Earth retained the Mind Stone and the Time Stone, residing on the forehead of Vision and in the hands of Doctor Strange, who would later ascend as the Sorcerer Supreme. With 2 Infinity Stones in its possession, Earth was destined to encounter Thanos' invasion and plunder. Before his crossing into this realm, Gao Ming had not witnessed the release of Avengers: Infinity War. His narrative advantage halting at the conclusion of Thor: Ragnarok, where Thor and Loki prepared to lead the surviving Asgardians to Earth, only to encounter the vast fleet of Thanos. Although Gao Ming had seen snippets of Infinity War's trailers, depicting superheroes uniting to defend Earth against Thanos was undeniably exhilarating. Yet the collective effort to confront a single titan subtly underscored Thanos' formidable might. The image of Thanos casually placing the space stone into the Infinity Gauntlet now evoked a profound sense of helplessness, the despair of being unable to confront Thanos. Gao Ming slowly closed his eyes. He was uncertain of Thanos' true strength. He could not predict how much his insignificant fluttering wings, as a mere butterfly, would alter the course of events. Nor could he foresee how to resolve matters when that moment finally arrived. Yet he is acutely aware that he inhabits this world, eschewing any delusion of being one of the fortunate 50% of beings that survive. Instead, he resolves to exhaust every effort to alter the future, to safeguard all that is precious, and to confront the villains. I, Gao Ming, a fortunate soul living in this realm, a sudden possessor of extraordinary powers, speaks gently. I vow to eradicate all malevolence, to shield the innocent, to rise to the occasion in times of calamity, and to confront adversity at the world's end. My unembellished words resonate with an unwavering conviction, even in the face of despairing existence. I grit my teeth and summon all my strength to land a fierce blow upon its visage. Gao Ming abruptly opens his eyes and throws a punch towards the heavens, his fist slicing through the air, generating a resounding crack. Thanos, I await your arrival. Viewed from an observer's perspective, Gao Ming stands motionless, his expressions shifting, before suddenly striking towards the sky. Chapter 24. A visit to Broadway to see an opera. Tony whimsically declares himself Iron Man before the world, and that very evening, a certain director from S.H.I.E.L.D. barges into his private residence, proposing the formation of the Avengers. However, none of this bears significant relevance to Gao Ming. Life continues as it always has. The only notable change is that this enigmatic superhero, after media coverage and the influence of Iron Man, can finally emerge into the light without reservation. Thanks to the relentless inquiries of journalist friends, who persistently question the identity of the mysterious savior during Tony's ostentatious outings. Some reporters even dared to ask Tony if that was his elder. Left with no choice, Tony begrudgingly disclosed the title of the Godfather and recounted his acquaintance with this enigmatic superhero, with the information directly from Tony Stark's lips. Various newspapers launched extensive coverage on this mysterious Godfather, resulting in a plethora of mixed reviews. Some lauded the Godfather for vanquishing malevolent robots and restoring order, while others, seeking notoriety for their own publications, baselessly claimed that the Godfather dared not remove his helmet, lurking in the shadows. Initially, Gao Ming felt a surge of indignation and contemplated a minor act of revenge, but upon discovering that the most vocal critic was the Daily Bugle, he chose to remain indifferent and let it be. The Daily Bugle, the very publication where Peter Parker worked in the classic Spider-Man films, has always harbored disdain for Spider-Man, purchasing photographs from Peter solely to print negative stories about the webslinger. Although it remains uncertain whether the newly introduced Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, having latched onto Stark's coattails, still works at the Daily Bugle selling selfies, the relentless derision directed at Gao Ming indicates that their owner remains the same cantankerous figure, seemingly escaped from a mental institution, perpetually antagonistic towards masked superheroes. As for this overly zealous critic, Gao Ming finds no merit in engaging, allowing him to prance about as he pleases. More than a week has passed since the Iron Tyrant incident, and Stark Industries has successfully transformed this event into a favorable opportunity. The company's shares are steadily rising, rather than declining. Stark Industries is flourishing. Thanks to Gao Ming's discreet intervention during the rescue and the timely evacuation of the crowd, the Iron Tyrant was swiftly subdued, resulting in a miraculous outcome with no casualties. The citizens of New York quickly recovered, turning the incident into a trending topic of conversation, discussing it with fervor. The enigmatic figure known as the Godfather, whose identity and abilities remain shrouded in mystery, has been embraced by the public, with many children and teenagers idolizing him, even eclipsing Iron Man in popularity. Much to Tony's chagrin, it was yet another ordinary afternoon when pedestrians were suddenly swept by a gust of wind, catching a fleeting glimpse of a white silhouette, prompting cheers of excitement. Most onlookers, upon witnessing the apparition, erupted in jubilant applause, expressing their exhilaration at the hero's appearance. No longer needing to conceal his identity, Gao Ming traversed the city's various corners daily, combating crime and assisting citizens with remarkable efficiency. In just over a week, he garnered the admiration of New Yorkers. Immersed in his rapid pursuits, Gao Ming felt a surge of happiness at the cheers from passers-by, gradually growing accustomed to the attention without being overly affected. It wasn't long before he arrived at a fire scene. A towering building, several stories engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. The building, a branch of a certain mobile phone company in the United States, had reportedly caught fire due to a malfunction during a performance test, resulting in an explosion. As a person of heroic integrity, Gao Ming could not disregard the innocent employees trapped inside, desperately calling for help. Even if his past grievances with the mobile phone brand lingered in his mind, one must save every soul. Extinguishing the fire was beyond his means. He lacked the ability to douse flames and could only watch in regret as the company was reduced to ruins. 2 fire trucks had already arrived at the scene, with some firefighters spraying water to quell the flames, while others, fully equipped, prepared to enter the inferno to rescue those trapped. The firefighters expressed their surprise at Gao Ming's arrival, and the fire chief stepped forward, earnestly stating, "Godfather, please assist us in rescuing those trapped inside." In such a critical moment, there was no room for rivalry. They welcomed the superhero's help, ensuring their own safety in the process. Gao Ming nodded, his voice steady as he replied, "I will rescue them as quickly as possible." Before he could finish his sentence, he soared into the air, heading straight for the floor where the flames were most ferocious. The fire erupted on the uppermost floors, leading to the complete evacuation of the remaining employees from the company. However, 13 individuals on the top floors were unable to escape and found themselves trapped in the inferno. Swiftly ascending to the floor where the cries for help were most fervent, he unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the wall, creating a gaping hole. Without hesitation, he leapt inside, hoisting 3 individuals onto his shoulders, and soared down to the ground below. Once there, he gently laid them down and administered a light touch of healing to stabilize their conditions, before returning to the blaze to rescue the others. After several trips, Gao Ming successfully extricated all those trapped, conducting a rapid sweep of the entire building to ensure no one was left behind. He then broke through the wall and burst out of the fiery scene. As soon as it was confirmed that everyone was safe, the site erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, praising the Godfather for yet another successful rescue operation. "Well done, Godfather. You resolved it so swiftly. Be my boyfriend. Don't compete with me." Coughing, he noted the crowd's fervent enthusiasm. Gao Ming discreetly glanced at the few who had called out to be his girlfriend. Some were indeed quite attractive. Such stunning beauty. A glance revealed several pairs of trembling peaks, with even their attire daringly revealing, causing his gaze to sharpen momentarily. After capturing these delightful images in his mind, he averted his eyes. One should not indulge in impropriety. They are best admired from afar. Gao Ming addressed the fire chief, stating, "All the people have been rescued. The remaining matters are in your capable hands." The fire chief nodded in appreciation, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your assistance. With you around, this city will undoubtedly thrive." Gao Ming smiled, but chose silence as he swiftly departed the scene. Amusingly, several enthusiastic ladies chased after his white silhouette, calling out for him not to leave. Truly, the fervor of American women is something to behold. After a long day of tireless efforts, although invigorated by the power of the magical talisman and never feeling fatigued, Gao Ming was not a machine, and he did not spend all 24 hours apprehending villains and saving lives. Furthermore, this city did not always present constant crises. If it did, relying solely on Gao Ming would be insufficient. If he were to tackle every incident single-handedly, one might question the necessity of police and firefighters. Born of adversity, perishing in comfort, Gao Ming preferred that everyone maintained a sense of vigilance, shunning a dependency on superheroes to resolve every predicament. Ultimately, the primary reason for his thoughts was that Gao Ming cherished his personal time. This evening, his spirits were particularly high, for he had a date. During this period, Gao Ming would occasionally call Sophia in the evenings for a chat or wait for her to finish school so they could go shopping together or take leisurely strolls in the park. Gao Ming and Sophia are both quite content with their current relationship, which hovers tantalizingly between friendship and romance. They are open to further development. However, it necessitates Gao Ming to take the initiative, as it is often preferable for the male to be more proactive when it comes to deepening their bond. Thus, during a routine phone conversation with Sophia while she was returning home for the weekend, Gao Ming proposed that they attend a Broadway opera the following evening, to which Sophia readily agreed. His plan was to confess his feelings to her at the opera's conclusion. Considering the occasion, Gao Ming understood that casual attire would not suffice. Although formal dress was not strictly required, he decided to invest in a tailored suit. He chose a sleek black suit jacket paired with matching trousers, complemented by a finely patterned burgundy shirt beneath. Unaccustomed to wearing ties, he left the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone and donned a pair of polished black leather shoes, along with a stylish watch adorning his left wrist. To complete his transformation, Gao Ming visited an upscale salon, where a professional hairstylist meticulously sculpted his hair. Although he failed to grasp the subtleties of the stylist's craft, He emerged looking remarkably refreshed and invigorated. The new hairstyle accentuated his overall appearance, while the tailored suit conveyed an air of relaxed sophistication. This juxtaposition of styles imbued Gao Ming with a mature charm that was hard to ignore. Particularly, the enhancements from the talisman he possessed had rendered his features and physique increasingly remarkable, while the definition of his muscles remained subtly concealed beneath his attire. The commanding presence of his visage was enough to attract the attention of numerous women should he stroll down the street. Standing before the mirror in his bathroom, Gao Ming could not help but admire his reflection, exclaiming to himself that indeed, one's attire greatly influences one's allure. Even now, he remained blissfully unaware of the extent of his transformation. He only noted the changes in his physique, particularly the emergence of his 8-pack abs, which were difficult to overlook. With a satisfied grin, he remarked to himself that he, too, had become a man with an impressive 8-pack. After ensuring his suit was in order, Gao Ming left his home with his head held high. However, as he stepped outside, a twinge of apprehension crept in. For the ensemble he wore had depleted what little savings he had left. Glancing at his bank card, he realized there were merely 3 digits remaining. And in a few days, that might dwindle to 2. The need to secure employment weighed heavily on his mind, but he resolved to focus on the evening's date instead. Broadway, located in Manhattan, elicited a slight annoyance in Gao Ming. He often found himself traveling to Manhattan, with few opportunities to remain in Queens. Sophia, having returned home for the weekend, was not far from Broadway and arrived at the designated opera house in a short taxi ride. When Gao Ming finally reached Broadway and took a moment to adjust his attire in a quiet corner, he found Sophia waiting for him at the entrance of the theater. And upon seeing her elegant ensemble for the evening, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Sophia's deep brown hair remained irresistibly smooth, with her bangs elegantly pinned aside by a delicate hairpin. A subtle layer of foundation adorned her complexion, while her lips were graced with a vivid crimson lipstick. Surprisingly, she was not wearing her usual oversized glasses, allowing her enchanting beauty to shine through. Clad in a silky, resplendent rose-red dress that fell just above her knees, her flawless calves were exposed, and on her petite feet rested a pair of high heels. This evening, Sophia seemed to embody a rather audacious style, her attire exuding an air of mature allure that captivated Gao Ming at a mere glance, rendering him unable to divert his gaze. Chapter 25. Banner eliminates the Hulk like a stunning flower. Sophia inevitably attracted a swarm of bothersome bees. At that moment, several well-dressed individuals, whom Gao Ming regarded as insufferable predators, continuously buzzed around her, causing her to furrow her brow in distress. Adjusting his sleeves, Gao Ming donned an air of unwavering confidence and strode purposefully towards Sophia, just as she felt flustered and at a loss. The sight of Gao Ming approaching instantly calmed her, revealing her charming smile. As Gao Ming reached Sophia, he offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness." Sophia's eyes, now narrowed into delightful crescents, responded joyfully, "No, it was I who arrived early." The surrounding men were displeased. Why should she follow him simply because he had arrived? Just as they were about to voice their objections, Gao Ming's gaze fell upon them. That piercing look was chilling, as if an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped them, rendering the men speechless and forcing them to retreat into the theater in shame. Gao Ming's ability to intimidate others into retreat was not solely due to his experiences with violence. The power of the pig talisman also played a significant role. The talisman, which emitted electric energy through one's eyes as an attack, naturally affected its gaze. In the original work, the pig talisman was described as having a compelling electric gaze, which, although seemingly quaint, aptly reflected the fierce and sharp aura it bestowed upon the eyes. While it may not kill with a mere glance, it was more than sufficient to frighten others away. After successfully scaring off the bothersome crowd, Gao Ming relaxed his demeanor and smiled warmly, remarking, "Sophia, you look truly stunning tonight." Sophia's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Thank you. You look quite charming as well." Indeed, seeing Gao Ming, impeccably dressed and exuding an indefinable charm, made Sophia's heart race uncontrollably. Leaning in slightly, Gao Ming asked, his tone tinged with uncertainty, "Are you wearing contact lenses?" Sophia blinked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she replied, "Yes, what do you think?" Gao Ming, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, "They are all so beautiful." At this point, he deliberately elongated his tone. Sophia, unable to suppress her shyness, glanced at her dress and then touched her hair, anxiously inquiring, "Is there something amiss with me?" Gao Ming mischievously chuckled, "Yet, I cannot help but feel that I have encountered a beautiful princess this evening." It was only then that Sophia realized she had been playfully teased. Frowning slightly, she puffed out her cheeks in discontent. "My apologies," Gao Ming said with a smile. But he quickly added, "However, you truly look stunning tonight." Once again complimented by Gao Ming, Any trace of Sophia's irritation vanished, leaving only a delightful blush. Adjusting the collar of his suit jacket, Gao Ming raised his left arm with graceful charm, stating, "I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting this lovely lady to witness a magnificent opera?" Amused by his gesture, Sophia giggled, her smooth, porcelain-like arm linking with Gao Ming's left arm as she playfully responded, "Certainly, my charming gentleman." Dressed in a black suit, Gao Ming strolled alongside Sophia in her flowing red dress into the opera house, taking their seats at the reserved location. The opera they were about to enjoy was Les Miserables, a renowned musical composed by Claude Michel Schachenberg and Alain Boublil, adapted from Victor Hugo's illustrious novel, celebrated in the realm of global art. As for the story, it could be succinctly summarized as the tale of a man released from prison who strives to reintegrate into society while confronting a series of harsh realities. At least, that was Gao Ming's understanding after a cursory online search. Lacking artistic sensibility, Gao Ming found it challenging to grasp the allure of opera. His only brush with art was perhaps during his previous life, when he joined the anime club at school, dabbling in painting for a while. Nevertheless, opera is not solely about the performance. One can also revel in the emotive melodies of the opera singers, which can be quite delightful. As Gao Ming gazed at Sophia's profile, he found her increasingly enchanting. However, he soon noticed that although Sophia's eyes were fixed on the stage, a blush crept across her face. It seemed she was not entirely oblivious to Gao Ming's gaze. Recognizing the impoliteness of staring, he discreetly shifted his focus to the impending performance. He pondered instead on how to express his feelings after the opera concluded. Meanwhile, at Gaban Academy, Samuel Stern was brimming with excitement. Just as he was leaving school for the day, a woman named Elizabeth Rose called out to him, introducing him to a man. When the man tentatively inquired, "Mr. Blue," Dr. Stern realized that the person he had long doubted existed was standing right before him. Dr. Stern was preparing for an unimaginable human experiment, but the subject was not himself. It was the anxious man beside him, Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner is a profoundly erudite doctor who, like many of his peers, should have been imparting knowledge at a university or contributing to a research institute. However, he accepted a clandestine invitation from the military to partake in a secretive research project. Dr. Banner believed he was investigating methods to counteract radiation. After achieving initial results, he confidently commenced human trials, using himself as the subject. Yet, upon injecting the so-called anti-radiation serum and being struck by gamma rays, his body uncontrollably mutated, giving rise to another persona within him, which seized control and transformed him into a frenzied green monster bent on destruction. It was then that Dr. Banner realized he had been deceived by the military. There was never any genuine research on anti-radiation. From the very beginning, General Ross, the head of the project and the father of Banner's girlfriend Betty, had misled him, directing his efforts towards the super soldier serum developed during World War II. During that era, the illustrious geneticist Dr. Erskine devised a super soldier serum capable of enhancing human physicality to its utmost limits, giving rise to an emblem of American justice, the formidable Captain America. Captain America, leading his howling commandos, repeatedly repelled enemy assaults, often single-handedly turning the tide of battle with his superhuman capabilities. However, when Dr. Erskine fell victim to hostile agents and was assassinated, the formula for the super soldier serum was lost. As one of the few to have successfully received the serum, Captain America ultimately perished in an operation entombed beneath the ice. General Ross harbored disdain for the research department's singular focus on creating superior weaponry. He aspired instead to forge stronger soldiers. Thus, he coveted the effects of the super soldier serum, relentlessly investing substantial resources and talent in an endeavor to replicate its effects. Banner's uncontrollable mutations represented both a failure and a success. Upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the green monster, General Ross resolved to capture Bruce Banner, meticulously study his bodily mutations, and refine this evolution to create an obedient legion of giants. From the moment Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk, every drop of blood and every cell within him became, in General Ross's eyes, the property of the state. For years, Banner evaded relentless pursuit from Ross's military, living a life of concealment and anonymity. He even fled to Brazil, residing in a slum and working at a soda bottling plant. Each day, he toiled at the factory. While in his spare time, he learned various techniques to control his emotions. Overcome by solitude, Banner adopted a dog to keep him company. However, a dramatic incident occurred when he inadvertently injured his finger at the factory, resulting in a drop of blood contaminating one of the soda bottles. Once the soda was released into the market, it was consumed by an unsuspecting individual, Chuckles, the venerable Stanley, leading to poisoning due to the gamma radiation in the blood. The military, tracing the origins back to the bottling plant, eventually located Bruce Banner. They established a tight perimeter, preparing to capture Banner, who, in a state of panic, fled but was confronted by several unfriendly co-workers. Under intense emotional turmoil, he reached a critical point and lost consciousness, transforming once again into the ferocious Hulk, wreaking havoc and eliminating several soldiers in the process, before making his escape under the watchful gaze of General Ross. Upon regaining consciousness, Banner found himself in a foreign place, his whereabouts exposed and his attempts at self-preservation thwarted. He resolved to return to New York in search of Mr. Blue, whom he had met online, as Mr. Blue claimed to have found a definitive cure for his condition. After considerable hardship, Banner finally made his way back to New York. Unable to suppress his longing for his girlfriend Betty, he covertly sought to visit her, only to be detected by her keen awareness. Their reunion was bittersweet. Betty, fearing the loss of Banner once more, endeavored to persuade him to stay, but this revelation led to military action at Betty's university. Inevitably, Banner transformed before her eyes into the terrifying creature. The Hulk obliterated several tanks and sent dozens of soldiers flying, annihilating all who dared to attack him. As General Ross ordered a retreat, Betty, in a daze, approached the Hulk, who surprisingly calmed in her presence. When Betty was nearly caught in the crossfire, the Hulk shielded her with his immense and powerful frame, ultimately carrying her away from the chaos as she lost consciousness. When they both regained consciousness, Banner and Betty began their search for Mr. Blue. Through various means, they finally located Dr. Samuel Stearns. In a bid to eradicate the Hulk within him and permanently end his suffering, Banner, after much deliberation, made the decision to undergo Dr. Stearns' experiment. Dr. Stearns eagerly operated an array of sophisticated instruments, preparing the antidote for the blood separator, then approached the examination table with a look of tension and anticipation, instructing, "All right, lie down." Banner and Betty exchanged a glance. Upon seeing her deep concern, he offered a reassuring smile, then, baring his torso, reclined on the examination table, allowing Dr. Stearns to secure him with straps. The blood separator's delivery tubes inserted needles into Banner's arms and thighs, swiftly extracting his blood to mix with the antidote. Although the transformation would only be effective upon complete metamorphosis, as Dr. Stearns explained, he picked up a device resembling a miniature defibrillator, producing crackling currents as the two sides drew near. Betty gently caressed Banner's arm, soothingly encouraging, "Relax, it will be fine." Banner bit down on a wooden stopper, attempting to convey calmness to Betty through his eyes, though his face betrayed his evident anxiety. Dr. Stearns cautioned Betty to step back before swiftly administering a jolt from the defibrillator to Banner's temple. The intense surge of electricity caused Banner's body to convulse violently, his pupils abruptly turning a vivid green and his veins bulging grotesquely. Almost immediately, an unsettling transformation began to take place within Banner's skeletal structure as it expanded unnaturally, muscles swelling and skin gradually turning green. Banner gasped in agony, unable to contain the cork in his mouth, releasing a harrowing scream of torment. Chapter 26. A monstrous emergence. Witnessing Banner's physique swell to more than double its original size, Dr. Stearns instinctively prepared to inject the antidote into Banner's system. But Betty interjected urgently, "Not yet. It's not over." Under Dr. Stearns' astonished gaze, Banner's form continued to grow more formidable, and after a few agonizing moments, his transformation ceased, revealing a towering, muscular green giant, the Hulk. At this juncture, the Hulk seized the majority of control, roaring furiously, his powerful arms straining against the restraints that bound him. Banner's consciousness was shattered by the Hulk's overwhelming desire for destruction. In a state of panic, Betty shouted, "Now? Now! Hurry!" However, Dr. Stearns hesitated, captivated by the magnificent creature before him. As the Hulk displayed a fearsome demeanor, the situation grew dire. Betty swiftly positioned herself atop the Hulk, her small hands caressing his face as she spoke soothingly, "Bruce, look at me." Then, in a fit of urgency, she yanked Dr. Stearns, who had just regained his footing, by the arm, demanding fiercely, "Inject the antidote." "Stearns, hurry." Dr. Stearns, momentarily distracted by the prospect of examining the Hulk's form, was startled into retracting his outstretched hand by Betty's fierce tone. He hastily turned to operate the machinery, only to find it malfunctioning at the most inopportune moment. Frantically, he resorted to the universal method of kicking the machine in frustration. It is rather amusing how people tend to resort to such antics when machines fail, believing a simple kick might suffice. Fortunately for Dr. Stearns, his luck held as the machine responded to his kick, the blood separator commencing the delivery of the carefully neutralized antidote into the Hulk's system. Just as the Hulk raised his right hand, intending to caress the girl's back, he sensed a peculiar substance entering his body, causing his consciousness to wane. With great effort, the Hulk's struggling arm fell limp. Casting one last glance at the girl who brought him a semblance of peace, and he let out a sound akin to a sigh of relief as he collapsed backward. his form gradually diminishing. The green hue of his skin receded like the tide, revealing Banner's original Caucasian complexion. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking as they returned to their proper alignment, Banner reverted to his former self, though he succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. "Bruce?" Betty anxiously caressed Banner's face, calling out to him. Banner suddenly took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and was met with Betty's concerned gaze. Initially flustered, he glanced around anxiously, but Betty quickly reassured him. "It's all right. It's all right. You did it." Gradually, Banner regained his composure. Feeling the absence of the Hulk's savage consciousness within him, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips, accompanied by a smile. Dr. Stern, observing the data on his computer, exclaimed in astonishment, "He's all right. This is wonderful. It's over." After a moment, as Banner collected himself and dressed, he joined Betty on the sofa, listening intently as Dr. Stern enthusiastically recounted the experiment. Suddenly, one of Dr. Stern's overly excited revelations captured Banner's attention. "Experimental samples? What samples?" Realizing he had inadvertently let slip crucial information, Dr. Stern met Banner's inquiring gaze and reluctantly conceded, tinged with a hint of excitement. "Follow me." Dr. Stern led Banner and Betty into another laboratory. Upon entering, they were met with several glass cabinets filled with countless blood bags, and an ominous premonition washed over Banner. Dr. Stern's words only confirmed his dreadful suspicion. "This is all your blood." Previously, Banner had sent Dr. Stern some of his blood, hoping for a solution to eliminate the Hulk. However, he had not anticipated that Dr. Stern would cultivate and produce more blood to study the mysteries within. Banner understood all too well what these numerous blood bags signified. Any mishap or leak could potentially result in the creation of more Hulks. The thought of a multitude of Hulks rampaging through the streets filled him with dread. Interrupting Dr. Stern's self-indulgent monologue, Banner coldly asserted, "No, we must destroy it." Dr. Stern exploded in disbelief. "We could win a Nobel Prize. Why would we destroy it? That's impossible." The two found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, oblivious to the snipers positioned across the street, aiming their weapons at them. Outside the school, dozens of military vehicles arrived, their equipped soldiers swiftly disembarking and stealthily advancing towards the laboratory where Banner was located. Thanks to SHIELD, intercepting Banner's online communication with Dr. Stern, General Ross traced the address and anticipated Banner's next destination, initiating a new round of capture efforts. As Banner and Dr. Stern's argument escalated into fury, there were no signs of transformation. Dr. Stern remained oblivious to the grave risks of retaining the blood, which infuriated Banner. Approaching Dr. Stern for a serious discussion, he inadvertently exposed himself to the line of fire through the glass window. Seizing the opportunity, a sniper fired, and the tranquilizer dart struck Banner squarely in the back. He crumpled to the ground, and Betty rushed to support him. As Banner saw Blonsky storming in, he weakly urged Betty, "Run." As Betty turned around, she was abruptly shoved aside by Blonsky, who was striding towards her, causing her to collide with a nearby glass cabinet and fall to the ground. Blonsky, his face contorted with rage, seized Banner's face and bellowed, "Where is it?" Emil Blonsky, a foreign mercenary with a distinguished combat record and extensive experience, found his physical prowess diminished with age. In an effort to redeem himself from the humiliation of having been bested by Hulk in Brazil, he willingly became a test subject for General Ross, undergoing an experimental procedure to enhance his physical abilities, restoring him to the peak condition of his youth. However, during the second capture attempt at Culver University, Hulk once again trampled on his inflated sense of dignity, sending him crashing into a tree with a single kick. Like a stray dog being returned for rescue. Thanks to the enhancements he had received, Blonsky miraculously survived, demonstrating an astonishing recovery capability, swiftly regaining his vigor from a state of severe injury, having failed to capture his target twice, and suffering humiliation during the second attempt. Blonsky felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace while secretly yearning for the unmatched power of the Green Giant. Such strength was not meant for a weakling like Bruce Banner, but rather for him, Emil Blonsky, an elite warrior. In a fit of madness, Blonsky lashed out at Banner, attempting to provoke Hulk into emerging to reclaim his honor. Yet his efforts proved futile as Banner, under the influence of anesthesia, merely swayed drowsily, showing no signs of transformation. In his fury, Blonsky delivered a knockout punch, rendering Banner unconscious. As the soldiers carried the unresponsive Banner away, Betty coldly reprimanded General Ross. Blonsky, noticing the cowering Dr. Stern nearby, felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. Once the soldiers had vacated the premises, Blonsky seized the opportunity to remain in the lab unnoticed, stealthily approaching the female soldier who was interrogating Dr. Stern. The soldier was sternly questioning Stern when suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her back and collapsed from a heavy blow. Blonsky, displaying his impatience, remarked, "She is truly annoying." Dr. Stern, bewildered, asked, "Why do you always resort to violence?" Just as he began to ramble, Blonsky brandished a handgun, causing Stern to fall silent in fear. Trembling, Stern stammered, "What have I done to provoke you?" "It is not what you have done, but what you are about to do," Blonsky retorted coldly. "I want what you have extracted from Banner." Noticing the yearning in Blonsky's eyes, Dr. Stern's interest peaked, shedding his fear as he smiled with curiosity. "It seems you have already injected something." Blonsky unabashedly confessed, "I want more." "You've seen him transform into Hulk." Dr. Stern, captivated, murmured, "Yes, it's magnificent, like a god." Blonsky, with an unyielding tone, declared, "I want to become like that. You will turn me into that. I am unaware of the contents within you. When mixed, they may become a calamity." As soon as the words left his lips, Blonsky holstered his pistol and seized Dr. Stern, lifting him high above his head. "Doctor!" Stern quickly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "I said I am unwilling. I merely require your consent, which you have now granted." Only then did Blonsky release Dr. Stern. His demeanor harsh as he commanded, "Hurry and prepare." Terrified, Dr. Stern scurried away to set up the experiment, while a sinister grin spread across Blonsky's face. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to conjure a truly dreadful creature. Applause erupted, a resounding cheer from the audience as the opera came to a close. Sophia, equally exhilarated, joined in the clapping, while Gao Ming followed suit. Les Miserables indeed deserved its reputation as a monumental masterpiece. The actors, with their vibrant performances and melodious voices, profoundly moved the audience. Even someone like Gao Ming, who lacked an understanding of opera, found himself unwittingly immersed in the experience. As the curtain fell, the audience gradually dispersed, though many lingered to savor and discuss the recently concluded opera. However, Gao Ming and Sophia had no such inclination. They departed their seats, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they exited the opera house. Upon stepping outside, feeling the cool breeze caress his face, Gao Ming's heart raced, and his palms grew clammy. Suddenly, he shouted, "Sophia." Sophia turned, puzzled, noticing Gao Ming's anxious demeanor, as if he were struggling to articulate something important. Instantly, she realized he was about to express his feelings, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze, eagerly awaiting his words. Silently summoning his resolve, Gao Ming took a deep breath, mustering the courage to speak. "Sophia, would you be my bang?" Before he could utter the words, a deafening explosion reverberated nearby, followed by the sight of panicked pedestrians scattering in all directions. In the next moment, a towering green giant, over 2 meters tall with spines protruding from its back and razor-sharp claws, hurled vehicles aside, standing menacingly in the street. This grotesque figure, more fearsome than the Hulk, was none other than Blonsky, transformed into the savage and relentless Abomination. Witnessing the chaos unleashed by the Abomination, Gao Ming could not contain his expletive, "F. Is this easy for me?" After finally managing to invite a girl to an opera and preparing to confess my feelings, I find myself confronted by a rampaging monster. What a joke. At that moment, Gao Ming felt acutely the world's malice directed at him. Chapter 27, A Just Cause and a Brick Thrown. Truly, this is utterly infuriating. Although Gao Ming was aware that the events of Iron Man would soon lead into those of the Incredible Hulk, he never anticipated such a coincidental encounter. Especially during the climax of the narrative, the battle between Hulk and Abomination. All he desired was to enjoy a peaceful date and express his feelings. Gao Ming thought bitterly. However, now that the situation has unfolded, one cannot simply turn a blind eye. It is unexpected to encounter such an incident, and without a uniform, it is inconvenient to rush out. As for flying back to retrieve the uniform like last time, that is far too troublesome to even contemplate. Soon, Bruce Banner will perform his leap of faith, descending from the helicopter to transform back into the Hulk, so there is no need for Gao Ming to fret over it. Perhaps it would be best to wait for Hulk to make an appearance and resolve the matter. Yet, upon turning, he met the anxious gaze of Sophia, and with a resigned sigh, he realized he must not allow the girl to be frightened. The unrest is palpable. Gao Ming removed his jacket, unfastened the cuffs of his shirt, and rolled them up to his elbows to avoid tearing the fabric with sudden movements. He glanced at the ground, approached a corner, and bent down to pick up a brick. With a brick in hand, I can conquer the world. The brick, the first artifact. No matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife. No matter how intelligent, a brick can fell them. Well, all this talk is merely Gao Ming gathering his strength, ready to unleash the power of the brick. He held the brick in his right hand, careful not to grip it too tightly lest he crush it inadvertently. At this moment, the muscles in his arm bulged and gradually expanded, and before long, his right arm became extraordinarily robust, its surging muscles exuding an aura of strength. However, since only his right arm had grown, the rest of his body remained unchanged. giving him a somewhat distorted appearance that would astonish his friends back home, who would likely exclaim at his Chilan arm. The bull charm not only bestows immense strength, but also enhances muscular robustness, though this trait only manifests when all strength is concentrated. As Gao Ming focused his power in his right arm, the peculiar transformation of his arm alone became apparent. Nonetheless, this did not impede him. With his entire strength concentrated in his right arm, Gao Ming gripped the brick and aimed it at the still laughing abomination. Launching it with all his might, the brick shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a sonic boom. At this moment, the impact of the brick was comparable to that of a small cannonball. The abomination, brandishing a taxi, was about to hurl it at a military jeep occupied by a squad of soldiers, who had just attempted to fire a rocket at him but were thwarted when he caught it barehanded. Even after the explosion, not a scratch marred his skin. Now, seeing the abomination poised to throw the vehicle at them while the road behind was blocked by numerous cars, the soldiers were paralyzed with fear, forgetting to retaliate. In a critical moment, an unidentified object shot through the air like lightning, striking the abomination in the chest and sending him sprawling backward with tremendous force. The taxi he had been holding fell from his grasp, and the already deceased taxi driver met a fiery end as the vehicle exploded upon impact. Let us observe a moment of silence for the innocent driver. Amen. The abomination rose from the ground, shaking his head groggily from the collision, feeling the shattered remnants of the brick upon his body. Initially bewildered, he soon erupted in rage. Damn, which insect threw a brick at me? Loathing erupted in a cacophony of rage, while Gao Ming, the central figure, as he hurled the brick, retracted his throwing motion. His once enlarged arm returned to its normal state as he casually slipped his hands into his pockets, gazing skyward and whistling, embodying a demeanor utterly indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. Behind him, Sophia, holding his coat, felt a mix of trepidation and amusement, questioning how much more feigned innocence he could muster. Clearly, it was evident to all that he was the culprit. Unperturbed by the soldiers fleeing in disarray, Loathing cast a furious glance around, inevitably spotting Gao Ming and Sophia, in a scene where everyone else was in flight. The sight of two individuals standing still was strikingly peculiar. Upon identifying the one who had attacked him, Loathing grinned menacingly and taunted, "Little insect, are you ready to meet your demise?" Before Loathing could advance, Gao Ming slowly raised his hand, his middle finger pointed skyward. This was not a provocation directed at Loathing, but a genuine indication of a target above. The impending confrontation was not with him, but with the colossal figure of the Hulk. High above, Banner and Betty shared a passionate kiss before tumbling backward from General Ross's helicopter. As Loathing wreaked havoc, the situation spiraled out of control. Despite General Ross's reluctance, he found himself with no option but to allow Banner to transform into the Hulk to confront Loathing. Descending rapidly from the sky, Banner clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, struggling to suppress his breath. Logically, after undergoing Dr. Stern's detoxification experiment, the Hulk should have been eradicated. Yet, to thwart Loathing, Banner was left with no choice but to gamble on the notion that the Hulk's consciousness was merely subdued. However, no matter how fervently Banner recalled anger-inducing memories to stimulate his nerves, even performing such a reckless act as jumping from a helicopter, his heart racing at a feverish pace, there were no signs of the Hulk's resurgence. Even the highly educated Dr. Banner could not restrain himself from cursing as he plummeted to the ground, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Gao Ming, with enhanced vision, observed the entire sequence with keen interest, nodding thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "It seems the current Bruce Banner still resembles Edward Norton. I wonder if by the time of the Avengers, he will transform into Mark Ruffalo." It is well known that due to various circumstances, Edward Norton, who portrayed Bruce Banner in The Incredible Hulk, did not continue his collaboration with Marvel, leading to Mark Ruffalo taking over the role, which subsequently brought him immense fame as the Green Giant superhero. In reality, it is not uncommon for film characters to be portrayed by different actors. For instance, Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark's close friend, was also recast. However, Gao Ming finds himself living within the authentic Marvel universe. If this Bruce Banner, reminiscent of Edward Norton, were to morph into the likeness of Mark Ruffalo in a few years, one must ponder the unimaginable experiences Dr. Banner would have to endure to transition from a refined and charming gentleman to a jovial, comical, and portly figure. A certain writer, who prefers to remain anonymous, expressed admiration for Uncle Ma, yet acknowledged that Edward portrayed the character of Bruce Banner with remarkable authenticity, thus declaring himself a loyal fan of Edward. As Gao Ming's thoughts wandered, a massive green fist suddenly emerged from the deep crater created by Banner's fall, followed by the emergence of the Hulk, who let out a thunderous roar. The Hulk's bellow caught the attention of Abomination, who, upon witnessing Banner transform back into the Hulk, displayed an expression of delight akin to that of a hunter discovering its prey. In that moment, Abomination yearned for a worthy adversary. And the Hulk was precisely the opponent he had longed for. With a sinister grin, Abomination approached the Hulk. The Hulk tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing and, upon seeing Abomination charge towards him, quickened his own pace to meet him head-on. Soon, the two giants clashed. The Hulk roared and swung a fist. But Abomination deftly evaded the blow, countering by crashing into the Hulk's abdomen, sending him tumbling several times before he finally came to a halt. Abomination, stepping over the debris of a bus, emitted a mockingly derisive laugh. Ha! Just as they had begun, the Hulk found himself at a disadvantage. Igniting a deeper fury within him, he smashed a nearby police car in half, wielding one half as a weapon, glaring furiously at Abomination. As Abomination approached, the Hulk pounded him with the remnants of the police car, delivering a relentless barrage that left Abomination stunned, unable to retaliate as he was knocked to the ground. Enduring the Hulk's wrathful strikes, when the Hulk finally reduced the police car to a mere scrap of metal, he tossed it aside and raised his powerful left arm, aiming a punch at Abomination's face. However, Abomination merely turned his head and spat out blood, wearing an expression of utter derision, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Before the Hulk could strike again, Abomination kicked him away with force, then leaped several times to reach the spot where the Hulk had fallen, searching for his foe. Meanwhile, high above, General Ross, witnessing the Hulk's continual disadvantage, grew anxious. With a furrowed brow, he sternly commanded the helicopter pilot, "Quick! Use the machine guns. Support him." The pilot, momentarily bewildered, foolishly inquired, "Which one should we help?" At this, veins bulged on General Ross's forehead. Contemplating the possibility of transforming into the Red Hulk to chastise this oblivious soldier, with gritted teeth and a tone laden with frustration, he snapped, "Help the green one. Shoot the other one dead." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the pilot finally grasped the order and, discerning the difference in shades, pressed the machine gun's firing button. The helicopter's weaponry unleashed a relentless barrage upon Abomination, successfully provoking him and drawing his ire. This is what a professional teammate should be, assisting in drawing aggro at critical moments. Gao Ming observed the Abomination scaling the rooftop, leaping and sprinting between floors while evading the gunfire from the helicopter. Casually stroking his chin, it seemed as though everything was unfolding according to the original narrative. Ultimately, Hulk would undoubtedly vanquish the Abomination. Did I still need to intervene? However, recalling the vow he had made, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and shake his head, tenderly caressing the suit he wore, which he had donned only once. He realized that a swift resolution was necessary, wary of that grotesque creature approaching to tear it. Oh, but perhaps it wouldn't matter if it were torn, as he could always regenerate. Chapter 28, The Ultimate Move. Title, yet to be decided. Ugh. Hulk had smashed through several buildings before landing heavily atop a dumpster in a high-rise alley, crushing the large, sturdy container into a flat disc. Groaning, Hulk rose, hearing a commotion above. Looking up, he saw the Abomination leaping from one building to another, while General Ross's helicopter continued its relentless barrage. Spotting his foe traversing the rooftops, Hulk's eyes ignited with fury. With a roar, he leapt against the wall, forcefully embedding his hands and feet into it, using the leverage to ascend and pursue. After the Abomination landed on another rooftop, he quickly sought cover and, seizing the moment as the helicopter approached, propelled himself to grasp the landing gear. Just as he was about to strike, he felt a weight on his back and realized Hulk had caught hold of his bone spikes. The pressure from Hulk's grip on his spines was unbearable, prompting the Abomination to retaliate with a powerful elbow strike to Hulk's face. The blow caused Hulk to momentarily release his hold, but he swiftly grasped the Abomination's ankle, preventing himself from falling once more. Thud, thud, thud. The helicopter's alarming sirens blared ominously, and the pilot exclaimed in desperation, "I must make an emergency landing." The helicopter, burdened by two colossal titans, was struggling to maintain altitude. General Ross, aware of the situation, shouted, "Hold on tight." Without needing the reminder, Betty had already gripped the handrail behind her tightly as the alarms blared. The helicopter's wing collided with a rooftop sign, causing the occupants to tumble from their seats to the floor, colliding with one another. The helicopter spun wildly out of control, while the Abomination clung tenaciously to the landing gear. Ultimately, the helicopter could bear no more and crashed with a resounding thud onto a site marked for demolition. Inside the cabin, soldiers lay strewn about, many unconscious and their fates uncertain, while a couple retained a flicker of consciousness, groaning in agony. Betty frowned, having endured a violent impact during the helicopter's emergency landing. Fortunately, her injuries were minor, merely some bruises to her skin. Cautiously pushing aside several unconscious soldiers, Betty beheld General Ross reclining nearby, his complexion far from favorable. Despite his status as a soldier, the frailty of age rendered him considerably weaker than in his prime. Though he was not gravely injured like the other soldiers, the sudden impact had nonetheless inflicted significant harm. "Dad, are you all right? Let me help you." Betty rushed to General Ross's side, eager to assist him in rising. The general, in pain and on the verge of groaning, summoned his military resolve, with his daughter present. He fought through the discomfort, beating with sweat, and insisted, "I'm fine. Focus on finding a way out." Suddenly, a thunderous bang resonated overhead, causing the entire helicopter to tremble, followed by a disconcerting sound of metal being crushed. At that moment, Abomination stood atop the helicopter, his visage monstrous as he glared down at Hulk. Initially taken aback by Abomination's ferocity, Hulk quickly steeled himself, baring his teeth in defiance. As the two titans prepared for a renewed clash, they charged toward one another, closing the distance of mere meters. Abruptly, a fierce bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ground between them. The earth erupted violently, sending debris flying in all directions, shrouding the scene in a cloud of dust and chaos. Both Abomination and Hulk were momentarily staggered by the explosion, regaining their footing with anger and vigilance. As the dust settled, a lithe figure emerged, embodying the serenity of a beautiful night marred by violence. Clad in a deep crimson shirt and black trousers, Gao Ming stood confidently, his shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows, exposing his powerful forearms, hands casually tucked into his pockets, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. His clear, profound eyes sparkled with lingering sparks of electricity, unmistakably the source of the previous lightning strike. In that moment, it was as if a well-dressed bystander had inadvertently wandered into a battlefield, remaining remarkably unperturbed amidst the chaos. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely an ordinary young man, Hulk stared at Gao Ming in bewilderment, akin to a child confronted with a puzzling situation. Conversely, Abomination, retaining a semblance of clarity, felt a surge of confidence in his own power, dismissing any sense of trepidation. With arrogance, he declared, "What pitiful insect dares to interfere? Begone." "Oh, such bravado," Gao Ming replied, maintaining his smile, though his gaze turned icy, the electric energy beginning to manifest. Oblivious to the threat, Abomination continued his derisive laughter. "Ha! A feeble yellow-skinned monkey. Do you possess any martial prowess? Ha ha ha." His tone dripped with scorn, utterly disregarding his adversary. The smile on Gao Ming's lips deepened, the electricity in his eyes intensifying, crackling with anticipation. With a gradual lift of the right hand, crimson flames began to coalesce within the palm. "Your voice is unbearable. I find it distasteful." Suddenly, a sense of peril gripped the figure of despair, leaving no time to evade as a fiery dragon, formed from the flames, entwined with shimmering electric light, pierced through his body with ferocious claws. A gurgling sound escaped Despair's lips as he expelled a copious amount of deep green blood, feeling an emptiness in his chest. Weakness enveloped him, and as he lowered his head, he beheld a gaping wound in his torso, revealing the stark reality of his flesh and bones. How could there exist a being more formidable than a giant? This thought flashed through Despair's mind as he succumbed to his fate, collapsing heavily to the ground. With a serene smile, Gao Ming lowered his right hand, the electric light in his eyes gradually fading, returning to tranquility. It was as if he were conversing with himself, or perhaps offering an explanation. "The Dragon Burst Fusion Electric Eye is my most potent attack. To perish by such a strike is indeed a glorious demise. Indeed, I am a magnanimous individual. Confronted by the offenses of insignificant creatures, I grant them a swift end with my ultimate move. I truly exemplify the virtues of a model youth. Ah yes, the combination of the Dragon Talisman and the Pig Talisman is my signature move. What shall I name it? Evil King Flame Kill? No, I cannot continually plagiarize names. I am not some diminutive figure with large eyes on my forehead." Disregarding the fallen Despair, Gao Ming turned unperturbed towards Hulk, who, upon witnessing this effortless defeat of his kind, displayed a flicker of fear, instinctively retreating a few steps while shouting, "Hulk!" It was a rare sight to see Hulk, who was usually unafraid and prone to destruction, exhibiting a timid demeanor. Thus, when he heard Hulk's seemingly courageous roar, Gao Ming found himself both amused and bemused. "Hey, big guy, I have no intention of creating a hole in you as well. Relax." Attempting to soothe him like a stray animal on the roadside, Gao Ming spoke in a gentle tone, but Hulk was evidently unconvinced, perceiving Gao Ming's intentions as malicious. In a moment of surprise, his fist swung wildly. Gao Ming's expression shifted abruptly as he floated into the air, exclaiming, "Hey, don't ruin my clothes." Evading Hulk's punch, he swiftly appeared behind him, grasping Hulk's head and invoking the power of restoration. This ability not only rapidly healed Hulk's injuries, but also gradually calmed the fury that raged within his mind. However, the settling of emotions signified that Hulk's consciousness was being suppressed, yielding control back to Banner. Sensing the impending return to slumber, Hulk roared in defiance. No, no, no. His voice grew fainter, and his rage diminished. Without his anger, Hulk was rendered powerless, his form gradually shrinking back into the frail figure of Banner. In an instant, he transformed from the towering and robust Hulk back into the slender and weakened Banner, who succumbed to unconsciousness. His upper body bare, while his lower half remained steadfastly clad in a single pair of trousers. One of the unresolved mysteries of Marvel is that the Hulk's trousers remain intact every time he transforms. Through preliminary observation, Gao Ming deduces that Banner is merely wearing a pair of ordinary trousers, notable only for their impressive elasticity, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Could it indeed be the influence of the cosmic consciousness of the Marvel Universe? While his mind wandered through such musings, his hands did not cease their healing power, instead intensifying in strength. His intention was not solely to aid Dr. Banner in recovering from his injuries and merely suppress the Hulk's consciousness. Rather, he aimed to utilize his regenerative abilities to diminish the gamma toxins in Banner's blood. Of course, Gao Ming possessed the capability to entirely eradicate the gamma toxins. The power of the talisman could accomplish this effortlessly, but such an action would likely obliterate the Hulk's consciousness. He had no desire to eliminate the Green Giant, as the future of the Avengers would necessitate the Hulk's presence. Under Gao Ming's treatment, while the gamma toxins in Banner's body were not completely eradicated, their levels were significantly reduced, reaching a stable index. Henceforth, Banner could still transform into the Hulk, but the emotional threshold required for such a transformation would be considerably heightened. This also implied that Banner need not fear losing control over his emotions, as an inadvertent surge of excitement would no longer lead to an uncontrollable transformation into the Hulk. I express my deepest sympathy regarding your hesitance to engage intimately with your girlfriend. Once he had gauged the appropriate level of treatment, Gao Ming withdrew his hands. Suddenly, he heard some commotion behind him and felt a tremor throughout his body, rendering him indistinct. Without his uniform, he could only disguise his identity in this manner. Turning around, he spoke in a low voice. "Greetings, Miss Betty." The helicopter lay at an awkward angle on the ground, and Betty cautiously crawled to the doorway, where she beheld the grotesquely mangled Abomination, its body riddled with a gaping wound, evidently beyond salvation. Yet, her attention was wholly fixated on the unconscious Banner and the enigmatic figure standing beside him. Anxious about Banner's condition, Betty inquired loudly, "Who are you? What have you done to Banner?" "I am the Godfather," Gao Ming replied, placing his right hand over his left chest and bowing slightly, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, albeit with a body still vibrating, his form appearing ethereal and unstable. "I am merely assisting Dr. Banner with his treatment." Betty was not so easily persuaded by his words. Just as she was about to press further, Gao Ming interrupted, "Allow me to rescue you all first. It seems the helicopter is on the verge of exploding." Only then did Betty notice the helicopter leaking gasoline, severely damaged, with sparks scattering ominously. Given the current circumstances, an explosion appeared inevitable. As she prepared to call for help, she found the enigmatic figure had vanished from her sight, leaving only Banner lying there. Just as she entertained the thought that he might have fled, a gust of wind surged into the cabin. Before she could react, she and the others found themselves beside Banner, having been whisked away from the helicopter. The helicopter was inevitably engulfed by flames, the fierce fire scorching the entire aircraft. Betty and her companions stood merely a few meters away, acutely aware of the intense heat emanating from the blaze. In Chapter 29, Why Am I Still Single While the Protagonist Has Found Love? Betty glanced around and noticed the mysterious figure who called himself the Godfather, crouching beside each soldier, briefly placing his hand on them before withdrawing. This peculiar behavior led Betty to mistakenly assume he had some sort of peculiar inclination. After Hai Ming had administered healing to the last soldier, he shook his head and rose to his feet. Unfortunately, 2 soldiers had perished. Although the magical talisman was formidable, it could not bring the dead back to life. Even the so-called immortal dog talisman merely ensured Hai Ming's own perpetual youth and immortality. He did not feel guilt for being unable to save everyone. He was realistic enough to know he could not prevent every disaster. While he felt regret, it was not out of a martyr's heart, and he would not shoulder all the blame. However, had it been someone close to him who had met with misfortune, perhaps Hai Ming would have descended into madness. Aside from the 2 who succumbed early and could not be saved, he had managed to revive the other soldiers. When Hai Ming approached General Ross, intending to offer some treatment to the stern old man, Betty misinterpreted his intentions and shouted, "What are you doing? My father's sexuality is normal. Unlike yours, you homosexual." Hai Ming's expression darkened, especially upon seeing General Ross, who was clutching his wound and gasping, suddenly wear a look of terror as he shouted, "Listen. Do not come near me. I am General Ross, and I command you to stop. I am attracted to women. I am not a homosexual. I intend to help you heal." Hai Ming's temples throbbed with frustration, feeling as though he were being force-fed something repugnant, emphasizing each word. Realizing her misunderstanding, Betty awkwardly smiled and apologized. General Ross, who had unwittingly followed his daughter's lead into misunderstanding, endeavored to maintain the formidable presence of a soldier honed over decades, restoring his usual authoritative demeanor without a hint of embarrassment. Hai Ming, with a scowl, withdrew his hand and said curtly, "It would be best to take him to the hospital for treatment. After all, the old man is in good health, and I would prefer not to be misconstrued as having special inclinations." Betty and General Ross exchanged glances, their eyes darting elsewhere, avoiding the awkwardness. Disregarding the awkwardness surrounding the Ross father and daughter, Hai Ming moved to Banner's side, delivering several sharp slaps to his face, causing it to swell slightly, but successfully awakening him. Betty glared at Hai Ming, shouting about his madness, while General Ross secretly relished the moment, even feeling a twinge of regret that he could not personally deliver a few slaps to Banner. "Where am I?" Banner opened his eyes in confusion, feeling a burning sensation on his cheek, causing his facial muscles to twitch in pain. As Banner beheld the indistinct figure before him, an involuntary surge of terror enveloped his heart, with fragmented memories of the Hulk flickering through his mind. He was acutely aware that the fear he felt was an instinct left behind by the Hulk. After taking several deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure. Reflecting on the remnants of Hulk's memories in conjunction with the current circumstances, Banner realized that it was the other party who had resolved the chaos. He sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for averting the disaster." "You're welcome," Gao Ming replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart, his interest in lingering there waning. "By the way, I've helped reduce the gamma concentration in your body, so it won't be so easy for you to transform into the Hulk anymore." At this, Banner's eyes brightened in disbelief as he asked, "Is that true? How could that be possible?" Gao Ming shrugged, showing no intention to elaborate further. "I suggest you join SHIELD. They can provide you protection. Say your goodbyes to your girlfriend and make a swift exit. Once you join SHIELD, General Ross won't be able to apprehend you." SHIELD? Banner murmured, the unfamiliar name echoing in his mind as he mentally noted it. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, Gao Ming leaned closer to Banner's ear and whispered, "Now that you're not as prone to transforming into the Hulk, you shouldn't worry too much. Find a moment to have a deeper conversation with your girlfriend." Initially taken aback, Banner felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but a hint of intrigue flickered across his face as he exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Ming. Though he could not discern Gao Ming's features clearly, as fellow men, they shared an unspoken understanding. Gao Ming nonchalantly ascended into the air, disregarding the gasps of astonishment behind him. Upon returning to the original intersection, he found Sophia anxiously waiting, clutching his discarded jacket. As Gao Ming descended gracefully, the worry etched on Sophia's face dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of joy. Yet, as she recalled something, her expression shifted to one of tension. She glanced around to ensure they were not being observed before sighing in relief. "How did it go? No major issues, I hope?" Sophia inquired with concern. Gao Ming gestured with confidence and replied, "Of course, there were no problems. I dispatched that creature in a single move." Observing Gao Ming's triumphant demeanor, Sophia couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth with her small hands. Gao Ming, undeterred by the moment, glanced at the watch on his wrist, noting that time was running short. "Sophia," he suddenly declared with a serious expression, "would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" Faced with Gao Ming's unexpected confession, Sophia exhibited a flustered demeanor, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and sweetness. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as though they could drip with water, and she stammered, wanting to respond affirmatively but unable to articulate her feelings due to shyness and reticence. As the silence lingered, Gao Ming grew anxious. He was determined to clarify their relationship that evening, for a lack of a definitive outcome would undoubtedly render their future encounters exceedingly awkward. "Mr. Gray, may I temporarily borrow your commanding presence?" Gao Ming wrapped his arm around Sophia's waist, feeling the silky texture of her red dress. Though his heart raced with desire, he skillfully restrained his emotions. His gaze was intense and aggressive, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, as his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating an aura of dominance. Before Sophia could utter a sound of surprise, Gao Ming decisively lowered his head and captured her delicate, crimson lips with his own. His tongue slipped into her mouth, finding her petite, fragrant tongue, and they entwined with abandon. Every aspect of Sophia, her lips, her teeth, her sweet essence, her soft tongue, stirred Gao Ming's heartbeat, and he became instantly entranced by this exquisite moment, kissing her with increasing fervor, showing no signs of restraint. Sophia, overwhelmed by Gao Ming's assertive kiss, found herself unable to resist. As his lips pressed against hers with fervor, her body grew weak, her legs turning to jelly. Relying entirely on Gao Ming's embrace to remain upright, akin to a docile rabbit succumbing to the playful torment of a cunning wolf. After what felt like an eternity, when Sophia was nearly breathless and on the verge of fainting, Gao Ming finally released her lips, his face flushed, yet he declared with an undeniable authority. From this moment on, you are my woman. Sophia's cheeks burned with a fierce blush, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she stammered in a barely audible voice. How can you? I haven't. Before she could finish her thought, Gao Ming silenced her once more with a passionate kiss, launching into another round of fervent exploration of her mouth, which persisted for quite some time before he finally withdrew. Blushing profusely, he spoke with an unwavering tone, no arguments. I will not accept any refusals, just not obediently. Sophia, compliant and docile, nodded in acquiescence, gazing at the enchanting girl in his arms. Gao Ming felt an indescribable thrill that surged within him, compelling him to kiss her tempting lips once again, this time with gentleness and tenderness, being careful and considerate. As night fell, who noticed the couple lost in their kiss? Gao Ming hummed the catchy tune of Vitas's famous song, The Seventh Element, reminiscent of the humorous scene from Avengers: Infinity War, as he soared towards home. After their third kiss, Gao Ming refrained from pressing further. Although he had already taken considerable liberties, he understood the importance of moderation and did not pursue additional intimacy. In matters of love, one must not rush or seek to achieve everything at once. After all, they had just established their relationship, and a kiss was a significant breakthrough. Patience was essential. There was plenty of time ahead. Well, to elaborate further, aside from Gao Ming's concern for Sophia's feelings, he himself was equally nervous. Both individuals were mere apprentices in the realm of magic. Gao Ming, being a 30-year-old virgin, had only just begun to contemplate the intricacies of romantic relationships. He was a complete novice in matters of love, having never even viewed an art film, aside from the enlightening trilogy featuring Mr. Gray, which had left him blushing and captivated. Although Gao Ming found himself parched from the experience, he felt that the teachings of Mr. Gray regarding the proper use of ropes and whips were far too stimulating for his taste. He could only aspire to emulate Mr. Gray's commanding presence. After escorting Sophia to her doorstep, Gao Ming had no intention of entering her home. With Sophia returning to her family for the holidays, he was not mentally prepared to meet her parents, especially after having just won their daughter's affection. Under Sophia's reluctant gaze, Gao Ming soared into the sky, waving goodbye before heading in the direction of his own abode. Now officially unattached, his spirits soared with joy as he hummed a bewitching melody. Landing at a corner outside his apartment, with a light-hearted step, he entered his dwelling and approached his door. Upon entering and switching on the lights, he discovered an unfamiliar figure standing by the window, facing away from him. At the sound of his arrival, the intruder turned to reveal a man clad in black attire. A long coat draped over his shoulders, a black eye patch covering his left eye, while his unblemished right eye exuded an aura of authority. With a bald head and dark skin, the man's appearance was unmistakable. There was no need for an introduction. It was Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gao Ming, maintaining his composure, closed the door and feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Well, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., came the reply, accompanied by a wry smile. S.H.I.E.L.D.? I've never heard of it, Gao Ming responded, fully aware of the truth yet pretending to be oblivious. Fury narrowed his right eye, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Really? Then why did you just suggest that Dr. Banner join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Upon hearing Fury's words, Gao Ming realized that his every move had been under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D., and today was merely the day they chose to confront him. Although he had anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually come knocking, he had not expected to be exposed so soon. It appeared that the Marvel Universe was not filled with oblivious individuals who could be deceived by mere spectacles. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had uncovered his identity, it was likely that Tony Stark, the genius billionaire with his AI assistant J.A.R.V.I.S., had also become aware of who he truly was. As countless thoughts raced through his mind, Gao Ming maintained a facade of calm, responding nonchalantly, "Huh? I didn't realize S.H.I.E.L.D. was so formidable. So what brings you here today?" As the conversation reached its climax, a flicker of intensity flashed in Gao Ming's eyes. Armed with his 12 talismanic abilities, he felt secure enough. However, having just established a bond with Sophia and finally on the verge of living the life he had always dreamed of, he was loath to let anyone disrupt this newfound tranquility. Fury, the king of spies, naturally possessed the acumen to read between the lines. Noticing the sudden threat in Gao Ming's gaze, his expression shifted slightly as he stifled the urge to draw his sidearm. Speaking with earnestness, while I am indeed curious as to why an ordinary young man from China, after 24 years of unremarkable life, has suddenly acquired superhuman abilities and how he became aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence, this is not the purpose of my visit today. Visit? Gao Ming interjected with a cold laugh. You trespass without the owner's consent? Legally, I could accuse you of breaking and entering. Unperturbed, Fury replied, as a special organization. There are times when employing methods outside the law is deemed acceptable. Gao Ming merely chuckled. Suddenly, Fury's demeanor turned grave as he solemnly declared, Mr. Gao Ming, I hope you will consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Absolutely not, Gao Ming retorted without hesitation. Fury furrowed his brow, patiently inquiring, why not? S.H.I.E.L.D. also seeks world peace and contributes to the betterment of humanity. Surely, that aligns with your heroic aspirations? Gao Ming shrugged off his coat, sauntering to the sofa where he reclined with an air of nonchalance. Forgive me, but I have never considered myself a paragon of virtue. I have no intention of shackling myself with the notion that with great power comes great responsibility. I simply wish to lead a peaceful life. Upon hearing these words, Fury mentally categorized Gao Ming as possessing a moderate sense of justice, adaptable yet difficult to persuade. Although rejected, he persisted. Would you not reconsider? S.H.I.E.L.D. has a rich heritage and can offer you numerous advantages. Spare me, Gao Ming interjected decisively. There is no such thing as a free lunch. For every gain, there is a price to pay. It's too cumbersome. I can only promise to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. in times of dire human peril to quell disasters. Fury felt a twinge of frustration. His invitation had been met with repeated refusals, leaving him, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., with a bruised ego. He contemplated seeking another candidate, yet he was not one to shy away from coercion, having already dispatched agents to forcibly extricate others. However, given Gao Ming's current positive actions and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s incomplete understanding of his true capabilities, Fury was cautious, wary of inciting irreparable consequences. Though Gao Ming had made it clear he would not join S.H.I.E.L.D., he had not dismissed the possibility of collaboration during significant crises, prompting Fury to consider his freshly minted Avengers initiative. Presently, the Avengers were still in their nascent phase, with the only candidate under consideration being the illustrious Iron Man. Yet, Tony Stark's arrogant disposition rendered Fury indecisive. After the tumultuous events of Broadway this evening, Nick Fury considered an additional candidate, Bruce Banner, who has the potential to transform into the Hulk. However, the risk of his transformation into an uncontrollable and irascible creature weighed heavily on Fury's mind. Aside from these two, the confirmed members include Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, and Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye. Both are among his most elite operatives, possessing exceptional skills and unwavering loyalty, thus requiring little contemplation before being added to the Avengers roster. In total, Fury's ambitious endeavor to assemble the Avengers has regrettably dwindled to a mere 4 candidates, 2 of whom remain unstable, leaving him apprehensive about officially announcing the formation of the Avengers. Nevertheless, a remark from Gao Ming sparked an idea in Fury's mind. Since Gao Ming was reluctant to join S.H.I.E.L.D., he could be invited to join the Avengers instead. After all, Fury's initial intention was to gather a group of extraordinary individuals to address challenges that defy logic. With this resolution, Fury donned a congenial expression and sincerely stated, "In that case, I want to press you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but I have an intriguing proposal that I hope you will consider." Gao Ming, intrigued, responded, "Oh, do tell." After more than an hour of discussion, Gao Ming accepted Fury's invitation, not to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but to be part of the Avengers. Joining the Avengers presented the simplest path to engage in the unfolding narrative, and Gao Ming readily consented. Once the agreement was reached, Fury, satisfied, expressed his desire to depart. "Thank you for joining. I look forward to collaborating with you." Gao Ming politely approached and shook hands with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., saying, "Thank you. By the way, you might want to recruit Dr. Banner." Fury, recalling Gao Ming's previous comments about Banner, inquired with concern, "Has Dr. Banner truly stabilized?" "Rest assured, I have significantly reduced the gamma toxin concentration within Banner, thereby enhancing the difficulty of his transformation. While he may still turn into the Hulk under extreme anger, he will no longer transform at the slightest provocation. His stability has improved considerably," Gao Ming assured him. Reassured by Gao Ming's response, Fury resolved to locate Bruce Banner. After observing him for a period to ensure his stability, he intended to recruit Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D., recognizing that Banner was not only capable of transforming into the formidable Hulk, but was also an immensely knowledgeable and skilled individual. As Fury prepared to leave, he opened the door to find a tall, striking woman standing outside, clad in a deep blue tactical suit, with a handgun holstered at her waist. Maria Hill, A.S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent and Fury's trusted aide. I knew it, he thought. How could Director Fury possibly be without Agent Hill? This remarkable woman is always by his side. Many fans, like Gao Ming, are quite curious about the nature of their relationship, doubting it to be merely a standard superior-subordinate dynamic. However, these matters pertain to the privacy of others, and Gao Ming deemed it inappropriate to indulge in idle gossip, choosing instead to probe for opportunities in the future. Upon opening the door, Fury subtly nodded, conveying that all was well and there was no cause for concern. Agent Hill seemingly nonchalantly lowered her hand, which had reached for her waist, as if she had never intended to draw her weapon, silently trailing behind Fury as they exited the apartment. As they approached the window and gazed down, Gao Ming observed Fury and Agent Hill entering an inconspicuous black sedan, which then sped away. A smile crept across Gao Ming's face as he casually glanced at the apartment across the way. His own residence faced another apartment building, and the room directly opposite, in his memory, was unoccupied. Yet, during his conversation with Fury, he had felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being watched. A sniper, perhaps? Gao Ming was unwavering in his instincts. His increasingly honed physique had naturally sharpened his senses, and his innate ability to perceive danger was no exception. Unexpectedly, he found himself relishing the fact that he had experienced the same treatment as Uncle Ma, who was surrounded by a throng of assault teams. Regrettably, the one negotiating was not the alluring and seductive Black Widow. Gao Ming remained unfazed. After all, it was only reasonable for Fury not to approach alone, arranging a multitude of individuals to remain on standby. Since the discussions had not deteriorated, Gao Ming decided to let bygones be bygones. Suddenly, a frown creased Gao Ming's forehead as he racked his brain, pondering over something he seemed to have forgotten. Abruptly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Damn! I forgot to discuss the payment." Inside the sedan, Agent Hill sat solemnly beside Fury and inquired, "Director, what is the status of the target?" Fury, calm and composed, replied, "He declined my invitation." Agent Hill pressed further, "But he has agreed to join the Avengers." Agent Hill was taken aback, questioning why they would want him as a member of the Avengers. "We know little about his abilities. The risks are considerable." Fury's expression turned serious as he remarked, "A 24-year-old Chinese-American suddenly acquiring multiple superpowers. What he has revealed thus far may only be the tip of the iceberg. Even this minimal display is sufficient to place him on S.H.I.E.L.'s list of threats." Agent Hill, perplexed, asked, "Then why invite him to join the Avengers?" Fury sighed with a wry smile. "We are uncertain of his true strength. Inviting him to join the Avengers serves two purposes. It allows us to monitor and study him, hoping to maintain control over the situation, and on the other hand, the Avengers require individuals of his extraordinary caliber. Some peculiar occurrences can only be addressed by equally peculiar individuals. Just as today's giant could only be dealt with by Banner's transformation, even without Gao Ming's intervention." As Fury gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery, he let out a gentle sigh. Chapter 31. Seeking recompense from Tony. What the director of the Bureau thought or planned was of little concern to Gao Ming. He was merely agitated about the issue of payment. Was the Avengers initiative merely a source of unpaid labor? Gao Ming contemplated the circumstances of the original members of the Avengers. Captain America, Steve Rogers, a national emblem and nonagenarian veteran, has been allocated housing and employment by S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, his first love's niece, Agent 13, Sharon Carter, has been conveniently arranged as his neighbor, as those who have seen Captain America: Civil War are aware. She has successfully ascended to become Captain America's new romantic interest. Iron Man, Tony Stark, the helm of Stark Industries, possesses a vast fortune and an extravagant lifestyle, casually treating his costly iron suits as mere fireworks. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, after being recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., collaborates with Tony Stark, co-inventing the Hulkbuster armor and Ultron, without any financial concerns. Thor, the god of thunder and son of Odin, the All-Father, enjoys the privileges of his divine status, ensuring S.H.I.E.L.D. provides him with adequate hospitality. As for Hawkeye and Black Widow, their origins as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents afford them a stable income. Newer members such as Falcon, Scarlet Witch, Vision, and Spider-Man, after Tony provided Stark Tower as the Avengers base, naturally have their daily expenses covered as well. Yet, Gao Ming, endowed with 12 magical abilities and formidable strength, astonishingly receives no salary at all. He is, after all, a prospective Avenger, and Nick Fury's duplicity is evident. Both his demeanor and intentions are far from transparent. Gao Ming contemplated protesting this injustice, only to discover, to his dismay, that the crafty Fury had vanished without a trace, leaving no means of contact behind. This led Gao Ming to suspect that Fury's disappearance might be intentional. The next encounter must address the issue of his remuneration. Otherwise, Gao Ming would find himself utterly destitute, likely resorting to a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. However, with his funds dwindling, his immediate priority is to secure stable employment. After much contemplation, Gao Ming devised a plan. It was time to seek compensation from Mr. Stark. The following day, Tony Stark was testing a new armor prototype in his basement. However, the armor was still incomplete, and the various metrics had yet to meet his satisfaction. While grappling with how to enhance the armor's performance, Jarvis's voice resonated through the basement, announcing that the Godfather was at Stark Tower seeking him. Tony grimaced, responding, "Jarvis, we both know that the eccentric in the tight suit is merely a punk named Gao Ming. There's no need to refer to him by that moniker." "Understood," Jarvis replied with unflappable composure. Given that S.H.I.E.L.D. could ascertain Gao Ming's identity, it was inconceivable that Tony, equipped with the world's most advanced artificial intelligence, could not do the same. However, upon discovering that this extraordinary figure was merely a 24-year-old youth from Huaxia, Tony felt a mix of frustration and curiosity, refraining from seeking him out. Yet, he pondered what this individual desired from him. With that thought, Tony commanded, "Jarvis, prepare Mark IV." The Mark III sustained significant damage during its last battle with the Iron Tyrant. Wealthy and capricious, Tony Stark decided not to don it again. After restoring the Mark III to pristine condition, he placed it in a display case in the basement as a memento. He now wears the new Mark IV armor. Visually, the Mark IV bears little resemblance to the Mark III. However, its shoulder, chest, and abdomen armor feature a novel design that enhances its defensive capabilities, resulting in a more robust silhouette. Since the modifications were merely structural improvements, Tony completed the new armor in a short span of time and is now researching a portable version. Following his public declaration as Iron Man, Tony has been contemplating the creation of a unique suit that can be carried and assembled at will to prepare for any unforeseen events that may arise in the future. Yet, the endeavor of crafting such an innovative suit is no trivial task. At the outset of his research, Tony encountered numerous challenges. Nevertheless, he remains confident in his ability to realize the ambitious Mark V armor, for he is none other than Tony Stark. Standing at the assembly platform, Tony watched as Jarvis maneuvered the robotic arms to attach the components of the Mark IV armor onto him. Unfortunately, the process left much to be desired. The mechanical arms, being mere machines, lacked the fluidity of human movement, rendering the assembly exceedingly clumsy. Jarvis, could you be a bit more careful? Every time I suit up or disassemble, it feels like I'm being tortured, Tony complained, contemplating the need for a specialized device to facilitate armor assembly and disassembly in the future. Understood, Jarvis responded meticulously. Though the robotic movements showed little improvement, constrained by the limitations of the mechanical arms, which explained Jarvis's subpar service. Before long, the Mark IV was fully donned. Tony casually flexed his joints, sealed his iron mask, and exited the basement. Upon reaching the balcony and standing at attention, the thrusters in his palms and soles ignited with searing flames, propelling him into the sky, swiftly heading towards Stark Tower. Upon arrival at the top platform of Stark Tower, Tony found no sign of Gao Ming. Jarvis, didn't you say he would be here? I instructed Mr. Gao to wait inside. Jarvis clarified. As Tony entered the room, he quipped, "Mr. Gao? Jarvis, haven't you got your titles mixed up? That kid is only 24 and recently started dating. He likely has no experience in romantic matters and would probably blush at the mere sight of a Playboy magazine cover. Not everyone possesses your wealth of experience," Jarvis replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. "Indeed," Tony retorted shamelessly. "By the way, check my schedule and see if we can arrange for the cover girl of the March issue of Maxim to come over. That's the last piece I need." "Shall I inform Miss Potts?" Never mind. Let us cancel that. No need to arrange it," Tony replied, somewhat disappointed. As Tony stepped into the room, he beheld Gao Ming reclining on the sofa, donned in his swift battle suit, casually observing the television mounted on the wall. The screen displayed a film from the previous year, Transformers, and an expression of sheer contentment graced Gao Ming's face. Indeed, Tony could discern the subtle fluctuations of Gao Ming's expression, for he was not wearing his helmet, which lay carelessly on the table. Upon Tony's arrival, Gao Ming, assuming a host's demeanor, greeted him with, "Ah, you've arrived, welcome." Tony retorted, "This appears to be my domain." With a disdainful look, Gao Ming replied, "I am not blind. Who could overlook that conspicuous emblem outside? Do you think you've wandered into the wrong place?" Tony's expression darkened as he responded, "As long as you are aware. By the way, why aren't you wearing your prized helmet? I can see your face." Relax, Gao Ming said nonchalantly. "Fury visited me last night. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of my identity. Surely, you, Tony Stark, have managed to uncover that information, haven't you? After all, J.A.R.V.I.S. is the finest artificial intelligence in the world, right? J.A.R.V.I.S. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gao. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Watching his intelligent assistant converse with Gao Ming as if they were longtime friends, Tony's expression darkened further, and he grumbled, "All right, just reveal your purpose for today. Don't tell me you've come merely to enjoy a free movie." At this juncture, Gao Ming adopted a more serious demeanor, stating, "I have come to request my compensation." "What? Compensation? For what?" Tony queried, utterly bewildered. Gao Ming narrowed his eyes, exuding a hint of menace as he replied, "You do recall the events in Afghanistan, where I eliminated the terrorists who kidnapped you, rescued the nearly dead Ethan, and thwarted Obadiah's rampage. You haven't forgotten, have you?" As he concluded, Tony noticed faint arcs of electricity flickering in Gao Ming's eyes, suggesting that a mere word from him could provoke an earnest electric discharge. Although the defenses of Mark IV had significantly improved compared to Mark III, Tony harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand such an electric strike. He was certainly not inclined to risk his life merely to gather data from a test of Gao Ming's abilities. After all, he was a billionaire before he was a genius scientist, and he valued his life greatly. Cough, cough. How could I possibly forget? Tony replied without hesitation, aware that the electrical arcs in Gao Ming's gaze were coalescing, potentially ready to strike at any moment. Only then did Gao Ming abandon his intention to unleash an electric attack, and the arcs in his eyes gradually dissipated, prompting Tony to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Tony did not demand that Gao Ming vacate the plush leather sofa, partly to exhibit his graciousness as the host, and partly because he wished to avoid provoking the capricious Gao Ming over such trivial matters. He settled into a nearby armchair, casually placing his hands on either side and mimicking Gao Ming's posture, though the weight of his Mark IV armor caused the sofa to sink considerably. Gao Ming, in an irritable tone, remarked, "I've removed my helmet. Why are you still wearing that metal headpiece? Have you finally come to realize that you don't look so great?" "Nonsense," Tony retorted. Tony instructed Jarvis to disengage the helmet lock. As he removed the helmet, his face radiated an overwhelming confidence, accentuated by his charming mustache that rendered his smile even more self-assured. However, Tony couldn't help but notice that, perhaps, Gao Ming appeared more handsome than himself. Jarvis candidly remarked, "It seems you may be outmatched in looks by Mr. Gao." Uffed. Tony spat in displeasure. While Tony was not conventionally handsome, his billionaire status undoubtedly enhanced his allure. In terms of mere appearance, he certainly couldn't compete with the increasingly perfect Gao Ming, who had been enhanced by magical charms. Gao Ming jested, "I wouldn't dare to undermine your mysterious confidence. It's quite the sight to behold." Tony could not tolerate anyone displaying greater pride in his presence and retorted, "But I am exceedingly wealthy." The laughter from Gao Ming abruptly ceased. It appeared that when Little Flash inquired about his master's superpowers, a similar response was given, leaving the impoverished feeling as though they were bowing before a lord. "And I've dated numerous women," he added, striking a blow to Tony's pride. Gao Ming thought it was only natural to express blatant disdain for the extravagant lifestyles of such nouveau riches. Undeterred, Gao Ming shot back, "With such indulgence, you ought to exercise caution, beware of potential health issues." Instead of feeling shame, Tony took pride in his vitality, declaring, "What can I say? My body is simply exceptional. I am truly gifted." Observing Tony's smug demeanor, Gao Ming gritted his teeth in defeat. In matters of romance, Tony had an undeniable flair, having spent countless enchanting nights with women, far beyond the reach of a novice like Gao Ming. Uffed. Gao Ming spat in frustration. "Ha!" Tony laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. The tides of fortune had turned. Each meeting between the two devolved into a battle of wits, exchanging barbs that, while sharp, ultimately served to ease their relationship. Gao Ming no longer viewed Tony with the same disdain he had at their first encounter. There was a marked improvement in their rapport. After their playful banter, they returned to the matter at hand. Tony, unusually serious, inquired, "Now then, what would you like as compensation?" Though inherently a businessman driven by self-interest, Tony understood the importance of gratitude and felt compelled to repay those who aided him. Gao Ming, troubled, rested his chin on his hand. "I'm not quite sure. Do you have any suggestions?" Tony, exasperated, found it absurd that Gao Ming would ask for a reward without any prior thought. "How about I give you a sum of money?" "Money? How much?" Gao Ming inquired with mild curiosity. Tony nonchalantly raised a finger, indicating a figure. 1 million? Is my life worth so little? Tony felt a surge of indignation. He had been saved by Gao Ming, and now only needed to offer a mere million. Was the illustrious Tony Stark, a billionaire, truly valued at such a paltry sum? He was infuriated. "Oh, that," Gao Ming began, but Tony, in a fit of exasperation, interrupted him. 100 million. It's 100 million. Unexpectedly, Gao Ming did not exhibit the excitement Tony had anticipated. Instead, he responded with a nonchalant "oh," leaving Tony somewhat perplexed. "Wasn't it 100 million? Were you not the least bit astonished?" Gao Ming, with an air of curiosity, instructed, "Jarvis, please check my bank transfer records and inform Mr. Stark." Jarvis replied, "According to Mr. Gao's transfer records, approximately 100 million was deposited about a month ago, but shortly thereafter, 97 million was withdrawn. Where did you acquire such funds?" Tony asked in astonishment. Jarvis continued, "The source of the transfer was traced back to Wilson Fisk from Hell's Kitchen, and the withdrawn funds were returned to him." Upon hearing Jarvis's explanation, Tony became even more bewildered. He was unfamiliar with Wilson Fisk, and, upon reviewing the personal information Jarvis had gathered, learned he was the notorious crime lord of Hell's Kitchen. However, it appeared that Fisk had recently reformed, diverting his resources into various charitable and poverty alleviation endeavors. Furrowing his brow, Tony felt a discomforting sensation. Although he had built his empire on arms dealing, he had never allied himself with nefarious individuals. Obadiah had clandestinely sold arms to terrorist organizations without Tony's knowledge prior to his kidnapping. Therefore, while Tony was not overtly vengeful, he held a disdain for associating with wrongdoers. If Gao Ming had engaged in any dealings with Wilson, Tony preferred to distance himself from Gao Ming as well. Tony's tone suddenly turned frosty. "Wilson is hardly a philanthropist. Why would he give you money?" Gao Ming shrugged and replied, "Have you not noticed that Wilson has been on a path of reform lately? That is my doing. Thanks to my assistance, he has turned over a new leaf. Thus, it is not surprising that he would express his gratitude with a monetary gift." His intention in having Jarvis relay this information was merely to convey to Tony that he, too, had briefly possessed a fortune of 100 million. Gao Ming's explanation lacked clarity, leaving Tony bewildered about how he had managed to transform the crime lord into a benevolent figure. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" In response, Gao Ming, with a spark of intrigue, asked, "Would you like to give it a try? To turn Tony Stark into a paragon of virtue?" Sensing the mischievous undertone in Gao Ming's voice, Tony unhesitatingly declined. "No, I am already a good person, thank you." Gao Ming feigned regret. "Are you truly not considering it? It could be quite fascinating." Tony resolutely rejected the notion, aware it was likely a dubious proposition. However, observing Gao Ming's demeanor suggested he had not engaged in any illicit activities with Wilson, causing Tony's attitude to gradually soften. What a pity. He had hoped to witness the separation of Tony into two entities of good and evil. The evil side was easy to envision, becoming a greater scoundrel, indulging in debauchery, and recklessly peddling arms. But the manifestation of the good side was more elusive. Would he become a figure of purity, eschewing all temptation? Perhaps he would transform into a monk, or no, in the Western context, perhaps a priest or missionary, a devout believer spreading the word of faith. Chapter 33. I want Stark shares. Realizing that continuing the conversation on self-improvement might lead to some rather unfortunate consequences due to Gao Ming's morbid sense of humor, Tony decisively redirected the dialogue. "So, what's your answer? Will you accept my offer of 100 million? Gao Ming interlaced his fingers, resting them upon his elevated thigh. Deep in contemplation, it would be disingenuous to say, "I am not tempted." 100 million is indeed a substantial sum. Feigning indifference, Tony replied, "That amount barely constitutes 1% of my entire fortune, yet it would suffice for you to live comfortably for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming regarded Tony with a knowing look. "I apologize, but my lifetime may stretch quite extensively." He jested, aware that he was neither aging nor succumbing to external influences, and as such, could potentially live indefinitely. While 100 million was indeed a considerable fortune, it could not withstand the ravages of time. Unbeknownst to Tony, Gao Ming had no intention of revealing his true circumstances. "Ah, Sophia is my girlfriend," Tony remarked, oblivious to the underlying implications of Gao Ming's words, boasting. Name any amount you desire. No, 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 I do not wish for money. Gao Ming shook his finger. What I seek is shares in Stark Industries. Tony couldn't help but laugh. You certainly have a keen sense of strategy. Stark Industries was already among the world's elite corporations. Even with Tony's decision to shutter the weapons division and cease arms sales, the value of Stark Industries was soaring every second. Especially in light of the Monger incident and Tony's revelation of his identity as Iron Man. Should Gao Ming acquire shares in Stark Industries, he would be set for life, able to watch his wealth accumulate without lifting a finger. After a moment of reflection, Tony suggested, I can offer you 0. One of the shares. Too little. At the very least, make it 1. Gao Ming replied, lacking a clear understanding of these proportions, merely wishing to round it off. Unbeknownst to him, even a 1 stake would yield dividends amounting to tens of millions annually, possibly even exceeding 100 million. Tony mused. This guy clearly has no idea what a 1 stake represents. Nevertheless, he was open to the idea. After Obadiah was dispatched to an unknown location, Tony had acquired the majority of the company's shares, with only a minuscule portion distributed among several shareholders. With a half-smile, Tony said, I can agree to give you one of the shares, but that seems to exceed a reasonable compensation range, doesn't it? As a businessman, he recognized the potential for profit and aimed for maximum benefit. Seeing Tony's demeanor, Gao Ming realized he needed to add some leverage to his position. I can agree to one condition, but it must not contravene principles. This proposal intrigued Tony, yet he still boldly asserted 10 conditions. 1. Gao Ming replied with unwavering firmness. Seeing Gao Ming's steadfastness, Tony conceded, deal. Tony rose from the sofa, stating, I will have J.A.R.V.I.S. draft the share transfer contract. Let us head to my house to sign it. Tony donned the Iron Man helmet, while Gao Ming similarly equipped his own. The two then made their way to the external docking platform. As they stood at the edge, a whimsical idea struck Tony, prompting him to challenge Gao Ming provocatively. Shall we see who can reach the finish line first? Gao Ming casually replied, I'll give you a 10-second head start. With a resounding thud, Tony launched himself into the air, commanding J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Engage the armor's thrusters at full power. Understood, came the reply. 10 seconds may seem brief, yet the Iron Man suit, a pinnacle of modern technology, boasted a flight speed that surpassed numerous combat aircraft. In mere moments, Tony vanished from Gao Ming's line of sight. Unperturbed, Gao Ming leisurely began to count. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Upon reaching the final number, he suddenly stood still, and after a brief moment, his figure began to blur and gradually dissipate. It was merely an afterimage. As Tony soared triumphantly, he noted that his luxurious mansion was still several hundred meters away when he suddenly heard J.A.R.V.I.S. announce, The Godfather has arrived. Tony gasped in astonishment. As he gently descended and entered his home, he found Gao Ming lounging on the sofa in a relaxed pose, having removed his helmet. With a languid greeting, Gao Ming remarked, Oh, you're here. Quite slow, aren't you? By the way, why is there not even a bottle of soda in your house? Sensing the disdain in Gao Ming's tone, Tony instinctively asked, Soda? What is that? The way he pronounced the word revealed his awkward foreign accent. As Tony pondered the meaning of this soda, Gao Ming's response nearly caused him to choke. You don't know what soda is? It's just cola. Tony retorted. My home is stocked with various exquisite wines. Even the fruits in my refrigerator, intended for juicing, are imported delicacies. How could there be such a cheap drink as cola? You're impressive, but I want to argue with you over something so trivial, Tony sighed, taking a deep breath to maintain his composure. If you wish to have cola, go buy a case from the convenience store. By the way, how did you arrive even faster than I did? What is your top speed? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tony sought clarity on Gao Ming's extraordinary speed. Gao Ming replied vaguely, It's quite fast, but this isn't my limit. He chuckled. In its normal state, the rabbit charm is supersonic, and when fully accelerated, it can transcend time itself, allowing one to traverse the past and future. Gao Ming had previously attempted to test his current speed limits, yet he had not achieved the feat of time travel. Thus, he deduced that either the charm had yet to fully integrate with his being, or the limitations of his human form restricted the charm's powers. In the original narrative, Xiaoyu inadvertently traversed back in time through the use of a rabbit talisman, yet this occurrence was merely a fortuitous accident, beyond her control. The talisman originated from the Demon Lord, a malevolent entity whose potential undoubtedly surpasses that of humanity. Although the extent to which the Demon Lord harnessed the talisman's power remains unclear, his adeptness in wielding it is evident. Perhaps achieving the speed of light with the rabbit talisman would pose no challenge for him. Although Gao Ming suspects he may not fully unlock the talisman's capabilities. How could he feel discontented possessing such a coveted power sought by countless individuals? While pondering such matters, Tony was also swept away by thoughts. How fast is fast? The speed of sound? Supersonic? Surely, it cannot reach the speed of light. Such a notion seemed ludicrous. Tony instinctively dismissed the idea of someone achieving light speed, or even surpassing it, as it was too unfathomable. He could hardly conceive how a human body could withstand such velocities. Thus, the confines of science limited his imagination, and he remained oblivious to the fact that the talisman, a magical artifact, defied the very principles of science. With a hint of irritation, Tony asked, "Are you coming to the basement with me?" Gao Ming replied nonchalantly, "Why not? There's no sugary beverage for you to drink here anyway." Upon hearing the term sugary beverage, Tony's demeanor faltered momentarily. He took several deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure. No anger, no irritation. Upon arriving at the basement housing Tony's personal research and experimental armors, there was no need for him to input any secret codes. Jarvis effortlessly unlocked the door, which opened with a soft beep as Tony led Gao Ming inside. Approaching the workbench, Tony picked up the contract printed by Jarvis and handed it to Gao Ming, urging him to sign. Gao Ming swiftly reviewed the document multiple times, ensuring Tony had not engaged in any linguistic trickery. Before picking up the pen on the table and inscribing his name, his signature flowed elegantly, an expression of individuality, yet it remained a testament to his less than stellar penmanship. Nevertheless, as a man, one need not dwell on such trifles. Chapter 34. Tony in despair. There was no need to concern oneself with the idiosyncratic nature of Gao Ming's signature. Many individuals possess poor handwriting, including a certain old white man. Signing the contract signified that Gao Ming had officially become part of Stark Industries, albeit in a manner that required no effort on his part, securing financial stability. With a stake in Stark Industries, as long as Gao Ming did not lead a lavish lifestyle akin to Tony's, financial worries would no longer plague him. Setting down the pen, relieved of his monetary concerns, Gao Ming could not help but feel a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Tony." Taken aback by Gao Ming's sudden appreciation, Tony quickly composed himself, feigning indifference as he replied, "TCH, it's just a small sum." Donning his helmet, Gao Ming remarked, "Well, I'll take my leave now. I can fulfill my promise to you at any time." In a rare moment, Tony extended an invitation. "Won't you stay for a drink?" Gao Ming vanished in an instant, yet faint echoes of his voice drifted from a distance. "You don't have any Fat House happy water." Tony's heart was instantly flooded with a myriad of negative emotions, and he could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious roar. "Stop mentioning that Fat House happy water." Although Gao Ming had left Tony's home ahead of time, one could easily envision the disgruntled expression on Tony's face. Meanwhile, Gao Ming, in a state of delight, hummed a tune as he leisurely soared through the sky. Singing joyfully, he deliberately slowed his pace to savor the completion of the song, returning home at a languid pace, just as he reached his abode, finishing with the final line, "All right, I know you can fly." Upon entering his home, Gao Ming placed his phone on the table, unable to resist applauding himself. Truly, it was a celestial melody. Any girl who heard it would surely be enchanted. Disregarding Gao Ming's unabashed self-praise, a more objective evaluation would reveal that his voice was indeed quite pleasant. Despite lacking formal training, causing him to occasionally stray off-key, the enhancement from his unique abilities imbued his voice with a magnetic quality. Should Gao Ming choose to undergo training and pursue a career as a singer, achieving fame would not be a daunting task. Alas, he harbored no such aspirations. After indulging in self-admiration, Gao Ming changed out of his uniform into a comfortable set of casual attire and reclined leisurely on a plush sofa. What shall I do next? He pondered. With a girlfriend, financial stability, and 12 extraordinary abilities, it seemed life had no further regrets. Yet no, how could he allow himself to languish like a salted fish without a purpose? With this resolve, Gao Ming decisively dialed for a KFC delivery. "I would like a family bucket," the address is. Time flies, and days pass swiftly. Ahem, in truth, only a little over 5 months had elapsed. During these months, Gao Ming had consistently ventured out to maintain order, admonishing wrongdoers and assisting those in need. As for his relationship with Sophia, it had flourished remarkably. By the end of November, the university granted a month-long winter break, during which, apart from the Christmas holiday when Sophia returned home to celebrate with her parents, their time was filled with various dates, embodying the essence of a newly blossoming couple. Now, on March 14th, a date worthy of commemoration, Sophia had agreed to cohabit with Gao Ming. To be honest, after nearly 6 months of dating, Gao Ming contemplated that it was time to try living together. With a hint of trepidation, he broached the subject with Sophia, who, blushing, politely declined. However, Gao Ming, having discerned that Sophia was not entirely opposed to the idea, sensed a glimmer of hope. Thus, without further ado, he embraced her passionately, initiating a long kiss, and if she resisted, he would engage in a playful verbal spar. Ultimately, under Gao Ming's relentless charm, Sophia had no choice but to relent. After moving all of Sophia's personal belongings from her rented apartment into his own home, Gao Ming settled onto the sofa, embracing Sophia, and sighed deeply, expressing, "I feel as though I am in a dream." With her face flushed against Gao Ming's chest, Sophia whispered, "Why do you think so?" "Because everything is so beautiful, like a splendid dream." Lowering his head to meet Sophia's gaze, he added, "If this is a dream, please do not let me awaken." At that moment, Sophia sensed an endless charm emanating from Gao Ming's eyes, irresistibly drawing her in. Unable to contain herself, she slightly lifted her head, and in a harmonious exchange, Gao Ming lowered his head to kiss her lips. Everything felt so natural and warm. A gentle kiss that she wished would last indefinitely. That night, in Flushing, New York, as an exuberant accompaniment filled the air, Tony soared through the skies clad in his iron armor. As the music reached its crescendo, Iron Man descended, landing with a resounding metallic thud on the brilliantly lit stage. Kneeling on one knee, rising, Tony waved his arms, followed by a troupe of enthusiastic backup dancers, energetically kicking in time with the music. The audience below was a vast sea of cheering and shouting, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Tonight, the Stark Expo would unfold here. The stage beneath Iron Man began to rotate slowly, mechanical arms emerging from below to dismantle his armor piece by piece. After a complete 360-degree turn, the armor was disassembled and withdrawn, the mechanical arms retreating below the stage, restoring it to its original state. Once free from the armor, Tony, dressed in a sharp suit, donned an immensely confident smile. As the final notes of the accompaniment echoed, he spread his arms wide, exuding an air of superiority. He, Tony Stark, the prodigy, possessed the audacity to revel in this extraordinary treatment. "Oh, it feels wonderful to be back. Did you miss me?" Maintaining his proud demeanor, Tony delivered the opening speech for the Stark Expo. When a segment showcasing a video of his late father began, Tony seized the opportunity as the lights dimmed and the audience became engrossed in the footage, quietly retreating backstage to retrieve a small device. Pressing his thumb against the measuring point of the device, he felt a slight sting as it pricked his skin, extracting a drop of blood. The device swiftly analyzed the sample, revealing a palladium content of 19. Despite his efforts to remain composed, a shadow of concern lingered in the corners of Tony's brow, betraying his heavy heart. Little did anyone know, beneath the facade of his seemingly boundless success, Tony was grappling with a countdown to death. The energy reactor in his chest sustained his life, yet the palladium was relentlessly eroding his body. In essence, Tony was merely postponing his demise, engaged in a slow form of self-destruction. When Tony discovered the signs of palladium poisoning, he desperately sought ways to preserve his life. However, he found no element that could substitute for palladium, which was essential for the energy reactor he had created. Faced with the grim reality that removing the reactor would lead to his imminent demise, Tony realized that continuing to use it was also a path to death. Helplessly, he watched himself slowly succumb to his fate. With Jarvis's assistance, he managed to concoct a peculiar beverage that he forced himself to drink daily, hoping to delay the symptoms of palladium poisoning. Yet, the effects were minimal, and the palladium levels within him continued to rise. Tony found himself cornered. He had not perished in the cave where he was imprisoned for 3 months, nor had he succumbed to the treachery of Monger. Yet he was on the brink of death due to his own creation, a truly ironic predicament. Putting away his instruments, Tony masked his anguish and stepped off the stage, donning a facade of confidence. As the recording of his father concluded, the Stark Expo officially commenced. Tony intended to make only a symbolic appearance before returning home to continue his search for a solution. His diligent security team shielded him from the fervent crowd as he calmly faced the flashes of cameras from reporters and paparazzi. Making his way towards his latest luxury vehicle alongside Happy, his driver and bodyguard. To his surprise, he noticed an elegantly dressed woman leaning against the car, smiling at them. Finding her quite attractive, Tony remarked flirtatiously, "Is she included with the car?" To which Happy, equally lighthearted, responded, "I wish she were." Of course, the two were merely engaging in their habitual banter and paid little heed, as Tony had encountered many beautiful women in the past, each with their own unique personalities and professions. Happy, always by his side, was well acquainted with such encounters. Tony approached the woman, extending his hand for a brief handshake, and inquired, "Hello, who are you?" The woman replied with a warm smile, "Hello, I am the enforcement officer." Tony, unfazed by her profession, noted her accent with curiosity as he entered the car, commenting, "Oh, an Irish lass. I like that." The enforcement officer maintained a courteous demeanor before getting straight to the point. You are required to attend the Senate Armed Services Committee at 9 o'clock tomorrow. As Tony settled into the driver's seat, Happy took the summons from the enforcement officer. Tony did not take the summons to heart. It was merely a reaction to the unveiling of his iron armor, attracting the attention of politicians and military personnel eager to find an excuse to seize his creation under the guise of authority. These individuals could not tolerate even the slightest threat to their interests and were particularly greedy, eyeing the costly strategic weapon of the iron armor, hoping to acquire it without any investment. However, Tony made it clear that he would not yield his creation without a fight. Upon receiving the subpoena, Tony, displaying a clear sense of impatience, started his new car and drove away. The following day, in Washington, D.C., Tony attended the meeting as scheduled. When confronted by a senator questioning what Iron Man represented if not a weapon, Tony calmly replied, "It is a high-tech prosthetic." This evidently nonsensical answer elicited uproarious laughter from the audience, while Tony, maintaining a serious demeanor, attempted to explain to the visibly flustered senator, but ultimately found himself at a loss for fitting adjectives and regrettably abandoned his nonsensical discourse. Later, when the senator unabashedly demanded that Tony surrender the technology behind the armored suit to the state, Tony retorted with sharp rebuttals interspersed with irreverent jokes, clearly articulating his stance. "Don't hold your breath. You might as well go to sleep." The senator then introduced Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries and a rival arms dealer to Stark Industries, who delivered a grandiloquent speech. He even had Tony's close friend, Colonel Rhodes, read a report unfavorable to Iron Man, accompanied by footage that purportedly illustrated the threat posed by the armored suit. Annoyed, Tony promptly hacked the computer displaying the footage with his phone and revealed the complete video. The truth was that Justin Hammer had obtained permission from the Department of Defense to sell counterfeit Iron Man robots to various nations, thereby exacerbating the devastation of conflicts both large and small. Through this footage, Tony successfully turned the tide of the unfavorable situation orchestrated by the senator. Justin Hammer, visibly rattled after disconnecting the computer, hastily attempted to defend himself, but to no avail. The audience, no fools, recognized him for what he truly was, a self-serving and unscrupulous businessman. Ultimately, Tony's confidence overshadowed the faltering politicians, and with a declaration of triumph, he proclaimed, "I alone can safeguard world peace." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted, and the crowd cheered with exuberance, even as the politicians begrudgingly acknowledged Tony's victory that day. In an unembellished manner, Tony pointed at the senator in derision, stating, "I attempted to collaborate with those buffoons." Infuriated, the senator erupted in a live broadcast, shouting, "Stark." Naturally, the television broadcast muted his expletive-laden outburst, resulting in a mere beep. Yet the implication was unmistakable. In a posture befitting a victor, Tony departed the scene amidst applause, cheers, and flashing lights, leaving behind a group of irate politicians, as if they had been dealt a grievous blow. Little did Tony realize that his assertion that the armored suit could not be replicated for decades would soon be ruthlessly contradicted by the emergence of someone harboring a grudge against the Stark family. Gao Ming, observing Tony's performance on the military committee from his television, merely smiled, paying little mind to the impending arrival of Ivan Vanko, the Whiplash. He picked up the remote and switched channels, landing on a music station playing a rather delightful song. Gao Ming rose from the sofa and approached the kitchen doorway, leaning against its edge as he gazed at Sophia, who was busily preparing a cake. A contented smile spread across his face. Their cohabitation had only just begun, and perhaps it was the foreigner's strong psychological adaptability that allowed Sophia, initially somewhat reserved, to quickly adjust her demeanor. Now, she was enthusiastically crafting a cake, eager for Gao Ming to sample her culinary skills. Having previously savored Sophia's cooking, Gao Ming was well aware of her exceptional culinary prowess, and it was undeniable that a woman who could cook is the ideal for every man. Sophia, completely immersed in her baking, was oblivious to Gao Ming's presence at the kitchen entrance. Witnessing her dedication, he recalled the saying that everyone appears enchanting when they are earnest. Unable to resist, Gao Ming approached and embraced her from behind. Startled by the sudden warmth, Sophia turned to find it was Gao Ming, blushing slightly as she remarked, "You startled me." With his face nestled against her delicate neck, inhaling the enchanting fragrance of her hair, Gao Ming replied leisurely, "Who could resist my captivating Sophia?" Faced with such unabashed praise, Sophia's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart brimming with sweetness. No one dislikes compliments, especially those from a beloved. Feeling Gao Ming's warm breath, her ears turned red as she gently swatted his hands away, playfully protesting, "All right, I'm busy here. The cake will be ready soon." Reluctantly, Gao Ming released her, but not before planting a swift kiss on her cheek. With a sense of pride, he retreated to the living room and sank back into the sofa. Reflecting on his current life, Gao Ming felt a profound sense of gratitude. He had never imagined he could enjoy such a beautiful existence. He wished fervently for it to last forever. Yet, he understood the reality of the situation, regardless of the various calamities that the future might hold. The mere fact that he was mortal meant that his ordinary companion, Sophia, could only share a fleeting few decades with him. The thought of watching his beloved fade away, leaving him to wander alone through the endless corridors of time, filled him with despair. He knew he must find a solution, a way to address this dilemma. At present, he felt somewhat lost, yet he held on to hope, for this was the Marvel Universe, where, even without the seemingly endless array of extraordinary mutants, countless incredible phenomena existed that could surely provide a remedy. For now, however, he decided to relish the rare and precious tranquility of his life. Gao Ming was unaware of how long he had been lost in thought until Sophia's voice interrupted him. "The cake is ready. You should give it a try." Snapping back to reality, he saw Sophia presenting the freshly baked cake on the dining table, inviting him to taste it. "All right, I'm coming," he replied, rising to approach the table. "What kind of cake did you make?" To his delight, he discovered it was a chocolate cake, and he remarked, "Wow, it looks decadently sweet." "Do you not like it?" she inquired. "How could it be? Everything you prepare is delightful to me. I simply adore uttering sweet words. This is my honesty. My Sophia possesses remarkable culinary skills. Now do try it. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite, precisely the deliciousness I anticipated, tender upon the palate, sweetness dancing on the tongue. Oh, the ordinary yet heartwarming life is a dream cherished by countless souls, a yearning they aspire to attain." Chapter 36. The Research and Development of Charms. Upon returning home, Tony was filled with immense pride as he listened to Jarvis's compliments. Yet his expression darkened as he measured the palladium levels within his body. This was not good. The rate of palladium corrosion showed no signs of slowing down, and the situation was dire. With a grimace, Tony removed the spent reactor, extracted the palladium core, replaced it with a new one, and reinserted the reactor into his chest. Though he was acutely aware that replacing the palladium core was akin to a slow self-destruction, he felt he had no choice but to continue using it, as a gradual demise was preferable to an immediate death. "Your time and options are dwindling," Jarvis remarked with concern. "Unfortunately, the reactor that sustains your life may also be your doom." Tony exhaled deeply, his visage troubled, saying, "I am aware. Which is why I am striving to devise a solution. Perhaps you should seek Mr. Gao's assistance," Jarvis suggested. At this, Tony's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could he have overlooked this? Gao Ming still owed him a favor. Having him save his life would be a satisfactory resolution. The clouds of despair that loomed within him dissipated, and he felt a renewed sense of hope. "Miss Potts has arrived," Jarvis announced. Silencing himself, Tony, though he had found a potential remedy, preferred to conceal his palladium poisoning predicament from Potts. The following day, Tony continued with his original plans, appointing Potts as the new head of Stark Industries. Initially, he had arranged matters due to his imminent demise, but now he found it a hassle, and it was just as well to entrust the company to Potts. The new secretary seems rather alluring," Tony mused after finishing a sparring session with Happy and stepping into the shower to wash away the sweat. He recalled the fiery new secretary named Natalie, and a thrill coursed through him. However, he only entertained these thoughts. He no longer dared to indulge as he once did. Though Potts may not voice her concerns, she surely had her reservations regarding Tony's past escapades, and he had significantly reformed since then. Draping a bathrobe around himself, Tony emerged from the bathroom, retrieved a fine bottle of liquor from the cabinet, and poured himself a glass, savoring a sip with pleasure. Having discovered a means of salvation, Tony finally felt liberated from anxiety, naturally regaining his composure. Setting down the glass, he casually inquired, "Jarvis, please remind me of my planned itinerary." "Next, you are scheduled to visit Morocco for a car racing event. Would you like to cancel?" Jarvis replied. No. Racing is rather intriguing. How could it be canceled? Merely watching is quite dull." "Jarvis, please inform the organizers that I wish to participate in the race." Tony is in no rush to seek treatment from Dr. Gao Ming, considering that the palladium levels have only reached 24 and are not yet at a critical threshold. He might as well indulge in some amusement to alleviate the monotony of recent times. "Sir, racing is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor for those who are not professional drivers. Accidents can easily occur," Jarvis cautioned, expressing concern for Tony's safety. With a dismissive expression, Tony retorted, "Who am I? I am Tony Stark. Such trivial pursuits as racing are mere toys. I can effortlessly bring home the championship." Thus, in accordance with the original narrative, Tony participated in the racing event in Morocco, inevitably encountering Ivan Vanko, who sought vengeance. The incident of Iron Man's initial defeat unfolded as anticipated, yet it did not affect Gao Ming, who remained oblivious to Tony's impending plea for assistance. continuing his life in Queens, New York. Despite cohabiting with Sophia, their respective schedules remained undisturbed. Sophia still attended university classes, returning to Gao Ming's home after school, which they shared. Meanwhile, Gao Ming diligently maintained his heroic endeavors, striving to uphold the peace in Queens. However, during his leisure, he engaged in personal pursuits, such as studying the power of talismans and developing new techniques. For instance, the Tiger Talisman, which originated from the concept of energy balance, ensured that the powers of various talismans did not conflict with one another. Yet, this did not imply that the Tiger Talisman could only balance the powers of other talismans. It truly balanced all forms of energy. Emboldened by his invulnerability, Gao Ming undertook a rather foolish experiment of voluntarily electrocution. The sensation was rather pleasant. Initially, he experienced a tingling sensation, followed by a swift stabilization of the electric current within him, which dissipated shortly thereafter. Electricity, being a form of energy, naturally fell within the balancing scope of the Tiger Talisman. However, due to its consumption of energy, it could not be retained within his body. From this experiment, it became evident that all energy encountered by Gao Ming was rendered ineffective. To employ gaming terminology, Gao Ming was effectively immune to magic. As for the side effect of the Tiger Talisman, which separates good from evil, Gao Ming would not seek trouble even in moments of leisure. The Rabbit Talisman's superspeed capability had been extensively researched, drawing inspiration from the Flash. Previously, he had developed skills such as high-frequency hand slicing and high-frequency vibrations that altered sound and blurred his silhouette. Gao Ming next aspired to determine if he could achieve wall phasing similar to the Flash when reaching a certain velocity. Bang, bang, bang. Darn it. I've given up. I don't comprehend why speed allows one to phase through walls. After yet another collision, Gao Ming resignedly declared the development of the wall phasing skill a failure. Crafting skills was not as effortless as some overzealous engineers might suggest. Regarding the ambition of attaining light speed to traverse time and space, Gao Ming had previously attempted it, but had not succeeded. It appeared that his speed had yet to reach a level capable of transcending time. The Dragon Talisman, known for its explosive power, reveals no new techniques. It embodies sheer destructive force with little variation. However, Gao Ming discovered that the potency of the dragon's explosion intensifies in moments of fury, accompanied by a radiant glow emanating from his body. This unexpected enhancement of the skill showcased a luminous effect, albeit with the troublesome prerequisite of anger. After all, what reason does Gao Ming have to be enraged without cause? The Horse Talisman possesses two abilities, healing and restoration. Healing, as one might expect, grants Gao Ming extraordinary self-regenerative powers, allowing him to mend the wounds of others through mere physical contact. Restoration, on the other hand, revives damaged items to their original state, akin to the reversal of time itself. In a corner, Gao Ming crouched down, suppressing discomfort as he poked at a cockroach he had inadvertently crushed. Miraculously, the squashed creature resumed its former shape, albeit lying motionless. Uncertain whether it feigned death, Gao Ming toyed with it for an extended period before arriving at a conclusion. Indeed, restoration merely returns objects to their previous condition, yet it cannot resurrect departed souls. It stands to reason that, no matter how formidable the Horse Talisman, it cannot perform the miraculous act of revival. Not even the Immortality Talisman can achieve such a feat. The inability to resurrect diminishes the significance of restoration. However, it remains useful when faced with damaged objects. Next comes the Sheep Talisman, which facilitates astral projection. The principle is simple. One transforms into a spiritual entity. In this state, one becomes invisible and untouchable, and due to its ethereal nature, one can learn psychic abilities reminiscent of those taught by instructors of mental phenomena. Yet, Gao Ming's psychic strength has not yet matured to the point of telepathy or the capacity to control others' minds. Nevertheless, he found inspiration for another intriguing aspect of the Sheep Talisman, navigating dreams, from a film, Inception. If one can effortlessly enter another's dream, does that not imply the ability to shape and alter those dreams, becoming their master? By embedding psychological suggestions within layers of dreams, could one influence another's thoughts? Gao Ming conducted experiments, targeting local ruffians. The process proved more challenging than anticipated, likely due to his still developing psychic prowess. After considerable effort, he successfully planted the seeds of virtue in the subconscious of these miscreants. Remarkably, time within dreams does not align with reality. What felt like an eternity in the dream world transpired as mere seconds in the waking realm, leaving Gao Ming in awe. As he had hoped, the once unruly ruffians truly reformed, even participating collectively in volunteer activities. It brought Gao Ming great solace to witness a group of wayward sheep find their way back to righteousness. In the end, Gao Ming delved into the phenomenon of the chicken talisman's levitation, more precisely, the power of thought. The original text primarily emphasized its self-levitation capabilities, leading Gao Ming to overlook the true essence of the chicken talisman. Upon meticulous study, he recognized its extraordinary potential to manipulate objects through sheer willpower, enabling one to control and harness the surrounding environment. With further development, it could even create an invisible barrier or cage to restrict an adversary's movements. However, this was not yet within Gao Ming's capabilities. He needed to master it with precision before he could realize such feats. For the time being, he was still engaged in self-levitation and the rudimentary manipulation of objects through thought. His research on talismans required further exploration. Chapter 37. Assisting Tony in escaping life's perils after encountering a surprise attack from Ivan Vanko in Morocco. Although Tony managed to triumph and imprison his foe, he was far from pleased upon returning home. This discontent stemmed from Ivan publicly showcasing the arc reactor, contradicting Tony's earlier proclamations that no one would replicate Iron Man for decades to come. Ivan's actions had effectively smacked Tony's bravado back into reality. Upon returning home, Tony researched Ivan Vanko's background and discovered that his father, Anton Vanko, had once been a partner of Tony's father, Howard Stark, working together on the original nuclear reactor. However, due to irreconcilable differences, Anton was exiled, taking with him a primitive design of the reactor. Ivan, armed with this design, had successfully simplified the creation of the arc reactor, proving that his talent rivaled Tony's. Yet, the harshness of his upbringing and the enmity passed down from his ancestors had plunged him into darkness. The boastful claims Tony had made had become a widely recognized farce, which naturally left him feeling dejected. "Sir, you should seek assistance from Mr. Gao," Jarvis timely reminded him, prompting Tony to recall that his own life was still at stake. He proceeded to the garage, selecting a sleek, expensive car, and drove off. Tony had ensured that Jarvis gathered information on Gao Ming's residence beforehand, so he did not need to search aimlessly. However, when he arrived at Gao Ming's apartment complex in his luxurious vehicle, the reaction was akin to his appearing in full Iron Man armor. Hearing the commotion below, Gao Ming curiously approached the window to observe, only to find Tony surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic admirers, basking in the limelight. After flashing a few peace signs to display his characteristic arrogance, he entered the apartment. Once Tony had disabled all the cameras in the building, he took the elevator to Gao Ming's floor, ensuring that no one else entered and that the elevator did not indicate his destination to avoid revealing his purpose. Nonetheless, despite having the means to arrive discreetly without drawing attention to himself, Tony chose to make a grand entrance, suggesting a certain frivolity in his actions. With an air of nonchalance, Tony arrived at Gao Ming's doorstep, where Gao Ming opened the door, his expression decidedly displeased. "Are you always so ostentatious wherever you go?" Tony remarked with an air of nonchalance. "It is simply my nature to stand out, no matter the time or place." With a sardonic chuckle, Gao Ming could only respond with a dismissive laugh. Tony shrugged, adding, "Aren't you going to invite me inside? It is rather impolite to leave a guest standing at the door." "A guest? More like an unwelcome intruder," Gao Ming retorted curtly as he stepped aside to allow Tony entry. Once inside, Tony casually surveyed the modest surroundings, commenting, "You reside in such a cramped space? Are you still clinging to the fantasy of living in your own little castle?" "As long as I am content, that is all that matters," Gao Ming replied, somewhat irked. "So what brings you here today? If you have no business, you might as well leave." Tony reclined on the sofa with an air of calmness. "Of course, I have a purpose for my visit. Speaking of which, do you not intend to offer your guest any hospitality? Would you like a punch?" Gao Ming, with a sharp tone, walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and tossed an unopened beverage towards Tony. Quick as a flash, Tony caught it, feeling the icy bottle in his hand. Upon examining it, he realized it was a sugary drink. "Oh no, it's Coca-Cola." An inexplicable urge to hurl the bottle to the ground surged within him, stemming solely from his disdain for the beverage. However, noticing Gao Ming's eager anticipation, Tony restrained himself, casually twisting open the cap and taking a sip. Grimacing, he remarked, "This cola is rather mediocre. Of course, it is merely a cheap carbonated drink. Perhaps another time I can show you what truly delightful flavors are." Gao Ming pulled a chair beside him and said, "Speak. What is it you require?" Tony adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I need you to fulfill your promise and assist me with a favor." Observing the urgency in Tony's eyes and considering the current timeline, Gao Ming quickly deduced the reason for Tony's visit, chuckling softly, "Palladium poisoning, am I correct?" Taken aback, Tony was surprised. Although Ivan had instantly recognized his palladium poisoning during a visit to the prison, it was no wonder given Ivan's scientific genius, especially since he had developed the arc reactor. Yet how did Gao Ming know? Unable to contain his curiosity, Tony asked, "How did you know?" Gao Ming replied cryptically, I possess knowledge beyond your imagination. Joking aside, as a time traveler, he held the narrative advantage as his golden ticket. Before Tony could inquire further, Gao Ming continued, I agreed to assist you based on one condition. Are you willing to barter your life for this condition? Tony hesitated momentarily, but recalling the countless desperate attempts he had made to find a solution. The overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness was an experience he wished to avoid at all costs. Resolutely, he declared, I have made up my mind. I will exchange this condition for your aid in saving my life. Deal. Gao Ming could not help but chuckle. Gao Ming could not help but smile. For even if Tony did not seek his assistance, according to the original narrative, Director Egg would eventually hand over Howard Stark's relics to Tony. From his father's recordings, Tony would discover clues that would lead him to create a new arc reactor. Gao Ming vaguely recalled from his previous life that the energy source of this innovative arc reactor stemmed from Howard's research on the Tesseract, one of the Infinity Stones, specifically the Space Stone. Due to the limitations posed by underdeveloped technology, although Howard had identified this new element, he lacked the means to synthesize it. Unbeknownst to Tony, he would ultimately find a means of self-rescue. His current plea for Gao Ming's aid was, without a doubt, a misallocation of resources. It must be said that Gao Ming had struck a fortunate deal. Since Tony willingly chose to descend into this predicament, Gao Ming readily agreed, exclaiming, very well. Let us commence. Before Tony could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a heavy strike to the nape of his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gao Ming dragged Tony into the bathroom. Not to be misconstrued, the impending surgery would surely entail significant bloodshed, and Gao Ming wished to avoid staining the floor. The procedure was straightforward and brutally efficient, akin to the last time he assisted Ethan in extracting a bullet. However, this time proved more complicated. As Tony harbored minuscule fragments of bullets within him, and even with his enhanced vision, Gao Ming could not guarantee he would locate each one. Fortunately, the arc reactor had attracted the bullet shards, preventing them from migrating toward the heart, and instead leaving them lodged between the flesh of his chest. Thus, Gao Ming opted for a more direct approach, opting to excise all the muscle tissue from Tony's chest. The scene was inevitably gruesome. Even with his prior experience in taking lives, Gao Ming found himself grimacing, a wave of nausea washing over him. It was crucial to remember that he was not murdering Tony. He possessed the healing charm and the undying charm. The restorative power of the healing charm would swiftly regenerate Tony's muscle, restoring even the gaping hole to its former state. Moreover, with the undying charm in effect, Tony would not perish. While it could not resurrect the dead or reverse aging, it ensured that he would not die during its activation. Of course, Tony bore the brunt of the ordeal, waking several times in agony, only to see Gao Ming's impatient expression before being unceremoniously struck again, plunging back into unconsciousness. As for the severed flesh, Gao Ming utilized his shape-shifting ability to transform it into dead ants, which he subsequently flushed down the toilet. A detail too graphic for scrutiny, and thus passed over swiftly. After a considerable time, Tony slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been granted a second chance at life. His mental state was unprecedentedly revitalized, and every cell within him seemed to jubilantly celebrate, brimming with vigor. Sitting up, Tony discovered he was sprawled on the sofa, his heartbeat still rapid. Instinctively, he patted his chest to calm himself, only to be astonished to find that he was no longer touching the cold, unyielding reactor, but rather a genuine, warm, and fleshy sensation. Ecstatic, he tore open his shirt to reveal a flat and intact chest, exclaiming, "My goodness! How did you manage this? It's simply miraculous. This defies all logic." Tony's reaction was entirely anticipated by Gao Ming. Indeed, the phenomenon of flesh and blood rebirth was astonishing, and it was no wonder that Tony was so taken aback. In response, Gao Ming merely smiled and remarked, "You ought to enhance your mental resilience. There will be many more occurrences in the future that elude scientific explanation." "Huh? What do you mean?" Tony inquired, puzzled. Gao Ming had no intention of elaborating, as the revelations were destined to unfold, just like that certain thunderous hammer, which seemed poised to descend upon Earth soon. Seeing Gao Ming's reticence, Tony had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. He methodically dressed, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all. It was merely a transaction." Gao Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, adding a reminder, "By the way, I suggest you retrieve your father's belongings from Fury." "What?" Tony exclaimed in shock once more. "My father? What connection does he have with S.H.I.E.L.D. And what belongings?" Gao Ming casually replied, "Your father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. His belongings constitute a groundbreaking discovery, a monumental masterpiece that only you can realize." One might truly wonder what expression graced Tony's face when he realized he was capable of self-rescue. Chapter 38. the unaware Tony in a state of astonishment. Tony was oblivious to when he departed from Gao Ming's residence. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself inside an elevator, which then chimed as the doors opened. As the elevator doors slid apart, a throng of eager reporters swiftly snapped photographs, their mouths firing questions like a machine gun. Hello, Mr. Stark, could you share the purpose of your visit here? Are you rendezvousing with a lover? Is it a clandestine transaction? A myriad of fanciful speculations spilled forth from the reporters, mingled with a crowd of fervent onlookers who shouted passionately for Iron Man. Tony was well accustomed to such scenes and scoffed at the exaggerated inquiries of the reporters. After waving to the fans, he strode forward with the poise of a proud swan, heading towards his vehicle. The crowd, understanding the need for caution, parted respectfully, knowing that even a slight mishap involving Tony could result in exorbitant reparations. Once inside his car, ignoring the relentless reporters outside, Tony started the engine and departed from the throng. He then utilized the vehicle's network to contact JARVIS. Please connect me with Fury. I need to discuss some matters with him. Due to Tony's request for Gao Ming's assistance in his healing, the narrative underwent a significant transformation. In the film, the once despairing Tony, who was prepared to bequeath his estate and entrust the company to Potts, had planned a hedonistic revelry, intentionally relaxing security measures to allow his dear friend, Colonel Rhodes, to abscond with a suit of Iron Man armor. However, in this revised scenario, while the company remains under Potts' stewardship at Tony's behest, the Iron Man suit is not bestowed upon Colonel Rhodes, implying that War Machine will not make an appearance. Nevertheless, this alteration has no bearing on Gao Ming. The absence of War Machine does not alter the overarching trajectory of events, and the monumental occurrences of the Avengers will undoubtedly transpire. Unbeknownst to him, we have already arrived at the timeline of Iron Man 2. Following the conclusion of the concurrent Thor events, a period of over a year of peace will ensue, culminating in the release of the real-world Avengers. Tony's arrival serves as a clarion call for Gao Ming, awakening him to the imminent onset of a fierce conflict. An onslaught of extraterrestrial beings wreaks havoc, and the smoky aftermath of war envelopes the bustling city of New York, as towering edifices are reduced to ruins and countless lives are tragically extinguished in this calamity. No, this catastrophe must be averted. The most prudent course of action is to approach SHIELD and persuade Fury to dispose of the Tesseract. But how to accomplish this? Should he assert that in a year or two, an alien army will invade Earth, with the Tesseract serving as the key to opening the portal? Such a claim bears no substantiation and would likely be dismissed as mere fanciful nonsense. Furthermore, Gao Ming cannot simply storm into SHIELD to seize the Tesseract. Aside from his reluctance to engage in a confrontation with them, he remains utterly oblivious to its whereabouts. The number of secret bases established by SHIELD is unknown, and he is even less likely to know which base houses the Tesseract. Thus, he resolves to take one step at a time, perhaps delaying the opening of the portal until that day arrives. Lacking any viable strategy, Gao Ming can only convince himself of this, especially considering he possesses the power of 12 talismans. If he cannot mitigate the impending disaster, his abilities would be rendered futile. However, Gao Ming remains unaware of his own overconfidence. When the day arrives that the Chitauri invade Earth, he will receive a profoundly harrowing lesson, one that could drive him to madness. Following Tony's meeting with Fury, the latter emerges with a furrowed brow, plagued by confusion, unable to fathom how Gao Ming came to know about Howard. Leaving behind a box of Howard's archival footage, Fury hastily departs, intent on investigating whether SHIELD's database has been compromised or if there is a traitor within their ranks. Little does Fury know that his moment of suspicion inadvertently leads him to uncover the traces of Hydra within SHIELD. After viewing Howard's recordings, Tony, as in the original narrative, keenly discerns the hidden messages within Howard's words. Upon returning home with the model from the Stark Expo, he scans and assembles it, ultimately discovering a new element. As Tony gazed upon the new element before him, he recalled his father's final words from the recording: "My greatest masterpiece is you." A wave of emotion washed over him, and his previous dissatisfaction with his father dissipated. He murmured to himself, "You've been gone for 20 years, and yet you're still teaching me?" Holding the ethereal new element in his hand, he whispered, "Thank you, Dad." However, as Tony regained his composure, a troubling thought struck him. He had sought Gao Ming's assistance in a moment of desperation, and it had cost him dearly. The new element was evidently capable of resolving the palladium poisoning issue. "Well, I've now permanently alleviated my worries, even removed the bullet fragments," Tony consoled himself. Yet his heart continued to bleed inwardly. Consider how formidable Gao Ming is, possessing an unfathomable array of extraordinary abilities. Opportunities to enlist his help are scarce, and this particular chance had cost him shares in Stark Industries. Though Tony, who holds the majority of Stark Industries shares, was not overly concerned about this minor loss. He could not shake the feeling of having been shortchanged. He resolved to devise a plan to ensure Gao Ming owed him a favor, thereby securing future opportunities for assistance. As a billionaire and a superhero, Tony recognized Gao Ming's immense value. Even a singular healing ability could prove life-saving in times of crisis. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Consequently, he chose to divert his thoughts from these frustrations and focus on the newly discovered element, eager to witness its effects. Upon the successful creation of the new element, Tony found himself engulfed in a second wave of regret. The new element could undoubtedly address his palladium poisoning. A tumult of emotions churned within him, leaving him in a state of unrest, unable to confide in anyone. Thus, Tony resorted to channeling his frustrations into the creation of his iron armors, not to destroy them in rage, but to transform his discontent into the motivation for crafting them. Jarvis, bring up the data for Mark 6. I need to make significant improvements. Tony gritted his teeth. Jarvis dutifully responded, "Of course, sir," and proceeded to display the data for the Mark 6 armor. Currently, Tony was utilizing the Mark 4, a creation that followed the Iron Monger incident. The Mark 3 had been retired honorably after its repairs, now residing in his collection. The Mark V, a portable suit developed for his encounter with Ivan in Morocco, could be assembled autonomously at any moment, though its drawbacks were apparent. Its defensive and offensive capabilities were notably low, a consequence of its compact design. Thus, during Ivan's surprise attack, Tony had found himself in a rather vexing position. Had Ivan not been equipped with a rudimentary device housing an arc reactor, he might have been vanquished. Consequently, after repairing the Mark V, it too had been relegated to his collection. The Mark 6 had been completed earlier, yet it bore the disadvantage of high energy consumption. Now, Tony wished to test whether the new arc reactor could rectify this issue while simultaneously enhancing its overall performance. A few days later, the Stark Expo awaited. The Stark Expo, from the moment of its inception, is set to last an entire year, offering an array of technological companies the opportunity to showcase their diverse scientific products. In the absence of Tony Stark, the spotlight this evening undeniably falls upon Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, who proudly presents his creation, the Iron Soldiers. Unlike Tony's armored suit, the Iron Soldiers are merely robots, though they lack the technological sophistication and innovation of Tony's armor. Their potential for mass production and ease of operation has garnered significant interest from military personnel in attendance. As for the general visitors, the rare sight of towering robots elicits applause and cheers, much to Justin's delight. However, due to the circumstances surrounding Gao Ming, Colonel Rhodes is unable to make his appearance in the armored suit as depicted in the original narrative, resulting in Justin's display lacking the explosive impact of the source material. Just as Justin revels in showcasing the various types of Iron Soldiers, Tony, clad in the Mark 6 suit, descends dramatically from above. Upon witnessing Tony's unexpected entrance and his armored attire, Justin's demeanor shifts instantly, his expression darkening as he responds with feigned enthusiasm. "Ah, Tony, I didn't expect you to attend my Iron Soldier exhibition. Welcome, welcome." Tony, disinterested in engaging with Justin's trivial banter, has just received a threatening phone call from Ivan, leading him to deduce through incomplete tracking that Ivan, who should be incarcerated, has been secretly freed by Justin, and they are now collaborating. Raising his right hand, with the palm cannon aimed at Justin, Tony commands sternly, "Enough of the pleasantries, Justin. I know you are working with Ivan Vanko. Release him now." Taken aback by Tony's declaration, Justin feigns composure, appearing bewildered as he retorts, "Huh? Tony, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be collaborating with Ivan Vanko? Isn't he dead in prison? Don't slander me." To some extent, Justin speaks the truth. He indeed has not partnered with Ivan, as the latter refuses to cooperate. Despite Justin's arduous efforts to rescue him, Ivan indulges in a lavish lifestyle without assisting Justin in the creation of armored suits, ultimately leading Justin to confine him. Unbeknownst to Justin, Ivan has secretly constructed his own suit of armor, preparing to exact revenge on Tony, having already dealt with the two guards overseeing his confinement. Just as Justin attempts to further defend himself, the Iron Soldiers behind him simultaneously advance a step forward. Before Justin can voice his confusion, the Iron Soldiers take decisive action. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupts. All the Iron Soldiers, having been commandeered by Ivan, unleash a barrage upon the audience. Chaos ensues as the atmosphere, once vibrant, descends into panic, with spectators screaming and fleeing in terror. However, Ivan's primary objective remained revenge against Tony. Hence, he left the majority of the Iron Soldiers to sow chaos. specifically manipulating 8 airborne Iron Soldiers to lock onto Iron Man and pursue him relentlessly. The Iron Soldiers showcased by Justin tonight were categorized into Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine variants, each comprising 8 units, totaling 32 Iron Soldiers. While the 8 airborne units were in hot pursuit of Tony, the remaining 24 of other models wreaked havoc under Ivan's control. Witnessing the 24 Iron Soldiers charging into the crowd and indiscriminately firing, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of anger as innocent lives fell in pools of blood. Unfortunately, he was also being relentlessly pursued by the 8 Iron Soldiers behind him, forcing him to ascend into the sky to divert their attention and prevent further casualties. This starkly illustrated the difference between reality and film. In movies, one often sees Iron Man effortlessly dispatching Iron Soldiers without regard for collateral damage, yet the reality was far grimmer. Tony, entangled by the 8 Iron Soldiers, found himself utterly overwhelmed, unable to save the innocent bystanders. As he adeptly maneuvered through the air, evading the soldiers' gunfire while seizing the opportunity to retaliate and neutralize them, he remained acutely aware of the escalating situation below. The rising number of casualties filled him with anxiety, despite the superior lethality of his armored suit, which could eliminate an Iron Soldier with a single missile strike. The sheer number of enemies and the need to evade concentrated fire made it a daunting task. Eliminating all the Iron Soldiers pursuing him and subsequently addressing the few remaining threats below was an endeavor he could not accomplish in the immediate moment. After finally dispatching the 8 Iron Soldiers that had been on his tail, he hastily descended back to the ground, just in time to witness one of the Iron Soldiers preparing to attack a child wearing an Iron Man mask. This child, imitating Iron Man's signature repulsor blast, raised his right hand, palm directed at the soldier. Tony swooped down just in time, positioning himself behind the child, and swiftly fired a repulsor blast at the Iron Soldier, neutralizing it in an instant. "Well done, kid," he remarked hurriedly before racing off to confront the other Iron Soldiers. The young boy stood frozen in awe, watching Iron Man soar away, his youthful face aglow with excitement beneath the mask. Unbeknownst to Tony, many years later, he would reunite with this boy, now a 15-year-old youth endowed with extraordinary abilities, dedicating himself to aiding those in need. Tony hastily eliminated one Iron Soldier after another. Their scattered formations made it manageable for him. However, Ivan would not let Tony dismantle them unimpeded. "Just wait, Tony Stark. I will personally bring you down." Ivan sneered cruelly as he set the remaining Iron Soldiers to concentrate their assault on Iron Man before turning away from the control room. Ivan had just witnessed through the surveillance camera a woman clad in a black tactical suit infiltrating Hammer Industries, effortlessly dispatching all security personnel. It was no longer safe for Ivan to remain there. Just as in the original narrative, the Black Widow, operating under the alias Natasha, had been undercover as a secretary beside Potts. After extracting information from Justin regarding Ivan's concealment within Hammer Industries, she swiftly donned her combat gear and rushed to the scene, demonstrating her extraordinary skills as she broke through defenses. However, the Black Widow arrived a moment too late. Upon bursting into the server room with guns drawn, she found no trace of Ivan, only the lifeless bodies of 2 security guards he had slain. She quickly approached the computer and began executing a series of complex commands, attempting to hack into the Iron Soldier program to disable its attack directives and provide support to Iron Man in the field. As one of the foremost operatives, the Black Widow possessed an array of espionage skills. In addition to her combat prowess, she was also an exceptional hacker. Yet, facing Ivan, whose technological intellect rivaled that of Tony Stark, her hacking abilities fell slightly short, necessitating additional time to override Ivan's commands to the Iron Soldiers. Meanwhile, Tony noticed the Iron Soldiers converging upon him. Sensing impending danger, he immediately ascended into the air, with the Iron Soldiers relentlessly pursuing him. As in the original story, he lured them to a secluded forest park, initially dispatching a few with his palm repulsors. When the Iron Soldiers surrounded him, he unleashed a devastating 360-degree laser, obliterating all in his path. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, discarding the disposable laser weapon on the ground. At that moment, the Black Widow established contact with Tony. "Stark, there's another Iron Soldier heading your way, and its energy levels are exceptionally high. Wait, what S with your attire? And how did you connect to my comms? Who exactly are you?" Tony, oblivious to the fact that the Black Widow was an undercover agent placed by S.H.I.E.L.D. within his company, was understandably taken aback. Calmly and swiftly, the Black Widow replied, "I'm sent by Fury to assist you. You need to prepare. The enemy has arrived." "Ugh, that guy Fury again. I declare you fired," Tony retorted, irked, while simultaneously gearing up for battle. After a brief moment, a towering Iron Soldier landed heavily. Unlike Justin's ineffectual robots, this one was clearly encased in formidable armor. Without needing to guess, as the iron mask retracted, Ivan's face emerged. A cruel and bloodthirsty grin spreading across his features. Are you ready to meet your demise? He taunted, with a swift flick of his wrists. Two dazzling electric whips materialized in Ivan's hands. A mere glance revealed their formidable power, enough to bring Tony Stark to his knees in ecstasy. Without further ado, Ivan swung the whips towards Tony, who, unwilling to experience their sting, nimbly evaded the assault and quickly raised his hands to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. However, the steel armor crafted by Ivan exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. The relentless energy projectiles proved ineffective against him, inciting Ivan's laughter to swell with arrogance. Frustrated, Tony gritted his teeth as he realized his attacks were futile, while Ivan appeared to toy with him, refusing to dodge. Recognizing that his predicament was dire, Tony cast aside his pride and instructed Jarvis, contact Gao Ming and urge him to come quickly for assistance. Certainly, sir, replied Jarvis. Meanwhile, Gao Ming, having his phone ring beside him, glanced at the caller ID, noting it was Tony. With a hint of annoyance, he answered, hello? What is it? Tony's urgent voice crackled through the line. Hurry, I need help. Ivan Vanko is about to finish me off. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Ming swiftly donned his battle attire, rousing Sophia from her slumber. Do not misunderstand. Gao Ming, though sharing the same bed with Sophia, maintained an innocent relationship, which, one might argue, was rather embarrassing. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Sophia inquired, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Apologies for waking you. I must go rescue Tony Stark. Gao Ming replied with genuine regret. Sophia, understanding the urgency, simply advised, return swiftly and be cautious. Equipped with his helmet, Gao Ming gestured affirmatively before racing towards the coordinates Tony had sent. In no time, he arrived at the forest park where Tony faced off against Ivan, just in time to witness Ivan brandishing the electric whips as Tony dodged in a rather disheveled manner. Should I observe for a moment before intervening? Gao Ming pondered. But Tony's voice broke through his thoughts, calling out, stop watching and lend a hand. With a resigned sigh, Gao Ming descended, and Ivan, noticing his arrival, regarded him with a grave expression. Ivan had minimal knowledge about this superhero, gleaned from scant online information. He only knew that this self-proclaimed godfather possessed extraordinary powers, though the extent of his abilities remained unclear. Another fool rushing to his demise. Tony Stark, it seems you have quite the circle of friends. Ivan cackled with disdain. Gao Ming, however, remained unruffled, accustomed to facing villains who often bore similar airs of superiority, only to ultimately meet their end at the hands of the protagonist. Tilting his head slightly, Gao Ming spoke in an odd tone. So, you find yourself in such a predicament due to this kind of scum? Could you not spare me the trouble? With an air of a mentor addressing a junior, Gao Ming's words left Tony momentarily speechless, prompting him to take a deep breath and strive for composure as he replied, enough with the nonsense. Come help me. Do you really think you can be bested by such a character? I am merely perplexed about how to deal with this fellow. Gao Ming feigned distress. Noticing Gao Ming and Tony engrossed in their banter, Ivan felt humiliated and snapped. That's enough. Both of you can go to hell. How annoying. Frowning in discontent, Gao Ming pointed a finger at Ivan, exclaiming, why do you bark like a dog? A flash of light shot from his fingertip, striking Ivan, who, as anticipated, transformed into a Siberian husky. Why a husky? He wondered, utterly baffled. Chapter 40. My vocabulary fails to describe the new uniform gazing at the once arrogant Ivan. Now reduced to a dog, specifically a breed known for its foolish charm, Tony was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. I can't believe you've turned into a dog, little pup. Do you want to fetch a bone? He teased, utterly disregarding his own dignity as he playfully mocked the canine Ivan, who barked fiercely, though all that emerged were mere dog barks. The power of the spell was riddled with inconsistencies, possibly due to the initial lack of rigor in its design. The transformation ability of the monkey spell also held its own peculiarities. The person turned into an animal transformed entirely, clothing and all, with no remnants left behind. Upon becoming a dog, Ivan lost not only his clothes, but also the painstakingly crafted steel armor he had worn. If Gao Ming were to restore Ivan to his human form, the armor would reappear, a truly astonishing phenomenon. However, it was clear from the outset that spells were inherently supernatural and defied conventional logic. Ivan dashed towards Tony, desperately trying to leap and bite him, his bared teeth lending an even more foolishly endearing quality to his husky form. Gao Ming too was puzzled as to why uttering the word dog had resulted in Ivan becoming a husky. Without specifying a particular term, the transformation was entirely random, leaving the breed unknown. Yet, after turning into a husky, Ivan's intellect seemed to diminish. Although he continued to attack Tony with hatred, he failed to recognize that Tony was clad in steel armor, making it impossible for his sharp teeth and claws to penetrate. in a rather mischievous manner. Tony stroked Ivan's canine head, treating him as a playful puppy while adopting a tone of affection for animals. Good dog, you're quite lively. Soon, Daddy Stark will treat you to a bone. Upon hearing this, Ivan barked even more ferociously, but it was all in vain, as Tony held him firmly by the neck, rendering him unable to escape. Having subdued Ivan, Tony finally relaxed his taut nerves and, somewhat reluctantly, expressed his gratitude to Gao Ming, saying, "Thanks for this. Do you have any idea that I had already settled down for the night, only to be roused to save you? If you truly wish to thank me, do endeavor to enhance your own abilities, would you? Why must I always be the one to rescue you?" Gao Ming, unceremoniously, retorted. Veins bulged on Tony's temples. His breath quickened, and his teeth ground together audibly. He restrained himself, reminding himself that the circumstances warranted patience, as Gao Ming was indeed there to help. Gao Ming merely indicated his dissatisfaction, for Tony had repeatedly relied on him for salvation, and he had yet to witness Tony resolve a situation independently. However, Gao Ming recognized that his own interference in the narrative played a significant role. Originally, it was meant to be Iron Man and War Machine working in tandem to defeat Whiplash. Yet, due to Gao Ming's timely intervention, Colonel Rhodes had not received Tony's armor and thus had not transformed into the superhero War Machine, leaving Tony to face Ivan alone. Though Gao Ming acknowledged that he had inadvertently thwarted the birth of War Machine, he felt little emotional upheaval. After all, War Machine's role in the film was not particularly significant. Rhodes, without the armor, remained a mere colonel. It was the absence of characters like Captain America or Thor that would truly be lamentable. Patting Tony on the shoulder in a tone reminiscent of a mentor encouraging a protege, Gao Ming said, "Tony, you must strive harder. You cannot perpetually rely on me. Can you? Is what you are merely a toy? Hurry and invent something formidable. Otherwise, depending on others will tarnish your reputation as Tony Stark." In his earnest counsel, Gao Ming added, "The crux of my message is simply this. Do not call me at night in the future." After imparting this heartfelt advice, and as Tony was on the verge of losing his temper, Gao Ming finally concluded his remarks, waved casually in farewell, and ascended into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "I need to return and catch up on some sleep. I cannot keep Sophia waiting," he mused. "When will a worthy adversary finally emerge? So far, I have encountered nothing but foes that can be effortlessly dispatched. None that ignite even a flicker of combat spirit within me." Gao Ming finally understood the sentiment of Saitama, how profoundly lonely and hollow invincibility could be. Once Gao Ming departed, the barely contained fury within Tony subsided slightly, yet he still found it difficult to suppress. Shifting his gaze to the stubbornly writhing Siberian husky, Ivan, beneath him, a chilling smile crept across Tony's face. He almost forgot. Here lay an excellent outlet for his frustrations. How Tony intended to truly unleash his wrath on the dog remained a mystery. The following day, without further ado, after Tony's clandestine meeting with Fury, he sought Fury's assistance in ensuring that the senator wore a face that resembled one who had ingested something unpleasant, all while presenting Tony with a medal with a forced smile. Tony, brimming with pride, raised his victorious hand in celebration. Meanwhile, Gao Ming, seizing a rare moment to escape Queens, ventured into Hell's Kitchen. He was not there to seek out Wilson, nor to pay a visit to the renowned blind lawyer, Matt, but rather to enlist Melvin's help in altering his uniform. The uniform itself was not problematic. It was simply that observing Tony's frequent transformations of his iron armor prompted Gao Ming to reflect on other superheroes from the original narrative. It appeared that Captain America had changed uniforms twice, and Black Widow sported a different hairstyle with each film. It was high time for Gao Ming to refresh his own appearance, though he would never admit it. He merely wished for a more dashing visage. Melvin still resided in that secret warehouse, but now he no longer had to live in fear of being discovered. When Gao Ming arrived at the tightly shut gate of Melvin's warehouse, a whimsical notion struck him. He would experiment once more to see if he could pass through the door with high-frequency vibrations. Bang! It turned out, however, that he could not. A human-shaped dent marred the gate, indicating that it could not be opened normally. Embarrassed, Gao Ming awkwardly pulled the gate open from below. It seemed he damaged it each time he visited. Upon entering the warehouse, Gao Ming discovered that Melvin was not present. He must not have returned yet. Thus, he promptly pulled the gate back down, restoring it to its original state, even making it appear quite new, leaving no trace of its previous damage. Perfect. Satisfied, Gao Ming nodded and approached Melvin's workbench, his curiosity piqued. He did not see a certain dark red leather suit, and wondered whether Matt had neglected to ask Melvin for help in crafting the uniform, or if it had already been completed and taken away. Gao Ming was merely curious about whether Matt donned the Daredevil suit or a stealthy ensemble, but he did not dwell on it. After all, Matt was confined to Hell's Kitchen and had no chance of participating in the grand events that lay ahead. Noticing several design sketches laid out on the table, Gao Ming casually picked them up, flipping through them one by one. Quite impressive, indeed. Melvin's designs were rather stylish, though he wondered if any would meet his requirements. As he perused the designs, he found himself increasingly captivated, hastily flipping through the pages. Upon reaching one particular sketch, his eyes lit up with genuine excitement, a spark illuminating his gaze. Wow, this design is spectacular. The sketch he held depicted a uniform that bore a faint resemblance to the Speed Force suit. Yet Melvin had reimagined it so boldly that it surpassed the original in coolness. No longer adorned in platinum hues, it had transformed into a deep crimson, altering its once regal and mysterious aura into something more magical and formidable. Regarding the myriad of subtle alterations, Gao Ming found it quite challenging to articulate them in words. In summary, he appeared even more dashing. The more he gazed upon it, the more satisfied he became, wishing fervently that he were holding not merely the design draft, but the finished product. He had been examining the design for what felt like an eternity when Melvin finally returned. Upon entering the warehouse and seeing Gao Ming clad in the swift battle attire, Melvin could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Mr. Gao." Gao Ming did not possess Melvin's contact information, so Melvin was unaware of Gao Ming's visit that day. "It's been a while, Melvin." Gao Ming raised a hand in greeting, clutching the design draft tightly with the other, as if afraid of misplacing it. "How have you been lately?" Gao Ming inquired, engaging in customary pleasantries. Melvin responded cheerfully, "Very well, indeed. I find joy in each day." Gao Ming nodded, replying, "That is wonderful to hear. By the way, Mr. Gao, is there something specific you wish to discuss today?" At this question, Gao Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment, having initially requested Melvin's assistance with merely a single garment. However, since Melvin was present and had seen the design draft, he mustered the courage to say, "It's nothing of great significance. I've grown weary of wearing this uniform for too long and thought it might be nice to occasionally change my style. This design, as illustrated here, is quite appealing." He raised the design draft, prompting Melvin to examine it closely. Upon recognizing it as one of his own leisurely creations, Melvin shyly remarked, "Oh, this? It was merely a doodle I made in my spare time." Gao Ming eagerly inquired, "Is there a finished version?" "Ah, yes," Melvin replied. He was quite pleased with this design, and naturally, he had brought several others to fruition based on his satisfaction with them. Approaching a newly added storage cabinet, he opened it to reveal several leather cases. He retrieved one and placed it before Gao Ming, unveiling the very uniform depicted in the design draft. Chapter 41. Can the Hammer of Thor be lifted? The deep crimson battle attire lay serenely within the case, its hue and intricate patterns resonating with Gao Ming's heart. Eager to don it, he nonetheless maintained a semblance of composure and inquired of Melvin, "I truly admire this garment. May I have it? I am willing to pay." Upon hearing this, Melvin appeared displeased, stating, "How could I possibly accept payment from you, Mr. Gao? If you appreciate it, please take it. Only in your possession can my creations reach their fullest potential." "Thank you, Melvin." Expressing his gratitude, Gao Ming, as before, changed into the new attire with an almost imperceptible swiftness, folding the swift battle garment neatly and placing it back into the case. As the new attire enveloped Gao Ming, Melvin, the sole observer, was left in awe. If the swift battle attire imparted an air of noble mystery to Gao Ming, the new uniform rendered him with an aura of striking intensity that captivated all at first glance. Inexplicably, Melvin found himself suddenly plagued by the thought that he should not have designed this garment, perhaps prompted by the strikingly different aura of Gao Ming. The latter, however, felt little of this turmoil. He eagerly moved about, discovering that the attire fit him perfectly, without any discomfort. Approaching a full-length mirror, he examined his reflection. It seemed somewhat nefarious, yet undeniably handsome. Gao Ming sensed that his new appearance lacked a certain righteousness, as if the mirror's image exuded an air of malevolence, perhaps coldness or a hint of madness. For reasons unknown, he felt it inappropriate to don this new battle attire, believing that the timing was not yet right. This peculiar sensation compelled him to remove the outfit, reverting to his original swift battle attire. Upon witnessing Gao Ming discard the new ensemble, Melvin was momentarily flustered, fearing that his creation had not met Gao Ming's approval. Anxiously, he inquired, "What is the matter, Mr. Gao? Is there something amiss with this garment? Please tell me, and I shall make improvements." To avert any misunderstandings, Gao Ming promptly interrupted Melvin, reassuring him, "There is no issue, Melvin. Your garment is still exquisite. I merely wish to find an appropriate occasion to wear it. You need not worry." Relieved by Gao Ming's words, Melvin's demeanor brightened, reminiscent of a child as he regaled the tale of crafting this garment. Gao Ming listened quietly, yet an ineffable feeling lingered in his heart, an emotion that occupied the depths of his being and refused to dissipate. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, the impetuous Thor, god of thunder, finally faced the consequences of his arrogance. The king of the gods, Odin, In a fit of fury, tore away Thor's armor and cloak, reprimanding him with a tone steeped in disappointment. You are unworthy of the trust bestowed upon you by these star realms. You do not deserve your title. You are unworthy of those who love you and whom you have betrayed. As he concluded, Odin turned away, embodying a father's disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back and declared with formidable authority, I shall now strip you of your powers. With a slight raise of his hand, Thor's mighty hammer flew forth into Odin's grasp. As Odin's pronouncement echoed, Thor's armor shattered, dissipating into nothingness. I, Odin, king of the gods, decree your exile. Odin raised the hammer, pointing it at the bewildered Thor. A torrent of divine power surged from Odin, striking Thor with the hammer, sending him hurtling backward into a brilliant portal. Helpless to resist, Thor was thrust through the portal, transported to Earth. Subsequently, after placing a special seal upon the hammer, Odin cast it into the portal as well. Once tranquility returned, Odin's fury dissipated, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of desolation. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Loki observed Odin with a blank expression, his thoughts concealed from all. In accordance with the original narrative, our Thor has been stripped of his divine powers and transported to Earth, where he is fortuitously struck by a vehicle driven by Jane and her companions, landing him amidst the grassy expanse by the roadside. Clad in his new attire, he returns home, yet Sophia has yet to arrive. Contemplating his peculiar sensations, Gao Ming finds himself perplexed and ultimately decides to stow his new outfit within the hidden compartment of his wardrobe. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his feelings, he resolves to trust his instincts, opting to set aside the new attire until an opportune moment for its use arises. What to do now? Gao Ming suddenly realizes he possesses an abundance of free time. While he routinely ventures out to maintain order in his vicinity, assist those in distress, and combat wrongdoers, these tasks have become effortlessly manageable with the aid of talismanic powers. Recently, the safety in Queens has markedly improved. Upon reflection, Gao Ming acknowledges that his daily excursions merely consist of leisurely strolls, which hardly require any exertion, thus explaining his sense of idleness. Recalling the current timeline, he notes that due to his interventions, certain events in Iron Man 2 have altered, though the conclusion remains unchanged. Following Iron Man 2, the story transitions to Thor. At this very moment, the son of Odin and his hammer should have descended upon New Mexico. Should he venture to investigate? However, such a journey seems futile and would consume several days, an endeavor that appears unworthy of the effort. Yet, with the swiftness bestowed by the rabbit talisman, Gao Ming could reach New Mexico in the shortest time possible, merely to catch a glimpse of Thor's hammer before returning. After making a phone call to inform Sophia of his potential trip to New Mexico, she refrains from probing further, simply advising him to exercise caution. With that brief notification, Gao Ming wastes no time, quickly determining the general direction of New Mexico, preparing some belongings, and swiftly taking flight. In a short span, Gao Ming arrives in New Mexico. However, this does not guarantee immediate access to the hammer. New Mexico is vast, and he cannot precisely recall where Thor's hammer has landed. After changing into casual attire, Gao Ming inquires along his route, but to little avail, as the hammer's recent arrival has not yet garnered significant attention. Ultimately, he resorts to a rather foolish method of searching the entirety of New Mexico. At long last, while traversing the outskirts of Antigabunite, Gao Ming spots a considerable gathering of people congregated around a massive crater, at the very center of which lies the hammer, quietly standing as if it had been struck down by a meteor. At last, he has found it, Thor's hammer. Once again donning his casual attire, he strides towards the crowd. The appearance of a hammer that no one can lift has drawn many to the outskirts of Antigabunite, predominantly men, along with numerous onlookers, and even some who have set up barbecues and picnics by the crater's edge. The purpose of these men was to attempt to lift the legendary hammer, which had remained unyielding to all who dared to try. Consequently, rumors spread that only the mightiest of men could raise the hammer, and these tales grew increasingly exaggerated, drawing more and more men to test their strength. As Gao Ming approached, he garnered little attention. After all, the array of men present varied widely, from brawny giants to foolishly thin individuals. It was hardly surprising to see a young man from Huaxiao among them. Yet, Gao Ming's growing charm did catch the eyes of several young women, some of whom were bold enough to approach him directly. Having a girlfriend, Gao Ming naturally refrained from indulging in flirtations, courteously declining the implicit and explicit invitations from the women. He accepted a small piece of paper with a phone number, tucking it away without reciprocating with his own contact information. Although it was commonplace for men abroad to indulge in fleeting pleasures, Gao Ming held a more conservative view on such matters, finding them rather trivial and devoid of meaning. This conservative stance was, in part, why he remained a mere apprentice in the realm of magic. Upon his arrival, Gao Ming became the focal point of nearly every woman's gaze, much to the chagrin of other men seeking to impress the ladies with their physical prowess. However, they refrained from confrontation. As they observed Gao Ming making his way toward the hammer, their expressions betraying a mix of anticipation and amusement. Many robust men had already attempted to lift the hammer, yet none had succeeded. And given Gao Ming's seemingly frail appearance, they were eager to witness his inevitable failure, hoping to reclaim a semblance of pride. What did it matter if he was handsome? To them, he was merely a soft-handed shrimp. This sentiment echoed in the minds of most men present. As he neared the legendary hammer, Gao Ming noticed the queue of men gradually parting, revealing expressions of hostility and mockery. Remembering the earlier glances from the women, he quickly grasped the situation. With a shrug, he thought to himself, is it my fault for being handsome? As for the potential ridicule for failing to lift the hammer, he was indifferent. After all, no one there could lift it, so why should he be concerned? Standing before the hammer, Gao Ming took a moment to scrutinize the legendary artifact. The hammer's appearance was unremarkable, devoid of ostentation, save for the intricate patterns etched along the edges of the hammerhead, which piqued Gao Ming's curiosity. Perhaps these were magical incantations or symbols of divine power, but whatever they were beyond Gao Ming's comprehension. Reflecting upon the matter, it is essential to recognize that in order to wield Thor's hammer, one must meet the conditions set forth by Odin, wherein any individual deemed worthy shall be granted the power of the thunder god. There are various interpretations regarding this. One posits that only those who are truly just and selfless can lift the hammer, as exemplified when Captain America nearly managed to do so in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Another widely held belief suggests that this has always been a test imposed by Odin for Thor alone. Although the fact that Captain America could slightly shift the hammer indicates that Odin was not entirely stringent in this regard. Gao Ming, possessing a clear understanding of himself, knew that he was not a paragon of justice and selflessness, thus he would naturally not receive the hammer's acknowledgement. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, he placed his hand upon the hammer, grasped its handle, and exerted a mighty pull. Alas, as expected, he could not lift it. Chapter 42. The most unassailable figures in Marvel. Noticing that Gao Ming's attempt was rather lackluster, several men scoffed, their disdain evident, though slightly irritated by his apparent nonchalance. The outcome aligned with their expectations, leading many to mock him openly. Ah, what a pity, but it's quite normal, isn't it? The envious men echoed their derision, while many women in attendance exhibited expressions of disappointment. Gao Ming, unperturbed, released his grip, shrugged, and stepped aside to allow the next challenger to approach, crossing his arms as he regarded the group of bewildered men with indifference. In truth, Gao Ming was not entirely incapable of lifting Thor's hammer. As the hammer could only be wielded by those of genuine justice and selflessness, if Gao Ming's spirit were to reach such a state, he might indeed succeed. He possessed a unique ability that could facilitate this, the side effect of the Tiger Talisman, which separates good from evil. By splitting himself into two distinct entities, the wholly virtuous aspect of himself would stand a considerable chance of extracting the hammer. However, one must not forget the existence of his malevolent counterpart, the nature of which remained unknown to Gao Ming. He resolved firmly not to utilize this ability lightly. After observing for a while, Gao Ming found the proceedings rather dull and decided it was best to return, having already beheld Thor's hammer. He reasoned that there would be future opportunities to encounter the mighty Mjolnir. Yet, just as he turned to leave, an unexpected event caught his attention. A truck approached the edge of the pit, and several individuals assisted in dragging a heavy iron chain from the vehicle. One end was secured to the truck, while the other was bound to the hammer. Once everything was in place, the truck roared to life, but the hammer remained utterly unmoved, even causing the truck bed to detach with a resounding crash. Hearing the commotion, the driver, under the impression that the hammer had finally been freed, leaned out of the cab and inquired curiously, "Did it come out?" This elicited a chorus of laughter from the gathered crowd. Gao Ming, however, did not join in the mirth. Instead, he regarded the driver with a contemplative expression. The driver was none other than Stan Lee, the legendary figure who made cameo appearances in every Marvel superhero film. In reality, he is regarded as the father of Marvel, having birthed numerous superheroes through his imagination. And in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he is portrayed as a most peculiar entity. Stan Lee, beyond his appearances in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, graced the older Spider-Man films, The Amazing Spider-Man, and X-Men, among others. Initially, these cameos were mere Easter eggs decided upon during the filmmaking process. However, in the present context, the existence of Gao Ming within the authentic Marvel universe transforms their significance entirely. This implies that the seemingly unremarkable elder possesses the ability to traverse the multiverse, venturing into various Marvel superhero cinematic realms. An even more chilling conjecture arises. Could Gao Ming harness Stan Lee's powers to return to the real world? Uncertain if this Stan Lee could indeed reach the reality he knows, Gao Ming felt a flicker of temptation in his heart. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed the risk unworthy. Setting aside the possibility that such a journey might only lead to a parallel universe, the mere presence of Stan Lee deterred Gao Ming from taking impulsive action. The films may not showcase the extent of Stan Lee's power, but his ability to appear in any corner of the universe and traverse other multiverses speaks volumes of his uniqueness. Even if Stan Lee's combat prowess were minimal, the unknown forces guarding him would surely obliterate Gao Ming at the slightest hint of malevolent intent. Better safe than sorry. With thoughts of self-preservation, Gao Ming relinquished his desire to engage Stan Lee in conversation, turning away with a tinge of regret. However, he soon noticed a black sedan coming to a halt on a nearby hill. From the vehicle emerged an individual clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses. From the thinning hair atop his head, Gao Ming jested inwardly, recognizing the honest face of none other than Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson. Oblivious to Gao Ming's presence amid the throng at the giant pit, cast a glance toward the distant abyss before turning back, addressing his communicator with solemnity. Sir, I have located it. I will dispatch personnel promptly, and you must secure the area without delay, isolating whatever lies within the pit, regardless of its nature. The communicator emitted the authoritative voice of Nick Fury. Coulson replied earnestly, Understood, sir. As he ended the call and lowered the device, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Hey, before he could finish, Coulson swiftly seized the hand on his shoulder and attempted to twist it behind the intruder, intending to pin him against the car hood. However, he quickly realized that this reliable tactic had failed. He grasped the stranger's hand, yet could not force him down, as if confronting an immovable mountain. As an elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Coulson felt a twinge of embarrassment at his inability to subdue this newcomer. Just as he prepared to alter his approach, the stranger spoke in a tone tinged with exasperation. Hey, Coulson, must you be so dramatic? I'm merely here to say hello. It was only then that Coulson truly observed the visitor's appearance, momentarily taken aback. Coulson was no stranger to Gao Ming. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. there existed a dossier that compiled information about him, and Coulson's rank allowed him access to this file. Thus, he was well acquainted with Gao Ming's fundamental details, and naturally, he could recognize him, also aware of his reputation as the godfather of superheroes. However, Coulson recalled that he had never actually met Gao Ming. Why would Gao Ming know him? Silently retracting his hand, Coulson resumed a cheerful and unassuming demeanor, stating, so you are the illustrious godfather. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am curious about one matter. May I inquire how you came to know my name? Gao Ming was not easily deceived by Coulson's seemingly harmless expression. Beneath that smile lay a constant state of calm vigilance, only faltering when in the presence of his idol. Captain America, when he would momentarily lose his composure and become a fervent fan. Upon hearing Coulson's question about how he learned his name, Gao Ming, suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse, replied meaningfully, Surely, it was leaked by certain individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's heart raced at this revelation. Contemplating, could there be a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D.? That seemed implausible, yet if it were true, the implications would be dire. Just as Coulson was engulfed in anxious speculation, Gao Ming burst into laughter, clapping Coulson on the shoulder. I'm just joking. I learned it from Tony, haha. Coulson felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, realizing that his concern was unfounded and merely a jest, akin to a herd of wild llamas stampeding through his mind. Nonetheless, relieved that Gao Ming had learned his name from Tony, Coulson was about to respond when Gao Ming casually remarked, However, there are indeed quite a few unsavory characters lurking within. Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, Do you have any information regarding this? Guess, Gao Ming retorted playfully, dangling Coulson's curiosity like a tantalizing bait. Seeing that Gao Ming was unwilling to divulge more, Coulson reluctantly decided to abandon the line of inquiry. After all, he could not compel the other to cooperate. However, he resolved to remind Fury to conduct a thorough investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal affairs upon his return, to preempt any potential threats. Choosing not to linger on that topic, Coulson, as if engaging in a normal conversation, asked, Mr. Gao, you seem quite at ease. What brings you to New Mexico? Are you here on vacation? Gao Ming, uninterested in exposing Coulson's probing intentions, gestured toward the giant crater and candidly replied, I came to have a look at that hammer. A hammer? What is so extraordinary about it that it would attract someone of your stature? Coulson pondered, still intent on extracting more valuable information. Oh, that Thor's hammer. You know, the thunder god from Norse mythology, Gao Ming replied nonchalantly, disregarding the fact that this revelation detonated in Coulson's mind like a bomb, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Coulson, incredulous, asked, "The Thunder God? Surely, Mr. Gao, you jest. How could a god possibly exist?" Gao Ming shrugged and remarked, "Gods are merely beings that exist longer than humans. Strictly speaking, they are akin to what we refer to as extraterrestrials. They only became enshrined in various mythologies after being witnessed on Earth by humanity." Coulson repeatedly told himself that the other was merely speaking nonsense. However, seeing Gao Ming's unwavering demeanor left him feeling increasingly unsettled. Could it be that the deities within these mythological tales truly exist? His worldview was profoundly shaken, prompting him to inquire urgently, "Mr. Gao, you mentioned that is Thor's hammer. What evidence do you have?" "None," Gao Ming replied succinctly. "But the hammer's owner has also arrived on Earth." Coulson was once again taken aback. "You mean Thor?" Nodding affirmatively, Gao Ming waved his hand, interrupting Coulson's further questioning. "That is all I shall say. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Thor will appear soon enough, for he seeks to reclaim his hammer." In his previous life, Gao Ming had been a notorious spoiler, often watching pirated versions of foreign films prior to their domestic releases, only to divulge half the plot in various groups, inciting both curiosity and ire among his peers. Turning to glance at the enormous crater left by Thor's hammer, Gao Ming chuckled softly. This time, he resolved not to interfere. He would allow Thor's narrative to unfold as intended. "I shall take my leave. You may continue with your preparations, for Thor will arrive shortly. Do not fear, but it would be wise not to reveal his identity. I advise you to make every effort to avoid altering the plot," he declared, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 43, The Return of Thor. As Gao Ming raced towards New York, he found his pace gradually dwindling until he finally came to a halt. "Why did I come here out of sheer boredom?" He sighed in resignation, turning back. Suddenly, he recalled that Loki would soon transport the fearsome destroyer to Earth, commanding it to eliminate Thor. The destroyer, a towering automaton crafted by Odin from a special metal, was capable of emitting high-heat lasers and was originally designated to guard Odin's treasury, only to be exploited by Loki. Upon the destroyer's arrival in the town of Anticapanth, it wreaked havoc indiscriminately. Even though Thor and his companions attempted to evacuate the townsfolk before the destroyer's arrival, how could they possibly manage to save everyone in time? Numerous innocent lives would inevitably be lost. Since Gao Ming was already present, despite his firm resolution to remain uninvolved, he could not simply stand by and watch as lives were extinguished. Thus, he resolved to intervene without disrupting the progression of events, aiming to spare the townspeople from the laser's wrath. "What a nuisance," Gao Ming lamented aloud, though his feet did not pause. Once back in the town, he secured a room at an inn, paying for a week's stay, and began to observe quietly. On the first day, Gao Ming observed as a multitude of agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. cordoned off the site of Mjolnir, forbidding any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Among them was Hawkeye, indicating that Fury indeed regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. The following day, Coulson arrived at Jane Foster's laboratory with several subordinates, appropriating her research and equipment. Witnessing Coulson, with a smile plastered across his face, whisk away her hard-earned accomplishments right in front of her, Gao Ming could not help but muse that this man surely harbored a dark heart, much like his superior. That evening, Jane transported Thor to the restricted area, and perhaps sensing the arrival of its true master, the skies opened up in a torrential downpour, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Gao Ming watched as Thor, brimming with confidence, charged in, effortlessly overpowering the robust agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. As he approached the hammer, eager to lift it, he found himself utterly unable to do so, collapsing to his knees, his anguished cries echoing into the stormy night, only to be apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. On the third day, deceived by Loki into believing Odin was dead, Thor relinquished all hope of returning to Asgard. With the fabricated identity provided by Dr. Eric and Coulson's deliberate negligence, Thor gained his freedom and accompanied Dr. Eric to a bar to drown his sorrows. By the fourth day, Thor began to shed his arrogance, adopting a more grounded demeanor as he shared tales of wonder and intrigue with Jane, thereby cultivating a budding rapport. On the fifth day, while Dr. Eric and his companions were lost in thoughts of the future, they were visited by four extraordinary guests, Lady Sif and the three warriors 3. Thor, upon reuniting with his comrades, was ecstatic, while Gao Ming, who had been quietly observing, donned his uniform in silence. After days of anticipation, it was time to prepare. The arrival of Thor's allies signaled that the destroyer was not far behind. Fully equipped, Gao Ming stepped onto the balcony of his hotel room, gazing into the distance as a tornado formed, heralding the descent of the destroyer. He sighed, lamenting his burdensome fate. Without hesitation, he soared towards the impending chaos. Mindful that Coulson and his team remained on site, recalling that several agents had previously met a gruesome fate at the hands of the Destroyer's lethal laser. Better to save one than none, he thought as he arrived at the scene. Coulson was shouting into a megaphone, demanding that the figure before him reveal its identity. Suddenly, the mask of the Destroyer's head began to part, orange-red lasers charging ominously. Realizing the impending danger, Coulson shouted, "It's coming." All SHIELD personnel scattered, just as the Destroyer unleashed its laser, obliterating several vehicles in a fiery explosion. At that moment, as one unfortunate soul attempted to evade the blast, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself transported to safety, far from the Destroyer's wrath. Alongside him, several colleagues also vanished just before being struck, appearing in different locations, their expressions a mixture of confusion and relief. Although they could not grasp the mechanism behind their sudden escape, they instinctively continued to flee the area of the Destroyer's assault. Coulson and his companions swiftly fled to another location, while the Destroyer unleashed a barrage of lasers, advancing towards the town. After rescuing several SHIELD agents who were doomed to perish, Gao Ming hurriedly returned to the town, guiding the unaware residents to the outskirts, far from impending danger. The residents looked on in bewilderment as they found themselves outside the town. By the time the Destroyer approached, Gao Ming had successfully evacuated most of the inhabitants, leaving only a few scattered individuals who were being hastily directed to safety under the guidance of Thor and his allies. Preoccupied with urgency, Thor and his companions failed to notice that many of the townsfolk had seemingly vanished. In a bid to buy time for the evacuation, Lady Sif and the three warriors of Asgard volunteered to confront the Destroyer, hoping to delay it. They even entertained the notion of defeating the Destroyer. Emboldened by years of triumph alongside Thor, their confidence blinding them to the peril they faced. Thus, while Gao Ming discreetly observed with calm detachment, Lady Sif and the Asgardian warriors charged at the Destroyer like comical jesters, only to be utterly overwhelmed. It was foolish to think they could best the Destroyer, a creation of Odin himself, whose purpose was to guard Odin's vault. If they could easily vanquish it, its very existence would be rendered pointless. Witnessing his comrades falter under the relentless assault of the Destroyer and the once peaceful town reduced to ruins by laser fire, Thor could no longer remain a passive observer. After comforting the remaining townsfolk, he stepped forward resolutely, approaching the Destroyer. "Brother, regardless of what I have done to lead you astray, regardless of what I have done to incite this turmoil, I am truly sorry," Thor expressed, his face etched with remorse, his words imbued with heartfelt sincerity. He was aware that Loki could witness the scene through the Destroyer, and he hoped to reach his brother's heart, guiding him back from his misguided path. Thor's humility was a stark contrast to his usual bravado, and his words resonated deeply. However, they proved futile. As the laser from the Destroyer's head dimmed and its mask began to close, it turned away, seemingly dismissing Thor's plea. Just as Thor allowed a glimmer of hope to surface, believing he had swayed Loki, the Destroyer suddenly swung its hand, sending Thor hurtling through the air. The force of the Destroyer's strike was beyond what Thor's mortal form could withstand. He soared high before crashing to the ground, his breath growing faint. Jane rushed to Thor's side, gently caressing his face, her disbelief manifesting in whispered words, "It's all over." Thor, filled with a mixture of regret and relief, spoke weakly, his eyes slowly closing. As he uttered his final words, Jane's anguished cries pierced the air. Meanwhile, as the Destroyer slowly departed, Gao Ming noticed the sky shifting ominously. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flickered, heralding the approach of a storm. Has the Thunder God finally returned? Gao Ming watched intently, awaiting the unfolding of the events to come. A tempestuous shift in fate unfolded, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the resounding claps of thunder. The mighty hammer of the Thunder God, nestled within a distant chasm, suddenly quivered, as if drawn by an unseen force, and soared skyward towards the direction of the town and Thor. As the hammer approached, the lifeless Thor, as if resurrected, raised his right hand and grasped the hammer tightly, his eyes snapping open with a fierce intensity. Boom! A powerful and ferocious bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor entirely in its electric embrace as he rose to his feet, enduring the purifying storm. This lightning, once capable of annihilating all, now heralded the Thunder God's return, transforming into a majestic armor around him amid the astonished gazes of Sif and his comrades, as well as the stunned expressions of Jin and his companions. Once the tempest subsided, Thor stood adorned in his battle armor, a red cape billowing behind him, exuding an aura of formidable majesty that demanded reverence. With the hammer raised high, the skies erupted with a deafening roar of thunder, echoing Thor's triumphant battle cry. Chapter 44. A vacation in Hawaii. Sensing the impending threat, the destroyer unmasked its metallic visage, preparing to unleash a laser beam. In that moment, the Thunder God's hammer struck with ferocity, colliding with the destroyer's head and causing the laser to veer off course. Subsequently, the hammer, returning to its master, struck the destroyer from behind, toppling it to the ground. Interrupting the destroyer's assault, the hammer flew back into Thor's grasp. Gripping it tightly, Thor felt a surge of divine power coursing through him, restoring his confidence and pride, though tempered by humility. Rising from the ground, the destroyer aimed its laser at Thor, who swiftly ascended into the air, deftly evading the beam and propelling himself into a swirling vortex of tempestuous winds. Thor wielded his hammer, expanding the vortex as thunder roared within it, and the winds intensified, rendering the destroyer unable to maintain its footing, as it and an array of debris were swept into the eye of the storm. The destroyer drew ever closer, and Thor glared at this foe that had nearly claimed his life. As the distance between them diminished, the destroyer unleashed a relentless barrage of lasers, but Thor retaliated fiercely, deflecting each beam with his hammer. When the destroyer amassed its full energy to unleash its most potent laser, Thor chose not to divert it, but instead met it head-on, his hammer pushing back against the onslaught. Ultimately, with a thunderous impact, the hammer smashed against the destroyer's head, reducing it to a pile of scrap metal. As Thor descended to the ground, the skies returned to tranquility, the wild winds, ominous clouds, and fierce lightning dissipating entirely. He approached Jin and his companions with the bearing of a victorious champion. Witnessing this spectacle, Gao Ming recognized that his departure was imminent. The narrative of the Thunder God had unfolded without his intervention, following the script as it had in the films. Remaining in the shadows, he eagerly embarked on his journey home, feeling that it was far more prudent to continue his own heroic endeavors than to become entangled in the melodrama of Thor and Loki's tumultuous relationship. May 2009, late May. Unbeknownst to him, it has nearly been a year since Gao Ming traversed into the Marvel Universe. However, this is not the focal point. Gao Ming scarcely possesses the inclination to keep track of the duration of his journey. What truly matters is that Sophia has completed a year of university life, with her second semester concluding just yesterday. From this day forth, a 3-month vacation awaits them. This signifies that Gao Ming and Sophia will enjoy nearly 3 months of togetherness. With such a rare span of time at their disposal, Gao Ming cannot help but contemplate whether they should deepen their relationship. Hey, what are you thinking about? Sophia's voice suddenly jolts Gao Ming back to reality. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, he feels a wave of embarrassment and clears his throat awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought. Speaking of the long vacation, should we consider traveling? Upon hearing this, Sophia's interest is piqued, though a slight frown crosses her brow as she contemplates. But where should we go? Do you have any ideas? Caught off guard by her question, Gao Ming finds himself at a loss for a travel destination. Strangely, a song suddenly flits through his mind. I want to take you to romantic Turkey. Then off to Tokyo and Paris. Honestly, I have a fondness for Miami and the vibrant Los Angeles. Coughing lightly, he realizes he has digressed, unsure if those places are truly as delightful as they seem. After some contemplation, Gao Ming finally makes a decision. How about we go to Hawaii? When one thinks of vacationing, Hawaii often comes to mind. Blue skies, fluffy clouds, the ocean, sandy beaches, and bikinis, though the details are of little consequence. Hawaii is widely recognized as a premier holiday destination, and with May upon them, it neither falls within the rainy season nor the sweltering months of July and August, making it an opportune time to embark on their journey. Hawaii? I've never been there. It should be quite splendid, right? Sophia muses, equally uncertain about the allure of Hawaii since she has never visited. Together, they search online for information about Hawaii, captivated by the photographs and detailed descriptions they encounter. The images suggest that it indeed appears quite enchanting. Without further hesitation, Gao Ming decisively proclaims, "Let us go to Hawaii. What do you think?" "I'll follow your lead." Sophia replies with a gentle smile. Gao Ming wraps his arm around Sophia's waist, leaning in close to her ear and breathing softly, a mischievous grin on his face as he whispers, "Shall we go pick out swimsuits now? I'm quite eager to see what you'll wear." Sophia's cheeks flush a radiant crimson, and she playfully thumps his chest. "You rascal," she exclaims, before burying her face in his embrace, akin to an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. Laughter fills the room, mingling with Sophia's delicate protests. 2 days later, after packing their bags, Gao Ming and Sophia board a plane to Hawaii, their spirits soaring as they excitedly discuss their forthcoming adventure. It is a rare occasion for travel, and thus, it would be unreasonable to expect Gao Ming to fly to Hawaii while carrying someone. Now that finances are not an issue, he decided to book 2 tickets for a trip to Hawaii. The time spent on the airplane was rather ordinary. Whenever hunger struck, he sampled the renowned in-flight meals, which were quite abundant. Despite his attempts to suppress his inner gourmand, Gao Ming, still clinging to remnants of a frugal mindset, could not help but order every beverage available on the flight. This indulgent episode took place while Sophia was peacefully asleep, and Gao Ming discreetly instructed the flight attendant to bring him the drinks. Although it was unclear how the attendant felt about this, she obliged, influenced by his striking appearance, and presented him with an array of beverages, watching as he drained one cup after another. Once all the passengers disembarked, the flight attendants were left gazing at the empty bottles, momentarily at a loss for words. Oblivious to the chaos he had caused, Gao Ming, along with Sophia, joyfully ventured onto the beach after leaving the aircraft, walking on the soft sand, gazing at the boundless ocean, and occasionally watching seabirds soar overhead. They felt the refreshing breeze caress their cheeks, listening to the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. In unison, they sighed with contentment, fully relaxing in that moment. This was the essence of a true vacation. Sophia linked her arm with Gao Ming's as he carried their luggage, leisurely making their way to the hotel they had reserved in advance. After checking in, they entered their hotel room, and the first sight that greeted them was a grand double bed. Without a second thought, it was clear that Gao Ming and Sophia had been living together and were accustomed to sharing a bed, albeit without any significant developments in their relationship thus far. Drawing back the curtains, the stunning view of the azure sea unfolded before their eyes. It must be said that the hotel was adept at business. Every room faced the ocean, allowing guests to enjoy such a delightful panorama. As they gazed at the sea, both Gao Ming and Sophia felt their spirits calm. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and she nestled against his chest, leisurely admiring the rare and breathtaking scenery. Chapter 45. Why have the protagonists matured while I have not? Sensing the impending threat, the destroyer unveiled his metallic mask, poised to unleash a laser beam. Suddenly, Thor's hammer came crashing down, striking the destroyer's head and causing the laser to veer off course. Subsequently, the hammer, on its automatic return, struck the destroyer from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Interrupting the destroyer's assault, Thor's hammer returned to his grasp, gripping the mighty weapon. Feeling the abundant and potent divine energy coursing through him, Thor regained his former confidence and pride, albeit without arrogance. The destroyer rose from the ground, aiming to fire a laser at Thor. In response, Thor soared into the air, guided by the hammer, skillfully evading the laser fire and propelling himself into the sky, where a tempest began to swirl. As Thor wielded his hammer, the vortex continued to expand. Thunderous roars of lightning echoed within it, and the winds grew increasingly fierce, causing even the destroyer on the ground to lose its footing, swept into the heart of the vortex along with a chaotic assortment of debris. The destroyer drew ever closer to Thor, who glared at the entity that had nearly taken his life. As the distance between them diminished, the destroyer relentlessly unleashed lasers. Yet Thor, undeterred, deflected every beam with his hammer. When the destroyer gathered all its energy to fire its most potent laser, Thor forsook the notion of dodging and instead met the assault head-on, forcing the laser back until, with a resounding crash, the mighty hammer struck the destroyer's head, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Upon Thor's descent to the ground, the sky returned to its tranquil state, the tempest, dark clouds, and thunder dissipating entirely. Thor approached Jin and his companions with an air of triumphant victory. Observing this scene, Gao Ming realized it was time for him to depart. This time, the narrative of the Thunder God had unfolded without his influence, progressing just as it had in the films. Maintaining his invisibility, Gao Ming eagerly set off on his return journey. Compared to the melodrama of the love-hate relationship between Thor and Loki, he found it far more prudent to continue his own heroic endeavors. In late May 2009, Gao Ming had unknowingly spent nearly a year traversing the Marvel Universe. Yet, this was not the crux of his thoughts. He had little inclination to track the duration of his sojourn. What truly mattered was that Sophia had completed a year of university life, with her second semester concluding just yesterday. From today, a 3-month vacation awaited them. This implied that Gao Ming and Sophia would enjoy nearly 3 months of quality time together. With such an extended period at hand, Gao Ming couldn't help but fantasize about whether to deepen their relationship. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Sophia's voice jolted Gao Ming from his reverie, and he met her curious gaze. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, nothing, just lost in thought. Speaking of which, since we have such a long holiday, how about we go on a trip?" At his suggestion, Sophia appeared intrigued, but furrowed her brow in contemplation, expressing her hesitation. "But where shall we go? Do you have any ideas?" Gao Ming was momentarily stumped by her question. He too lacked a definitive destination. Strangely, a song suddenly surfaced in his mind. "I want to take you to romantic Turkey, then to Tokyo and Paris." Actually, I particularly enjoy Miami and Los Angeles. Coughing slightly to dispel the distraction, he pondered whether those places were truly as enchanting as they seemed. After much deliberation, Gao Ming finally made a decision. How about we go to Hawaii? When one thinks of a vacation, Hawaii often springs to mind. Blue skies, white clouds, the ocean, sandy beaches, and bikinis. The details are of little consequence. Hawaii is widely recognized as a premier vacation destination, given that it is now May, a time that neither coincides with the rainy season nor the sweltering heat of July and August. It is indeed an opportune moment to embark on this journey. Hawaii? I have yet to visit. It must be quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Sophia also has not ventured to Hawaii, leaving both uncertain whether the trip is worthwhile. This couple, both inexperienced in Hawaiian escapades, ultimately turned to the internet to gather information about the islands. As they perused the captivating images and detailed descriptions online, Gao Ming and Sophia found themselves increasingly enchanted. The photographs suggested an idyllic paradise. Without further hesitation, Gao Ming decisively proclaimed, "Let us go to Hawaii. I trust your judgment." Sophia replied with a gentle smile. Drawing her close, Gao Ming whispered teasingly into her ear, "Shall we select our swimsuits now? I am quite eager to see what you will wear." Sophia's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she playfully thumped his chest, exclaiming, "You rascal." With that, she nestled into Gao Ming's embrace, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Laughter erupted in their room, mingling Gao Ming's playful chuckles with Sophia's delicate protests. 2 days later, after packing their luggage, Gao Ming and Sophia boarded a flight to Hawaii, their spirits high as they chatted animatedly about the adventure that awaited them. Seizing the rare opportunity for travel, they opted not to rely on Gao Ming's strength to carry them to Hawaii. Financial constraints were no longer an issue. Thus, he purchased 2 tickets for their journey. The time spent on the plane was rather mundane. When hunger struck, they sampled the renowned airplane cuisine, which proved to be quite delightful. Gao Ming, despite striving to suppress his inner foodie tendencies, found himself ordering every available beverage, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. This indulgence occurred while Sophia was asleep, and he discreetly summoned the flight attendant to bring him the drinks. Though the attendant's feelings were mixed, she obliged, drawn by Gao Ming's charm, and presented him with a selection of beverages, which he proceeded to consume one after another. Once all passengers had disembarked, the flight attendants surveyed the now empty drink containers in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Oblivious to the commotion he had caused, Gao Ming exited the plane with Sophia, both bubbling with excitement as they raced toward the beach. Walking upon the soft sand, gazing at the endless expanse of the ocean, with seagulls occasionally soaring above and a refreshing breeze brushing against their cheeks, they listened to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing upon the shore. In unison, Gao Ming and Sophia exhaled deeply, allowing themselves to fully relax in that moment. This was the essence of true vacation. Sophia linked her arm with Gao Ming's as he carried their luggage, and together they strolled leisurely toward the hotel they had reserved in advance. After completing the hotel check-in, Gao Ming and Sophia made their way to their room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a spacious double bed. It was unnecessary to elaborate. Gao Ming and Sophia had been cohabiting for some time and were accustomed to sharing the same bed, though they had yet to reach any significant milestones in their relationship. Pulling back the curtains revealed a breathtaking view of the Azure Sea, a testament to the hotel's astute business acumen, as every room faced the ocean, allowing guests to enjoy such a delightful panorama. Gazing at the sea, both Gao Ming and Sophia felt their spirits calm. Gao Ming wrapped his arm around Sophia's shoulders, and she nestled against his chest, leisurely appreciating the rare beauty before them. Chapter 46. An unseen future approaches. After spending over a week in Hawaii, savoring its splendor, Gao Ming and Sophia reluctantly boarded their return flight. Upon returning to New York, life resumed its usual rhythm. Gao Ming continued his daily efforts to maintain order in Queens, while Sophia took on a part-time job at a CAF. As many students would seize the opportunity to work during their extended break, their days were marked by a sense of normalcy, both immersing themselves in their respective pursuits, leading fulfilling lives. Upon returning home, they often found solace in each other's company, a pair of young lovers still discovering the depths of their relationship, engaging in intimate conversations almost every night. While some couples might find their passion fading over time, Gao Ming and Sophia experienced none of that. Their affection burned like an eternal flame, unwavering and vibrant. As time passed unnoticed, Sophia's vacation quietly came to an end, yet their world remained unchanged after school, still shared exclusively between them. However, as Gao Ming enjoyed a comfortable life, unforeseen events were unfolding within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury sat in silence, scrutinizing the document before him. After thoroughly absorbing its contents, he retrieved a lighter, and set the classified file ablaze, reducing it to ashes. To his astonishment, remnants of Hydra still existed, having infiltrated the very heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. The document he had just reviewed was a list compiled at his behest, detailing Hydra's covert operatives within the organization, a result of Black Widow's discreet investigation. While she had managed to identify a fraction of the infiltrators without alarming the enemy, countless other Hydra members remained undiscovered. Even this mere glimpse revealed hundreds of operatives, a staggering and disheartening figure that filled Fury with rage and frustration. It was indeed a bitter irony that an organization professing to uphold global peace could be so insidiously compromised by the infamous Hydra. Though Fury yearned to eradicate these pests immediately, the presence of many undetected infiltrators compelled him to exercise restraint, opting for a more strategic approach. However, Fury would not simply sit idly by while these calamities continued to orchestrate their mischief right under his nose. Seemingly nonchalant, he discreetly dispatched a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were actually Hydra infiltrators, to execute missions across the globe that appeared superficially simple yet harbored significant danger. Little did these Oscar-worthy actors among Hydra realize that while they played the role of loyal and obedient S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they were ultimately being led to their demise by Fury. These actions were merely small-scale measures. Moreover, to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, Fury could only afford to eliminate a handful of individuals before the higher-ups in Hydra would become suspicious. Upon discovering the infiltration of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., a sense of urgency gripped Fury with greater intensity, prompting him to make a pivotal decision, one that would precipitate certain events ahead of their natural course. Activating the tablet on his desk, he contacted Agent Hill, and her visage promptly appeared on the screen in a video call. Agent Hill, her demeanor solemn, inquired, "Director, what is your command? Please bring Dr. Banner and Dr. Eric to me. I have matters to discuss," Fury intoned with authoritative gravity. Without question, Agent Hill replied with unwavering diligence, "Yes, sir." Ending the video call, Fury turned to gaze upon a secure case resting on his desk. At that moment, he stood within a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. base, and within that case lay a priceless treasure, the Tesseract. During World War II, Hydra had obtained this rare gem, a source of boundless energy, and had developed formidable energy weapons from its essence. Ultimately, in the climactic battle between Captain America and Hydra's Red Skull, the Tesseract, along with Captain America, plummeted beneath the ice. Howard Stark, initially seeking to locate his comrade, was unable to find Captain America, but detected the immense energy fluctuations that led him to the Tesseract. Following the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Howard and Agent Carter, the Tesseract was kept under stringent protection and periodically relocated to prevent any leakage of information. For decades, S.H.I.E.L.D. had consistently recruited advanced intellectuals and leading scientists to conduct various studies on the Tesseract. Regrettably, despite the brilliance of these minds, none achieved any groundbreaking advancements before their inevitable passing. After Dr. Banner's gamma radiation levels were successfully moderated by Gao Ming, he indeed stabilized, no longer transforming into the Hulk at the slightest provocation. Current data suggested that for Banner to become the Hulk, he would need to experience extreme anger or face life-threatening circumstances. With Banner transitioning from an unstable factor to a stable asset, Fury naturally welcomed the high-caliber intellect that Banner represented. Without hesitation, he extended a promise. Should he join S.H.I.E.L.D., the military would cease its pursuit of him, almost as if he were thumping his chest and proclaiming, "I've got your back." Although the life of perpetual evasion had rendered Banner inherently suspicious, he remained somewhat skeptical of Fury's words. However, he had grown weary of the disheveled existence of hiding and running, and with the counsel of the benevolent Gao Ming, after much contemplation, Banner ultimately decided to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, Banner had officially become a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., belonging to the Department of Technological Research, where he engaged in collaborative exchanges with elite talents from various fields, significantly enhancing the agency's technological prowess. In addition to Banner, following the events in New Mexico involving Thor, the esteemed astronomer Dr. Eric Selvig also came to Fury's attention. Although Jane Foster had exhibited remarkable performance during the Thor incident, her unique relationship with the God of Thunder led Fury to refrain from inviting her, instead extending an invitation to Dr. Selvig. Shortly thereafter, Banner and Dr. Selvig were escorted to a heavily guarded secret base by several elite teams, and under the guidance of Agent Hill, they arrived at Fury's chamber. Upon entering the room, Banner and Dr. Selvig witnessed Fury, with a grave expression, opening a case to reveal the Tesseract, stating, "Due to certain undisclosed reasons, the situation is urgent. From this moment forth, I hope you both can expedite the research on the Tesseract." Bewildered, Banner and Dr. Selvig nodded, as scientists. They were filled with an insatiable curiosity regarding the enigmatic artifact that possessed boundless energy. Unbeknownst to Fury, Banner, and Dr. Selvig, and unforeseen by Gao Ming, the future was undergoing a transformation, with certain events seemingly unfolding prematurely in a distant corner of the universe. Loki found himself in an unfamiliar realm. After leaping from the Bifrost, he remained in a state of freefall, adrift in the void, surrounded solely by darkness and desolation, which instilled in him a profound sense of eternal solitude. This ceaseless loneliness consumed his spirit, and he felt as though he might lose his sanity at any moment. Suddenly, he was seized by an inexplicable force, propelling him rapidly in a singular direction. More precisely, Loki felt akin to a marionette, forcibly yanked along. In an instant, he was drawn by the intangible force to a massive asteroid floating in the cosmos, crashing unceremoniously onto its surface, landing in a most undignified manner. "How dare you? Who dares to affront me? I am Loki, the king of Asgard." Loki exclaimed in fury as he rose from the ground, unable to swallow the humiliation he had endured. However, when he beheld the figure before him, his pupils dilated, his complexion drained of color, and cold sweat broke forth uncontrollably, his heart racing violently. Before him sat a towering figure upon a throne, clad in resplendent golden armor, with skin of an unusual purple hue. Beside the throne stood a figure cloaked in black robes, bowing submissively, clearly serving the formidable occupant of the throne. Loki, having followed Odin for many years, naturally possessed a profound understanding of some of the formidable entities within the cosmos. Thus, he immediately recognized the individual before him, plunging him into a state of extreme panic. The annihilator of countless planets, the cosmic overlord, Thanos. Thanos is one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Not only is he immensely strong, but he also commands a vast fleet, undefeated in battle. With each invasion of a planet, he ruthlessly exterminates its inhabitants, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the cosmos. Even Odin would think twice before provoking such a brutal figure. In contrast, Loki appeared as nothing more than a mere ant, whose fate could be effortlessly decided. Faced with Thanos, Loki could conjure no schemes or machinations. With a humble bow, Loki respectfully addressed, "Supreme Cosmic Overlord, may I inquire what has drawn your attention to a humble being such as myself?" It was not out of genuine humility that Loki adopted such a subservient demeanor. Rather, the instinct for self-preservation compelled him to forego any semblance of dignity. Thanos, seated indifferently upon his throne, casually propped his left hand against his face and remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate, little insect. If you bore no value, you would not be worthy of standing before me." Despite the insult, Loki felt a surge of indignation within, yet he dared not express it. Forcing a smile, he replied, "Indeed, I am grateful for your mercy that permits my survival. Enough with the flattery, little insect. I have tasks for you to undertake. Should you fail, I shall reclaim your pitiful existence," Thanos stated coldly. Loki, stifling his anger, managed a strained smile and replied submissively, "Please direct me, and I shall not disappoint." Thanos waved his left hand, and a cloaked subordinate presented a staff, which did not approach Loki directly but instead floated before him, manipulated by Thanos' will. The staff was a brilliant gold, crowned with a luminescent blue gem that radiated intense energy. Cautiously, Loki grasped the staff, and in an instant, his mind became extraordinarily clear, filled with a profound sensation as if he could attune to the very essence of the universe. Though the staff instilled a false sense of omniscience, Loki refrained from overstepping and continued to await Thanos' command with utmost respect. Thanos, without further elaboration, simply instructed, "Go to the diminutive planet known as Earth, locate the Tesseract, and open a portal for my Chitauri army to invade this world." Chapter 47. Captain America Awakens. The Avengers assemble early. One must concede that at times, Gao Ming felt an undeniable sense of gratitude for residing in a world governed by the Marvel Cinematic Universe. While devoid of mutants and the Fantastic Four, this reality spared him from numerous complications. In the aftermath of the Thor event, the world returned to a tranquil state, devoid of any significant occurrences. Thus, Gao Ming found himself enjoying a rare period of leisure, diligently maintaining the order of the city each day. In his spare moments, he and Sophia would indulge in affectionate exchanges, and their evenings were often filled with profound conversations. Remarkably, several months of peaceful existence passed until one day. After addressing an unexpected incident, Gao Ming was on his way home when he suddenly spotted a figure bursting forth from a nearby building. Upon recognizing the individual, he instinctively halted. The man emerging from the building was a tall, muscular figure, clad in attire that seemed antiquated, reminiscent of the previous century. He gazed around in bewilderment, as though questioning the reality of his surroundings. This man, possessing a perfectly sculpted physique and striking features, was none other than the embodiment of America, Captain America, Steve Rogers. A symbol of loyalty, justice, and fearlessness. Gao Ming observed Captain America with keen interest, astonished that he had awakened from his long slumber. After 70 years of hibernation, one could only imagine how disoriented he must feel in this drastically transformed world. Oh, look, over there. It's him. The crowd around them suddenly stirred with excitement, their fervent shouts echoing through the air. However, their enthusiasm was not solely directed at Captain America, for he was not adorned in his iconic uniform at that moment. Instead, he appeared as a handsome man exuding masculine charm, and only a few recognized him. What ignited the crowd's enthusiasm was the sight of Gao Ming, the revered father of superheroes, whose heroic deeds over the past 2 years had made him a household name. The public had wholeheartedly embraced this virtuous and kind-hearted superhero. Even publications like the Horn Herald, which had once targeted Gao Ming, now refrained from tarnishing the reputation of this beloved figure, opting instead to focus on the public's curiosity regarding his true identity beneath the mask. Countless fervent onlookers surged toward Gao Ming, eager to connect with this superhero. The throng of people swiftly congested the wide street, rendering traffic momentarily impossible. Faced with such fervent admiration, Gao Ming remained unfazed, effortlessly striking a pose to accommodate the multitude of individuals capturing photographs with their phones. He greeted the crowd with his uniquely altered voice. "Hey, everyone. Oh my God. He is speaking to me. Am I dreaming? I love you, Father." The crowd responded with even louder, more fervent cheers, with many women becoming increasingly overwhelmed with excitement. Steve, too, noticed the commotion and turned his curious gaze in that direction. Standing at 192 meters tall, he could easily see over the dense crowd, aided by his extraordinary vision, and he quickly spotted Gao Ming in the center of the throng, leaving him utterly bewildered. In a state of bewilderment, Steve awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar world, surrounded by a throng of admirers encircling an eccentrically dressed individual who appeared to be of great significance. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of confusion enveloped him, leading him to question his own mental state. Was he still dreaming, or had he yet to awaken fully? Just as Steve grappled with the absurdity of his existence, Fury arrived with a well-equipped task force, swiftly encircling Steve to prevent any possibility of escape. Initially, Fury and his team had arrived in a sleek black vehicle, only to be hindered by a crowd of enthusiastic fans, oblivious to the need to clear the road for the superheroes. Consequently, Fury was left with no choice but to lead his team out of the vehicle in an awkward manner, hastily making his way to Steve. Casting a glance at the engaging scene where Gao Ming interacted with the crowd, a flicker of exasperation crossed Fury's face. He quickly composed himself, approaching Steve with a grave demeanor and stating, "I apologize for the events that transpired, Captain." Steve, momentarily retracting his gaze, asked in a daze, "Where exactly am I? How did I end up here?" With patience, Fury responded, "You have been asleep, Captain, for 70 years. The revelation struck Steve like a thunderbolt, disbelief washing over him as he surveyed his surroundings. 70 years of slumber. No wonder the world had transformed so drastically. Suddenly, a poignant memory surfaced in his mind. He lamented, "I missed a date." Heavy-hearted and devoid of resistance, Steve followed Fury into the vehicle, departing swiftly. Throughout this exchange, Gao Ming remained distant, neither approaching Steve nor acknowledging Fury, as if the entire affair were of no concern to him. After amicably engaging with the exuberant crowd, Gao Ming effortlessly took flight, disappearing from the scene. Once home, he deactivated his invisibility, removed his helmet, and reclined on the sofa, lost in contemplation. The return of Captain America had taken him by surprise. It seemed the invasion of the Chitauri army was merely a year away. Gao Ming absent-mindedly stroked his chin, muttering to himself. As for the impending invasion, he found himself at a loss for effective solutions, merely contemplating the situation and waiting for the opportune moment to intervene. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the waters rise, I shall build my defenses, he mused, confident in his abilities to thwart the Chitauri should he remain vigilant. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his actions had inadvertently prompted Fury to uncover the presence of Hydra infiltrators within SHIELD, instilling a profound sense of urgency that intensified the research efforts surrounding the Tesseract. Banner and Dr. Eric frequently conducted experiments, causing the energy fluctuations of the Tesseract to become increasingly pronounced. Such intensifying fluctuations signified that Thanos could more easily pinpoint the Tesseract's location, ultimately leading to Loki's arrival. At this moment, the arrival is not far off, perhaps even sooner than Gao Ming's recollections. On February 12, 2010, after a tranquil transition from 2009 into the new year, Banner and Eric were, as usual, employing an array of sophisticated high-tech instruments to analyze the data from the Tesseract. Bruce, come take a look at this data. The Tesseract is behaving oddly. It is emanating an intense energy. Dr. Eric exclaimed in sudden alarm. What? Banner exclaimed, rushing to Eric's side to examine the data displayed on the computer. At that moment, the readings indicated that the energy index of the Tesseract was escalating uncontrollably. To their astonishment, this surge was not a result of their experiments. Rather, the Tesseract was autonomously amplifying its own energy. Banner and Dr. Eric hastily manipulated various instruments in an attempt to halt the escalating energy, yet despite exhausting every conceivable method, they were unable to curb the Tesseract's relentless power increase. They were unaware of the catastrophic consequences that might ensue if the Tesseract's energy continued to amplify, but through their months of research, they had gained a certain understanding of its energy intensity. If the Tesseract's energy persisted in its escalation, it was most likely to trigger an unprecedented explosion. The situation had surpassed their capabilities, leading Banner and Dr. Eric to decisively instruct the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed at the base to contact Fury. Upon hearing their account, Fury recognized the gravity of the situation and resolved to personally inspect the base, simultaneously ordering Coulson to oversee the evacuation of personnel stationed there. When Fury arrived at the laboratory, he found Banner and Dr. Eric anxiously fixated on the Tesseract, which was growing increasingly radiant. Rather than seeing this rare artifact as more magnificent, Fury felt an unsettling sense of danger wash over him. What is the situation? Dr. Banner, Dr. Eric? Fury inquired. Dr. Eric, in a state of extreme panic, responded, the Tesseract is behaving very strangely. Banner, appearing comparatively composed, furrowed his brow and added with concern, since this morning. The Tesseract has been uncontrollably amplifying its energy, and we have exhausted all means to stop it. Fury, maintaining a semblance of calm, remarked, isn't that our objective? To harness that boundless energy? We are not prepared yet. According to my calculations, it will take us a considerable amount of time to ensure absolute safety, Dr. Eric replied, gradually regaining his composure. It is still emitting interference and projectiles, including some faint gamma rays. At this point, Banner fell silent, as he himself was a victim of gamma rays. As Fury, Banner, and others found themselves at a loss for solutions, suddenly, the Tesseract erupted in a brilliant display of light, sending shockwaves that caused the entire base to tremble. They held their breath, intently observing the Tesseract's transformation. The energy accumulation grew increasingly intense, and at its zenith, the cosmic cube abruptly emitted a beam of energy that halted directly ahead, gradually manifesting an unstable spatial portal. Fury and his companions were astonished to discover that the other side of the portal led to the vast expanse of the universe. However, the spatial conduit did not endure for long. It soon dissipated into a torrent of energy that violently shook the base before vanishing completely. As the portal disappeared, the cosmic cube returned to its normal state, but in the very spot where the portal had opened, a figure materialized. The operatives, armed and on high alert, cautiously approached this unexpected guest, who slowly raised his head to reveal a wickedly charming smile. This individual was none other than Loki, dispatched to Earth by Thanos. Chapter 48. The cube is seized, an alliance is formed. Loki rose languidly, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Clearly, the journey from the cosmos had taken a toll on his body, had he not possessed the bloodline of the frost giants. An ordinary person would have succumbed to the strain the moment they traversed the space. The surrounding operatives maintained their aim, ready to fire should Loki exhibit any threatening behavior. Fury, with a stern expression, barked, "Sir, please lower your spear." In response, Loki cast a bemused glance at the scepter in his hand. Noting the one-eyed bald man before him lacked vision, with a mischievous grin, he suddenly raised the scepter, unleashing a powerful beam of laser. Hawkeye, standing beside Fury, reacted swiftly, tackling Fury to evade the attack. The nearby operatives immediately opened fire, but Loki, having been raised under Odin's tutelage, possessed extensive combat experience. Coupled with his frost giant heritage, he adeptly evaded all bullets, swiftly dispatching several operatives in a flash. Laser beams erupted from the scepter, and within moments, the laboratory lay in ruin, strewn with the corpses of numerous operatives. Hawkeye lunged forward, aiming to strike Loki, but the latter effortlessly seized him. With a glint of amusement, Loki remarked, "You are somewhat unique." As Hawkeye pondered Loki's cryptic words, Loki pointed the scepter at Hawkeye's chest. A tremor coursed through Hawkeye's body, and his pupils shifted to an unusual shade of blue. Upon releasing his grip, Hawkeye did not resist but stood quietly by, transformed into a subordinate awaiting commands, now under Loki's control through the scepter's power. Realizing the precarious situation, Fury hastily secured the cosmic cube within a locked case, preparing to depart. Only to be halted by Loki's commanding voice. Put down the case. Fury, maintaining his composure, inquired about Loki's intentions. The latter, self-satisfied, proclaimed he was there to bring freedom to Earth, casually mentioning that he had also ensnared Dr. Eric along the way. As for Banner, years of evasion had instilled in him a keen instinct for danger. He instinctively sought refuge, his heart racing uncontrollably as his pupils gradually turned green. Damn it, don't come out. Banner grit his teeth, forcefully suppressing the flicker of consciousness within the Hulk, his pupils reverting to their normal hue. Fury and Loki exchanged a barrage of meaningless banter, attempting to stall for time to detonate the base, but Hawkeye, the traitor, discerned their intentions and informed Loki. Dr. Eric, stationed nearby, corroborated Hawkeye's claims through his computer, prompting Loki to coldly command Hawkeye to attack. Without hesitation, Hawkeye fired a shot at Fury, who collapsed to the ground. The box containing the Tesseract now in Hawkeye's possession. Loki, accompanied by his thrall, departed triumphantly. Although Fury attempted to alert Agent Hill via communicator, it was too late. Hawkeye and the others sped away in their vehicle, while Agent Hill and her team pursued desperately, ultimately failing to intercept them, leaving Loki to bask in his victory as he drove off. The countdown to the base's self-destruction reached its final number, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reduced the structure to rubble, entombing many who could not evacuate in time. With the base obliterated and casualties mounting, the Tesseract had been stolen. Banner managed to help the injured Fury escape just in time. Gazing at the desolation around him, Fury was consumed by a profound sense of regret. After a day of righteous deeds, Gao Ming returned home, ready to recline on the sofa with a drink and watch television, only to discover an unexpected visitor. Fury stood by the window, his back turned to Gao Ming. Upon hearing the door open, he turned, a grave expression upon his face. War has come. Huh. Gao Ming was bewildered by Fury's cryptic proclamation, failing to grasp its meaning. Fury, with utmost seriousness, elaborated, yesterday, a man who calls himself Loki stole an immensely significant artifact, the Tesseract. Stolen by Loki. Gao Ming interjected in shock, interrupting Fury mid-sentence. Fury, taken aback by Gao Ming's knowledge, inquired, how do you know about the Tesseract? Don't ask. I am far more familiar with the Tesseract's origins than you are, and do not harbor any illusions about me divulging anything. Gao Ming waved dismissively, a frown marring his features. What is going on? It's still 2010. It's supposed to be a year or two before the events of the Avengers unfold. How could this happen prematurely? Gao Ming had not even considered that his presence as a time traveler was gradually influencing this world. Seeing Gao Ming's reluctance to cooperate, Fury, while possessing the moral high ground to press for information regarding the Tesseract, recognized the gravity of the situation and conceded. I am preparing to initiate the Avengers initiative. I hope you will, as per our prior agreement, join the Avengers to avert this impending catastrophe. Gao Ming stroked his chin, contemplating for a brief moment before agreeing. All right. I cannot bear to see Loki wreak havoc on Earth. However, you must grant me one request. Speak, Fury replied. Gao Ming stated earnestly, help me ensure Sophia's safety. It would be best to escort her to a different location, far from New York. One cannot fault Gao Ming for his selfishness. He cannot guarantee that he can thwart the invasion of the Zarita army. Should he fail, New York would inevitably become a battleground, and he cannot bear the thought of Sophia remaining there. It is obviously impractical to relocate all the residents of New York, thus Gao Ming selfishly opts for S.H.I.E.L.D. to ensure Sophia's safe departure from the city. Fury is aware that issues may arise in New York, yet he did not foresee an extraterrestrial army's incursion. Nonetheless, to allow Gao Ming to focus on the matter at hand, he solemnly promises, rest assured, I will dispatch personnel to escort Miss Sophia out of New York. Gao Ming cautions, find a plausible reason, such as a school-organized trip, to prevent her from suspecting anything. Fury nods in agreement, stating, time is of the essence. We should depart and assemble immediately. Still clad in his speed suit, Gao Ming returns to his quarters to gather a few changes of clothes to pack into a suitcase. Suddenly, he recalls the box containing his new battle attire hidden in the wardrobe's secret compartment. After a moment's hesitation, he decides to take that box as well, just in case. He removes the speed suit, folds it neatly, and after ensuring everything is packed, he zips up the suitcase. Dragging it back to the living room, he tells Fury, let us prepare for the impending conflict. Without any unforeseen incidents, Gao Ming follows Fury to the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. After finding a room to stow his suitcase, he heads to the deck, observing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents diligently attending to their duties. Before long, a fighter jet approaches from the distance, landing on the carrier's flight deck. The hatch opens, and Captain America, Steve Rogers, descends from the aircraft in civilian attire, accompanied by a devoted fan, Coulson. At that moment, Coulson is devoid of his usual composure, his face a canvas of nervous excitement and fervor at the sight of his idol. It is no surprise. He has grown up listening to tales of Captain America and holds him in the highest regard. It is said that upon seeing the still sleeping captain, Coulson contemplated sneaking a touch of his hero. One wonders whether Steve feels more pleased or burdened by having such a fervent admirer. After disembarking from the jet, Steve spots Gao Ming. With Coulson's introduction, Steve learns that Gao Ming is the one clad in unusual attire, a superhero endowed with extraordinary abilities. While he is astonished by the remarkable powers detailed in Gao Ming's dossier, it does not diminish his respect for Gao Ming's gallant deeds. Approaching Gao Ming, Steve extends his right hand with a friendly smile, saying, "Hello, I am Steve Rogers." Gao Ming takes Steve's hand in his own, replying, "I am Gao Ming. It is an honor to meet you, Captain." Their handshake is brief, but Coulson, standing beside Steve, displays an expression of envy and jealousy, seemingly regretting that it is not he who has had the privilege of shaking hands with Captain America. Chapter 49. Gao Ming's concerns. Gao Ming and Steve stood at the edge of the deck, gazing down into the unfathomable depths of the sea. At that moment, the Black Widow, clad in her usual casual attire, approached them and remarked, "Gentlemen, it would be prudent for you to head inside quickly, soon enough. The air outside will become unbreathable." As the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, Steve could not help but inquire, "Is this a submarine?" The Black Widow smiled enigmatically, and shortly thereafter, Steve witnessed what he initially believed to be a submarine gradually rise, revealing the submerged portion of what astonishingly turned out to be an aircraft carrier. Having seen the movie, Gao Ming was already aware that this was the S.H.I.E.L.D. exclusive aircraft carrier, and witnessing it in person amplified his sense of awe. However, his whimsical mind recalled a rather humorous thought. The S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carriers often seem to be mere background props, frequently dismantled and destroyed, much like Iron Man, who was perpetually at the mercy of his adversaries. Under the guidance of the Black Widow, Gao Ming and Steve entered the aircraft carrier, where dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents diligently executed their respective duties aboard the vessel. Fury stood at the command center, surveying the operations and issuing orders to the personnel. Steve, like a curious child, examined everything around him. For a nonagenarian veteran whose thoughts were rooted in the World War II era, the aircraft carrier was an astonishing sight. Suddenly, Gao Ming spotted a familiar figure entering the command room and stepped forward to pat the man on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Dr. Banner." Upon seeing Banner, who still bore the brooding charm of his character, Gao Ming felt an inexplicable sense of relief, glad that their dear Dr. Banner had not succumbed to malnutrition and transformed from Uncle Love to Uncle Hulk. Banner, having learned of Gao Ming's identity from S.H.I.E.L.D. files, recognized that it was Gao Ming who had aided him in the past and greeted him warmly, saying, "Hello, Godfather. I am very grateful for your assistance the last time. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Gao Ming." Gao Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, Gao Ming," Banner responded, clearly struggling with the nuances of the Chinese language. Gao Ming thought to himself that it would be essential to teach the other members how to speak Chinese, at the very least to pronounce their own names correctly. As the aircraft carrier took off, Fury commanded the activation of stealth mode, employing optical principles to render the entire vessel invisible through the use of reflective background panels. Everything proceeded smoothly, and as Fury descended from the command platform to join Steve, the latter produced a wad of cash and handed Fury a $10 bill. Earlier, when Fury had met with Steve, he had remarked on how rapidly the world was changing, far beyond Steve's imagination. At the time, Steve had replied nonchalantly that he was accustomed to surprises. Fury had jokingly bet $10 that Steve was mistaken. Now, recalling their wager, Steve was prepared to honor it. Fury, with a serious demeanor, accepted the $10 from Steve, and their exchange appeared quite casual, leaving Agent Hill, who was observing, utterly bewildered. Fury approached Gao Ming and Banner, playfully inquiring whether Banner had rekindled his romance with Betty. Banner stammered, uncertain of how to respond, prompting Fury to intervene and redirect the conversation. "Dr. Banner, kindly continue your search for the Tesseract," he requested. Upon hearing this, Banner seemed relieved, nodding in agreement before hastily retreating to his laboratory to pursue the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Gao Ming, frustrated by the lack of juicy gossip, shot Fury a discontented glare. In response, Fury remained composed, stating, "Since Dr. Banner joined us, his condition has been stable. As a member of our team, the military has rescinded their pursuit of him, allowing Dr. Banner to appear publicly. The two exchanged knowing glances, understanding the implications of Fury's words. This statement adequately addressed Gao Ming's curiosity. Since Banner could now appear in public, it was likely he had sought out Betty, and after such a long separation, they surely had much to share, perhaps even through tangible actions. With a light chuckle, they both returned to their professional demeanor, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. Thank you for your participation, Fury remarked with a steady tone. Gao Ming shrugged nonchalantly but then pivoted the conversation, saying, by the way, we haven't discussed my salary yet. You've owed me for over a year. Are you implying that my joining the Avengers means I want to be compensated? Fury's mouth fell agape in surprise. But having observed Gao Ming for an extended period, he recognized him as someone devoid of ulterior motives, easygoing in nature. With a wry smile, he replied, all right. I admit my oversight. However, as far as I am aware, you now hold 1% of Stark Industries shares, so your financial needs should be well taken care of. Why fret over such a trivial sum? Business is business. I refuse to work for free, Gao Ming declared passionately, though he was merely jesting. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, he hardly cared for Fury's meager compensation. Fury, resigned, replied, fine. I will transfer the owed salary to your bank account and ensure your wages are deposited punctually each month. Satisfied, Gao Ming clapped his hands before recalling an important matter. By the way, have you arranged for Sophia to leave New York? Has that been taken care of? Fury reassured him, rest assured, this morning at 10 a.m. Miss Sophia's school organized a month-long trip to Seattle, and she is already aboard the plane. Excellent. That alleviates my concerns, Gao Ming said. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, he could now relax, but whether New York would witness a cataclysmic battle akin to what was portrayed in films remained uncertain. He could only hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. would concoct a reason to keep Sophia away from this tumultuous city, allowing him to engage in combat without reservations. Meanwhile, aboard the flight to Seattle, the airplane was on the verge of takeoff, and the surrounding students engaged in animated discussions about their upcoming journey. However, Sophia felt a sense of unease. The school had unexpectedly announced a month-long trip to Seattle, and upon returning home to pack her luggage, she found no sign of Gao Ming. Her attempts to reach him by phone were futile. The inability to inform him of this sudden news left an unsettling feeling within her. Nevertheless, since she was already on the plane, she resolved to wait until after landing to attempt contact again. As she contemplated this, Sophia suddenly noticed a profound silence enveloping the cabin. Her classmates, who had been conversing boisterously moments ago, had fallen silent. A glance around revealed that they appeared drowsy and lethargic. At that moment, Sophia too began to feel heavy-lidded, her eyelids growing leaden, and she slumped back in her seat. A figure in the guise of a captain, donning a gas mask, approached, having just sprayed a soporific gas into the cabin, rendering all the students into a deep slumber. This captain was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in disguise, but his true identity was far more complex. He was a Hydra operative embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortuitously, he had not been exposed, which allowed Fury to deploy him for this operation. Although this Hydra infiltrator held a low rank within S.H.I.E.L.D. and was unaware of the mission's significance, witnessing Fury's urgency compelled him to take a risk, to incapacitate everyone on board and facilitate their extraction. Just as this Hydra agent was executing his plan, unexpectedly, an unconscious teacher suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly tackling the Hydra operative. With a crosslock maneuver, he ensnared the agent's neck, applying all his strength until the Hydra operative succumbed to asphyxiation. Rising from the defeated agent, the teacher, with a face twisted in disgust and hatred, exclaimed, I cannot believe you are a traitor. This teacher was a genuine S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, having been covertly assigned by Fury to pose as an educator. Only Fury was privy to his true identity. Now, faced with a group of sleeping students and a lifeless body on the floor, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent ran a hand through his hair in frustration, pondering, but I have no training in piloting an aircraft. After fruitless contemplation, he reluctantly retrieved a communicator, preparing to inform Fury of the operational complications that necessitated a delay. Chapter 50. Loki, unaware of his hidden wealth upon receiving the news from his subordinate, Fury's expression shifted slightly before he quickly regained his composure. Responding without a word, dispose of the body and postpone the operation. It was unexpected that the operative sent to execute the mission was, in fact, another Hydra mole embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, due to his caution, Fury had dispatched an additional trusted agent, preventing Hydra from succeeding. However, The audacity of Hydra to disrupt the operation raised questions. Could the recent increase in casualties among S.H.I.E.L.D. members have incited panic among those orchestrating events from the shadows? Uncertain of the number of Hydra agents lurking around him, Fury hesitated to dispatch anyone to escort Sophia out of New York. After much contemplation, he resolved to have Agent Hill personally ensure her safety. For the time being, Sophia would have to remain in New York under strict protection. This matter must be kept from Gao Ming to prevent any distractions. Little did Gao Ming anticipate that Sophia would not depart from New York, a cauldron of impending conflict, as he had envisioned. As evening approached, Coulson eagerly introduced Steve to his prized collection of Captain America cards, preparing to present one for Steve's signature. Suddenly, an agent uncovered a lead. Target identified. Match rate 67. Wait, now it's 79. At this revelation, Coulson swiftly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired about Loki's whereabouts. Upon receiving the precise location, Fury intoned gravely, "Captain, it's up to you now." Steve nodded, taking a deep breath as excitement surged within him. After 70 years of slumber, this old warrior yearned for battle once more. In Stuttgart, Germany, at a gathering of the elite on Königsstraße E28, guests, under Loki's coercion, humiliatingly knelt before him, listening to his grandiose proclamations of freedom. An elderly gentleman, unable to bear the sight, rose indignantly to chastise Loki for his delusions. "Look at this old fool. He is your role model." Loki, with a gaze of indifference, coldly laughed and shot a laser at the defiant elder. As the elderly man stared in horror at the incoming beam, unable to escape its trajectory, a figure clad in blue descended from above, wielding a shield. With his iconic circular shield, adorned with American insignia, he deflected the laser back at Loki, who fell to the ground with a pained grunt. Amidst the astonished crowd, the newcomer lowered his shield, revealing his well-known visage. As the onlookers recognized the man they had only seen in documentaries and textbooks, they instinctively rose, their eyes alight with disbelief and exhilaration. The emblem of American liberty and justice, Captain Steve Rogers. "Huh, a mere soldier, a relic of the past," Loki scoffed, rising with a smirk. For the laser that could harm ordinary men posed little threat to him. Thus, the clash began as Steve unleashed his formidable combat skills against Loki. Mastering various martial arts and with extensive experience from years of warfare, bolstered by the super soldier serum that enhanced his physique beyond human limits, Steve's prowess was formidable. Nevertheless, Loki was no mere adversary. While the films may not showcase his exceptional combat abilities, his initial display of single-handedly dispatching several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attested to his elite fighting skills. Steve exerted himself to hurl his shield, striking Loki. In defiance of the laws of physics, the shield spun back towards him, landing deftly in his hand. With swift strides, Steve advanced and delivered a powerful punch to Loki's face, only to be met with a fierce blow from Loki's staff, which struck him hard in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Loki then unleashed a laser beam towards the sky, targeting the Black Widow's aircraft. She narrowly evaded the laser, acutely aware of the numerous civilians still in the vicinity, and refrained from retaliating with the aircraft's weaponry. Springing back to his feet, Steve launched another shield attack, yet Loki deftly deflected it with his staff, leaving Steve no time to retrieve his shield. Instead, he charged at Loki, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, all of which were skillfully blocked, resulting in even more severe counterattacks from Loki. Just as Steve began to falter under Loki's relentless onslaught, the beleaguered Black Widow noticed a prompt on her control panel indicating a system rewrite. Accompanying this was a mischievous voice that echoed with revelry. "Agent Romanoff, did you miss me?" Initially taken aback, Black Widow soon wore an expression of resigned acceptance, though a sense of relief washed over her. From the distance, the Iron Man, clad in a vibrant red and gold suit, soared towards the scene. Tony's face brimming with self-satisfaction, the protagonist should indeed make a grand entrance. As Tony maneuvered his suit to launch a surprise attack on Loki from above, a sudden white figure burst onto the scene. Before Loki could react, the newcomer had snatched his staff and, with a single punch, sent him sprawling to the ground. While Steve's punches had barely phased Loki, this newcomer's strike forced blood from Loki's mouth, eliciting a profound shock in his eyes. Only Loki, the recipient of such force, could truly comprehend the might behind that blow. It was as if a tremendous weight had crashed upon him, rendering him incapacitated. The assailant halted, refraining from further assault, standing firmly in place. It was Gao Ming, clad in a swift combat suit. Bored, Gao Ming toyed with the staff he had seized from Loki. Though aware that the staff contained a mind stone at its apex, he refrained from dismantling it in plain view. "Are you all right?" Gao Ming inquired of Steve. Steve, with a wry smile, picked up his fallen shield and replied, "I'm fine. I didn't anticipate your speed." Iron Man gradually descended, his mask retracting to reveal Tony's visibly displeased expression. Frustration bubbled within him. He had envisioned a climactic moment to showcase his prowess, only to have it usurped by Gao Ming. This left Tony feeling exceedingly thwarted, as the recent popularity of the Godfather seemed to overshadow Iron Man's own fame, igniting a profound sense of urgency within him. How could anyone steal the thunder from Tony Stark? He mused, resolved to orchestrate an even more audacious display next time, aiming to reclaim the spotlight for himself. Deprived of his combat prowess, Loki's heart seethed with a tumult of rage and astonishment. Nevertheless, he had initially devised a plan to feign capture, subsequently inciting chaos to undermine S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier, thereby rendering their plans impervious to threat. Thus, Loki acquiesced, allowing Black Widow to secure him with a sturdy lock, her strength reinstating his combat abilities. Gao Ming, Steve, and Tony ascended into the fighter jet, embarking on their return to the aircraft carrier. Under Loki's murderous gaze, Gao Ming nonchalantly twirled his scepter, inquiring with curiosity, "What do you suppose would happen if I were to control you with this scepter?" Loki scoffed derisively, retorting, "Do not harbor such delusions. This scepter only wields power in my grasp. You, a mere mortal, aspire to manipulate such a wondrous artifact. Intriguing. Do you know the origins of this scepter?" Gao Ming countered. Loki's expression turned disdainful as he replied, "Despair, mortal. You are unworthy of such knowledge." Yet, Gao Ming remained unperturbed, casting a knowing look at Loki. The irony was palpable. Loki, a foolish jester, held one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone, yet remained oblivious to its true potential. Sent by Thanos to wreak havoc on Earth, utterly failing to utilize its immense power. As one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone should not be underestimated. Although its might was not fully portrayed in the films, one could draw parallels to Professor X from the X-Men. His telepathy was merely a branch of mental prowess, capable of perceiving thoughts and even controlling bodies. The Mind Stone, if unleashed, could effortlessly dominate the consciousness of an entire planet. Chapter 51. When Thor's hammer collides with the transformative power of the monkey talisman within the confines of the cabin, Gao Ming engaged in a sparse conversation with Loki, who maintained a posture of contempt and refused to respond. Meanwhile, Steve and Tony exchanged glances rife with mutual disdain. Steve recognized Tony as his comrade and the son of Howard Stark. Observing the arrogance and disdain radiating from the son of his deceased ally, Steve felt compelled to impart some wisdom to the insufferable young man. Conversely, Tony harbored resentment towards Captain America, as his father had lavished praise upon the hero, often more than he had bestowed upon his own son. This favoritism fostered a deep-seated animosity in Tony, exacerbated by Steve's antiquated mindset, which seemed firmly rooted in the Second World War. Given that Loki had been genuinely incapacitated by Gao Ming, Steve held no suspicions regarding Loki's authenticity, unlike the portrayal in the films. Nevertheless, during their light-hearted banter, he found himself on the receiving end of Tony's sardonic remarks. "Tony, you bear a striking resemblance to Howard. Both are exceptionally intelligent individuals," Steve remarked. Tony scoffed. "I appreciate the elder's assessment, but allow me to correct you. Compared to that insufferable old man, I am far more astute." Upon hearing Tony's disrespectful remarks towards his father, Steve's expression darkened, and he solemnly admonished, "Tony, he is your father, and he has passed away. You ought to maintain the most basic respect." "Oh, should I extend that respect to you as an elder as well?" Tony retorted in a mocking tone. Just as their conversation threatened to escalate into a quarrel, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens, and lightning streaked across the sky. Loki fell silent, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Noticing Loki's unease, Steve inquired, "What is it? Are you afraid of the lightning?" Just as Loki was about to feign nonchalance, Gao Ming interjected with a chuckle, "What you fear is what follows the thunder." In the next moment, a resounding crash reverberated from the top of the fighter jet, causing the entire aircraft to shudder. Steve hastily donned his helmet, preparing to grasp his shield for battle, while Tony, after securing his own helmet, pressed the button to open the cockpit door. Seeing Tony's actions, Steve exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Bang! Before Tony could leap out, a figure descended from above, landing at the cockpit entrance. None other than Thor, the god of thunder, dispatched by Odin to retrieve Loki. Thor stormed forward, and before Iron Man could retaliate with a repulsor blast, Thor delivered a powerful blow to Iron Man's chest, sending him flying back, then seized Loki and soared into the sky. Gao Ming sat back, observing the spectacle without intervening. Being struck before even launching an attack was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for Tony. Ignoring Steve's counsel, he immediately controlled his armored suit to pursue them. Incensed by Tony's arrogance and refusal to heed advice, Steve grabbed a parachute pack and donned it, then took up his shield and leapt from the cockpit. Black Widow, piloting the aircraft, asked in confusion, "Aren't you going down, Godfather?" Gao Ming shrugged, stood up, and approached the cockpit door to join the fray. With a swift motion, he flew out. Black Widow sighed in exasperation. It's as if there is never a moment of peace. Thor vociferously questioned Loki, attempting to persuade him to return to the right path, even raising his hammer and pointing it at Loki, proclaiming loudly, "Listen well, brother." Bang! Before Thor could finish his sentence, Iron Man collided with him as he pursued, sending the god of thunder crashing into the woods below, while Loki sat atop a hill, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Thanks to the assistance of his armored suit, Tony matched Thor's strength, resulting in a flurry of punches and kicks exchanged without either man gaining the upper hand. Growing impatient, Thor raised his hammer high, summoning a fierce bolt of lightning to converge at its head, then hurled it fiercely at Iron Man. A fierce bolt of lightning struck the Iron Man suit, sparking with crackling electricity. Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating the imminent demise of his armor, when he heard Jarvis respond, energy levels at 400. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over him, and he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Thor's thunderous invocation inadvertently charged Tony's armor, creating a rather comical twist of fate. And it was no wonder Tony wore a self-satisfied grin. In the spirit of reciprocity, having received such a mighty gift from Thor, Tony felt compelled to reciprocate. With palms charged and the chest repulsor primed, he unleashed a full-power assault, sending Thor careening away. After all, the energy was a boon, and Tony intended to indulge in its abundance. However, the divine physique was not merely flesh and blood, and despite being one of Tony's most formidable attacks, it failed to inflict any significant harm on Thor, only serving to further incite his wrath, plunging them into an even more frenzied clash. Suddenly, a shield soared between them, interrupting their skirmish. "Hey, you two, cease at once," Steve commanded with an air of authority as he caught the spinning shield. Hai Ming, arriving fashionably late, floated above, chuckling. "Indeed, we are all allies here. Let us refrain from quarreling." Tony, wary of Hai Ming's prowess, halted his assault, but retorted, "Ha! What right does this muscle-bound brute have to call himself an ally? Mind your tone. You are disrespecting a god." Thor bellowed, his ire palpable. "I said enough." Hai Ming maintained his smile beneath his helmet, though his eyes reflected only coldness. Golden bolts of electricity rapidly converged in his gaze, shooting forth with blinding speed, detonating the ground beneath them and creating a substantial crater. Startled, Tony darted aside, while Thor perceived this as a provocation and, in a fit of rage, hurled his hammer at Hai Ming. Despite Thor's reckless throw, Tony instinctively attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The hammer soared with great velocity. Yet under the influence of super speed, its trajectory appeared to slow in Hai Ming's eyes, affording him ample time to evade the blow. With ease, he took a step to the right, assessing the incoming projectile, confident that it would miss him. However, Hai Ming had no intention of sparing the arrogant god. He raised his right hand, pointed at the hammer, and deliberately uttered a single word. A bright white light, representing the transformative power of the monkey talisman, shot forth, striking Thor's hammer. To the amusement of Steve and Tony, who struggled to contain their laughter, and to Thor's astonishment and fury, the mighty weapon morphed into a long-necked, flat-billed goose. The formidable weapon of the god of thunder had been transformed into a mere goose, an utterly ludicrous sight. Even more absurd was the fact that the enchanted hammer would automatically return to its master, so when the goose flew back to Thor, he was left utterly perplexed about how to grasp his transformed companion, by the neck, perhaps? Can you imagine the god of thunder holding a goose by its neck? The scene was breathtaking, yet I dared not imagine it. Thor, filled with profound anger and terror, shouted, "What have you done to my hammer?" His voice resonated with a sense of collapse and despair. Gao Ming, with a wicked grin, replied, "As you can see, it has transformed into a goose. If you do not cease this foolishness, you shall be destined to hold this hammer for eternity." Holding the goose of the god of thunder, ha ha. Indignant, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he refrained from expressing his anger, as he certainly did not wish to spend a lifetime clutching a goose. Nearby, Tony laughed heartily, and Steve was also amused. Even Loki, perched on the cliff and observing, could not contain his mockery. "Ha ha ha, my brother. Why do you not grasp your beloved hammer? Is it not your most treasured possession?" It was a rare occasion to witness such a humorous spectacle from Thor, which brought Loki great satisfaction, even igniting within him a desire to learn the art of transformation from Gao Ming, so he could whimsically tease his foolish brother at will. Chapter 52. Meeting in a dream under the intangible threat of wielding nothing but a goose as a weapon, Thor, despite his inner discontent, felt compelled to suppress his feelings. In terms of combat prowess, Thor was confident he could rival the figure in the white bodysuit hovering above. However, he lacked the ability to fly. He He relied on his hammer to propel him through the air. With his hammer transformed into a goose, and unwilling to tarnish his image by grasping it, Thor found himself at a loss against Gao Ming, who floated effortlessly. Moreover, Thor was not short-sighted. Having witnessed Gao Ming's earlier display of power against him and Tony, he recognized that Gao Ming possessed extraordinary abilities. Unable to discern the nature of Gao Ming's powers, he prudently refrained from acting impulsively. Fortunately, Thor's exile to Earth, imposed by Odin, had instilled a sense of maturity and caution in him. Had it been in the past, he would have charged recklessly into the fray. With the tumult subsiding and Thor yielding, Gao Ming ceased his mockery and reverted the transformation of Thor's hammer. As Thor beheld his trusted weapon return to its familiar form, he anxiously grasped it and tucked it behind his back, as if fearing Gao Ming might yet again turn it into something bizarre. "Tony, contact Black Widow to retrieve us," Gao Ming instructed, turning to his companion. Considering the dynamics of the group, with Steve being merely a super soldier lacking the ability to fly, and Gao Ming, Tony, and Thor all possessing flight capabilities but no desire to carry a man through the air, Gao Ming directed Tony to summon Black Widow to pilot a jet for their return. Tony, grasping the situation, replied, "Jarvis, please connect me with Agent Romanoff and have her come to our location." As Tony made contact with Black Widow, Thor flew to the cliff's edge, seizing Loki and bringing him down as they awaited the arrival of the jet. On board the aircraft carrier, Loki was escorted to a holding cell by a team of guards arranged by Fury, while Thor convened in the meeting room, sharing the intelligence he possessed. As Steve and the others learned of Loki's alien army, their expressions gradually turned grave. Although the current Banner, under the influence of Gao Ming, remains the same melancholic yet handsome figure, devoid of profound trials or despair that would lead him to contemplate self-destruction. This does not prevent him from expressing his disdain for Loki, calling him a madman. Upon hearing Banner's remark, Thor took offense and retorted, advising him to tread carefully. "Despite Loki's misdeeds, he is still a citizen of Asgard and my brother." The Black Widow, with an expressionless visage, interjected, "He has killed 88 people in the past 2 days. He was adopted." Thor, momentarily taken aback, softened his tone. Gao Ming, having remained silent until now, could no longer contain his amusement at this classic exchange, bursting into laughter. As the attention of the group shifted to him, he made a gesture to indicate that they need not focus on his reaction. The group, in a tacit understanding, redirected their attention back to the topic at hand. Banner expressed confusion over Loki's role as bait to draw attention, while Hawkeye seized the opportunity to acquire the iridium. At this juncture, Tony arrived. Providing timely clarification, it can be used as a stabilizer. Upon entering the conference room, Tony shared his deductions, nearly pinpointing Loki's scheme, showcasing his intellectual superiority, followed by a customary bout of sarcasm. He first mocked Fury for his inconvenience of seeing with one eye, while discreetly affixing a miniature device designed to hack SHIELD's confidential files onto the computer. When Banner added to his commentary, Tony took another jab at him, saying, "I must say, I admire how you can transform into a green giant so easily." Although Banner felt displeased, he calmly replied, "Apologies, but your information is outdated. I have undergone treatment from Gao Ming and am now much more stable. I won't be transforming at the drop of a hat." At this, Tony shot a disgruntled glance at Gao Ming, muttering, "Not him again." Noticing Gao Ming's composed smile, Tony quipped, "Why aren't you with your little girlfriend? What brings you here?" Gao Ming replied, "Fury asked me to join the Avengers. Since I had some free time, I came to assist. As for Sophia, I arranged for Fury to organize a school trip, sending her away from New York to Seattle for a month." "Wait, that doesn't seem right. As far as I know, your girlfriend is still in New York," Tony remarked, puzzled, as he had instructed Jarvis to keep an eye on Gao Ming and his acquaintances, ensuring Sophia had not left the city. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming's smile gradually faded. Spotting Fury entering the meeting room, he coldly inquired, "Fury, didn't you say you arranged for Sophia to leave New York? Why does Tony say she is still here?" Fury shot a fierce glare at Tony before explaining, "Apologies. There were unforeseen circumstances. The flight was delayed. Currently, Sophia is at your apartment, and I have deployed our finest agents to provide her with 24-hour covert protection. You need not worry." Upon hearing that Sophia was still in New York, Gao Ming could hardly contain his agitation, uttering a curse in frustration. After countless admonitions urging her to vacate that tumultuous city, he was now confronted with the disheartening news that he had failed to ensure her safe departure. The thought of the overwhelming Chi-Ruda army descending upon New York, wreaking havoc indiscriminately, left him unable to maintain his composure. With a surge of anger, he commanded Fury, "Hurry and send her away. Do not disturb me until she has left New York." With that, Gao Ming stormed out of the conference room, returning to his quarters in a fit of rage, shutting the door behind him. His fury stemmed from Fury's failure to inform him of the situation promptly. The concealment of such critical news felt akin to a profound betrayal. As Gao Ming departed in anger, the others exchanged glances, while Fury, nursing a headache, sighed heavily. Once back in his room, Gao Ming recognized his emotional instability and activated a restorative power within himself, allowing his anger to subside. Concern for Sophia's safety lingered in his thoughts as he lay on his bed, harnessing the power of the sheep talisman to project his spirit. Effortlessly, he traversed through the aircraft carrier, floating toward the Queen's District of New York. In this ethereal state, although lacking the speed of the physical realm, his spirit glided swiftly without fatigue, ultimately returning home after several hours. Due to unforeseen delays during their trip to Seattle, the school had decided to extend their break by a week, generously granting an additional week off. Therefore, Sophia planned to remain at home during this time. When Gao Ming arrived, he found Sophia idly flipping through television channels, her gaze fixated on his phone lying on the table. Growing increasingly anxious as her attempts to reach him went unanswered, Sophia continued dialing, eventually discovering Gao Ming's phone in the bedroom. It was only then that he realized. In his haste, he had forgotten his device. "Where are you?" Sophia murmured sorrowfully. Hearing her words, Gao Ming instinctively reached out to caress her cheek, only to find his hand passing through her, unable to make contact. In his current spiritual form, he was unable to interact with the material world. As the night wore on, Sophia, burdened by worry, turned off the television and curled up under the covers, succumbing to sleep. Observing her troubled expression, Gao Ming felt a pang of sympathy. Aware of his intangible state, he floated above her and, with a gentle descent, entered her body. His intention was not to possess her as in tales of fantasy, but to utilize the sheep talisman's dream-sharing ability to meet her within her dreams. As Gao Ming entered Sophia's dream, he was surprised to find the scene set in his own home, with Sophia still seated on the living room sofa. Clutching the remote control, her gaze firmly fixed on the phone resting on the table. What a silly girl. Could it be that her daily thoughts lingered into her dreams? Gao Ming quietly approached Sophia from behind and gently called out, "Sophia." At the sound of his voice, Sophia turned her head, and upon seeing Gao Ming, she sprang toward him, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Where have you been? I was so worried about you." Gently patting Sophia's back and feeling her tears dampening his clothing, Gao Ming's heart softened. "Do not cry, my dear, I am right here." Chapter 53. Is it foolish to unite everyone through death? Just as Gao Ming entered Sophia's dream to explain his sudden disappearance, he hurried to meet her, forgetting that an ambush was about to unfold. On the aircraft carrier, Tony and Banner were collaborating in the laboratory, investigating Loki's scepter in hopes of discovering the whereabouts of the Tesseract. During this time, Tony, remaining true to his character, mischievously poked Banner with an electric pen, curious to see if the current could provoke Banner into transforming into the Hulk. However, it was evident that the cinematic version of Banner, portrayed by the late actor, would not be affected by such a trivial electric jolt, especially not the Banner whose gamma radiation levels had stabilized. In response to Tony's prank, Banner calmly remarked, "Mr. Stark, have you come to any conclusions regarding my condition?" Banner's composed demeanor left Tony feeling somewhat uneasy, prompting him to begrudgingly retract the electric pen. "Well, I can confirm you are indeed very stable now." However, Steve, who had just entered the laboratory, could not stand idly by. He reprimanded loudly, "Tony, can't you be serious for once?" "That depends on who you ask," Tony retorted disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Steve. The two exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain. Steve lamented the downfall of a comrade's son, while Tony felt envious of Steve's esteemed position in his father's eyes, openly looking down on Steve as an outdated relic out of touch with the times. Yet, when Tony suggested that Fury's intentions were certainly more complex than he let on, both Banner and Steve, though silent, harbored deep suspicions regarding Fury, as Tony utilized a covertly placed micro-device to hack into SHIELD's confidential files. Steve stealthily infiltrated the aircraft carrier's secure storage, uncovering a devastating energy weapon developed by SHIELD. The group convened to confront Fury. "Stop evading the issue, Nick," Tony said, adjusting his tablet to display the results of his infiltration. On the screen, a design blueprint for the energy weapon was glaringly evident. Steve, filled with indignation, declared, "I was wrong. Commander, this world has never changed." Although Banner did not exhibit the same emotional fervor as depicted in the film, his countenance revealed a flicker of anger as he coldly remarked, "Fury, my joining SHIELD was not intended for you to research large-scale weapons of mass destruction." Faced with the public's vehement criticism, Fury became increasingly agitated and, in a moment of exasperation, pointed sharply at the silent Thor beside him, exclaiming, "Because of him." Thor, taken aback, questioned, "What does this have to do with me?" Fury continued his explanation. "We have come to understand that not only are there other beings in the universe, but they are also more powerful, advanced, and developed than we are." Thor interrupted Fury with dissatisfaction, asserting, "Our people harbor no malice towards your planet." Yet Fury retorted, his gaze piercing, "The universe does not revolve around you, and you are not the only threat." Each individual stood firm in their own perspective, inevitably leading to a lack of mutual understanding. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, spiraling out of control as accusations were hurled back and forth. "Why don't you tell us how you amassed your wealth, Stark? I expected more enlightenment from Earthlings. Are you all truly this juvenile? You are merely an experiment, Rogers." Amidst the escalating quarrel, the gem atop the scepter on the table began to glow, silently influencing the emotions of everyone present, inciting them into a state of agitation. Unbeknownst to him, Banner had unconsciously grasped the scepter, amplifying the gem's effect, as a dormant beast within him gradually stirred under the influence of this unseen psychological force. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the entire aircraft carrier trembled violently as the engines were obliterated in an instant, flames roaring forth, claiming the lives of dozens who were caught off guard, reducing them to charred corpses. Outside the carrier, Hawkeye, bow in hand, awaited the arrival of fighter jets, leading a group of similarly controlled operatives inside, ready to rescue Loki. The unexpected explosion thrust Steve and the others into combat mode, momentarily halting their argument. Steve supported Tony as they hastily exited the conference room, urging, "Quick, put on your armor." Tony, shaken and not wishing to appear overly courageous, replied, "All right." The personnel aboard the aircraft carrier sprang into action, anxiously managing the crisis caused by the destroyed engines. Perhaps an unseen force was steering the course of events. The ground of the conference room was blasted into a gaping fissure, causing Black Widow and Banner to plummet into the chamber below. Black Widow found herself pinned by a severed pipe, unable to rise. However, she had no time to dwell on her predicament, as she noticed something amiss with Banner, who was clutching his head and emitting guttural cries, seemingly enduring some intense agony. It was evident that this was a precursor to Banner's transformation into the Hulk. "Bruce, you must hold on, for one of Loki's schemes is to transform you into the Hulk. You cannot allow him to succeed. Maintain control over yourself." The Black Widow persistently encouraged Banner, hoping he could manage his emotions and refrain from losing control and becoming that ferocious green monster. "I am trying." Banner gritted his teeth and uttered with great difficulty. Thanks to Gao Ming's treatment, Banner had stabilized. Although the explosion startled him, it did not provoke his transformation. The true culprit was the Mind Stone embedded in the scepter. Just moments ago, Banner had gripped the scepter, allowing the Mind Stone to amplify his fury to the utmost. He desperately sought to calm himself, yet his will was evidently inferior to the awakening Hulk. Banner felt the beast gradually usurping his bodily autonomy. "No, no, no," he cried out in agony, yet he could not prevent the emergence of the Hulk. His skin gradually shifted to a vibrant green, his form expanding and muscles tearing through his clothing, his pupils suddenly overtaken by a verdant hue. With a deafening roar, Banner fully transformed into the rampaging green giant. The Hulk, gazing upon the furious creature before her, the Black Widow felt a chill run through her. The flow of time in dreams and reality is not in sync. In the dream, Gao Ming and Sophia had spent several days together, while in reality, only one night had passed. "Sophia, I must return. You must protect yourself. I will hasten to send someone to escort you away," Gao Ming insisted earnestly, reiterating his promise. Sophia nodded, responding, "Yes, I will be careful." They embraced briefly before Gao Ming's figure dissipated, his soul departing from Sophia's dream. Hovering in the air, Gao Ming gazed at Sophia, who remained in slumber. Her brow now relaxed, devoid of the earlier worry. He descended to the ground, bending down to place a gentle kiss upon her face. Although he was aware that physical contact was impossible, the instinct to do so was overwhelming. With a lingering glance at Sophia's serene visage, Gao Ming floated out of the apartment, swiftly returning to the aircraft carrier. On his way back, Gao Ming suddenly recalled that the aircraft carrier was likely to come under siege led by Hawkeye, resulting in significant losses. Not only would the carrier be damaged, but many lives would be lost, including Coulson's at Loki's hands. Surely, this cannot be true, Gao Ming pondered anxiously. However, upon his hurried return to the aircraft carrier and witnessing its devastation, his fleeting hope shattered. Without a moment to spare, he rushed to his quarters, reuniting his soul with his body, and promptly dashed out of the room. Gao Ming's first destination was the chamber where Loki was confined, only to discover that Loki had successfully escaped. Coulson, pierced by Loki's scepter, lay weakened on the ground. Gao Ming hastened to Coulson's side, kneeling beside him, ready to invoke his healing powers. "Hey, I'm here, don't give up," he urged. Fury arrived shortly after, anxiously watching as Gao Ming endeavored to save Coulson. "No, I should rest," Coulson said weakly, attempting to decline Gao Ming's assistance. "They need a bit of motivation to unite." As he spoke, Coulson's breath grew increasingly faint. Ignoring his words, Gao Ming swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his face, simultaneously channeling a surge of healing energy, which revived Coulson. "Don't be foolish. Just tell them you're dead. Why actually die? Have you lost your mind?" Gao Ming regarded Coulson with a look that questioned his sanity. Coulson replied, "It seems that way." Chapter 54. Oscar owes Fury a trophy. Choosing not to further refuse treatment, Coulson was successfully rescued by Gao Ming. The wound inflicted by Loki had completely healed, leaving no trace of the once fatal injury, save for the suit that bore 2 gaping holes, a testament to the fact that Loki had shot through him. While Coulson was already aware of Gao Ming's incredible healing capabilities, experiencing it firsthand was nothing short of miraculous. He absent-mindedly touched his previously wounded abdomen, now flat with just a slight bulge. "Ahem, it seems I have been neglecting my exercise lately. Having escaped danger." Coulson expressed his immense gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Gao." "Ahem, no need for formality." Gao Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not left the aircraft carrier in a moment of distraction, he could have prevented Loki's escape. Though Hawkeye's surprise attack was indeed unexpected, Gao Ming believed he could have significantly mitigated the losses if he had been present. Fury stepped forward, his expression grave. "Thank you for saving my most capable subordinate." Gao Ming surveyed the chaotic scene around him. The repair crews were hastily arriving at the damaged sections of the aircraft carrier, tirelessly conducting inspections and repairs, while the operational personnel were methodically searching for casualties. Sighing, he felt a sense of responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Fury and Coulson. "I will attempt to improve the situation." Under the puzzled gazes of Fury and Coulson, Gao Ming extended a hand and pressed it against the wall, activating the restorative power. Indeed, he intended to use the regenerative properties of his healing abilities to restore the aircraft carrier to its pristine state, while also aiding those who lay unconscious on the carrier, uncertain of their fates. This was a truly astonishing endeavor, yet in the face of such extraordinary powers, everything seemed remarkably effortless. Initially, Fury and Coulson could not grasp the significance of Gao Ming's actions, but when the report from Agent Hill came through Fury's earpiece, filled with astonishment, the gravity of Gao Ming's feat became clear. "Sir, the damaged areas of the aircraft carrier are gradually restoring themselves. Even the destroyed components are materializing out of thin air. The carrier is undergoing an extraordinary recovery process. How should we proceed?" Upon receiving Agent Hill's report, Fury found the information utterly absurd. Anyone who heard it would deem the agent's claims preposterous. However, Hill was one of Fury's most trusted subordinates, and he would never jest about such matters. Fury quickly deduced that the aircraft carrier's self-repair was undoubtedly a result of Gao Ming's current actions. Once again witnessing Gao Ming's formidable prowess, Fury felt an overwhelming sense of shock, coupled with growing apprehension and concern. Gao Ming's repeated demonstrations of strength continually reshaped the public's perception of him, making it difficult to fathom what extraordinary powers he had yet to unveil. Such a potent entity also implied a challenge in terms of control. Should he ever spiral out of control, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Fury even speculated whether Gao Ming possessed the capability to annihilate the world. Although this notion seemed far-fetched, a sliver of worry lingered in Fury's mind. What if Gao Ming truly held such power? Fortunately, the power of the talismans lacked any magical attributes or mental energy requirements. They were purely existent, demanding no resources. Thus, the restoration of the entire aircraft carrier and the treatment of the injured, while time-consuming, posed no issues for Gao Ming, who remained vigorous and vibrant. In contrast to the instantaneous restoration of individual objects, the simultaneous revival of the aircraft carrier and the healing of the wounded did not occur in a mere blink, yet within a couple of minutes. Gao Ming accomplished his monumental task. When Gao Ming finally withdrew his hands, the aircraft carrier appeared rejuvenated, free from any damage, as if it had never endured the ravages of an explosion. Those who had suffered varying degrees of injury were incredulously touching themselves, questioning whether they were experiencing a mental breakdown or trapped in a dreamlike illusion. However, the deceased could not reopen their eyes to behold the world anew. Although the restorative power allowed the departed to regain their former appearances, including their garments and possessions, it merely restored superficial aspects, as their souls ultimately remained absent, while the ability to revive the dead was not realized. The restoration of the aircraft carrier to its entirety and the well-being of the injured was sufficient to shatter everyone's preconceived notions. Fury endeavored to maintain his composure, but found it impossible to remain calm. He urgently inquired, Gao Ming, is it true that the entire aircraft carrier has been restored? Did you accomplish this? Gao Ming responded with unruffled poise, calm down. Indeed, it was I who did it. Impressive, isn't it? Although Fury had anticipated the answer. Hearing Gao Ming's admission caused his expression to shift dramatically. Overlooking any potential offense, he pressed on. How did you achieve this? Can you reverse time? That is my secret. And I cannot divulge it, Gao Ming replied, shaking his finger. However, I can tell you that this does not involve reversing time. Have you not noticed that those who have passed have not returned to life? If I could turn back time, then the deceased would also be resurrected. Clearly, I am incapable of that. Upon hearing Gao Ming's response, Fury was taken aback, for although Gao Ming claimed he could not resurrect the deceased, his ability to restore an aircraft carrier to its former glory suggested a form of incomplete temporal reversal. In essence, Gao Ming had harnessed a fragment of temporal power. Time, an abstract concept, represents the continuous and sequential manifestation of material motion and change. Humanity's understanding of time is exceedingly limited. However, it is undeniable that time is an intricate and subtle existence. The fact that Gao Ming could reverse time, even if it only influenced matter and did not encroach upon the realm of souls, indicated that he wielded the power of time. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment, Fury, an experienced master of espionage, had encountered countless extraordinary phenomena. After striving to suppress his thoughts, he finally regained his composure and, with a hint of jest, remarked, I never imagined you could achieve such feats. Truly remarkable. Would you consider providing a detailed introduction to satisfy my curiosity? Gao Ming rolled his eyes and replied, Do not attempt to pry into my abilities. Everyone has their own secrets, and I wish to retain a modicum of mystery. Gao Ming was reluctant to have S.H.I.E.L.D. uncover the entirety of his magical prowess, lest they devise means to counter him. Fury made no further attempts to extract information and turned to Coulson, stating, Coulson, I regret to inform you that you must perish. Coulson offered a faint smile and replied, Understood, sir. After a moment of introspection, Fury, with a tone of calm mingled with sorrow, announced over the communication channel, Agent Coulson has fallen. Returning to the conference room, Tony and Steve sat in silence at the table, while Fury stood before them, holding several blood-stained cards, his face etched with melancholy and grief. A few agents stood nearby. Shrouded in sorrow, Coulson was well-liked among his colleagues, and upon learning of his demise, they mourned his loss deeply. Leaning against the wall, Gao Ming maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent, yet the tightness of his lips and the closure of his eyes revealed his own discomfort. Unbeknownst to others, Gao Ming merely wished to avoid witnessing Fury's theatrical performance and could hardly suppress a chuckle. Fury casually tossed the cards onto the table before Steve, lamenting, These were found in Coulson's jacket. He will never have the chance to ask for your autograph. Steve silently picked up one of the cards, which bore an image of his Captain America persona, the bright red stain stark against the background. Fury slowly articulated his regrets over losing Coulson, then shifted to discuss the Avengers plan, noting that Coulson had believed in this ideal until his last breath, trusting in the existence of heroes. Unable to remain seated any longer, Tony abruptly rose and exited without a word. Steve followed suit, leaving the conference room in silence. Gao Ming, having opened his eyes, exchanged a knowing glance with Fury. It was done. Chapter 55. The war that could not be averted. Loki is the epitome of arrogance. He craves admiration and desires a monumental structure to immortalize his name. Once Tony regained his composure, he began to analyze the information at hand, interpreting Loki's psyche to Steve. However, as his analysis progressed, Tony abruptly fell silent, a flicker of irritation crossing his face as he muttered a curse. That scoundrel. It dawned on him where Loki intended to open the portal, right in his Stark Tower. As a towering symbol of New York, it was naturally Loki's preferred stage. Tony hurried back to his laboratory to repair his damaged Iron Man suit, preparing to fly back to Stark Tower to thwart Loki's plans. Meanwhile, Steve, deducing Loki's intentions from Tony's words, set out to find Black Widow, stating earnestly, It is time to depart. Where to? Black Widow inquired, somewhat perplexed. I'll explain on the way. Time is of the essence, Steve replied, not intending to elaborate. Can you pilot a plane? Before Black Widow could respond, the restroom door swung open, and a reinvigorated Hawkeye emerged, towel in hand, calmly stating, I can. Just as everyone united in their resolve to prevent Loki's scheme at Stark Tower, Gao Ming took the initiative and departed ahead of them. The failure to avert the aircraft carrier's attack had already cast a shadow over his face. Had it not been for the need to cooperate with Fury's ruse, he would have flown to Stark Tower long ago. His supersonic flight enabled him to reach Stark Tower in no time. Upon landing on the helipad, he beheld Dr. Eric, eagerly operating a device with the Tesseract positioned at its center. At this moment, The portal's activation was nearly complete, drawing energy from Stark Tower's arc reactor. The Tesseract had already been activated. Even though Tony had remotely commanded Jarvis to shut down the reactor, it was futile. The Tesseract continued to draw energy autonomously, its brilliance intensifying as energy accumulated. Seeing this, Gao Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. Could he truly arrive too late? Stop, Dr. Eric, Gao Ming shouted. It is too late. It cannot be halted now, Dr. Eric exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. It is about to reveal a brand new universe. I believe your mind has faltered. Without further ado, Gao Ming concentrated an intense current of electricity in his eyes and unleashed it. However, unexpectedly, the laser he emitted failed to breach the energy shield surrounding the Tesseract, instead rebounding back at him. The laser reflected with lightning speed, and despite Gao Ming's quick reflexes, he could not completely evade it. His right arm was obliterated in the explosion of light, turning to ash. Damn, that hurts. Gao Ming's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, clutching the severed stump of his right arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Unexpectedly, he too had the fortune to embody the legendary hero, the Divine Condor. Fortunately, the restorative power activated promptly when Gao Ming sustained injury, alleviating the excruciating pain from his severed arm, which gradually dissipated as a new limb swiftly grew in its place. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Ming's right arm was restored, completely exposed before the eyes of Dr. Eric and Loki, showing no discernible difference. Casually restoring his battle attire, Gao Ming approached Loki, extending his hand and inquiring, "Do you intend to willingly surrender the scepter, or shall I seize it by force?" The Cosmic Cube is merely a Fade concealing the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. As one of the most formidable entities in the Marvel Universe, it is not something Gao Ming could easily contend with solely through the power of his charms. It has been proven that the might of the charms pales in comparison to that of the Infinity Stones. Since the electric eye of the pig charm could not penetrate the energy shield of the Cosmic Cube, and the dragon blast of the dragon charm might also prove ineffective. Even the combined might of Dragon Blast and Electric Eye may not breach the energy barrier. In light of this, Gao Ming chose not to squander time attempting various methods, opting instead to use the Mind Stone at the tip of the scepter to deactivate the device. Observing Gao Ming before him, Loki maintained a facade of charming mischief, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of wariness. Upon arriving on Earth, he learned from Hawkeye about those who posed a threat to his plans, and among them, Gao Ming was undeniably the foremost danger. Possessing numerous extraordinary and potent abilities, he had yet to reveal the full extent of his powers. Thus far, no means had proven effective against him, especially after Loki had just witnessed Gao Ming's miraculous regeneration of a severed limb, intensifying his apprehension. Loki, self-aware of his limitations, recognized that facing Gao Ming would result in his own defeat. However, his pride would not permit him to simply relinquish the scepter. Thus, he devised another plan. Mastering the art of illusion, Loki's most frequent techniques included creating illusory duplicates and altering his appearance, achieving a level of proficiency that left most unable to discern the truth at a glance. Consequently, when Loki silently left behind an illusionary duplicate to converse with Gao Ming while he stealthily departed, Gao Ming remained oblivious to any discrepancies. With a defiant grin, Loki's duplicate remarked, "If you desire it, I can grant it to you, but it remains to be seen if you can obtain it." With that, the duplicate tossed the scepter into the air, allowing it to plummet downwards. Unaware of the ruse, Gao Ming immediately pursued it. As the scepter fell halfway down Stark Tower, he finally grasped it, only to discover that it abruptly vanished into thin air. Clearly, this too was a product of illusion. Hastily, Gao Ming soared back to the rooftop, just in time to witness the Loki duplicate dissolve into nothingness, wearing an insufferably smug smile. As for Loki himself, his whereabouts remain a mystery, and he has concealed both himself and the scepter. Damnable! Gao Ming cursed in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated to have been outwitted by Loki. With the scepter beyond his grasp, he had no choice but to abandon this method for the time being. Approaching the device, he attempted to disable its activation. His eyes crackled with electric energy, intensifying with fervor, as a searing flame manifested in the palm of his right hand, continuously growing. Simultaneously, Gao Ming harnessed his rage to amplify the power of the dragon blast, enveloped in a radiant glow. Though he yearned to unleash an attack at full strength, time was not on his side. As the electric sparks and flames surged violently, Gao Ming decided to take a desperate gamble and released his attack. Much like the previous instance when he annihilated the Abomination, the flames coalesced into a fearsome fire dragon, entwined with glimmering currents of electricity. However, this time, the fire dragon exuded an astonishingly terrifying energy wave, as if capable of obliterating everything in existence. Under Gao Ming's hopeful gaze, The ferocious flame dragon collided forcefully with the energy shield, which seemed unable to withstand such a fierce onslaught, its surface dimming and shaking violently. Just as Gao Ming believed he could shatter the energy barrier, the cosmic cube erupted with brilliance, enhancing the shield's potency. The energy shield, on the verge of disintegration, solidified instantly, rebounding the fire dragon back upon him. This time, Gao Ming had no chance to evade. He was engulfed by the blazing dragon, instantly reduced to ashes. Fragments of his being scattered in the wind, one particle landing in a nearby high-rise corner, slowly beginning to regenerate. The dog and horse talismans bestowed upon Gao Ming the gift of immortality. Although the backlash of the dragon blast had incinerated him, he could still restore himself. However, due to the complete consumption of his form, the regeneration process would take considerable time, at least 3 to 5 minutes at best. Yet, there was no time to spare. Upon witnessing Gao Ming's dismembered remains, Loki reappeared at Stark Tower. Fearing further complications, he shouted at Dr. Eric, "Hurry up and expedite the opening of the portal." Anxiously, Eric manipulated the controls, accelerating the device's activation speed. As Tony, clad in the hastily repaired Mark VI, awkwardly flew into Stark Tower, he beheld a radiant beam piercing the sky. The beam shot into the clouds, creating a massive black hole from which countless Chitauri soldiers, piloting vessels imbued with alien technology, poured forth. The Chitauri army was invading Earth. Chapter 56. The Death of Sophia Ha. Loki spread his arms wide, laughing unabashedly. The Chitauri army had successfully invaded Earth, and once they occupied the planet, he would become its master. Damnable. Tony cursed vehemently, hastily descending to the landing pad of Stark Tower. The armor disassembly device promptly stripped away his severely damaged Mark VI Iron Man suit, and he rushed into the room, heading straight to the hidden bar. He retrieved 2 metallic bracelets and affixed them to his wrists. Once adorned, Tony solemnly commanded, "J-A-R-V-I-S. The plan, sir." "The Mark VII is not yet combat ready, J-A-R-V-I-S," responded through the room's interconnected sound system. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford delays." "Hurry," Tony insisted. As his words echoed, one wall of the room slowly retracted, revealing a red metallic separation chamber beneath. Above it was a radiant arc reactor. This was the Mark VII, designed for convenient assembly like the Mark V, yet boasting superior performance, making it the strongest suit Tony had ever crafted. The bracelets on Tony's wrists flickered with a red light, emitting urgent beeping sounds. The Mark VII, shaped like a metallic capsule, shot forth 2 infrared beams that connected to the bracelets. Once user identity was confirmed, the activated Mark VII flew towards Tony, initiating its assembly around him. In mere seconds, the suit enveloped him, transforming into a brand new Iron Man armor. Without wasting a moment, Tony, clad in the new armor, soared into the sky, launching attacks at the relentless Chitauri soldiers pouring through the portal. Steve, Black Widow, and Hawkeye soon arrived in their fighter jets, landing swiftly and immediately engaging in battle, countering the rampaging Chitauri while coordinating the evacuation of civilians. Thor arrived in haste at the top of Stark Tower, storming up to Loki with fury. "Loki, shut down the Tesseract at once, or I shall destroy it," he thundered. Loki, disdainful, merely regarded him, pointing his scepter at Thor and declaring, "You cannot. It is beyond your power to stop it now. Only war remains." Meanwhile, Banner, troubled and frowning, sped towards the center of the conflict on a motorcycle. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a warehouse, where a kindly old security guard had offered him spare clothes and lent him a motorcycle. Initially intending to return to S-H-I-E-L-D to accept the consequences of his transformation into the Hulk, his resolve shifted upon witnessing the towering beam of light and the countless extraterrestrial beings descending from the gaping black hole in the sky. Realizing that Loki had opened the portal, facilitating the alien invasion of Earth, Banner deliberated before ultimately deciding to join the fray. Though he was currently unable to transform into the Hulk at will, he understood that when faced with life-threatening peril, the Hulk would emerge instinctively. Thus, he raced to the battlefield, knowing that when confronted by the ruthless aliens, danger would trigger his transformation into the Hulk to combat them. As the original 6 members of the Avengers united in their valiant struggle against the Chitauri, striving to prevent the escalation of war, Gao Ming's blood rebirth finally reached its conclusion. His entire form rejuvenated, with his head being the last part to regenerate. Once his body was restored in its entirety, Gao Ming found himself in a state of complete nudity, as his uniform had been obliterated in the dragon's explosion, leaving no remnants behind. Yet, with little time to dwell on such trivialities, he was drawn to the soaring pillar of light and the gaping rift in the sky, from which alien invaders, resembling swarms of locusts, emerged incessantly. New York had not escaped unscathed, becoming a tragic battleground. Suddenly, Gao Ming's thoughts turned to Sophia, who, due to unforeseen circumstances, had been unable to leave the city. Without a moment's hesitation, he sped towards home. In his urgency, he forgot to activate his invisibility. However, his incredible speed meant that the panicked residents, preoccupied with their own escape, failed to notice his disheveled appearance. Upon arriving at his apartment, he was met with a scene of chaos. People were fleeing in terror, yet the Chitauri soldiers were nowhere in sight. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a group of Chitauri soldiers, piloting their crafts and laughing maniacally, launched an attack, their energy weapons discharging wildly. Gao Ming would not allow these invaders to prevail. He unleashed several beams of laser from his eyes, swiftly eliminating the assailants before dashing back to his front door. Without any belongings on him, including his house keys, Gao Ming exerted force to violently wrench the door open and rushed inside, searching for Sophia. She was huddled by the window, anxiously peering outside. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, she startled and turned to see Gao Ming enter, her face lighting up with joy. "Sophia, you're back," she exclaimed. But before she could finish her sentence, a deafening boom resonated through the air. Gao Ming's expression froze in horror as an intense energy beam, without warning, pierced through the window, directly through Sophia's body. A mix of joy and confusion lingered on her face as she collapsed heavily to the ground. "No!" Gao Ming cried out in despair, rushing to her side and enveloping her in his arms, frantically channeling his healing powers. The restorative energy swiftly mended the gaping wound in Sophia's body, and in an instant, she appeared unscathed. Hope surged within Gao Ming as he called out, "Open your eyes, wake up. This is no jest, I have returned." Yet, despite his desperate pleas, Sophia remained unresponsive, her eyes closed and her demeanor eerily tranquil, as if she were merely in a deep slumber. Trembling, Gao Ming lowered his head, pressing his ear against her chest, yearning to hear that reassuring heartbeat. Yet, silence enveloped him, the rhythm of life conspicuously absent. Clutching the lifeless body of his beloved, Gao Ming could not suppress his tears, lamenting, "Why, oh why?" An overwhelming sorrow engulfed his heart, and in that moment, the world around him seemed to lose all its color, reduced to a monotonous palette of black and white. His gaze gradually becoming hollow. Outside the window, the sounds of explosions and the cries of innocent people echoed, yet Gao Ming remained unresponsive, weeping and wailing in despair. Gradually, he fell silent, and suddenly, he seemed to split into two. One half bore a calm expression, his eyes filled with an unshakable grief, gently caressing his lover's cheek with utmost caution, as if handling a delicate porcelain doll. The other half slowly rose, devoid of any emotion, exuding an aura of menacing intent. His gaze icy cold. Without a word, he walked to the wardrobe, retrieving a set of dark crimson battle attire from a hidden compartment. The sinister style of the outfit suited him perfectly, rendering him even more detached and devoid of sentiment. Upon returning to the living room, he beheld the other self cradling Sophia. A flicker of warmth momentarily pierced through Gao Ming's cold, penetrating eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by indifference as he donned his helmet and departed from the home. Ignoring the departure of his other self, Gao Ming continued to embrace Sophia's lifeless form, tenderly stroking her cheek, murmuring, "Rest assured, I shall soon bring you back." Meanwhile, the Avengers, ensnared in a fierce battle, valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Chitauri army. At this moment, Thor and the Hulk joined the fray, exerting their might to vanquish the foes. However, the enemy's numbers were vast, with new Chitauri soldiers continually descending from the portal, and despite the Avengers' relentless efforts to slay them, there was no sign of diminishing ranks. Tony incessantly fired lasers and projectiles, dispatching Chitauri soldiers one by one, while anxiously querying Jarvis. "Jarvis, have you found the Godfather yet? Hurry, we need his support." "Where has that guy gone?" Jarvis replied. "Sir, he has not yet been located." At that moment, Jarvis paused. "Sir, a figure resembling the Godfather is approaching." "Huh? What do you mean?" Tony asked, perplexed. Suddenly, the Avengers noticed the attacking Chitauri soldiers floating uncontrollably into the air, and then, a colossal dragon of flame, hundreds of meters long, roared past, obliterating the Chitauri soldiers. The Avengers gazed in astonishment at the sudden turn of events, and the keen-eyed Hawkeye was the first to discern the anomaly. "Look over there." Following Hawkeye's gaze, they saw a figure clad in dark crimson spandex approaching slowly, distinct from Gao Ming's previously majestic platinum armor. The appearance of this crimson attire radiated an aura of malevolence and dread, evoking a sense of repulsion. As the crowd stood obliviously, watching each other draw closer, an unspoken tension filled the air, as if beneath the surface of tranquility lay unimaginable fury and madness. Chapter 57. Entangled in endless carnage, the figure, seemingly Gao Ming, approached silently, his presence stark against the backdrop of a battlefield rife with explosions. Yet, the Avengers felt an overwhelming oppression, as if the world had fallen silent at his arrival. With each deliberate step forward, the palpable aura of lethal intent intensified, the very air thickening with dread, inciting an involuntary fear in all present. "Is this the lad?" Tony swallowed nervously, incredulity lacing his voice. Thor, his expression grave, regarded the figure intently. Even he, formidable as he was, sensed an acute danger, an extraordinary realization for a god. Years of battle-honed instincts warned him of the peril this man posed, prompting him to grip his hammer tightly. Upon seeing Gao Ming, Hulk instantly lost his wild and ferocious demeanor, instinctively shrinking back in trepidation. Although this figure appeared different from their last encounter, Hulk's primal instincts recognized him as the same individual. The lessons of their previous clash remained etched in his memory, and now, sensing the sheer ferocity radiating from Gao Ming, he dared not act recklessly. Steve fought to suppress the invisible, heavy pressure weighing upon him, and called out, "Who are you? Are you Gao Ming?" Gao Ming offered no reply, halting several dozen meters away from the Avengers. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the Ziritan soldiers swarmed, and with a chilling resolve declared, "They all must die." In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the air, the horrifying aura momentarily suspended before it erupted uncontrollably. As his words faded, the Avengers witnessed the godlike figure vanish before their eyes. A flash of vibrant crimson pierced through the ranks of the Ziritan soldiers, creating gaping wounds in their chests. Those caught off guard collapsed lifelessly, their hearts pierced and shattered. Within mere moments, Steve and the others beheld the obliteration of the surrounding Ziritan forces, most succumbing instantly to mortal wounds, while a few were gruesomely severed in twain, their blood and viscera strewn across the ground, leaving the Avengers pale and deeply unsettled. At this juncture, the malevolent incarnation of Gao Ming was consumed solely by the desire for bloodshed and vengeance. Harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency, he watched as each Ziritan soldier fell beneath his hand, yet even this carnage could not quell the fury raging within him. Tony, trembling with fear, gazed at this harbinger of death and exclaimed, wait, tell me, am I hallucinating? Is this cold-hearted individual really the person I once knew?" Steve furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. From the recently heard voice, they all recognized the individual as Gao Ming, the amiable and just man they once knew. Yet, what had transpired to transform such a genial soul into something so terrifying, brutal, and even deranged? Although Steve was unaware of the events that had led to Gao Ming's drastic change, the urgency of the battle left no room for distractions. Suppressing all other emotions, he calmly addressed his companions. "Disregard him. We must continue to thwart the alien's destruction. Tony, see if there's a way to disable the device. Thor, summon the thunder to halt the alien's descent. Hulk, do not waver. Keep smashing those extraterrestrials. As for Agents Romanoff and Clinton, assist me in evacuating the civilians." Hearing Steve's composed commands, the others regained their focus and set about fulfilling their respective tasks. The malevolent Gao Ming was still Gao Ming, regardless of the darkness within him or the goodness he once embodied. At this moment, his sole intent was the slaughter of the Chitauri soldiers. However, the sinister Gao Ming could fully embrace this inner turmoil, indulging in the relentless bloodlust and madness. After dispatching a significant number of nearby Chitauri soldiers, Gao Ming soared upwards, hovering in the air, gazing down at the endless tide of Chitauri warriors charging towards him. Instead of opting for the previously rapid piercing attack, he slowly raised a hand. Fingers splayed, adorned with black gloves, the tips featuring claws forged from black metal, glinting ominously. Suddenly, he clenched his outstretched palm fiercely. All the Chitauri soldiers surrounding him halted, drawn together by an invisible telekinetic force. Then, a tremendous pressure surged from all directions. Nearly 100 Chitauri soldiers found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Crushed into a singular mass, their bodies indistinguishable from one another, as a torrent of blood erupted forth, cascading down like a torrential rain, creating a dreadful downpour of crimson. "You all must perish," Gao Ming declared coldly, appearing atop the head of a Leviathan behemoth. This colossal creature, clad in a menacing and sturdy scale armor, spanned dozens of meters in length, casting a shadow so vast that it enveloped the pedestrians below in an abyss of despair. The Leviathan, serving not only as a transport for the Chitauri soldiers, but also as a formidable weapon of war, descended from the wormhole, unleashing countless Chitauri soldiers to wreak havoc on the ground. Meanwhile, the Leviathan itself obliterated everything in its path effortlessly, various structures collapsing under its assault, burying innumerable civilians beneath the rubble, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The Leviathan's numbers were few in comparison to the densely packed Chitauri soldiers, with only a handful present. The first one was shattered by Hulk's punch, followed by Tony's missile obliterating another. Now, 2 Leviathans had breached the wormhole, rampaging through New York. Gao Ming arrived atop one of these colossal beasts, extending a finger towards it, coldly uttering, "Insect." A radiant white light, symbolizing the power of transformation, emanated from his fingertips, striking the colossal Leviathan. To the astonishment of all, the immense creature abruptly vanished, as if it had been erased from existence. On the ground, an inconspicuous worm writhed its body, trampled to pieces by a fleeing citizen. Gao Ming ascended to the head of another Leviathan, employing the same technique, apathetically transforming it into a mere worm, watching it plummet to the earth below. Raising his gaze, he observed a new Leviathan emerging halfway from a wormhole. Gao Ming flew to a halt approximately 100 meters from the portal, his indifferent eyes suddenly igniting with a flickering electrical glow. With both hands raised, fierce flames erupted from his palms, radiating an overwhelming brilliance and emanating searing heat that warped the surrounding air, reminiscent of a resplendent sun. The power of the dragon talisman intensified with the host's rising fury, enveloping him in a halo of ethereal light. In that moment, the radiance was so blinding that it revealed the boundless wrath concealed beneath his cold, unfeeling exterior. Though the brilliance obscured Gao Ming's form, it could not silence his voice. Die! With a howl reminiscent of a wailing specter from the depths of the abyss. The electric spark in his eyes and the flames in his hands surged forth simultaneously. 2 explosive fireballs merged during their flight, transforming into an unimaginable 100-meter-long fire dragon. Its formidable body entwined with dazzling arcs of electricity, a terrifying sight indeed. Before the fire dragon, the Leviathan appeared as a mere ant. The dragon opened its vast maw, swallowing the creature whole, while simultaneously crashing into the wormhole, incinerating countless oncoming Zerita soldiers. The explosion of flames reverberated through the heavens, leaving a portion of the onlookers awestruck, their eyes fixed on the rolling waves of fire within the wormhole, where innumerable Zerita soldiers were reduced to ashes, scattered like embers falling to the ground. After unleashing the most powerful attack in history, Gao Ming did not pause. He frantically unleashed lasers and flames. A new wave of Zerita soldiers yet to descend met an onslaught of countless beams of destruction, turning them to ash. The Zerita soldiers on the other side of the wormhole concentrated their fire upon Gao Ming, who neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the intense energy beams to strike him, leaving behind a series of gruesome wounds. Though the Zerita soldiers' attacks successfully ravaged his body, instilling them with dread, Gao Ming's injuries were fleeting, healing almost instantaneously. Unrestrained by any psychological confines, the malevolent Gao Ming maximized the talisman's power, the self-healing speed of the talisman surpassing the rate at which the Zerita soldiers fired upon him. Almost as soon as the energy beams pierced his body, he was restored anew. His new battle attire lay in tatters, yet Gao Ming made no attempt to restore it, unabashedly revealing his true visage, his cold expression gradually contorting into a sinister grin. "Ah, die! You will all perish." Gao Ming could no longer contain the thrill of carnage within him and erupted into maniacal laughter. Chapter 58. Transformed into the divine Lord of Slaughter. At this moment, Gao Ming's attire was tattered and soaked in blood, staining his exposed body, as he laughed with an unsettling fervor. The soldiers of the Zerita were incited into a frenzy by Gao Ming's presence. These extraterrestrial invaders showed no inclination to retreat. Knowing only to advance and destroy with reckless abandon, they surged forward in a relentless tide. Faced with such an overwhelming swarm, Gao Ming could only unleash a powerful attack to annihilate them all. Yet he lacked the time to charge his energy as he was swiftly engulfed by the dense mass of Zerita soldiers. On the ground, those vigilantly monitoring the situation at the wormhole were taken aback. Tony and Thor, the only Avengers capable of flight, instinctively sought to ascend and provide assistance. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Amidst the throng of creatures, a brilliant white light erupted, and with a thunderous blast, a colossal figure broke through the encirclement, sending Zerita soldiers flying to the ground. Roar! Gao Ming, or rather, the being he had transformed into, emitted a deafening roar. In that instant, he was no longer human. Nor did he resemble any known animal, but instead manifested as a monstrous entity with the body of a man and the head of a dragon. His eyes were crimson like fresh blood, radiating a ferocity that was palpable. Sharp dragon horns jutted from the sides of his head, his mouth resembled that of a crocodile, and his tongue was long and serpentine. His visage was terrifying, his stature imposing, cloaked in a deep yellow hue, with a dragon's tail trailing behind him. What is this? With the aid of his Iron Man suit, Tony captured the image of Gao Ming in this moment, transforming into a dragon-headed monstrosity, sending shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Thor, endowed with divine sight, beheld Gao Ming's form, a manifestation of malevolence that compelled him to grip his hammer tightly, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping his spirit. All those on the ground were plunged into panic and dread upon witnessing the roaring beast in the sky, even though they recognized it as Gao Ming. The terror within them burgeoned uncontrollably. The inhabitants of this world were unaware of the nature of Gao Ming's transformation. Had they possessed knowledge of the past and seen Jackie Chan adventures, they would have instantly recognized him as the brutal and cold-hearted Lord of Fire. Logically, the transformative power of the monkey talisman could only alter beings that existed on Earth. However, this talisman originated from the ancient magical era of Earth, a time rife with sorcerers and demons, teeming with extraordinary creatures beyond imagination. Yet, similar to many extinct species, these beings gradually faded into oblivion over the ages. In the age when the talisman was created, there existed a plethora of creatures that defied ordinary understanding, and dragons, although mere myths in reality, also roamed during that magical epoch. The Lord of Fire, in essence, was a divine dragon from the lands of China, albeit one of a sinister nature, devoid of the majestic and noble aura characteristic of the revered Chinese dragon. The monkey talisman enabled Gao Ming to transform into the terrifying and fearsome Holy Master. Perhaps it was due to the embodiment of the Holy Master's image that Gao Ming felt increasingly unhinged within. As he opened his gaping maw and let out a chilling cackle. Ah! Destruction and slaughter, how utterly delightful. Perish, let your deaths bring me a modicum of joy. With a sweep of his claws, the soldiers of Garuda standing before him were disemboweled. The Holy Master Gao Ming laughed heartily as he unleashed powerful blows, reducing the encircled Garuda soldiers to mere flesh, akin to bursting watermelons, each punch delivering fatal devastation. One by one, the Garuda soldiers were mercilessly crushed, their limbs severed, plummeting from the sky to meet their demise upon the ground. Gao Ming's muscles swelled, his form continuously expanding, resembling the transformation of Banner into the Hulk. In no time, he surpassed even the might of the green behemoth, each casual punch capable of annihilating an adversary. His defensive capabilities also saw an enhancement. Energy beams that once penetrated his body could now only singe his deep yellow skin. The soldiers of Garuda could merely watch in helpless awe as the scorched marks flickered and vanished, only for him to recover completely. The Holy Master Gao Ming epitomized the aesthetic of violence. Despite the terror he instilled in the onlookers, a faction of them felt a stirring within. Unable to restrain their exuberance, they began to cheer, "Go, vanquish these extraterrestrial foes." Gradually, some cast aside their preconceived fears of the Holy Master's terrifying visage, offering him their applause and encouragement. Though their voices were few and faint, they nonetheless rang out. What did it matter that he appeared as a demon? The morality of his actions was for others to judge. Unbeknownst to the Holy Master Gao Ming, there were those below rallying behind him. Even if he had known, it would have stirred no emotion within him. His singular desire was to kill, 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 with a mighty heave. A torrent of fierce flames erupted from the Holy Master's gaping maw, enveloping the oncoming Garuda soldiers, who could only emit a brief wail before being incinerated completely. The Garuda soldiers continued to surge through the wormhole, undeterred in their resolve, driven solely by obedience to orders and a thirst for destruction. This relentless drive compelled them to traverse the wormhole, attacking the Holy Master Gao Ming who stood in their way. And the Holy Master, undeterred, killed as many as came forth. The power of the talisman rendered him oblivious to fatigue. As long as he wished, he could persist in this slaughter until every foe that approached him was obliterated. While the Holy Master Gao Ming waged his frenzied assault, the Avengers on the ground did not remain idle. In addition to eliminating the stragglers and rescuing the civilians trapped in the ruins, they remained focused on their primary objective, disabling the device that opened the wormhole. Loki gazed with a mix of rage and trepidation at the monstrous figure in the sky, angered by the Holy Master's hindrance to his plans for dominion over Earth, while simultaneously awed by Gao Ming's overwhelming might. As thoughts swirled in his mind about the next course of action, Hulk suddenly leaped from below, crashing heavily into Loki, who was violently hurled against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Just as Hulk prepared to launch another attack, Loki sprang up from the floor, his countenance brimming with fury, and bellowed, "Enough! You wretched beings, I am a god. Let me assure you, I shall not be brought low by mere ants." Before he could finish his proclamation, Hulk seized one of Loki's legs and began to mercilessly slam him back and forth, creating two massive craters in the ground. Helplessly ensnared, Loki was thrown and battered repeatedly until Hulk finally released him, leaving Loki dazed and gasping for breath, lying in the pit and emitting a lament akin to that of a defeated hound. What a feeble god! Hulk scoffed, striding away with disdain. Despite Tony's desperate attempts to disable the device, it was only when the awakened Dr. Eric, freed from control, revealed the solution. Loki's scepter, with its energy, could counter the Tesseract, as it could not oppose itself. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately instructed Jarvis to locate Loki. And he soon witnessed the scene of Loki being mercilessly pummeled by Hulk, eliciting a hearty laugh and a sense of secret satisfaction within him. He then found Loki's fallen scepter, picked it up, and gazed at the rampaging High Master Gao Ming in the sky. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to risk provoking the creature in order to disable the device. At that moment, Tony received an urgent communication from Fury. "Stark, do you copy? A fighter jet armed with a nuclear bomb is approaching." Tony halted his actions, his voice laced with anger as he inquired, "How long do we have?" 3 minutes. It will obliterate the entire city." "Damn it," Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration at the politicians who, at such a critical juncture, chose to obstruct rather than assist. Black Widow had just dispatched a Chitauri soldier piloting a flying craft when one rolled and dropped from above the Stark Tower, allowing the unmanned vehicle to collide with the building and explode. As she landed, Black Widow spotted Tony approaching, urgently handing her the scepter. "The scepter can disable the device. Follow my instructions to shut it down. A nuclear bomb is headed this way." Without hesitation, she took the scepter, watching as Tony hastily soared into the sky. Upon tracking the missile, Tony immediately activated the Iron Man suit's thrusters to full power, finally catching up to the nuclear bomb. With both hands, he grasped the missile, forcibly altering its trajectory and redirecting it upwards towards the wormhole. Meanwhile, High Master Gao Ming continued his slaughter in front of the wormhole, lost in the ecstasy of destruction. When suddenly he heard Tony's voice booming through the loudspeaker. "Get out of the way." The Lord Gao Ming continued his relentless assault, the menacing dragon head turning to behold Tony, who was hurtling towards him with a nuclear bomb. A chilling laughter escaped his lips, and in an instant, he appeared beside Tony, seizing the nuclear bomb with his demonic claws and flinging it mercilessly into the wormhole. Witnessing the bomb being snatched away and tossed into the abyss, Tony was initially taken aback, but he quickly contacted Black Widow. "Now is the time. Shut the spatial gate." On the top floor of Stark Tower, upon receiving the signal, Black Widow wasted no time in piercing through the energy shield enveloping the device with her scepter, driving it forcefully into the heart of the Tesseract. In the next moment, the beam of spatial energy emitted by the device vanished without a trace, and the wormhole in the sky began to shrink and dissipate. As the wormhole vanished with a thunderous roar, the nuclear bomb collided with a colossal alien warship, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Before the flames from the explosion could even reach the wormhole, it had disappeared, leaving the alien fleet on the other side to endure the nuclear onslaught from Earth. The dissolution of the wormhole signified humanity's triumph in this war against alien invasion. Countless survivors wept and laughed, pouring forth the tumult of emotions that had been pent up within them. Chapter 59, Separation and Transition. With blood-red eyes fixed upon the vanishing wormhole, the terrifying aura of death surrounding Gao Ming gradually dissipated like melting ice, returning him to a state of tranquility. Floating silently in the air, a flash of white light enveloped him as he transformed from the Lord's visage back to his original form, bare-chested, revealing a robust physique, his new battle attire in tatters, leaving only a tattered cloth to cover his lower half. Gao Ming's expression remained cold and devoid of any discernible emotion. Without exchanging a word with Tony, he suddenly propelled himself towards Stark Tower, landing heavily on its rooftop. At that moment, the remaining Avengers had also arrived at the top floor of Stark Tower. With the disappearance of the wormhole, the remaining Chitauri soldiers collapsed like lifeless automatons, their vitality extinguished. The Avengers, who had fought valiantly, could finally relax and collectively made their way to Stark Tower's rooftop. Upon entering the room, they found Gao Ming with a grim expression, slowly raising his right hand, which vibrated with an extraordinary frequency, undoubtedly capable of shattering steel and iron. As Gao Ming approached Loki, who lay groaning in a pit, exuding an air of impending doom, Thor panicked and rushed in front of Loki, gripping his hammer tightly and gravely asking, "What do you intend to do?" Gao Ming halted his advance and coldly declared, "He must die?" At these words, Thor felt a surge of anger, yet he understood that Loki was the architect of the Chitauri invasion of Earth, and the current state of New York was a direct consequence of his actions. For such transgressions, Loki was indeed deserving of death. However, Loki was still his brother. Despite years of disappointment over Loki's repeated misdeeds, Thor's heart harbored a lingering hope for his brother's salvation. Thus, Thor resolutely declared, "Loki is a creature of Asgard. I shall return him to face judgment. He must perish." Gao Ming's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he reiterated his stance. Thor's expression darkened with anger. Yet the formidable power Gao Ming had previously exhibited rendered him hesitant to act rashly. He merely raised his hammer, signaling his unwavering determination. The atmosphere became charged with tension, leaving others reluctant to intercede, their eyes fixed anxiously upon the scene. After a moment of stalemate, Gao Ming's right hand ceased its tremor and fell to his side. At this, a collective sigh of relief wafted through the room. Gao Ming turned and stepped out, approaching the mechanism that opened the portal. With a sudden motion, he grasped the pulsating tesseract from within, holding it aloft. The tesseract fluctuated in temperature, far too intense for any ordinary being to endure for long. Gao Ming felt its searing heat against his palm, yet his regenerative powers swiftly healed the wounds, inflicting simultaneous agony. Nevertheless, he maintained his grip on the tesseract, his expression impassive, showing no inclination to relinquish it. Upon witnessing Gao Ming seize the tesseract, Thor was taken aback and hastened forward, exclaiming, "Release the tesseract. Countless formidable entities in the cosmos covet its power. It is beyond your control." Gao Ming turned, clutching the tesseract tightly, and coldly asserted, "It is either his life or the tesseract shall be mine." Presenting Thor with a grim ultimatum regarding Loki or the tesseract, his tone left no room for negotiation. Thor found himself ensnared in a quandary. Should he choose Loki, the tesseract would fall into Gao Ming's hands, likely attracting even more avaricious foes and potentially plunging Earth into peril once more. Conversely, opting for the tesseract would mean witnessing Loki's demise at Gao Ming's hand. With his eyes darting, Thor wrestled with a fierce internal struggle, unable to reach a decision. Gao Ming, lacking patience, coolly began a countdown. 10, 9, 8. If Thor could not decide within 10 seconds, Gao Ming would make the choice for him, leaving no room for regret. Furious yet restrained, Thor glared at Gao Ming. As the count reached 4, he could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "I choose Loki. The tesseract is yours." Thor had come to a realization. It was better to relinquish the tesseract than to allow Loki to perish needlessly. On one hand, the tesseract had been on Earth for many years, only to invite calamity this time. On the other, Gao Ming's extraordinary strength was sufficient to safeguard the tesseract from falling into the wrong hands. Making a hasty decision, Thor was uncertain of its righteousness. He could only hope that Gao Ming would not misuse the tesseract's formidable power. Upon hearing Thor's choice, Gao Ming exhibited no emotional response, his demeanor remaining stoic and unyielding. With the tesseract in hand, he vanished from the sight of the assembled Avengers, leaving them in a state of complex and tumultuous emotions within the confines of the Avengers' apartment. Kind-hearted Gao Ming continued to embrace the lifeless Sophia, his expression serene, a gentle smile gracing his lips as his fingers entwined with hers. The malevolent Gao Ming, clutching the luminous cosmic cube, returned home in silence, casually discarding the cube onto the floor. When his gaze shifted to Sophia, the chilling glint in his eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a newfound softness. The two versions of Gao Ming exchanged no words. They seamlessly merged back into one, the complete Gao Ming smiling faintly as he declared, "I will bring you back." With those words, Gao Ming felt his vitality weighing, his soul departing from his corporeal form, hovering in the air, his gaze unwavering from Sophia. Yet his mind sank into an unprecedented tranquility. Never before had Gao Ming experienced such profound peace, and within this serene state, he became acutely aware of hidden truths that validated his suspicions. He often pondered why the talismans, manifesting as a source of power within him rather than transforming into the octagonal talisman stones from the original tale, were concealed within his being. If they resided somewhere within his body, it seemed illogical. After all, his body was susceptible to immense harm. And should he suffer a backlash as severe as the dragon's explosion, his entire form could disintegrate, causing the talismans to vanish along with it. Clearly, this hypothesis was flawed. If the talismans did not dwell within his body, Gao Ming posited another theory. Perhaps they resided within his soul. The soul is the essence of all living beings. The body is merely a vessel destined to perish through the cycles of renewal, whereas the soul harbors the potential for immortality. Without the soul, the body would lose its vitality, akin to a machine devoid of energy. Thus, the soul undoubtedly represents the core of existence. If the talismans were truly anchored within Gao Ming, they could only be tied to the enigmatic realm of the soul. As Gao Ming sank into a state of absolute calmness, he began to perceive extraordinary phenomena within his soul. The ethereal essence of his soul gradually underwent remarkable transformations. And soon, 12 unique totems emerged upon his chest, not within his body, but upon his soul. These 12 totems symbolize the zodiac signs, arranged in a circle following the order of rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig, emanating a faint luminescence. At last, Gao Ming diverted his gaze, lowering his head slightly to focus on the 12 zodiac totems adorning his chest. His eyes traversed each totem before ultimately lingering on the penultimate one, the dog. A wave of unexpected tension gripped Gao Ming. He was uncertain whether he would succeed in the actions he was about to undertake, and thus, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. With his right hand delicately poised before his chest, precisely at the center of the circle formed by 12 totems, the radiant tiger totem, symbolizing the talisman of the tiger, shone brilliantly among the faintly illuminated zodiac symbols. The other 11 totems instantly dimmed, for it was the sheep talisman that allowed Gao Ming's soul to transcend its corporeal confines. At that moment, his spiritual form became exceedingly unstable, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Aware that time was of the essence, Gao Ming could not afford to dwell on the likelihood of success. He had no choice but to gamble on the correctness of his intuition. Without further hesitation, he concentrated intently, channeling the power of the tiger talisman, which grew increasingly luminous while the others faded into obscurity. The potency of the tiger talisman soon reached its zenith, while the strength of the other talismans was suppressed to its nadir, allowing for the final and most critical phase to commence. Gradually, the glowing tiger totem emitted a beam of light that struck the dog totem, emblematic of the dog talisman. Upon impact, Gao Ming exerted all his effort to manipulate the tiger talisman, gradually pulling the dog totem from its position. As the dog talisman was displaced, all the other talismans became unstable, flickering and dimming, for the equilibrium of the talismans had been disrupted. Gao Ming felt his spiritual essence waning further, unable to sustain itself for much longer. Thus, he swiftly harnessed the power of the tiger talisman, yanking the dog talisman free, causing it to hover in midair. Enduring the subtle agony of his disintegrating spiritual form, Gao Ming resolutely grasped the dog talisman and floated to Sophia's side, promptly placing it upon her forehead, where it instantaneously merged with her being. Having accomplished this, Gao Ming dared not prolong his ethereal existence any further and swiftly returned to his body. Upon opening his eyes, he anxiously glanced down at Sophia's condition. The dog talisman, extracted and integrated into Sophia's essence, invigorated her complexion, restoring a healthy flush as her once dormant heart began to beat anew. Gao Ming watched Sophia with bated breath, yet she did not open her eyes. Though she exhibited signs of renewed vitality, a faint aura of death lingered about her, representing the duality of life and death coexisting within her. Gao Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he had anticipated this outcome. The dog talisman was indeed imperishable, but since Sophia had assimilated its power post-mortem, it had rendered her into a peculiar state, suspended between life and death. To alter this predicament and guide Sophia toward the realm of the living, Gao Ming required another vital artifact, one capable of reversing this situation. Under the balancing influence of the tiger talisman, the remaining 11 talismans gradually stabilized, preventing the collapse that might have ensued from the loss of the dog talisman. However, the absence of the dog talisman was not without its consequences. Gao Ming's hair rapidly turned white, and before long, it had all transformed into a silvery hue. Without the talisman of the dog, Gao Ming was no longer ageless or immortal. Although still in his 20s, the absence of the talisman had significantly drained his vitality, most visibly reflected in his now completely white hair and his noticeably matured appearance. Unconcerned about having aged over a decade, Gao Ming reached down to pick up the cosmic cube lying on the ground and, with a sudden forceful grip, crushed it effortlessly. As he opened his hand, amidst the scattered fragments, a brilliant blue sphere lay quietly in his palm. Chapter 60. The Key to Resurrection After the War. Everyone required a period to confront the stark contrast between the past vibrancy and the present devastation of New York. While the collapsed buildings could eventually be rebuilt, those who had perished could not be brought back to life. The survivors bore the weight of enduring the sorrow of lost loved ones. Some were unable to accept the calamity, drowning in despair day and night, while others chose to tuck away their grief and bravely embrace a new dawn. Regardless, this harrowing and heavy war had ultimately reached its conclusion. 3 months later, on a certain day, in Stark's private residence, underground laboratory, Tony, consumed by his work, had just concluded the development and manufacturing of yet another new model of Iron Man armor. After gathering the preliminary data from tests, he paused his efforts, retrieved a fine bottle of wine from the cabinet, and settled onto the sofa to indulge in solitary reflection. Unlike the cinematic portrayal where he personally delivered a nuclear bomb through a wormhole, Tony had not experienced such an ordeal. Thus, he did not suffer from anxiety as depicted in the films. However, the alien invasion had made him acutely aware of his own limitations. To prevent being unprepared for future crises, Tony immersed himself in the research of new armor. In the span of 3 months, While he hadn't exaggeratedly advanced to the 42nd generation of the Iron Suit, as in the movies, he had nonetheless developed the 21st generation, which he named Mark 21 Midas. This suit was an ultra-high-altitude combat armor, adorned in a flamboyant and striking pure gold hue, revealing Tony's narcissistic tendencies. As he sipped his drink, he pondered the design inspiration for the next armor. Once his glass was empty, he ceased his contemplation, set down the cup, rubbed his temples, and wearily inquired, J.A.R.V. I.S. Is Gao Ming still in London? J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated through the room. Indeed, sir. Since the incident in New York, Mr. Gao has remained in London for 3 months. He currently resides in an apartment building there, venturing out infrequently. The place he frequents most is an abandoned building approximately 1,000 meters from his apartment, where he spends 3 to 4 hours each day before departing. At this revelation, Tony furrowed his brow and asked, for what felt like the umpteenth time, J.A.R.V.I.S. Has there still been no discovery of anything peculiar about that abandoned building? No, sir. After countless surveillance investigations, it was determined that it was merely an abandoned building. Due to conflicts during the negotiation phase of construction, work was halted upon reaching 80 completion, and it has remained untouched ever since. Last month, Mr. Gao acquired this derelict structure, yet no renovations have been undertaken, leaving it in its original state. Tony is quite intrigued by Gao Ming's series of perplexing behaviors. Following the incident in New York, Tony had visited Gao Ming's residence, only to find a room stripped of all belongings, with both Gao Ming and Sophia having mysteriously vanished. It was only after Tony conducted a worldwide search through Jarvis that he discovered Gao Ming had traveled to London. When street-side traffic cameras fortuitously captured Gao Ming, Tony could hardly believe that the person displayed on the screen was the Gao Ming he once knew. Gao Ming's hair had turned completely white, and his appearance had aged considerably, as if he had suddenly matured by over a decade. He donned a monotonous black coat daily, exuding an air of despondency. Tony was at a loss to comprehend the transformation that had befallen Gao Ming. However, after a period of investigation, he discerned that Sophia was not with him. Despite employing various methods and channels to locate Sophia, he found no trace of her, as if she had evaporated from existence. After fruitless searches, Tony began to suspect that something had indeed happened to Sophia, likely during the New York incident, which could also explain Gao Ming's frenzied behavior at that time. Tony refrained from disturbing Gao Ming, opting instead to instruct Jarvis to provide regular updates on his condition. With a sigh of frustration, Tony lamented his situation. In London, Gao Ming trudged home, his spirit as lifeless as ever. Upon entering the dimly lit room, he sank to the floor, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The room he had moved into contained no furniture, remaining as barren as it had been upon his arrival. The floor was littered with bags of food wrappers and empty beverage cans, with nothing else in sight. After sitting in silence for a while, Gao Ming proceeded to the bedroom, which was equally devoid of furnishings. There was no bed, and he typically lay directly on the floor to sleep. It was hard to fathom how Gao Ming had descended into such a state of despondency. Upon entering the bedroom, he regained a semblance of spirit, a faint smile gracing his face. Raising a hand, a soft blue glow emanated from it, and with a flick, a distorted rift in space materialized before him. Gao Ming stepped slowly into the rift, and as he vanished within, the fissure promptly closed behind him. Traversing through the spatial rift, Gao Ming arrived in a peculiar realm that seemed boundless, with no limits or ends, enveloped in a deep azure hue. Amidst this vast and infinite expanse, a small house stood in stark contrast, also a shade of blue, evidently constructed from the very energy of this realm. Pushing open the door to the small house, Gao Ming stepped inside, and the sight that greeted him was reminiscent of his home in New York. After creating this dwelling, he meticulously replicated the layout of his abode in New York, making it, without a doubt, his true residence since relocating to London. With light steps, he entered the bedroom, where Sophia lay motionless on the bed, resembling a sleeping beauty in serene slumber. Taking a seat beside her, a newfound radiance returned to Gao Ming's previously rigid visage as he offered a gentle smile, took Sophia's hand, and softly murmured, "Soon, just wait a little longer, and you will return." Gazing quietly at Sophia's delicate features, his eyes brimmed with boundless affection. Since moving to London, he had been frequenting the abandoned buildings not for any trivial reason, but in pursuit of the ethereal particles that would later manifest there, the reality stone among the infinity gems. After acquiring the space stone, as he anticipated, although the infinity stones wield immense power, he successfully harnessed the space stone's abilities under the balancing influence of the Tiger Talisman. Now, the space stone was concealed within his soul, safeguarded by the talisman's strength. Having mastered the space stone, Gao Ming naturally gained a suite of spatial abilities, enriching his understanding of space. Beyond the rudimentary skill of opening spatial doors, he developed various spatial techniques, of which the creation of this realm was one. This space existed as an independent dimension, akin to the storage spaces found in ancient cultivation tales, crafted from the power of the Space Stone. Except for Gao Ming, the user of the Space Stone, no one else could enter this realm by any means, since the Tiger Talisman could balance and harmonize the power of the Space Stone. Enabling Gao Ming to utilize its capabilities, it follows that he, too, could master the Reality Stone, another of the Infinity Gems. The Reality Stone was an absolute necessity for Gao Ming, as he needed to wield its power to alter reality and reverse Sophia's current state, ultimately bringing her back to life. The Reality Stone could be deemed the most potent of the 6 Infinity Stones, for all rules became meaningless in its presence, allowing for the modification of anything. Even the most impossible wishes could manifest into reality with its use. Thus, to resurrect Sophia, Gao Ming was determined to acquire the Reality Stone. Should anyone dare to obstruct him, he would eliminate them without hesitation. "Wait for me. Soon, I will bring you back," he whispered softly in the stillness of the space. Chapter 61. Repaying Kindness. A temporary return. Not only Tony, but the other members of the Avengers, apart from Thor, the god of thunder, who seldom visited Earth and remained uninformed, were aware of Gao Ming's current situation through the intelligence agency SHIELD. As they gazed at the image of the lifeless figure displayed on the screen, a complex array of emotions washed over them. They found it impossible to reconcile this hollow shell with the cold, ruthless, yet invincible warrior they remembered from the battle in New York. They gradually deduced the reason, much like Tony, and made the same choice to refrain from disturbing Gao Ming's life. However, they could not help but feel a tinge of regret and sorrow in their hearts. Will that paragon of virtue, the superhero patriarch, ever return? Time flies, and the swift passage of days is often unnoticed. 2 years have elapsed since the Battle of New York, ushering in the year 2012. During this period, the world has not witnessed any significant events, remaining relatively tranquil. The citizens of New York emerged from the shadow of that painful disaster, cherishing the precious lives they still possessed and striving to make the most of each day. New York has also regained its former splendor. In March, within the underground research laboratory of Stark's private residence, Tony immersed himself tirelessly in the development of new armor during the 3 months following the Battle of New York. Eventually, Pepper discovered his obsession and, after a lengthy admonition, persuaded him to relax. Recognizing his own excessive tension, Tony allowed himself to balance work and enjoyment. Consequently, the pace of his armor development accelerated to an average of 1 new suit per month, culminating in the creation of the 42nd generation of armor. This 42nd suit, dubbed the Mark 42, can assemble automatically and be controlled remotely via a miniature device injected into Tony's arm. Each component flies to him and assembles seamlessly, enhancing convenience. Yet, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. While the automatic assembly eliminates numerous screws, it also makes the suit susceptible to damage. A significant impact could lead to an awkward disassembly of components, and the weaponry is rather meager, featuring only the basic palm-mounted repulsor, a cluster cannon in the chest, and small missiles on the arms, making it the most ammunition-efficient armor Tony has ever designed. Nonetheless, this design primarily targets close combat. Tony realized his fighting skills were inadequate, having previously only trained with his bodyguard Happy in rudimentary boxing. Over the past 2 years, he sought various instructors to hone his skills, even dabbling in Wing Chun, and now has a wooden dummy stationed in his underground lab. Clank. As Tony tested the performance of the Mark 42, he instructed JARVIS to play a leisurely tune. He moved his body in a rather flamboyant manner, controlling the suit's components as they assembled onto him. Ultimately, he executed a front flip to don the iron mask, landing gracefully on one knee with a fist planted on the ground. However, just as he struck a heroic pose, a leg component collided with him from behind, sending him sprawling forward, and the entire suit scattered around him, with only the helmet remaining atop his head. "Sir, observing your work has always been a delight," JARVIS remarked, his tone as calm as ever, yet laced with a hint of mockery. It must be said that proximity to virtue brings virtue, while proximity to vice brings vice. Even an advanced artificial intelligence like Jarvis, having spent considerable time by Tony's side, has developed a rather acerbic disposition reminiscent of Tony himself. In light of this, Tony could only begrudgingly rise to his feet. Fully aware of the source of his intelligent assistant's behavior, he sat on the ground, gently moving his injured arm. 3 days later, after concluding his work and idly turning on the television, Tony was confronted with a shocking news report. A man, who identified himself as Mundar, a bearded figure, delivered a chilling declaration of terror on air, even broadcasting live instances of his followers executing civilians and enacting a series of inhumane punishments. The American television networks had been hacked, allowing this terrifying message to infiltrate countless households, inciting widespread panic. The government expressed profound concern regarding the matter, with various departments swiftly mobilizing to investigate this Monger. Tony perceived Monger as a significant threat and sought information from his friend, Colonel Rhodes. Meanwhile, an impeccably dressed man, exuding confidence, arrived at Stark Industries, his charming smile and handsome features drawing the attention of many. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath his facade of amiability lay a fleeting glimmer of hatred in his eyes. His name was Aldrich Killian, a once-forgotten individual whom Tony had dismissed, now transformed and poised to orchestrate a grand revenge against him. Far away in London, Gao Ming remained oblivious to the resurgence of an old adversary pursuing Tony. He continued to embody a state of dishevelment. 2 years had passed, and without the allure of the dog talisman to preserve his youth, Gao Ming, like any ordinary human, had aged. He now presented as a man in his 30s, exuding a mature charm complemented by his streaked gray hair. Yet his pervasive air of despondency resonated with many women. However, the lifeless gaze of Gao Ming, akin to still waters, deterred potential admirers, appearing murky, hollow, and devoid of emotion, extinguishing any interest upon contact. No one knew that Gao Ming's sole moments of normalcy occurred during his daily visits to a dimensional space to accompany Sophia, where he would display a natural smile, becoming vibrant and emotionally rich once more. During this period, he resembled a genuine person, one still capable of feeling. Having resided in London for 2 years, Gao Ming remained uncertain about how long he must wait for the rare celestial event when the 9 worlds would align, causing a chaotic intersection of space and revealing a dimensional realm rich with ether particles. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his patience. This time, he would not allow anyone else to seize the ether particle reality gem, for it represented Gao Ming's hope to save Sophia, and he would not permit any misstep that might result in the gem falling into the hands of others. A few days after Mundel's emergence, Gao Ming returned from an abandoned building and passed by an electronics store where the news reported that Tony Stark's residence had been attacked by terrorists, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Gao Ming paused briefly, then continued on his way. The terms Iron Man 3, Extremis Virus, and Killian flickered through his mind. He had been absent for 2 years, and everything seemed to have returned to its original course. Yet, what did it matter to him? However, upon returning home, perhaps due to the long-awaited news of Tony, Gao Ming found himself reluctantly engaging his mind to contemplate matters beyond resurrecting Sophia. He suddenly recalled that when he had taken Sophia to London, he had not informed anyone. What must her parents be enduring now? Were they tirelessly searching for their daughter? The thought filled Gao Ming with a profound sense of guilt. Yet he hesitated to call Sophia's parents. He sat on the ground, lost in thought for a considerable time, before finally retrieving his phone and dialing a number, one left by Fury. "Long time no see, Godfather," Gao Ming said. On the other end, Fury was taken aback by Gao Ming's call, his surprise evident in his tone. Gao Ming's heart remained untouched, devoid of joy or sorrow. As he inquired, "I would like to know the condition of Sophia's parents since I left New York with her." Without any preamble, he delved straight into the subject. Hearing no anger in Gao Ming's words, Fury felt a deep sense of regret. He sighed and replied, "I assign my most skilled undercover agent, equipped with the finest technology, to impersonate Sophia. For the past 2 years, her parents have been oblivious, so you need not worry." After listening, Gao Ming quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Fury paused before continuing, "If you wish to thank me, I would like you to return. A terrorist named Mundel has recently emerged, and Tony was attacked by his followers. He is currently missing. I hope you can come back to assist." "Very well," Gao Ming responded after a moment of silence. After ending the call, he sat for a time staring at the ceiling before opening a rift in space and entering the dimensional realm, arriving beside Sophia. He whispered softly, "Sophia, let us return home." Chapter 62. Gao Ming's arrival. Tony gritted his teeth, watching Killian's retreating figure. At that moment, his hands were shackled, leaving him suspended on a rack, unable to escape. On the night Mundel appeared on television, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, was attacked by unknown assailants and rushed to the hospital's emergency room, where he remained in a coma. Naturally, Tony was furious about Happy's dire situation. As a throng of reporters pressed him for a response to Mundel, Tony, consumed by rage, unleashed a declaration of war, openly challenging Mundel to come for him. As a result, Tony was utterly unprepared for Mundar's sheer insanity. As he dispatched his subordinates to approach Tony's residence via helicopter, subsequently unleashing a barrage of rocket fire upon his home, the suddenness of the attack left Tony no time to don his formidable Iron Man suit, forcing him to resort to the male-oriented Mark 42. Entrusting Jarvis with the armor's operation while he succumbed to unconsciousness, fleeing in a state of disarray. When Tony regained consciousness, the damage to his armor and depletion of energy had caused him to plummet near Rose Hill in Tennessee, amidst a relentless winter snowfall. One can only imagine the discomfort Tony endured, clad in a thin shirt, dragging his powerless Iron Man suit through the snow. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. Through meticulous investigation, Tony discovered that the so-called Monger was merely an actor, while the true mastermind was an obscure individual he had long forgotten, Killian. In 1999, as an ardent admirer of Tony, Killian eagerly heeded Tony's words and awaited him on the rooftop, brimming with hope to present his groundbreaking experiment. However, the casually spoken promise from Tony never materialized, leaving Killian to cower on the rooftop, succumbing to the biting cold. From that day forth, Killian resolved that one day, Tony would experience profound despair. Over the course of 13 years, he devoted countless efforts and ultimately succeeded in developing his magnum opus, the Extremis virus. The Extremis virus, a remarkable achievement born from his painstaking research, could rectify genetic deficiencies, significantly enhance the nervous system, and elevate physical capabilities to superhuman levels, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs and the ability to emit flames exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius from within, despite its inherent instability, leading to explosive failures in those who received injections. Years of optimization had greatly improved the success rate of the Extremis virus. Killian himself successfully injected the virus, instantly elevating him to the ranks of superhumans. He then enlisted a cadre of disabled veterans, transforming them into Extremis warriors, and, once fully prepared, initiated his plan for revenge against Tony. At present, Tony found himself captured, helplessly witnessing Pepper being injected with the Extremis virus, enduring immense suffering while he could do nothing. As Tony grappled with his growing desperation, the pre-programmed Mark 42 armor finally arrived, and fortunately, the enemies left behind were merely ordinary individuals. Clad in the armor, Tony swiftly dispatched all foes and made his escape. "All right, let me see where you are, scoundrel," Tony seethed as he contacted Jarvis, only to discover that Killian had committed a grave act, kidnapping the president. Although due to high-ranking officials, Rhodey had not received the Iron Man suit gifted by Tony. Killian could not infiltrate the president's vicinity with the Iron Patriot armor as in the films. Instead, Killian opted for the most direct and violent method, dispatching 3 Extremis warriors to forcibly abduct the president. Through Jarvis's search, Tony first arrived at an aircraft in an attempt to rescue the president, only to discover that the president was not aboard. Instead, he encountered a sole soldier from the Extremis virus and a dozen innocent passengers. After exerting immense effort to eliminate the Extremis soldier, Tony embarked on a harrowing aerial rescue operation, successfully saving 13 passengers who had plummeted from the aircraft. Ultimately, Tony resumed his search and finally learned that the president had been captured aboard an oil tanker. Upon stealthily arriving at the vessel, Tony not only spotted the president suspended in midair, but also observed over 20 armed Extremis soldiers, while he himself was unarmed. His Mark 42 Iron Man suit having been utterly destroyed moments earlier by a colliding truck on the highway. Although Tony instructed Jarvis to activate all the Iron Man suits in his basement, they would still take several minutes to arrive. Until then, he could only hide and bide his time, awaiting their arrival. However, just as he was counting the seconds in his mind, a patrolling Extremis soldier suddenly discovered him and opened fire. Tony took refuge behind a shipping container, listening to the relentless barrage of bullets striking it, his heart racing with panic as he felt the grim certainty that he might not survive until reinforcements arrived. Just as Tony found himself in a dire predicament, an ethereal blue portal manifested in the center of the oil tanker, and a figure slowly emerged from it. The unexpected arrival, appearing in a most alarming manner, drew the concentrated fire of all the Extremis soldiers, who aimed their weapons at him. The newcomer made no move. After stepping out, the portal behind him dissipated, leaving him standing still, allowing the enemy to unleash their onslaught. The sound of bullets striking the ground was incessant, yet the soldiers soon realized, with growing terror, that their attacks were utterly ineffective. Surrounding the newcomer was a translucent blue cubic shield, impervious to their onslaught, as every bullet was deflected harmlessly away. The figure slowly raised his right hand, a ghostly blue light emanating from his palm, and with a gentle snap of his fingers, the soldiers felt the air around them distort. More precisely, their very position was subject to spatial distortion. With a sharp crack, the Extremis soldiers, caught unawares and unable to resist, were consumed by the warped space, obliterated from existence. As silence enveloped the area behind him, Tony hesitantly waited for a moment before cautiously peeking out from behind the container. To his astonishment, he found that the enemies had vanished, and standing in the center of the deck was a figure that brought him a flicker of joy. Gao Ming. The newcomer was indeed Gao Ming. His once lustrous white hair now dull, his expression weary and devoid of spirit, clad in a plain, unremarkable gray coat. Tony, filled with excitement, stepped forward. However, as he drew closer and beheld the current state of Gao Ming, his exhilaration promptly waned. With a complex gaze, he sighed and said, "Long time no see, Gao Ming." "Indeed, long time no see, Tony," Gao Ming replied, his voice now deeper and more resonant. Having lost the eternal youth bestowed by the dog talisman, he too had matured with the passage of time, yet his silver hair and weathered visage, incongruent with his years, tugged at Tony's heartstrings. Suppressing his sorrow, Tony remarked, "It's been 2 years. You've grown up, huh? That white hair has a rather distinctive flair." His words bore no hint of mockery, but rather a thread of concern. Gao Ming maintained his despondent demeanor and replied blandly, "Fury asked me to assist you. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return." Just as Tony was about to respond, Killian emerged from the oil ship's cabin, his face twisted with resentment and hatred. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Upon seeing Killian, Tony could no longer engage in pleasantries with Gao Ming and shouted angrily, "Killian, where's Pepper?" Killian smirked defiantly. "Oh, you're asking about Miss Potts? She's right behind me in that room, just as you saw in the earlier footage. She has injected the extremist virus and has now completed her evolution." At this revelation, Tony's eyes widened in fury as he cursed, "You son of a bitch. Scum." Just then, figures appeared on the distant horizon. Their silhouettes shrouded in the night until they swiftly approached the oil ship, illuminated by the lights to reveal their true forms. Astonishingly, there were 33 sets of various Iron Man suits. With the Iron Man suits assembled, Tony gazed coldly at the now pale-faced Killian and mockingly declared, "Welcome to my family gathering, Killian." With 33 Iron Man suits at his disposal and Killian standing alone as the adversary, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Moreover, let us not forget that the formidable warrior who once single-handedly slaughtered the Chitauri army now stood by Tony's side. Gao Ming remained silent, watching the confrontation between Tony and Killian. With an air of bravado, Tony spread his arms wide and commanded, "Jarvis, concentrate, all fire on Killian." "At your command, sir." Upon receiving the order, all Iron Man suits sprang into action, launching a comprehensive barrage at Killian. Chapter 63, even more powerful. Still ruthless as the 33 distinct Iron Man suits collectively unleashed their artillery upon Killian, his face contorted in rage, his skin glowing a fierce crimson. Opening his mouth, he expelled an intense torrent of flames. The flames, exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius, collided with the dense barrage of projectiles, instantly igniting a cataclysmic explosion. The scorching shockwaves surged towards Tony, prompting him to hastily don an Iron Man suit and ascend into the sky. Gao Ming stood firm, his right hand illuminated with a cerulean glow as an ethereal energy shield materialized before him, successfully deflecting the searing waves of fire that surged forth. Flames licked the edges of the shield, creating a tumultuous wind that tousled Gao Ming's white hair. As the inferno gradually subsided, the ground lay charred and blackened, scattered sparks flickering in the aftermath, yet the figure of Killian remained elusive. "Be cautious," Tony urged, his thermal sensors detecting Killian's presence. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the explosion, Killian darted behind Gao Ming, his cracked skin rapidly mending as orange-red flames coursed through his flesh, radiating a fierce glow. With eyes ablaze like fire itself, Killian unleashed a monstrous roar, expelling flames potent enough to incinerate all in their path. In a state augmented by super speed. Although time did not come to a complete standstill, all motion within Gao Ming's perception slowed to a crawl. Feeling the intense heat emanating from behind him, Gao Ming did not turn nor evade. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A soft crack resonated, conjuring a rift of deep blue energy behind him, akin to an ancient beast gaping its maw to consume the flames spewed by Killian entirely. Once the inferno was swallowed whole, the rift silently contracted and vanished. Under Killian's gaze, filled with rage and trepidation, Gao Ming turned with a calm demeanor and coldly inquired, "Seeking death?" As Gao Ming's emotionless eyes bore into him, a chill of dread enveloped Killian, instilling an acute sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the edge of the oil tanker, intent on fleeing. Gao Ming chose not to intervene, observing indifferently. As Killian approached the vessel's edge, Tony quickly discerned his intentions. Without the need for explicit commands, several suits of Iron Man armor, under JARVISS guidance, swiftly positioned themselves to obstruct Killian's escape. "Get out of my way," Killian bellowed, furiously striking at the Iron Man suit before him, the Mark 24. A robust combat armor renowned for its formidable defense. Yet, under the force of Killian's wrath, it was sent reeling backwards. Nonetheless, the remaining suits quickly converged upon him. As Killian unleashed a torrent of flames, The heat-resistant Mark 23 Shadow shielded the front. In a flash, the Mark 40 Hunter, moving at speeds exceeding Mach 5, materialized beside Killian, relentlessly firing palm-mounted weapons that riddled his form with injuries. However, these assaults fell short of delivering a fatal blow. In a fit of fury, Killian retaliated with a powerful strike, cleaving the Mark 40 in two. Although two suits had succumbed to Killian's might, they had bought precious time, allowing the remaining dozens of Iron Man armors to encircle him in a formidable formation. Killian let out a roar of frustration, relentlessly kicking, smashing, and slashing, unleashing torrents of fierce flames as he brutally dispatched several armored suits. Yet, overwhelmed by sheer numbers and concentrated assaults, even with the formidable self-healing capabilities of the extremist virus, Killian struggled to withstand such relentless firepower, his form swaying precariously, descending from the skies clad in Mark X. Tony observed Killian besieged by a throng of attackers and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What do you think? My family is quite enthusiastic, I assent it. Why don't you breathe a bit more fire to liven up the atmosphere? At Tony's taunt, Killian's rage ignited, his stance firm as he plunged into a frenzied counterattack, cleaving through the nearest armored suit before charging at Tony with astonishing speed. Tony immediately raised his hands, firing a relentless barrage of repulsor blasts, but Killian, augmented by the extremist virus, evaded all of Tony's assaults with remarkable agility, closing in on him, as Killian snarled menacingly, preparing to unleash flames. Tony barely managed to retreat a few steps, still within the reach of the impending attack, when the fiery torrent erupted from Killian's mouth. Tony could only watch helplessly as the scorching flames surged towards him. Just then, a protective energy shield materialized in front of him, shielding him from the searing heat. Turning his gaze towards the distant figure of Gao Ming, who stood with a blank expression, Tony noticed the latter's right hand raised in a snapping gesture. It dawned on Tony that since Gao Ming's arrival, he had employed attacks that Tony had never witnessed before. Instinctively, Tony surmised that this was one of Gao Ming's undisclosed abilities. However, the ethereal blue glow emanating from Gao Ming's right hand felt eerily familiar, conjuring memories of the enigmatic Tesseract. Recalling how Gao Ming had taken possession of the Tesseract after the Battle of New York, Tony suddenly realized that Gao Ming had harnessed its power. The very artifact that S.H.I.E.L.D. had failed to comprehend for half a century was now under Gao Ming's command. As Tony grappled with this profound revelation, Gao Ming coldly remarked, his tone tinged with rare impatience, "What a nuisance." With his right hand cloaked in blue light, he raised it before him, and in an instant, a massive, sharp energy blade coalesced. With a gentle sweep, the energy blade shot forth, fracturing into countless smaller blades that rained down upon Killian like a tempest. Killian was subjected to a gruesome fate, unable to react as he was sliced into innumerable pieces, scattering across the ground. Witnessing such a bloody and violent spectacle, Tony's expression stiffened. Indeed, Gao Ming had revealed himself to be the ruthless individual he had always been. Even with the prowess of the extremist virus, there was no possibility for the shattered Killian to recover this time. He was not Deadpool, and this was a death from which he could not return. With a casual flick of his hand, a rift in space materialized beneath the remains of Killian, which were carelessly transported to an unknown corner of the cosmos by Gao Ming. Having disposed of Killian, Gao Ming lowered his right hand, the blue light gradually dimming until it vanished completely. He resumed his taciturn demeanor, gazing vacantly into the distance. Noticing Gao Ming's indifference, Tony refrained from provoking the harbinger of death and hurried into the cabin to rescue Pepper. As soon as she was freed from her restraints, Pepper clung to Tony, sobbing uncontrollably, "Tony, I'm so scared. I think something is wrong with my body." Amidst her tears, she remained oblivious to the rising temperature of her skin. Tony, encased in his armor, could distinctly feel his partner growing increasingly hot, the suit's alarms blaring incessantly in response to the unbearable heat. He hurriedly reassured her, "Relax. Stay calm. You need not worry. I will heal you, I promise." After persistent comforting, Pepper finally regained her composure. As Tony sensed her temperature gradually returning to normal, a wave of relief washed over him, and he exhaled deeply, drenched in cold sweat. When he assisted Pepper out onto the deck, however, Gao Ming had vanished once more, leaving no trace behind, reminiscent of his departure 2 years prior. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, Tony pondered, when suddenly a voice echoed from above. "Hey, Stark, could you let me down?" It was the somewhat inconspicuous president, dangling anxiously. Tony replied, "All right, I'm coming to your rescue, Mr. President." Chapter 64. The arrival of the Reality Stone. After vanquishing Killian and the host of extremist virus warriors, Gao Ming did not linger aboard the oil rig. As Tony dashed into the cabin to find Pepper, he opened a portal, disregarding the president's cries for help, and departed alone. Stepping through the portal, Gao Ming found himself in his home in New York, the room eerily empty, just as it had been upon his departure. It had been a long time since anyone had visited. A thick layer of dust coated the surfaces, and spiderwebs clung to the corners. Silently, Gao Ming traversed each corner, with memories of joyful times spent with Sophia flooding his mind as he moved through the living room, kitchen, and bedroom, stirring ripples in his once stagnant heart. Standing at the kitchen door, he could almost envision Sophia excitedly preparing a newly learned dish. His previously stoic expression softened slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. After observing for a moment, Gao Ming opened another portal and exited the room. The silence enveloped the space, steeped in profound loneliness and desolation. As the blue light dissipated, Gao Ming emerged into a dimly lit alley, where flickering lights illuminated a few drunken men sprawled on the ground, babbling incoherently while clutching their bottles. He glanced upwards, noting that no specific destination had been designated for the teleportation. Typically, the random teleportation would not stray far. At this moment, he found himself at the rear entrance of a bar, in a narrow alley illuminated only by the flickering, dim lights of the bar's sign, which, due to a faulty connection, intermittently glimmered without repair. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, Gao Ming ambled toward the alley's exit, and after a few steps, emerged onto the bustling street. For some, the night marked the commencement of a new day. The throngs of people on the street were hardly fewer than those during daylight, vividly showcasing the vibrancy of nocturnal life. Gao Ming wandered aimlessly through the streets, his pupils dilated, his expression vacant, resembling a specter of despair. The aura of desolation that perpetually surrounded him caused passers-by to steer clear. Little did they know that this man, steeped in an aura of gloom, was once the renowned superhero, the Godfather, whose name had gradually faded from memory during his 2 years of absence. Gao Ming slowly made his way to a park, locating a public bench where he sat down. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, which was adorned with a rare scattering of stars, while the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, forming a captivating nocturnal scene. As he contemplated the stars and the crescent moon, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. His thoughts drifted to numerous memories, the glory days as a superhero, the indomitable figure he embodied during the New York battle against the Demon Lord, and the impending confrontation with dark elves over the Reality Stone, which would inevitably lead to a clash with Thanos. These myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, yet none were given due consideration. Only a singular desire to resurrect Sophia had taken deep root in his heart. Lost in reverie, he stared at the night sky until, after a considerable pause, he spoke. "Come out." From the shadows emerged Fury, cloaked in a black trench coat, who waved a hand to signal Agent Hill to remain behind. Then approached Gao Ming, saying, "Long time no see, Gao Ming." With a calm demeanor, Gao Ming replied, "What brings you here?" Fury had orchestrated a FAA for Sophia's parents, ensuring they remained oblivious to her departure. Out of gratitude for this favor, Gao Ming had left London to assist Tony, who was now safe and sound. Having fulfilled Fury's request, he was free from any lingering obligations. As Fury approached, he observed Gao Ming's current state with a heavy heart. Echoing Tony's sentiments, he earnestly said, "I do not know what has transpired in your life, but one must always look forward. You should emerge from this shadow. I hope you will stay and reclaim your role as the noble hero who champions justice." In response to Fury's entreaty, Gao Ming remained indifferent, stating, "There's no need for that. My path is mine to choose, and until I have accomplished my goal, I have no interest in anything else." Rising from the bench, Gao Ming's right hand ignited with an ethereal blue light. Observing this, Agent Hill, stationed at a distance, anxiously placed her hand on her holstered firearm, prepared to draw at a moment's notice. Fury merely furrowed his brow, yet made no move. Gao Ming waved his hand to the side, opening a portal, and without a backward glance, he strode through it, vanishing from Fury's sight as the portal dissipated. Fury gazed solemnly at the fading figure of Gao Ming, seemingly lamenting yet wary, murmuring, "He has grown stronger, and thus more perilous." Upon returning to London, Gao Ming's life resumed its monotonous routine. He diligently visited the abandoned building each day to investigate any peculiar phenomena, and, upon returning home, would enter the dimensional space to visit Sophia. Over the past few days, television and newspapers reported on the American president's kidnapping by criminals and the subsequent successful rescue operation. Tony Stark, the Iron Man and chief hero of this incident, stated during a press conference, "The successful conclusion of this event is not solely my doing. It was the Godfather of superheroes who apprehended the villains." Tony's remarks ignited a media frenzy. The long-absent Godfather had resurfaced. This was monumental news, with countless reporters clamoring for further details. However, Tony offered no clarifications, instead gazing solemnly into the camera, declaring, "I await your formal return." Consequently, major newspapers and news outlets focused not only on the rescue of the American president, but also on the Godfather's return, proclaiming, "The hero has come back." Various articles, ranging from enthusiastic to objective, elaborated on the matter. Yet, none of this captured Gao Ming's attention as he continued his daily routine. Those who anticipated the Godfather's appearance were destined for disappointment. In July 2013, time passed quietly, and the Godfather's topic of conversation faded after a mere 2 to 3 months, primarily because there were no signs of his reemergence. Media outlets, seeing little gain, lost interest in promoting him, and without their support, the fervor surrounding the Godfather had all but dissipated. For the general populace, the absence of the Godfather merely meant one less matter to occupy their attention. While Tony and others felt a pang of disappointment, the figure they had once looked up to had not returned. A year passed uneventfully until one day in July when Gao Ming finally encountered the moment he had longed for. On this day, the weather in London remained cool and damp, and as Gao Ming entered the abandoned building, he felt a peculiar spatial fluctuation. A faint warmth emanated from his right hand, accompanied by a flickering azure light. Upon noticing these anomalies, Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then a boundless joy erupted on his face as he dashed through the building in a fervent search. The space gem had originally been fused into the right hand of his soul. Whenever he activated its power, the azure glow would manifest, revealing the energy of the space gem. Merged with the essence of the space gem, Gao Ming could distinctly sense the chaotic spatial fluctuations within the building today. Coupled with the resonance phenomenon produced by an unidentified force affecting the space gem, all signs pointed to the emergence of a dimensional realm harboring the reality gem, concealed within the ether particles. Anxiously, Gao Ming traversed every corner of the edifice. Upon reaching the second floor, he paused as he passed through a corridor. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves, and although the windows were firmly shut, an inexplicable chill swept through, stirring the leaves into a dance along the hallway. Undeterred by this eerie occurrence reminiscent of a horror film, Gao Ming fixated on the end of the corridor, where an abandoned room awaited. What captivated his attention was the intense spatial turbulence emanating from before the room. As he approached the corridor's terminus, Gao Ming could acutely sense an overwhelming gravitational pull. By the time he stood before the room, the force was at its zenith. Had he not steadied himself, he would have been drawn forward violently. Taking a deep breath, Gao Ming resolutely stepped forward. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a pitch-black expanse, illuminated only by faint glimmers. He stood precariously at the edge of a cliff, overlooking an unfathomable abyss. Turning around, Gao Ming's heart raced at the sight of a stone pillar rising before him, its apex lost to the void above and its base resting on uneven terrain below. A fissure appeared in the center of the pillar, from which a bewitching crimson glow radiated. Eagerly advancing towards the pillar, Gao Ming could clearly see within the crevice a viscous substance swirling and flowing, dark red in hue, reminiscent of fine wine, beckoning to be savored. Gazing transfixed at the undulating crimson fluid, he murmured, "Reality gem." Chapter 65. A long-awaited reunion. Gao Ming's eyes, filled with rapture, remained locked on the reality gem. Instead of extending his right hand, which was infused with the space gem, he reached forth with his left. In the next moment, the reality gem, sensing its prey, lunged at him with ferocity, wrapping around his left arm like countless fiery serpents, swiftly penetrating beneath his skin. Gao Ming could distinctly feel the reality gem rapidly infiltrating every corner of his being, halted only when it reached his right hand. Yet, apart from his right hand, the rest of his body was utterly consumed by the reality gem, brimming with surging energy. Before long, the reality gem had fully permeated his body, ravenously siphoning his life force. Gao Ming could sense his vitality ebbing away, mercilessly devoured by the reality gem. Devoid of the protective talisman, he lacked the infinite life force to sustain the reality gem, rendering him weak as his vitality waned. Even the restorative powers of the talisman could merely prolong the inevitable. Once the reality gem had completely drained him of life, death would be his only fate. However, this did not pose a challenge for Gao Ming. Even though the dog talisman still existed, it merely served to replenish the vitality of the reality gem, satisfying its demand. At best, it granted him the right to utilize the reality gem, but Gao Ming was far from content with this. What he desired was to fully master the reality gem. The reality gem had been sealed for an extensive period, and now, having been unsealed and residing within Gao Ming, it naturally accelerated the extraction of his life force. Gao Ming felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, and his body swayed unsteadily as he staggered to open a portal back home. Once there, he collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to complete dizziness. Within him, the restorative power of the horse talisman fiercely resisted the insatiable consumption of his life force by the reality gem. However, The restorative force appeared too feeble in the face of the reality gem, merely managing to delay the loss of vitality. As Gao Ming slipped into unconsciousness, he found himself in a world suffused with a dark crimson fluid, which surged towards him from all directions, threatening to engulf him entirely. This was the scene manifested by the reality gem within Gao Ming's consciousness, seemingly showcasing its unparalleled power. As he beheld the dark crimson fluid crashing upon him like ocean waves, Gao Ming could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "Do you seek to intimidate me? Allow me to show you who truly holds dominion." No sooner had he spoken than 11 zodiac totems emerged upon his chest, and a brilliant blue oval gem appeared in the palm of his right hand. The tiger totem ignited, signifying the activation of the balancing power of the tiger talisman. In the next instant, the tumultuous dark crimson waves came to an abrupt halt, then receded like the tide, gradually coalescing into a singular red oval gem. Witnessing this, Gao Ming could not suppress his smile. The tiger talisman had indeed exceeded his expectations. As a force capable of balancing the other 11 talismans, it evidently surpassed them in power. Perhaps the tiger talisman lacked the explosive destructiveness of the dragon talisman and the elusive speed of the rabbit talisman, but it possessed the unrivaled ability to subdue all powers with its balancing force. Even the infinity gem, the most potent cosmic treasure of the Marvel Universe, was at this moment thoroughly subdued by the tiger talisman, controlled and solidified into an oval gem of equal magnitude to the space gem, its hue vibrant and alluring like blood. The reality gem floated obediently before Gao Ming, awaiting his acquisition. The space gem was positioned in his right hand. While Gao Ming had long contemplated the appropriate place for the most formidable infinity gem, the reality gem. With a swift motion, he grasped the reality gem, pressing it firmly against his chest, right at the center of the circle formed by the 11 talismans. The reality gem melded into his chest, appearing as though it had been naturally embedded there, as if it were always meant to reside within him. In the physical realm, Gao Ming abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. His once dark eyes gradually transformed into a profound amber hue, exuding an aura of intimidation. Coupled with the enhancement bestowed by the pig talisman upon his gaze, Gao Ming's eyes underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, radiating an intimidating presence that could extinguish the fighting spirit of anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Those with wavering resolve could even be frightened to death. Regarding the changes in his eyes, Gao Ming had not gazed into a mirror and was thus unaware of their appearance. However, he remained indifferent to these superficial transformations, focusing instead on more substantial alterations. With a mere thought, countless dark red fluids began to flow from within him, floating around Gao Ming, morphing into various forms in accordance with his desires. This was merely a basic application of shape condensation, akin to the energy shields and blades crafted from the reality gem, which could effortlessly achieve such feats. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to autonomously detect approaching danger, generating protective auras to safeguard its master. Yet, these were merely minor techniques. What Gao Ming yearned to experience was the reality gem's power to alter existence itself. The reality gem could fulfill the dreams of individuals, rendering all scientific laws and natural principles utterly meaningless before it. Even the most absurd notions could manifest into reality in its presence. With a wave of his right hand, a rift to the dimensional space appeared, and filled with trepidation, Gao Ming took heavy steps towards Sophia. As he approached her bedside, gazing at her serene, sleeping visage, his anxiety intensified, mingled with a flicker of fear. If the reality gem could not resurrect her, how could it not? It surely could. If the reality gem alone proved insufficient to restore Sophia, he would seek to acquire the remaining 4 infinity stones, uniting all 6 to bring her back to life. Frantic thoughts swirled in Gao Ming's mind, yet his restless spirit began to stabilize. Taking a deep breath, he silently implored, "O reality gem, if you truly have the power to grant every wish and to reshape reality according to my heart's desire, I beseech you to revive this girl before me and restore my Sophia to me." Gao Ming had never before beseeched an entity with such sincerity. Yet for the sake of bringing Sophia back into his life, he yearned for the reality gem to fulfill his wish, much like a devoted acolyte. Suddenly, the dark red fluids enveloping him erupted violently, transforming into countless droplets, surging towards Sophia's body and swiftly permeating her being. As the last of the dark red fluid entered her, Gao Ming held his breath, fixated on Sophia, awaiting a miracle. Initially, a familiar canine totem was forcibly expelled from Sophia's body by the power of the reality gem. As the dog talisman detached, it immediately sensed the presence of the other 11 talismans, colliding with Gao Ming's chest in a flash, returning to its rightful place upon his spiritual form. As the dog talisman re-established its position, all 12 talismans illuminated simultaneously, as if welcoming the dog talisman's return and celebrating their reunion. Sensing the dog talisman's reintegration into her body, Sophia experienced a renewed sense of completeness, yet Gao Ming was oblivious to this transformation, his focus solely on her. After a moment of waiting, Sophia still did not open her eyes, which caused Gao Ming to succumb to his inner despair and weep helplessly at the bedside. Why? The anguish that had tormented Gao Ming for the past 3 years erupted all at once, plunging him into an abyss of hopelessness. Suddenly, he felt a gentle hand caressing his head, and the hauntingly familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Why are you crying?" In disbelief, he lifted his head, trembling, and beheld Sophia smiling serenely at him, her eyes soft as water gazing upon him. Gao Ming enveloped his long-missed beloved in an embrace, crying out like a child, "Wah?" Sophia, like a soothing balm, patted his back and softly murmured, "Don't cry, don't cry." In the cold, silent, azure space, the reunion of these lovers brought an unparalleled warmth. Chapter 66. The convenient reality gem. In a distant corner of the universe, a colossal spaceship floated silently. Inside the vessel, a slender figure stood motionless at the helm, adorned with a full-cover helmet connected to a peculiar apparatus. As the helmet gradually opened, revealing a pale, emaciated face devoid of color, sharp ears and luminous blue eyes indicated that this humanoid being was not of human origin. A dark elf, once a malevolent race that sought to engulf the universe in darkness using the reality gem. The figure before us was Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, who had survived for millennia. Malekith seemed to sense something, awakening from the ship's life support system, standing bewildered at the observation deck, gazing at the vast starry sky. He attuned himself to the presence that had roused him, and was instantly engulfed in boundless ecstasy. With an air of authority, Malekith addressed the awakened Dark Elves on the ship in a strange elven tongue, saying, "The ether particles have awakened us." One by one, the Dark Elves emerged from their respective life support systems, instinctively arranging themselves into neat formations, all clad in identical, jet-black armor. The sight was imposing, a sea of darkness. A formidable spectacle. The Dark Elf army, which had slumbered for countless years, was completely awakened the moment Gao Ming retrieved the reality gem from the alternate space. The dormant spaceship reignited, and Malekith sensed the unique energy fluctuations of the reality gem, propelling the vessel at full speed toward its location on Earth. Unbeknownst to Gao Ming, the malevolent Dark Elf army was gradually advancing towards Earth. Although he had seen films and was aware that Dark Elves could sense the reality gem, his mind was far from those thoughts at this moment. He held Sophia tightly, unwilling to let go, terrified of losing his beloved once again. After a long while, Gao Ming finally steadied his emotions and gently released her, anxiously asking, "Sophia, do you feel anything unusual with your body?" Gao Ming's grizzled hair and weathered visage deeply pierced Sophia's heart. With sorrowful tenderness, she caressed Gao Ming's face and sobbed, "Why have you become this way? What has transpired?" Sophia's memories lingered on the moment of her demise during the battle in New York. She recalled her own death, unable to fathom why she had returned to life. Nor could she comprehend the transformation Gao Ming had undergone. Upon hearing her words, Gao Ming was momentarily startled, suddenly realizing how drastically his appearance had changed. He swiftly used his hand to trim the scruffy beard on either side of his cheeks and hastily tidied his disheveled white hair, striving to present himself in a more vibrant manner. He then feigned nonchalance, saying, "I am quite well. Really, nothing is amiss." However, it was evident that Gao Ming, reunited with his beloved, was operating at a diminished capacity. Despite his rapid grooming efforts, he had overlooked his white hair and the maturity etched upon his face, details that were impossible to conceal. Sophia's tears could no longer be suppressed, cascading down her cheeks as she wept openly. Seeing her in distress, Gao Ming immediately panicked, rushing to comfort her. "Oh, please don't cry, Sophia, I assure you, I am truly fine." At that moment, he shed his usual aloof demeanor, resembling a child overwhelmed by problems, softly whispering reassurances to Sophia. Gao Ming then recounted the experiences of the past 3 years, the defeat of the Zarita army in New York, his relocation to London in pursuit of the reality gem, and the acquisition of the gem to resurrect Sophia. He attempted to downplay the hardships he faced, glossing over certain details. Yet Sophia could discern the profound struggles hidden within his brief narrative. Embracing Gao Ming, she pressed her face against his chest, trembling as she sobbed. Feeling the dampness on his chest, Gao Ming managed a bittersweet smile as he ran his fingers through his hair. His expression softened, shedding its previous rigidity, and his amber eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, a confident smile returning to his lips. At last, he had successfully brought Sophia back. In the emptiness of the room, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Gao Ming, cradling Sophia, stepped through the dimensional space into the outside world. Sophia, now composed, curiously surveyed her surroundings. Noting the stark barrenness of the room. "Have you lived here all these 3 years?" she inquired. "Well, yes," Gao Ming replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment. In his singular focus on resurrecting Sophia, he had hastily secured a dwelling without furnishing it, rendering the space so devoid of possessions that even a thief would find no incentive to break in. With a tender touch, Sophia caressed Gao Ming's cheek and said, "How could you neglect yourself so during my absence?" Approaching the window, Gao Ming gently lowered Sophia, allowing her to lean against his body in a precarious stance. After 3 years of immobility, her legs had grown quite stiff. He crouched down carefully, placing his hands on her legs, channeling his healing powers to ease her muscles and restore her limbs. In the blink of an eye, Sophia felt her footing solidify, dispelling the weakness that had plagued her thighs. A smile blossomed on her face as she gazed out at the scenery, her excitement palpable. "Is this London? I've never been here before." Noticing her enthusiasm, Gao Ming promptly suggested, "Shall we venture out together and take in the sights of London?" Understanding his intent to distract her from past sorrows, Sophia nodded, her gaze softening. "That sounds wonderful. I'm eager to see London too." Upon hearing her affirmation, Gao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and was about to lead her outside when he paused, taking in their appearances. Sophia was still clad in clothing from 3 years prior, which was acceptable, save for her bare feet. As for Gao Ming, his dull, gray-black overcoat rendered him rather drab. Though he had stored all his belongings from New York in the dimensional space he had created, he hesitated to return just yet. With a shift in thought, he activated the power of the reality gem. In an instant, dark red fluid emerged from his being, transforming into countless floating crimson particles that enveloped both him and Sophia. Silently, these particles altered their attire into more casual garments. Sophia marveled at her new look, a white short blouse overlaid with a blue jacket, comfortable jeans, and light blue canvas shoes. Meanwhile, Gao Ming's dreary overcoat morphed into a stylish casual suit. Though still black, it exuded a distinctly different charm. Where he once appeared a despondent recluse, he now radiated the allure of a mature, handsome gentleman. Even his previously lackluster white hair regained a spark of vitality, enhancing his unique presence. Adjusting his jacket, Gao Ming mentally commended the reality gem for its convenience. If the Dark Elves were to discover his adeptness with the reality gem, transforming their reality to change their attire, they would surely be incensed. Sophia, observing Gao Ming's mature demeanor, felt her heart flutter. His amber eyes, imbued with authority, quickened her pulse, leaving her uncertain whether it was fear or infatuation that stirred within her. "Your eyes are truly beautiful," she murmured dreamily. "The hue of amber feels so mysterious." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming finally realized that his eye color had been altered by the influence of the reality gem, transforming into the captivating yet intimidating amber hue reminiscent of film. This development left him somewhat troubled. He bore no aversion to his eyes becoming amber, yet it rendered his gaze considerably more perilous. A mere display of anger could indeed result in a lethal glare. Consciously restraining the power of the reality gem, he diminished its effect on his eyes, allowing the color of his pupils to fade slightly. Though still amber, they were at least less conspicuous and less menacing. Taking Sophia's hand, Gao Ming smiled gently. "Let us depart." Without employing super speed or the space gem, they strolled leisurely through the streets of London. As they ambled along, they inevitably attracted considerable attention. Among the onlookers were ordinary pedestrians, many of whom were drawn to Gao Ming. One could not deny how his previous aura of despondency had dissipated, as if he had undergone a complete transformation, standing tall and radiant, exuding vigor. Particularly striking were his unusual white hair and amber eyes, which imbued him with an extraordinary charisma, coupled with his sleek black suit. The frequency of glances directed his way surged, with some women casting meaningful looks in his direction, though Gao Ming chose to remain oblivious. Additionally, there were secret agents dispatched by SHIELD to monitor Gao Ming's daily life. As a figure of considerable interest to the agency, their surveillance was to be expected. Although Gao Ming sensed their presence, he was disinclined to concern himself with them as long as they did not disturb him. Upon witnessing Gao Ming's remarkable change, restored to his former confident self and accompanied by the long-missing Sophia, the covert agents quickly captured the scene and relayed it to Fury. When Fury received the report, he was taken aback to see Sophia, whom he had presumed dead, standing vivaciously beside Gao Ming. A wave of astonishment washed over him, soon followed by a grave realization. Could it be that Gao Ming had mastered the power of resurrection? This shocking hypothesis stirred tumultuous thoughts within him. Yet as he gazed at the revitalized Gao Ming in the footage, a sense of calm washed over him, mingled with relief and hope. "Welcome back, Godfather," he murmured to himself. Similarly, Jarvis promptly informed Tony of Gao Ming's situation. Observing the screen, where Gao Ming no longer appeared despondent, Tony was filled with joy. Finally, he asked back, that little rascal. As Gao Ming and Sophia explored the city of London, the architecture itself was unremarkable. However, after 3 years apart, their shared experience of leisurely strolling together was cherished. Their hands remained tightly clasped, never to part. In the following days, the two embraced their time in London as a leisurely vacation. Gao Ming guided Sophia through the city's renowned landmarks, including the British Museum, Big Ben, Hyde Park, and Buckingham Palace. Over the span of nearly a week, they explored all the iconic attractions London had to offer. Both possessed a penchant for culinary delights, and an indispensable yet unforgettable experience was their daily visits to Chinatown, where they savored the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine. I wish to return. Sophia suddenly expressed a hint of melancholy. Gao Ming understood her longing for New York and her parents, and without hesitation replied, sure, we've seen enough of London. It's time to head back. Sophia nodded with delight, wrapping her arm around Gao Ming's. With a motion of his right hand, he opened a spatial portal, and together they traversed through it. Upon witnessing the familiar bustling scenery, Gao Ming turned to see Sophia brimming with joy and excitement, prompting him to smile genuinely as if in response, softly murmuring, I'm back. That evening, Sophia returned to her home, having been away from her parents for 3 years. Though in their minds, their daughter had never truly left. There was no need for proactive communication. Upon spotting Sophia boarding the subway to Hell's Kitchen, Fury instructed the agent impersonating Sophia to return to duty, allowing for a seamless exchange between them. Before Sophia departed, Gao Ming had employed the power of the space gem to set a spatial coordinate on her, ensuring that any danger would be sensed on his end, enabling an immediate teleportation. After her return, Gao Ming went home and commenced a thorough cleaning, restoring his abode to immaculate condition. He swiftly moved all items from the dimensional space back to their original places, aided by his super speed. Settling onto the living room sofa, he gazed at the familiar surroundings, finding solace in the tranquility that enveloped him. Rising, he made his way to the bathroom, standing before the mirror to scrutinize his reflection. It seems I have aged considerably, he remarked, stroking his chin, a trace of concern crossing his features. Indeed, while his appearance had matured and gained a sense of gravitas, it also bore the signs of aging, resembling that of a man in his 40s, despite his actual age being only 29, with a year remaining until he reached 30. The dog talisman had returned, yet it could not restore his youth. It merely promised to preserve his current visage. Although Sophia would not mind, Gao Ming certainly did not wish to appear as a man in his 40s accompanied by a woman in her 20s. This simply won't do, he muttered to himself. Suddenly reminded of the reality gem, an idea struck him. With no one around, he boldly declared, reality gem, grant me a touch of youth. Imagining himself in his 20s, Gao Ming gazed into the mirror, observing the dark red particles, like gems, swirling around him, transforming his entire being. Within seconds, he beheld his reflection, rejuvenated to a visage reminiscent of someone nearly 30. Considering his age, Gao Ming refrained from adopting the appearance of a youthful lad. This nearly 30 countenance struck the perfect balance, neither aging nor excessively youthful, maintaining an air of mature composure. However, the cascade of white hair gave him pause. After much deliberation, he decided to retain it for a spell, as it seemed to exude an appealing charisma. With Sophia's revival successfully achieved, Gao Ming's obsessions dissipated, and his demeanor gradually shifted back to his previous, somewhat reserved and self-admiring self. Yet, the profound lessons learned from his recent ordeal had imbued him with a matured perspective. Having resolved his appearance concerns, Gao Ming returned to the living room and approached the window. Outside, the streets bustled with life. The throngs of people moved about, oblivious to the fact that this very city had once endured an alien invasion. 3 years had elapsed, and the residents of New York had slowly emerged from the shadows, embracing life with renewed vigor. In a certain light, Gao Ming found himself less resilient and optimistic than these surviving citizens. As he surveyed the vibrant and tranquil scene before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. How wonderful it all seemed. Gao Ming believed that such leisurely and stable days would persist for a while. However, shortly after his return to New York, on the 3rd morning, he abruptly raised his gaze to the heavens, his amber eyes clouded with gravity. His sensitivity to danger had heightened, bolstered by the power of the infinity gem, allowing him to perceive an impending threat. True to his instincts, as Gao Ming scrutinized the sky, he discerned a distant black that steadily grew larger. As it approached, the dot revealed its true nature, a magnificent, imposing black spacecraft. The presence of this sudden vessel was unmistakably ominous. It was clear to any observer that it did not come in peace. Having previously experienced an alien incursion, Those who witnessed the ship immediately succumbed to panic. Fleeing in terror, Gao Ming's icy gaze fixed upon the spacecraft hovering above, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him as he uttered, "Dark Elves." He nearly forgot that upon departing the alternate realm, the Dark Elves would certainly sense the presence of the Infinity Gem, and they would not relinquish their pursuit of it. Although he had resurrected Sophia with the gem, it did not imply that he would return it to its original owner. This was no mere child's play. Furthermore, the Infinity Gem was not the possession of the Dark Elves. It was a primordial artifact birthed from the universe itself. The Dark Elves merely grasped a fraction of its potential. What right had they to compare themselves to Gao Ming, the one who truly wielded its power? A chill swept across Gao Ming's face, and a fierce aura of determination radiated from within him. You wish to seize the Infinity Gem? I shall ensure that you do not even have the chance to dream of it. Gao Ming soared into the sky, racing towards the spacecraft with breathtaking speed. As he flew, the garments upon his body gradually disintegrated into fine powder under the influence of the power of the reality gem, only to swiftly reassemble into a familiar uniform. Upon reaching the front of the spacecraft, he exchanged glances with Malekith through the glass of the observation deck. Fully adorned in his battle attire, the once turned ash speed armor, now resplendently restored to Gao Ming. I have returned. Chapter 68. The Dark Elves' Total Annihilation. Gao Ming hovered before the spacecraft of the Dark Elves, standing with an air of defiance. Clad once more in the familiar speed armor that radiated his past majesty and power. As he regained his former appearance and ascended into the air, some among the panicking crowd began to notice his presence. Some were bewildered, while others recognized him instantly. Who is that? He seems quite familiar. It's the Godfather. The superhero Godfather. He has returned. Gradually, more individuals recognized him, their faces lighting up with excitement and elation, cheering joyously. Even those who were initially confused suddenly understood and joined in the celebration. Though Gao Ming had been missing for 3 years, not everyone had forgotten him. At this moment, they were all exhilarated by his return, as if a pillar of strength had been restored. Hearing the thunderous cheers from below, Gao Ming, beneath his helmet, calmly accepted the warm welcome of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing the joy blooming within him. With a whoosh, the crimson and gold Iron Man hastened to his side, landing beside Gao Ming. As his helmet opened to reveal Tony's irreverent grin, he cast a serious glance towards the spacecraft ahead. Maintaining his characteristic levity, Tony remarked, "What a splendid welcome. Your return ceremony is truly one of a kind." Gao Ming turned to Tony, shrugged, and responded nonchalantly, "What can I say? Though I was away for a time, my popularity remains undiminished. You see, the cheers for me outnumber yours." Upon hearing Gao Ming's tone, Tony finally felt reassured. Hearing the crowd shout Godfather louder than Iron Man, he could not help but express his mild annoyance. "TCH, I've been around this whole time. How is it that your popularity surpasses mine, the one who went missing?" The two engaged in their banter, seemingly oblivious to the imposing spacecraft before them, which drew a flicker of anger across Malekith's face. Coldly, he commanded, "Open the hatch." The hatch of the spacecraft slowly creaked open, revealing Malekith standing at the threshold, flanked by countless Dark Elf soldiers, each exuding a formidable aura of battle intent that descended upon them like a mountain. Faced with this invisible pressure, even Tony could no longer feign composure. He donned his helmet, preparing his weapons for immediate deployment, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the adversary. Gao Ming silently regarded the leader, Malekith, his amber eyes gleaming with an infinite ferocity, akin to a deity surveying a horde of insignificant insects. Malekith rasped coldly, "Human, you are unworthy of possessing the ether particles. Surrender them, and I shall permit you to join the ranks of darkness." Upon hearing this, Tony could not help but interject, "Hey, what have you taken now?" This question, directed at Gao Ming, stemmed from Malekith's words, which clearly indicated his focus was on Gao Ming, prompting Tony's inquiry. Gao Ming remained silent, his gaze icy. Yet he mischievously remarked, "Shouldn't you be curious why this pretty boy speaks such fluent English? Has English become universal across the cosmos?" Haha. It seems that might actually be the case. Tony, intrigued by Gao Ming's comment, pondered how a dark elf, clearly not of earthly origin, could converse in English. Was it possible that their educational curriculum included English? It appeared that beings throughout the universe were proficient in the language. Malekith discerned the mockery in Gao Ming's tone, his demeanor growing even more frigid. "Human, I advise you to return the ether particles. They do not belong to you." Gao Ming, with disdain, retorted, "You presume to claim the ether particles as yours, despite only possessing a rudimentary understanding of their power." Malekith, incensed, raised a hand in a gesture of grasping. "Since you refuse to relinquish the ether particles willingly, I shall retrieve them myself." His expression was grim as he resolved to execute the insignificant human immediately after reclaiming the particles. However, In the next moment, Maleki's countenance shifted dramatically. He realized that he could not extract the ether particles from Gao Ming's body. It was as though the particles were deeply rooted within this human, responding not even in the slightest. How could this be? Had the ether particles acknowledged this feeble being? No, that was impossible. Gao Ming, arms crossed, bore a look of ruthless derision. Maleki's, in disbelief, bellowed, "You thief! This is a treasure of our dark elves. How could you possibly earn its recognition? What trickery have you employed? It belongs to me." In the face of Maleki's irrational fury, Gao Ming simply replied with a cold smirk. "Who gives you the audacity to utter such words? Is it Fish Liang?" Maleki's disregarded the reference. Consumed by rage and fear at his loss of control over the ether particles, he shrieked hysterically, "All units, attack! Kill this human! Retrieve the ether particles!" As his command echoed, the dark elf soldiers behind Maleki's sprang into action, proceeding to the lower decks of the spaceship. Groups of them boarded small warships, which then launched into the vastness of space. Observing dozens of spacecraft emerging from the spaceship, Tony's nerves heightened, and all weaponry on his Iron Man suit deployed, ready for combat. However, Tony noticed Gao Ming's unperturbed demeanor, which immediately calmed him considerably. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to remind him, there are still civilians on the ground. Upon hearing Tony's words, Gao Ming remained unfazed, responding with a calm indifference. They are merely a bunch of insignificant fish. With that, a blue light ignited from his right hand, and before each swiftly approaching warship, an exceedingly unstable black hole suddenly materialized. Most of the vessels were unable to alter their trajectories in time, crashing into the deadly vortex and being crushed and torn to shreds. In a mere instant, the Dark Elf army suffered the loss of over 1/3 of its forces. Malekith was incensed, roaring in fury, "Fire upon him! Reduce him to fragments!" The command was relayed to all the small warships, and upon receiving the orders, the Dark Elf soldiers manning the vessels unhesitatingly activated their weapons, directing all firepower towards Gao Ming. Confronted with the overwhelming barrage launched by the fleet, amidst the hail of gunfire, Gao Ming displayed an unwavering composure. As all attacks neared within a 10-meter radius, the Reality Stone showcased its loyal protective capabilities. Dark red sands surged forth from within him, transforming into a colossal red shield that enveloped him entirely. The relentless onslaught of ammunition struck the shield materialized by the Reality Stone, yet predictably, they were all obliterated, failing to breach its defenses. Witnessing the crimson shield surrounding Gao Ming, Malekith's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he bellowed, "Thief! Thief! You are unworthy of wielding the power of the ether particles." With a cold smile, Gao Ming replied disdainfully, "I shall show you what true despair is." The dark red shield erupted violently, and the Reality Stone was unleashed recklessly by Gao Ming, transforming into a tempest of dark red sands that swiftly coalesced into a vast sea, obscuring the skies and engulfing every warship. Under Gao Ming's deliberate control, all small warships, save for the spacecraft, were utterly annihilated, reduced to ashes by the explosive force of the Reality Stone. Malekith stood in stunned silence, watching his army's complete obliteration, his legs buckling beneath him as he slumped helplessly onto the floor of the ship, muttering, "This is impossible." Tony, who had been a mere bystander throughout, was left dumbfounded, realizing that in just 3 years, Gao Ming had become so formidable, leaving the proud Tony feeling utterly defeated. As he retracted the swirling dark red sands, Gao Ming regarded Malekith with a serene demeanor. The Infinity Stones, as the primal treasures of the Marvel Universe, are not to be underestimated, even when diminished. They remain extraordinary artifacts. With mastery over 2 Infinity Stones, Gao Ming, at present, could be deemed invincible. Unless faced with a rival of equal strength or another wielder of the Infinity Stones, for none could pose a true threat to him. At this moment, the invincible figure of Gao Ming was indelibly etched in the hearts of every spectator present. In Chapter 69, destined for a confrontation, Gao Ming remained motionless, effortlessly annihilating all the Dark Elves with merely 2 strikes. Aside from Tony, who stood aside feeling somewhat dejected, and Malekith, whose disbelief rendered him despondent, the citizens watching from the ground erupted in a thunderous chorus of admiration. "Wow! Oh my God! Is he a deity?" It seems even Thor pales in comparison. Calmly absorbing the cheers from below, Gao Ming turned with amusement to Malekith, inquiring, "Do you have any hidden cards left to play?" In response, Malekith glared at Gao Ming with an expression of intense hatred, rasping, "Do not revel in your triumph. The value of the ether particles is beyond your comprehension." "Enough, enough!" Gao Ming interjected impatiently, unable to endure Malekith's self-righteousness. "I am more aware than anyone of the ether particles' rarity. However, you, who cannot even wield their true power, have no right to incessantly claim they belong to you." Well then, let us cease this futile banter and prepare to depart, Gao Ming declared coldly, delivering a final decree of death to Malekith. Malekith, gritting his teeth as he stared at Gao Ming, appeared intent on engraving his visage into the depths of his soul, to be carried to the underworld. Though he had considered fleeing, being the last of the Dark Elves, the realization of Gao Ming's formidable strength extinguished that hope. Malekith had also experienced the power of the ether particles. It could obliterate him in an instant, making escape an impossibility. Human, I shall await you in the darkness. Malekith's voice emerged like a vengeful specter from the depths of the abyss, laden with boundless resentment and malevolence, sending chills down the spine. I have no interest. You may wait as long as you wish. Not granting Malekith the opportunity to utter further threats, dark red quicksands swiftly engulfed him. From within the crimson sands, Malekith's maniacal laughter echoed. Ether particles, have you returned to me? His laughter abruptly ceased, and as the dark red sand slowly dissipated, revealing Gao Ming once more, the place where Malekith had stood was now vacant. This ambitious foe, intent on shrouding the universe in darkness, had been utterly erased from existence by the reality stone. Gazing upon the colossal spacecraft before him, Gao Ming contemplated for a moment, then waved his right hand, conjuring a portal of equal magnitude beneath the spaceship, which gradually ascended, engulfing the entire vessel. Once the spacecraft was entirely consumed by the portal, Gao Ming dispelled it, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. As the Dark Elf ship was dealt with, Tony could not help but inquire, "You didn't destroy the ship, did you?" His curiosity about the alien spacecraft was piqued. Eager to study its structure and glean insights into its technology, thereby enriching his scientific knowledge, Gao Ming certainly did not destroy the spaceship. Instead, he had ensconced it within a dimension of his own creation, treating it as a trophy. However, he spoke nonchalantly. Indeed, it's rather cumbersome to deal with. It's just too conspicuous. His tone was exceedingly casual, devoid of any hint of insincerity. Upon hearing this, Tony felt a pang of irritation. After all, it was a cosmic battleship, worth far more than the helicarrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. While he could invest considerable resources and time to replicate the helicarrier, he lacked the confidence to construct an extraterrestrial spacecraft, at least not for a long while. Witnessing Gao Ming nonchalantly obliterate a strategic-grade spacecraft, even the typically extravagant Tony felt compelled to chastise him for his reckless extravagance. Gao Ming did not clarify that he was jesting. The spaceship was already secured, and there was no way he would relinquish it. Awakening from centuries of slumber, the Dark Elves sought to reclaim the reality stone, aspiring to plunge the universe into darkness, only to be utterly vanquished by Gao Ming. One must acknowledge the tragic demise of the Dark Elves. Had they known Gao Ming possessed the reality stone, they would have refrained from acting impulsively, instead devising a meticulous plan before venturing to Earth, thereby avoiding such an ignoble fate. With 2 infinity stones at his disposal, Gao Ming wielded the power to annihilate any adversary. Previously, with only 12 runes, he could have thwarted the Dark Elves' invasion, but it would have come at a cost, inevitably endangering innocent civilians. Having resolved this crisis without incurring any losses, Gao Ming, under the gaze of all present, ascended with Tony towards Stark Tower. Upon reaching the top floor, Tony did not need to stand on the specialized armor disassembly device. His Iron Man suit disassembled itself automatically, allowing him to step out seamlessly. As the suit, under JARVISS control, retreated into standby mode, Tony observed Gao Ming enveloped in a swirl of dark red particles, his attire gradually transforming into casual attire. In awe, Tony remarked, "Had I not just witnessed your new ability, I would have assumed this was some form of nanotechnology." "Nanotechnology, you say? You might consider researching it to integrate it into your armor," Gao Ming replied casually. The helmet obscuring Gao Ming's visage dissolved into dark red particles and returned to his body, revealing his mature and composed countenance. Tony, having discreetly observed over the past few days, had gathered that Gao Ming seemed to have employed some method to restore his youth. Thus, he did not exhibit excessive surprise. However, gazing at Gao Ming's white hair, Tony couldn't help but jest. "Why not revert your hair back? Can't you turn it black again?" "Not exactly. The white has its own character, so I think I'll keep it for a while," Gao Ming replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. Tony retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, carrying 2 glasses as he settled onto the sofa. After pouring, he handed one to Gao Ming, swirling the wine in his glass before savoring a sip. Then he inquired, "At last, you have deigned to return. I had publicly expressed my desire for your comeback, yet you failed to appear, which is rather inconsiderate." "Huh, does Tony Stark really care about such trivialities?" Gao Ming retorted with a roll of his eyes. Downing his glass in one go, with a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "It doesn't taste that remarkable." Why do the wealthy indulge in such peculiar wines? Tony, momentarily at a loss for words, responded, do not forget that you hold 1% of Stark Industries. You too are among the affluent. Casually placing his glass on the table, Gao Ming shrugged. I've lost track of how long it's been since I checked my bank account. I don't splurge. I hardly indulge in fine wines. I rather buy several cases of soda. Upon hearing the mention of soda, Tony promptly chose to divert the conversation to maintain his dignity. His expression grew serious as he said, I am truly pleased you have returned. However, I wish for you to clarify what transpired today. Seeing Tony's sincere demeanor, devoid of his usual confrontational stance, Gao Ming patiently explained, today, we were visited by the Dark Elves, whose objective is to reclaim what they refer to as the ether particles, namely this. Gao Ming manifested a few dark red particles, allowing them to dance at his fingertips, before continuing. The ether particles, in truth, are known as the Reality Stone, one of the primordial entities of the universe. One of the 6 Infinity Stones. Moreover, the Tesseract, the Cosmic Cube, is the Space Stone among the Infinity Stones. Tony, intrigued, queried, if I recall correctly. You took the Tesseract, the Space Stone, didn't you? Indeed, Gao Ming replied, raising his right hand, enveloped in an ethereal blue glow. Each Infinity Stone possesses unimaginable power. My acquisition of this strength has drawn the attention of those covetous of the stones, like the Dark Elves we encountered today, who are merely one faction. As he spoke, a weight settled upon Gao Ming's heart, bringing to mind the formidable figure seated upon the throne, the one who wielded both the Space and Reality Stones. An inevitable confrontation with that terrifying cosmic tyrant, Thanos, loomed ahead. Chapter 70, Breaking Limits, the pinnacle of the spell. The mention of Thanos, the ultimate villain of the Marvel Universe, cast a shadow over Gao Ming's eyes. Although he had missed the release of Avengers: Infinity War upon his arrival, he had gleaned insights into Thanos through various comics and fan works. Possessing unparalleled strength, endurance, regenerative abilities, and agility, his skin was nearly indestructible. He also possessed immunity to most mental assaults and knowledge that far surpassed earthly technology. Thanos himself can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the mightiest beings within the Marvel Universe, accompanied by an extensive legion of formidable warriors, each possessing exceptional talents. Even with the acquisition of 2 Infinity Stones, Gao Ming dares not assert that he holds an absolute advantage against such a titan. Although the realm in which Gao Ming resides is set within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where overall power levels have been considerably diminished, Thanos, as the ultimate antagonist of the films, remains an indomitable force. Now that Gao Ming has secured 2 Infinity Stones, surrendering them is out of the question. His opposition to Thanos is a foregone conclusion. As Gao Ming momentarily lost himself in thought, Tony called out, hello? What are you pondering? Regaining his composure, Gao Ming chuckled at his own self-doubt, realizing that he was fretting over Thanos' arrival before it even occurred. Perhaps he lacked confidence in himself. Restoring his tranquility, he offered a light laugh and said, nothing, please continue. You have witnessed the power of the Infinity Stones. The Space Stone grants me dominion over spatial forces, enabling effortless feats such as teleportation. As for the Reality Stone, one might liken it to Aladdin's lamp, capable of fulfilling my wishes. Upon hearing Gao Ming's analogy regarding the Reality Stone, Tony was taken aback. Fulfilling wishes? What are the limitations of such power? Just as he was about to inquire further, Gao Ming rose, striding towards the exit. No more questions. Some matters must remain undisclosed for now. I can only advise you, Tony, to prepare yourself. One day, Earth, and perhaps the entire universe, may face an unimaginable calamity. With a flick of his wrist, Gao Ming opened a portal and departed from Stark Tower, leaving Tony deep in contemplation. The return of the Godfather was akin to a lone spark igniting a vast and boundless forest, transforming into a roaring inferno, inevitably stirring up a great commotion. It was not long before major media outlets, like sharks sensing blood, seized upon the momentous event of the Godfather's return, inundating the internet and print media with sensationalized reports. Particularly astute members of the public captured footage of the battle, disseminating it online, which only served to amplify the awareness of the Godfather's formidable strength. While some skeptics remained cautious, the general populace, witnessing the return of such a powerful superhero, felt an overwhelming sense of security. As the familiar figure darted through the streets, bystanders erupted in spontaneous cheers wherever he passed. Everything felt reminiscent of days gone by, as Gao Ming tirelessly resumed his heroic endeavors, striving to maintain peace and order within the city. After visiting her parents, Sophia returned to their shared home. It is worth noting that although an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. had been assigned to impersonate Sophia, the genuine Sophia had indeed lived for 3 years, and unbeknownst to her, she had graduated. To be candid, upon awakening, I found myself realizing that I had only traversed half of my university journey, and in the blink of an eye, it had come to an end. At that moment, Sophia felt somewhat bewildered, as if she had graduated in a haze, the experience surreal. Fortunately, the agent assigned by Fury, a high achiever in their own right, disguised as Sophia and concluded her academic tenure with exemplary results. However, what troubled Sophia was her unexpected employment at Stark Industries, where she served as the secretary to the newly appointed Pepper Potts. Gao Ming was aware that this arrangement was orchestrated by Tony and Fury, initially to facilitate Sophia's covert operations. Now that Sophia had returned, this arrangement posed a bit of a dilemma. Unlike the astute and capable agent who handled matters with finesse, Sophia possessed no experience in this role. Consequently, she approached her work like a novice, struggling to manage various tasks. Although she had expressed minor grievances upon her return, she refused to concede defeat, diligently striving to learn and gradually acclimating herself to this unfamiliar position. Nevertheless, each evening, when Sophia returned home clad in her professional attire, Gao Ming would adopt a rather irreverent demeanor, playfully assessing her performance as a secretary. Life seemed to revert to its previous tranquility. On one particular day, after completing a day of heroic endeavors, Gao Ming returned home, observing the swirling dark red sands around him, lost in contemplation. Despite acquiring the Infinity Stones, he recognized that they were ultimately external artifacts belonging to this world. Even though their power rendered him invincible, he held greater faith in his own talismans. While the power of the talismans paled in comparison to the Infinity Stones, they represented a genuine source of strength that could not be usurped by others. Thus, in his reflections, Gao Ming pondered whether there might be a means to enhance his talismans, as their power was gradually lagging behind his own capabilities. As he contemplated, he recalled the power of the Reality Stone. If the Reality Stone could fulfill the wishes of its wielder and alter reality, might it also assist him in strengthening his talismans? With this thought, Gao Ming tentatively uttered his wish: Reality Stone, amplify the abilities of my 12 talismans. Suddenly, the dark red sands around him surged, yet to Gao Ming's perplexity, the Reality Stone continued to swirl without taking further action, as if it were incapable of fulfilling his wish. Was this a jest? As one of the most formidable artifacts in the Marvel Universe, reputed to alter all realities, the Reality Stone was seemingly confronted with a desire it could not fulfill. Yet, such an absurdity had occurred. The Reality Stone truly could not grant this wish. Perplexed, Gao Ming racked his brain for an explanation and ultimately arrived at a highly plausible conclusion. The talismans did not belong to this universe. The origin of the talismans appearing upon him remains an enigma, as the very notion of traversing dimensions eludes explanation. However, it is certain that these talismans do not belong to the Marvel Universe, fundamentally distinguishing themselves from this realm. Thus, the Reality Stone cannot exert its influence over the talismans. Should it possess consciousness, it would undoubtedly be disheartened to see its esteemed reputation diminish in the face of a power it seemingly surpasses. Although Gao Ming's desire to directly enhance the talismans through the Reality Stone did not materialize, he soon conceived an alternative approach. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, Reality Stone, let my physical prowess transcend the shackles of humanity. In an instant, the dark crimson sand enveloping Gao Ming eagerly surged into his body. He could distinctly sense the Reality Stone manifesting his wish, as an ineffable transformation unfolded within him, akin to a lock being shattered by the stone's power. To draw an analogy from One Punch Man, under the influence of the Reality Stone, Gao Ming transcended human limitations, liberating himself from the confines of his own potential. From that moment forth, while he remained in human form, his capabilities were no longer bound by the limits of humanity, embarking upon a path of evolution, which, in turn, provided a novel means to amplify the talisman's power. The strength of the talismans is contingent upon the potential of their wielder, and Gao Ming had long recognized that. As a human, his limited potential curtailed the full expression of the talisman's might. Consequently, they had never exhibited their complete strength. Although Gao Ming could temporarily enhance the talisman's power by transforming into the form of the Holy Master through the Monkey Talisman, this was ultimately not a fundamental solution. He could not perpetually embody the demonic visage of the Holy Master. Furthermore, the Holy Master, despite being a demon, was still limited, reaching only the pinnacle of the talisman's capabilities. Indeed, the approach proved effective. Gao Ming felt the power of the 12 talismans within the depths of his soul continuously elevating. As the shackles of potential were dismantled, the talismans surged forward, akin to an experience bar that had long awaited accumulation, rapidly ascending in strength. Just how far could the talisman's limits extend? The anticipation was palpable. As he sensed the power of the talismans continuing to rise, Gao Ming was overjoyed, quietly awaiting the outcome, while absent-mindedly running his fingers through his hair. Thankfully, He had not become bald. Chapter 71. The long-awaited emergence. Though Gao Ming wished for the reality stone to shatter the constraints of his human potential, externally, no immediate changes were apparent. This did not imply that his physical attributes had surpassed those of the superhuman elite. He remained fundamentally human. Rather, the lock restricting his potential had been released, freeing him from human limitations. Without any bottlenecks to his potential, the power of the talismans naturally soared, exhibiting an ineffable rate of enhancement. As Gao Ming reveled in his burgeoning strength, he awaited the culmination of the talisman's amplification. At long last, after what felt like a century of waiting, though it was merely around 10 minutes, Gao Ming noticed that the acceleration of the spell's enhancement gradually began to slow down, ultimately stabilizing at a level that left him in disbelief. The power of the charm had reached its pinnacle, and no matter how fervently Gao Ming sought any means to augment it further, he could not achieve even the slightest enhancement. However, as he attentively sensed the spell's power, he realized that he had truly become invincible this time. The spell's energy had been fully unleashed. The most apparent manifestation was the charm of eternal youth, keeping every cell within him perpetually vibrant, even causing his once white hair to quietly regain its lustrous black sheen. Opening a rift in space, Gao Ming eagerly leaped into this spontaneously generated dimension, eager to thoroughly experience the true strength of his perfected charm. Just as he was enthusiastically testing his newfound powers, in the distant realm of Asgard, the All-Father Odin arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, standing alongside the gatekeeper, Heimdall. Heimdall remained impeccably poised, standing firm in his place. With the resplendent sword that served as the key to passage embedded in the ground, his brilliant amber eyes fixed intently upon the cosmos filled with twinkling stars. "What brings you here, my king?" Heimdall inquired calmly. Odin, wielding the staff that symbolized his sovereignty and also his personal artifact, stood beside Heimdall with a demeanor full of gravitas, his face etched with concern. "You must have seen, Heimdall, that the Midgardian has obtained the space and reality stones." "Indeed, I have seen," Heimdall replied nonchalantly. "What course of action do you intend to take, my king?" After a moment of contemplation, Odin, appearing weary, responded, "No, I do not plan to take any action, Heimdall. My time is limited." At these words, Heimdall could not help but sigh. Even the exalted All-Father Odin could not withstand the ravages of time, and now, this wise and formidable king of the gods had but little time left. Heimdall understood Odin's concerns, namely, the future of Asgard. Odin's life was nearing its conclusion, yet the next ruler of the realm, Thor, had yet to fully mature. Although Thor had become considerably more composed after a prior banishment, no longer acting recklessly without regard for consequences, and learning to think before he acted, these improvements were evident to all, and they felt a sense of relief regarding Thor's progress. However, despite his matured mindset, Thor's strength had not yet reached a level sufficient to safeguard the realm. Odin had become the king of the 9 realms, commanding the respect and reverence of its inhabitants primarily due to his overwhelming and formidable power. Odin's might was deeply etched into the hearts of every being across the 9 realms, instilling a sense of caution in the ambitious rulers of other realms, preventing them from acting rashly. Should Odin perish, the formidable reputation he has painstakingly established would swiftly crumble, and in the absence of his formidable deterrents, all lurking adversaries would cast aside their false faades, unleashing a relentless tide of warfare. As the foremost of the 9 realms, Asgard would undoubtedly become the target of scorn, facing imminent calamity. Thor has yet to attain the strength necessary to safeguard Asgard. I have faith that he will one day reach such heights, yet my time is regrettably limited. A hint of melancholy laced Odin's tone. Heimdall, with a flicker of sorrow in his eyes, remarked, "Thor will not disappoint us. He is destined to become a worthy king. However, that requires time, and I find it increasingly challenging to endure until that day arrives." Odin replied slowly, his voice weighted with gravity. "Therefore, I must seek every possible source of strength to aid Thor. Is this Midgardian one of them?" Heimdall suddenly comprehended. Odin's solitary eye gazed into the starry expanse, as if traversing countless light years, fixating upon the azure sphere of Earth. Indeed, the individual who wields 2 infinity stones possesses undeniable power. Furthermore, others on that planet, those who, alongside Thor, are known as the Avengers, could also lend their support. Moreover, that world is home to the supreme sorcerer, who commands the Time Stone. At this point, Odin could not help but express his thoughts. It is remarkable that Midgard, a planet of lesser stature, has given rise to such a multitude of remarkable beings. Even the majority of the Infinity Stones are concentrated there. Could it be that this planet is graced by the cosmos? Unbeknownst to Odin, his offhand remark was strikingly close to the truth. Heimdall suddenly inquired, "What of Loki? How do you intend to deal with him?" Upon mentioning Loki, a look of disappointment Frustration and guilt clouded Odin's features. After a moment of silence, he replied, I have always recognized Loki's capabilities and regarded him as kin. Alas, he is overly preoccupied with his lineage, believing himself to be deceived, which has led to his repeated transgressions. Nevertheless, I still place my trust in him. As he concluded, Odin's tone grew increasingly resolute, as if a decision had been reached. Heimdall discerned the shift in Odin's demeanor but refrained from inquiring further. Heimdall, after I depart, please ensure the protection of Asgard. As you command. The two stood quietly, gazing at the countless stars scattered across the cosmos. Suddenly, a rift in space erupted open with a deafening roar. Gao Ming swiftly emerged from within, the searing flames of an explosion rapidly expanding behind him. Having exited the dimensional space just in time, Gao Ming narrowly managed to close the rift before the fiery wave could engulf him. Breathless and as if he had narrowly escaped disaster, he patted his chest, exhaling deeply as he muttered to himself, that was a close call. I never anticipated that dragon burst could achieve such power. Just moments ago, he conducted experiments with various talismans in the dimensional space, saving the most potent dragon talisman for last. The outcome was nearly catastrophic, a literal case of playing with fire. In that fleeting instant, he felt the perilous might of the dragon's explosion. Although it would not claim his life, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible and painful impression. Nevertheless, Gao Ming began to grasp the full extent of the talisman's power. With this realization, he was suddenly inspired to conjure his speed suit through the reality gem, subsequently imprinting a design upon the garment. Anyone familiar with Jackie Chan adventures would instantly recognize this as the mask pattern used to summon the Shadow Legion. The Shadow Legion has etched a profound image in the minds of many. Tireless, elusive, infinite, and unwaveringly loyal. The Shadow Legion boasts 9 distinct forms, and Gao Ming chose to inscribe the most common one, the ninja faction. Rather than harnessing the power of the reality gem, he opted for a talisman he had never previously employed, the Mouse Talisman. Throughout his encounters with adversaries, Gao Ming typically engaged in direct confrontations, often achieving swift victories, rendering the Mouse Talisman largely superfluous. This talisman can breathe life into inanimate objects, transforming stillness into motion, even reviving divine statues, albeit with powers inferior to true deities. However, the Mouse Talisman, having reached its pinnacle, had grown significantly more potent and efficient. For instance, the mask design used to summon the Shadow Legion was not a tangible object, but merely an image. Yet, under the influence of the Mouse Talisman's power, it suddenly emanated energy. Gao Ming sensed that this mask design had transcended the realm of mere imagery, acquiring genuine and extraordinary capabilities. As he donned the speed suit, a surge of excitement coursed through him, and with a hint of youthful exuberance, he called out, "Arise, my Shadow Legion." In the next instant, from the walls, the floor, and every shadow within the room emerged a throng of slender figures clad in crimson-eyed ninja attire. In an instant, the entire room brimmed with black-clad ninjas, all bowing in unison, presenting themselves as devoted subordinates. The Shadow Legion had arrived. Chapter 72. The Benevolent Shadow Legion. The original Mouse Talisman was limited to transforming lifeless objects into real creatures, particularly those resembling living beings. It could commonly resurrect statues, toys, or figurines, but its potential was rather constrained. Moreover, even if life were bestowed upon divine statues, their power would never match that of their true forms. Otherwise, Gao Ming would have long ventured to various temples in Huaxia to summon divine manifestations. This limitation is precisely why Gao Ming had subconsciously overlooked the Mouse Talisman, believing it to be of little assistance. However, now, as all talismans had reached their ultimate state, their powers were fully unleashed. The Mouse Talisman was no longer confined to merely inanimate objects. It could transform the mask design for summoning the Shadow Legion into a genuine magical rune. As he gazed upon the kneeling assembly of ninjas before him, Gao Ming, approaching the age of 30, felt a surge of exhilaration within his heart. He feigned an air of authority and commanded, "Rise." In unison, the cloaked ninjas stood upright, silent, and awaiting Gao Ming's next directive. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion were not living beings in the truest sense. Rather, they were manifestations akin to the activation of a summoning skill. Devoid of life and independent consciousness, they existed solely to obey their master's commands, their numbers limitless. Gao Ming refrained from issuing any immediate orders to the Shadow Legion, as he needed to address a lurking threat. He removed his uniform once more, spreading it open to reveal the menacing mask emblazoned within. The grotesque visage appeared almost lifelike, evoking a sense of reality. With a sardonic smile, Gao Ming addressed the mask. "Come forth. Let us dispense with the charade. How shall I refer to you? Terra? Valron?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the mask began to writhe, and a colossal head emerged, hovering in the air to confront Gao Ming directly. This entity, adorned with white brows and beard, its skin a deep crimson and eyes a fiery orange, was none other than Terra, the commander of the Shadow Legion. He was the nefarious leader from an ancient era, once ruling over Japan alongside his 9 ghostly generals and their respective Shadow Legions, until he was vanquished by righteous samurai and his soul imprisoned within the mask. Although the Mouse Talisman had achieved its ultimate form, its powers were not limited to mere inanimate objects. However, it remained bound by the necessity for a soul to animate the lifeless. The successful manifestation of the Shadow Legion was due to the presence of Terra's essence within the mask's design. Suspended in the air, Terra, his head alone devoid of a body, menaced, "Human, submit to me and serve my will." Had Gao Ming not discerned Terra's ruse, the entity might have continued to conceal itself, biding its time to strike. With a look of disdain directed at the disembodied head, Gao Ming recognized Terra's ignorance of his own nature as a mere projection of the Mouse Talisman, believing instead that he had been awakened. With a dismissive scoff, Gao Ming's eyes narrowed, unleashing a formidable wave of mental pressure toward Terra. Before the specter could utter another word, the overwhelming force of Gao Ming's mental prowess obliterated him, causing the specter to dissipate entirely. Terra's existence was akin to that of a spirit, although Gao Ming could have easily eradicated him with the reality gem. He opted to employ a talisman to vanquish this adversary who had appeared for less than a minute. The Goat Talisman, the only one intrinsically linked to the soul, originally allowed its bearer to project their spirit into the dreams of others. It had now evolved to harness the power of the soul to deliver attacks, manifesting as mental harm. Moreover, in terms of dreams, it could effortlessly craft dreamscapes, becoming the sovereign of such realms. Thus, when confronted with Terra in his spectral state, Gao Ming effortlessly extinguished his existence, fundamentally annihilating this villain. The Goat Talisman had ascended to the capacity to unleash soul attacks, scattering the very essence of his enemies. After Terra was vanquished, the mask pattern lost its host and transformed into an ordinary summoning rune. At that moment, the summoning rites of the Shadow Legion became ownerless, and only the individual donning the uniform could command the Shadow Legion. Donning the battle uniform once more, Gao Ming gazed at his loyal subordinates and proclaimed with spirited enthusiasm, "Shadow Legion, heed my command." It is unclear when it began, but the citizens of New York discovered that whenever they found themselves in peril, enigmatic figures clad in ninja attire would mysteriously appear, resolving their dilemmas. These ninjas, agile and elusive, remained shrouded in mystery regarding their origins. Nonetheless, their timely interventions for those in distress quickly earned them the trust and admiration of the populace. Today, with the appearance of these extraordinary ninjas, the situation in New York has progressively improved. At disaster sites like fires, numerous ninjas emerge to rescue those in peril. When faced with nefarious criminals, these ninjas seem to possess an uncanny ability to sense danger, promptly materializing to subdue wrongdoers. While the origins, numbers, and capabilities of these ninjas remain enigmatic, their presence undeniably instills a sense of safety among ordinary citizens. Relaxed in a lounge chair, Gao Ming reclined with a steaming cup of coffee in hand, savoring a sip while contemplating the elusive ninjas of the Shadow Legion outside his window. What a delightful ease, he mused contentedly. With the capability to summon the Shadow Legion, Gao Ming had decisively entrusted his heroic endeavors to them. The ninjas of the Shadow Legion are tireless, unwaveringly loyal, and exceptionally skilled, ideal subordinates. Under Gao Ming's command, the Shadow Legion permeated every corner of New York, lurking in the shadows until citizens encountered difficulties, at which point they would emerge to offer assistance. With the Shadow Legion in action, Gao Ming was relieved from the need to traverse the city personally. Furthermore, the Shadow Legion operated with remarkable efficiency, existing around the clock without the need for rest or personal time, ensuring immediate assistance for citizens in distress. Although the existence of the Shadow Legion caused unease among certain officials and wealthy individuals, who perceived the elusive ninja group as a threat to their safety and urged relevant organizations to investigate these mysterious figures, their efforts to uncover the true identity of the ninjas proved futile. Despite their attempts to capture a ninja for interrogation, they were left astounded when, after considerable effort, the captured ninja dissipated into smoke, leaving no trace. The Shadow Legion is not composed of true beings, but rather a manifestation that can be summoned in abundance. Setting his coffee aside, a serious expression crossed Gao Ming's face. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and opened a portal, stepping through to a new destination, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. As Gao Ming stepped into this place, he immediately drew the attention of all the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, who hastily drew their weapons, directing them towards him. Having just emerged from the spatial portal, showing no sign of relaxation. Not feeling the least bit embarrassed by the commotion he had caused, Gao Ming casually raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, everyone." However, the individuals present remained vigilant, still aiming their guns at him. Only higher-ranking members were privy to Gao Ming's identity, while those present were lower-tier S, H, I, EL, D staff, thus unaware that they were facing the renowned superhero, the godfather of heroes. As the tension escalated, Gao Ming remained unfazed, and just as the standoff seemed to reach an impasse, Nick Fury arrived, commanding with authority, "Lower your weapons and return to your posts." Upon hearing this, everyone holstered their firearms and resumed their duties, refraining from any inquiries. Observing Gao Ming's nonchalance, Fury furrowed his brow in mild frustration, as if to complain, "Could you not have arrived in a more conventional manner? It would have been far more convenient." Gao Ming chuckled in response, "Let's find a place. I have a few questions for you." With a puzzled expression, Fury led Gao Ming to a conference room and inquired, "Speak, what do you wish to ask me?" Gao Ming lightly asked, "The scepter of Loki, it is no longer with S, H, I, E, L, D, is it?" At this, Fury's expression shifted subtly, yet he maintained his composure, replying, "Where did you hear that?" Hearing Fury's words, Gao Ming sighed, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, he had missed the opportunity. Chapter 73, the first encounter of Falcon and Captain America with the Shadow Army poised to carry on his heroic legacy. Gao Ming found himself reminiscing about the Infinity Stones. Currently, he and Thanos were embroiled in a fierce competition, and thus far, Gao Ming had secured the Reality and Space Stones, leaving 4 remaining. To thwart Thanos' ambitions, the collection of the Infinity Stones had become an unavoidable endeavor, leading Gao Ming to contemplate the 2 remaining stones on Earth. The Time Stone was concealed within the enigmatic magical sanctum of Kamar-Taj, crafted into the Eye of Agamotto, the relic of the Sorcerer Supreme, currently held by the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One. The thought of that inscrutable bald woman gave Gao Ming a headache. Although her portrayal in the films might not have showcased her strength, culminating in her choosing death and passing the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange, how could the Ancient One, as the Sorcerer Supreme, be an ordinary figure? She undoubtedly possessed a myriad of formidable spells, and notably, in the film, she did not utilize the Eye of Agamotto's Time Stone. Despite currently wielding the Reality and Space Stones, and having maximized the power of his 12 talismans, Gao Ming did not dare claim absolute confidence in defeating the Ancient One. Therefore, while he harbored intentions of acquiring the Time Stone, he was compelled to set aside his plans, considering her formidable prowess and the lack of animosity between them. Unable to acquire the Time Stone, Gao Ming shifted his focus to another Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter. Following the Battle of New York, Loki's scepter was confiscated by S, H, I, E, L, D, and sent to a relevant research department for examination. However, Gao Ming recalled the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron, where it seemed that the scepter had been pilfered by a Hydra infiltrator within S, H, I, E, L, D. Now, in the year 2013, approaching 2014, with the events of Age of Ultron occurring in 2015, it became apparent that the scepter had likely been stolen long ago. Considering Hydra's experiments utilizing the Mind Stone to develop superpowers, which painstakingly yielded only 2 successful outcomes, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, it was evident that such endeavors required considerable time. Gao Ming pondered whether his presence as a time traveler might alter the course of events, yet it appeared Loki's scepter had still fallen into Hydra's hands. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he remarked, "Is the security of S, H, I, E, L, D really this inadequate? First the Tesseract, and now Loki's scepter?" However, Fury astutely detected critical information within Gao Ming's complaint, as he linked the Tesseract and Loki's scepter together. Remembering the Tesseract's role in opening a wormhole that facilitated an alien invasion, Fury's expression grew grave as he inquired, "Is Loki's scepter truly dangerous? While it can alter a person's mind, surely it cannot be compared to the Tesseract." With a resigned shake of his head, Gao Ming opened a portal to depart, leaving behind a chilling statement that sent shivers down Fury's spine. They are treasures of equal caliber. Upon returning to his abode, Gao Ming reclined languidly in a chair, the warm sunlight illuminating his handsome visage. Yet, despite his charming and masculine appearance, his expression was far from cheerful. He felt quite despondent. He mused that the Time Stone should be securely held by the Ancient One, while the Mind Stone might be lent to Hydra out of a sense of compassion. Otherwise Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch could never come into existence. Gao Ming lamented, uncertain of the Soul Stone's whereabouts, but surmised from the trailer of Avengers, Infinity War that Thanos would eventually locate it. Thus, his remaining objective was the Power Stone. The Power Stone was no longer within the confines of Earth. It resided in the cosmos, on a planet whose name eluded him. His mastery of spells had reached its zenith, enhancing his own abilities to their peak, and his memory had significantly improved. Upon meticulously reflecting on the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy, Gao Ming finally uncovered a clue within a particular segment of the film. In the movie, Star-Lord ventures to a desolate planet and discovers the orb containing the Power Stone within an abandoned palace. Although the screenplay did not specify the location of the Power Stone, it was fortuitously revealed through a dialogue between Yondu and Star-Lord that the Power Stone was located on a planet called Morak. Remembering the whereabouts of the Power Stone was of little practical use, for Gao Ming had never left Earth. How could he possibly locate the inconspicuous Morag amidst the vast expanse of the universe? Although Gao Ming possesses the space gem, enabling him to open a portal or teleport to any location, he must first ascertain the coordinates. The thought of the spaceship quietly resting in the dimensional space only deepens his sense of frustration. He has a vessel capable of interstellar travel before him, yet lacks the knowledge to operate it, evoking a feeling akin to a pearl shrouded in dust. Until a solution presents itself, the power gem must remain untouched, with the hope of retrieving it in due time. What can I do now? Gao Ming realized he was quite at leisure, his gaze drifting into a state of confusion. One morning, just as dawn began to break, while the world remained ensconced in slumber, a black man clad in casual athletic wear commenced his daily ritual of morning jogging. The surroundings were tranquil, allowing him to run at a steady pace with calmness enveloping him. Suddenly, a tall, robust figure surged from behind, swiftly overtaking him, calling out, "To your left." The black man stared in astonishment at the unexpected runner. Unlike his leisurely jog, this newcomer appeared to be sprinting at full speed, vanishing from his sight in an instant. Undeterred, he continued with his steady rhythm. Before long, the familiar voice echoed beside him once more, "To your left." Instinctively turning his head, the black man witnessed the runner gliding past him like a gust of wind, quickly distancing himself. This ignited a competitive spirit within him, prompting him to gradually increase his pace. Yet, the voice rang out again, "To your left," observing the figure ahead growing ever more distant. The black man's fleeting motivation was swiftly extinguished, and he called out in frustration to the vanishing figure, "I know, to the left." However, as he rounded a corner in the park, he caught sight of that familiar silhouette behind him, and, in a moment of panic, exclaimed, "Don't say it. Please don't." Alas, the dreaded phrase, "to your left," escaped once more, and he helplessly watched as the runner effortlessly left him far behind, soon becoming a mere speck in his vision. For heaven's sake, the black man let out a cry of utter defeat, his calves feeling weak. When the morning run finally concluded, he had lost count of how many times the nightmarish phrase had echoed in his ears, each utterance marking another instance of being outpaced. Now drenched in sweat, he collapsed onto the grass, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. At that moment, the swift runner approached him, appearing entirely unperturbed, as if he had expended no energy at all. "Do you need a doctor?" The black man regarded the muscular blonde with a teasing remark. "Why don't you run another lap? Or have you already finished? I'll just pretend you've completed another round." "Ha." The blonde man chuckled heartily, grasping the black man's extended hand to help him rise. "Sam Wilson," the black man introduced himself. "Steve Rogers," came the reply. The brawny blonde man also introduced himself. This marked the inaugural encounter between Falcon and Captain America, initiated by an ordinary morning jog. Chapter 74. To purchase a Bumblebee car. Perhaps due to their shared military background, the initial meeting between Captain America and Falcon unfolded harmoniously, inadvertently fostering a bond of friendship. Falcon enthusiastically recommended Marvin Gaye's 1972 album, What's Going On, which encompassed a myriad of topics, perfectly suited to enlighten the time-displaced Steve with a touch of contemporary knowledge. Steve diligently retrieved his pen and notepad, jotting down the title of the album. On that page, he had scrawled a plethora of seemingly unrelated notes. "I Love Lucy," "Moon Landing," "Berlin Wall," "Jobs," "Disco," "Thai Cuisine," "Star Wars," "Nirvana," "Rocky," and a myriad of other disconnected references. Upon awakening from his frozen state, Steve felt profoundly out of sync with the present era. Despite his youthful appearance, his thoughts were estranged by 70 years. Consequently, he endeavored earnestly to assimilate into modernity, absorbing diverse knowledge in hopes of swiftly adapting to the astonishing new realities that lay before him. Just as he finalized this new piece of information, his phone emitted a series of beeps, prompting Steve to pull it out. The screen displayed a message, "Mission alert, proceed immediately, meet by the roadside." As he stowed his phone, he extended his hand towards Sam, saying, "All right, Sam, I have a mission now. Thank you for jogging with me." Sam chuckled and shook Steve's hand, but was caught off guard when Steve added, "If that's what you call jogging, is that really necessary?" Sam exclaimed, somewhat disheartened. "Indeed. Well, fine." Sam feigned a dramatic response to the comment. yet he remained warmly enthusiastic as they bid farewell. At that moment, a sleek black sports car glided to a stop by the roadside, the window lowering to reveal Natasha, the Black Widow, at the wheel. With a flirtatious quip, she remarked, "Hey, boys, does anyone know how to get to the Smithsonian? I'm here to pick up a fossil." Quite amusing, Steve mused as he approached the vehicle, casually responding to Natasha's comparison of him to a fossil. Once seated in the sports car, he bid Sam another farewell, and Natasha sped away in the sleek black vehicle. The following day at SHIELD headquarters, Steve stormed into Fury's office, visibly disgruntled. The SHIELD director lounged in his chair, turned away from Steve, gazing out at the view beyond the glass walls. "All you do is spew lies, don't you?" Steve remarked, laced with irritation. Hearing Steve's somewhat irate tone, Fury turned with an expression of resignation. The previous night, Steve had received a mission to assist SHIELD tactical team in rescuing a group of hostages taken by pirates, while Black Widow had been assigned the task of preparing backup intelligence, a detail unknown to Steve, which nearly jeopardized the rescue operation. Steve abhorred the notion of his subordinates acting independently, as it signified a lack of unity within the team, an issue of grave consequence that could lead to failure in their endeavors and irrevocable losses. He also detested the feeling of being kept in the dark. What he sought was candid communication among comrades and mutual trust, rather than secrecy. In response to Steve's inquiries, Fury, after a series of rebuttals, calmly stated, "You have misjudged me. I will share." Subsequently, Fury utilized his authority to unveil to Steve the Advanced Insight project, showcasing the latest generation of the aerial aircraft carrier, constructed with state-of-the-art technology, partly designed by Tony Stark himself. Steve gazed in astonishment at this colossal iron beast. Compared to the aircraft carrier from the Battle of New York, this one was markedly superior in every aspect. The hull of the carrier was adorned with an array of meticulously aligned machine guns, instilling no doubt that any uprising would be swiftly quelled. Fighter jets were hoisted onto the carrier's deck by cranes, occupying designated parking zones, while numerous personnel navigated the ship, each executing their respective duties, some securing the aircraft, others checking munitions data, all in an orderly fashion. "We can nip many threats in the bud," Fury remarked with a hint of pride. Steve furrowed his brow and replied, "Only those who commit wrongdoing should be punished, right? We cannot wait for others to act dangerously." Fury asserted with conviction. However, this conversation is destined to end unfavorably. Steve perceived Fury's Insight project as having the gun pointed at everyone. It was not protection, but rather a threat, a source of fear. Conversely, Fury viewed it as a necessary precaution against the myriad of instabilities in the world. Their differing philosophies rendered mutual understanding impossible, leading Steve to depart with a stern expression, while Fury's face darkened further, unbeknownst to Gao Ming, who was oblivious to the discord between Steve and Fury. This misunderstanding would be pivotal to the narrative of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Even if he were aware, Gao Ming would not place much significance on it. For the essence of Captain America, the Winter Soldier revolved around the tumultuous relationship between Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Gao Ming found amusement in the imagery of the Winter Soldier playfully striking Captain America's chest, yet he remained largely uninterested, having witnessed it numerous times in his past life. Moreover, it is worth noting that Captain America, the Winter Soldier, did not revolve around perilous events. It was merely a display of SHIELD's traditional aircraft carrier, which was promptly destroyed. Setting aside the matters concerning Steve and Fury, Gao Ming had long neglected a task that required his attention: purchasing a vehicle. One must possess both a home and a car. Lacking these necessitates striving toward that goal. Gao Ming had long since acquired a residence, but he had yet to procure a vehicle. Although he did not particularly need a car, he decided to buy one simply out of leisure, with the primary purpose of not being for mere transportation. Dressed in comfortable casual attire, Gao Ming leisurely made his way to the nearest car dealership, where he began to examine the displayed vehicles with great care. Soon enough, he identified his target, a yellow Camaro. Though the name may be unfamiliar to many, this car gained immense fame from the film Transformers. Indeed, this yellow Camaro served as the inspiration for the iconic Autobot Bumblebee. Albeit lacking the distinctive black markings, the vehicle was entirely yellow. However, Gao Ming desired a complete replication of Bumblebee's image, requiring the exterior to faithfully reflect the characteristic yellow and black color scheme. While some salespeople dismissed him due to his casual appearance, a well-dressed salesperson noticed Gao Ming's keen interest in the Camaro and approached him politely to discuss its features. "Sir," he began, but before he could finish, Gao Ming nonchalantly produced his card and stated, "I'll take it. Let's proceed with the payment." Taken aback for a moment, the salesperson quickly recovered, his expression brightening as he replied, "Certainly, I'll handle the paperwork for you right away." Naturally elated to encounter such a decisive and generous customer, the salesperson hurried to complete the necessary formalities. Unbeknownst to the salesperson, Gao Ming was also secretly reveling in the moment, having longed to utter such a boastful phrase. He mused about the prospect of reserving an upscale restaurant for a candlelit dinner with Sophia. Under the oppressive gaze of Franklin, Gao Ming successfully acquired the vehicle, surprisingly receiving a call shortly thereafter, whether due to Tony or S.H.I.E.L.D.'s influence. He was able to drive the car away on the spot, speeding off under the watchful eyes of onlookers. Though Gao Ming had never driven a car before, his extraordinary reflexes and physical coordination allowed him to quickly adapt. He skillfully navigated the vehicle to an empty construction site, where the workers had presumably clocked out for the day, leaving the surroundings devoid of people. After exiting the car and gazing at the bumblebee that lacked the black markings, he recalled the image from memory and employed a reality gem to alter the car's design and structure. Under the influence of the reality gem, the Camaro not only transformed into the familiar visage of Bumblebee, but also adopted a structure akin to that of a true Autobot, capable of shifting between vehicle and robot forms. However, this change was merely structural. As the mouse talisman quietly activated, a series of clicks echoed, and the yellow Camaro began to contort and fold, entering a state of transformation. Moments later, the yellow Camaro was no longer in its automotive form, but had transformed into the yellow robot, Autobot Bumblebee. It must be said that Bumblebee has consistently captured the hearts of men as a beloved transformer. Although he may not possess the towering presence of Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, and thus lacks the immediate visual impact, he remains undeniably charming, embodying a certain romantic allure for men. It is worth noting that Gao Ming initially watched the Transformers movie, partly drawn by the allure of the leading lady, Megan Fox, and partly due to his fascination with Bumblebee. The influence of Bumblebee is hardly inferior to that of Optimus Prime or Megatron. When asked about Transformers characters, most would mention Optimus Prime, Megatron, Bumblebee, and Starscream. These four are indeed the most recognized figures within the franchise. Upon transforming, Bumblebee appeared somewhat disoriented, his bright, glowing eyes blinking as he raised a hand to touch his head, gazing around in bewilderment with an endearingly Na'vi expression. "Who are you? Where's this place? Help! Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a sharp, feminine voice emanated from Bumblebee, interspersed with crackling static. Initially taken aback, Gao Ming soon realized that Bumblebee was communicating through its broadcasting system, likely having switched to a particularly eerie channel. Bumblebee's voice system had been damaged in a previous battle, and since then, it could only rely on the broadcasting system to convey messages by switching between different channels. "I am a diligent little bee," the channel switched again, this time to a children's song, and the sweet, innocent voices flowed from Bumblebee's speakers. Gao Ming's expression turned quite peculiar. Although he managed to decipher that Bumblebee's first inquiry was about his whereabouts, the second question seemed to be an introduction. Diligent little bee," Gao Ming sighed. Placing a hand on his forehead, "Please wait a moment." He stepped closer, resting one hand against Bumblebee's metallic frame. Bumblebee, curious about this diminutive creature, observed without displaying any hostility, allowing Gao Ming to proceed. "Invoke the healing power of the talisman." Suddenly, Bumblebee felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. An unprecedented experience for a mechanical life form. If Bumblebee were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to consuming high-octane gasoline, although he had yet to actually taste it, leaving him at a loss for a suitable metaphor. Instead, he felt as if he were experiencing a virus, his entire mechanical body shuddering slightly. However, this warm and comforting sensation did not last long. Gao Ming's hand rested on Bumblebee for less than 10 seconds before he withdrew. When Gao Ming stepped back and looked up at Bumblebee, he inexplicably perceived a lingering expression of longing on Bumblebee's robotic visage, as if it were capable of such emotion. With a faint smile, Gao Ming remarked, "You may now attempt to speak." Bumblebee sensed that his voice system seemed to have been restored, and tentatively tried out a few phrases. "Hi. Hello? My voice is back." Bumblebee was suddenly engulfed in astonishment, resembling a child as he babbled incoherently, expressing whatever came to mind with a comical flair. Witnessing Bumblebee's exuberance filled Gao Ming with immense pride. The restorative power of the horse talisman possessed remarkable regenerative qualities, sufficient to restore Bumblebee's vocal system to its normal state. Furthermore, the horse talisman, now developed to its utmost potential, offers far more than mere restoration. Once fully realized, the horse talisman has the capacity to eliminate all anomalies, transcending the confines of biological gene-level healing. It can render one completely immune to supernatural influences, swiftly recovering from the damages inflicted by magic, curses, and even the devastating effects of infinity stones. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the horse talisman's golden counterpart, the dog talisman. It is widely acknowledged that to attain true immortality, both the dog talisman and the horse talisman are indispensable. While the horse talisman enables the host to heal autonomously, it does not grant immortality. Should the damage sustained surpass the healing rate, death is inevitable. Conversely, the dog talisman confers immortality, preserving eternal youth and boundless vitality, yet it lacks the ability for self-healing. Should one lose a limb or even a head, they would continue to exist, albeit experiencing a profound sense of suffering akin to living hell. The ultimate form of the dog talisman further enhances this immortal trait, rendering Gao Ming a truly indestructible being, impervious even to the erasure of his existence by reality stones. Gao Ming achieved this breakthrough in potential through a wish granted by the reality stone, allowing for the complete development of the talisman. This fully developed talisman is now capable of withstanding the reality-altering power of the reality stone, ensuring that even in the event of its removal, Gao Ming need not fear the stone's effects upon himself. Thus, it appears that the talisman, fortified by the aid of the reality stone, is poised for a remarkable resurgence. As Bumblebee gradually regained his composure, he spoke in his distinctive, magnetic voice. "Thank you, marvelous carbon-based life form." Gao Ming, with a resigned tone, replied, "Hello, Bumblebee. You may simply call me Gao Ming. There's no need for such formalities." Bumblebee tilted his head in confusion and queried, "All right, Gao Ming. But how do you know my name? And where exactly is this place?" It seemed that the manifestation before them was Bumblebee yet to arrive on Earth. Gao Ming retrieved his phone, searched for the Transformers movie, and pressed play, saying, "Take a look, the answer lies within." He moved closer to Bumblebee, showing him the screen. While Bumblebee squatted down, peering intently, his mechanical eyes blinking in wonder. Why am I in there? Optimus Prime? Are they in there too? Megatron? Starscream? The indomitable spirit of Bumblebee is palpable as he watches the film, his excitement evident, as if he were experiencing the events firsthand. He marvels at his own appearance, rejoices at the arrival of Optimus Prime and his comrades, and bursts into laughter at the thought of dousing those agents in gasoline. Anger surges within him upon witnessing Megatron and the Decepticons, and he feels a rush of fervor as he perseveres despite his broken limbs. However, as the film concludes, a solemn silence envelopes Bumblebee. Gao Ming, putting away his phone, turns to him and gently inquires, "Bumblebee?" in a tone laced with confusion, yet articulated as a statement. Bumblebee questions his existence, his voice tinged with despondency and uncertainty. Having watched the film, he comprehends the reality that Gao Ming has unveiled to him, his predetermined future, or rather, a scripted narrative designed for entertainment. The revelation of his fictional existence shatters his worldview, leaving him lost and disoriented. Observing Bumblebee's state, Gao Ming lets out a soft sigh and reassures him, "Bumblebee, you must not perceive it this way. Countless parallel universes exist, and within them, a world of Transformers undoubtedly thrives. Although you have been manifested through my own abilities, do not doubt your existence. In some parallel reality, you surely exist, Bumblebee." Upon hearing Gao Ming's comforting words, Bumblebee regains a semblance of his former spirit. Naturally optimistic, he gradually calms down after the initial shock. Rising to his feet, he clenches his fist and resolutely declares, "Thank you, my friend. I vow to protect you." Gao Ming, moved by Bumblebee's knightly pledge, feels a surge of passion and responds excitedly, "I believe in you, my most loyal friend." Thus, a remarkable bond of friendship is forged between man and machine. Suddenly, a thought strikes Gao Ming. If Bumblebee questions his own existence, then could he, too, be an illusion within the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Is everything he knows merely a spectacle for others to enjoy? Considering that Marvel Studios is unlikely to create a film for an obscure character like him, perhaps he is simply the protagonist of a fanfiction penned by some whimsical, wayward writer. How absurd, he chuckles at the notion. Chapter 76. The pursued director with a self-deprecating smile. Gao Ming dismisses the nonsensical thought and gazes at Bumblebee, lost in contemplation. Bumblebee serves as a unique bodyguard prepared for Sophia. Having learned from past painful lessons, Gao Ming is determined to ensure that Sophia is well protected, with Bumblebee being just one of many measures he intends to implement to safeguard her safety, striving for absolute security. As he deliberates, a shadowy ninja emerges from the corner, slowly materializing in front of Gao Ming and kneeling on one knee. Although the shadow ninjas are not corporeal beings capable of vocal communication, Gao Ming, the master of the Shadow Legion, stands as the very nucleus of this clandestine force. Each shadow ninja operates in accordance with his thoughts, bound by an intangible spiritual link, thus enabling Gao Ming to receive their conveyed messages even in the absence of dialogue. Nick Fury finds himself pursued along the highway by a cadre of unidentified assailants. Oh, Fury is being hunted? Gao Ming muses, slightly taken aback, murmuring to himself. The esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the run? Surely. This must be a jest. Beside him, Bumblebee gazes curiously at the ninja emerging from the shadows, inquiring, Gao Ming, who is this? This is one of my subordinates. Affiliated with the Shadow Legion, Gao Ming replies casually, simultaneously recalling the narrative of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. It is surprising that we have already arrived at the timeline of the second Captain America film. Indeed, it is about time. Addressing the Shadow Ninja kneeling before him, Gao Ming commands in a low voice, protect the nearby civilians to prevent collateral damage, while simultaneously restraining the enemy's offensive. Coordinate with Fury to ensure his safe escape. The Shadow Ninja placed his right hand over his left chest, nodded silently, and then melded into the shadows beneath him. Witnessing the Shadow Ninja's elusive nature, Bumblebee cannot help but exclaim, truly remarkable. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Gao Ming has the ability to traverse the Shadow Realm with his legion. Yet that world is shrouded in darkness and void, lacking any allure. In the original narrative, Fury does not meet his demise at the hands of the Hydra soldiers led by the Winter Soldier. Rather, he orchestrates a ruse of death to evade his pursuers. To err on the side of caution, Gao Ming issues orders for the Shadow Legion to assist in fending off the attackers, ensuring Fury's secure withdrawal. It appears Steve must prepare for the return of his dear friend. Gunfire erupts incessantly, bullets striking Fury's vehicle. Fortunately, the car is armored, rendering it largely unscathed despite the exterior's battered appearance. However, this state of affairs cannot endure indefinitely. The vehicle's display indicates a shell integrity of 79, diminishing steadily under the relentless barrage. Before long, the car will be rendered inoperable, and Fury will find himself a target for the assailants. We must leave this place at once. Fury barks irritably at the onboard AI. Just moments prior, he faced an unexpected onslaught from 4 police cars, resulting in a fractured left arm and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Fury seethes as he surveys his attackers, all clad in the garb of police and special forces. But where did these law enforcement officers come from? This is nothing short of a meticulously orchestrated assassination. His gaze remains fixed on the so-called special forces as they hoist a battering ram from their vehicle and approach his car, preparing to strike the window with brutal force. Bang! Under the relentless assault of the impactor, the vehicle was violently jolted from side to side before crashing heavily onto the ground. Window strength, 31, prepare countermeasures. The artificial intelligence timely advised. Wait a moment. Fury commanded, maintaining his composure as he awaited the opportune moment to retaliate, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Bang! Another heavy strike. Window strength, 19, recommend initiating countermeasures. Hold on. Bang! A third impact. Window strength, 1, now is the time. Fury roared, as a machine gun suddenly sprang forth from between the front seats. He seized the weapon and launched a surprise counterattack against the foes outside the window. Tat 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 tat. The enemies surrounding the car, caught completely off guard, fell victim to Fury's onslaught, while a few distant adversaries clumsily sought refuge from his frenzied barrage. Pressing a button, the machine gun fired a bomb that sent a police car, blocking the way, soaring into the air. At that moment, the artificial intelligence finally delivered a timely message. Power system restored. Full speed ahead. Fury fiercely retaliated, and upon his command, the vehicle switched to autonomous driving. Racing forward at full throttle. Activate hover mode. Fury shouted anxiously. Flight system damaged. Then activate the navigation camera. He moved from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, the motion aggravating the pain from his fractured left arm, causing him to let out a pained grunt. Regaining his grip on the steering wheel, he instructed, I shall drive. Drawing upon decades of driving experience, Fury skillfully maneuvered the vehicle past others on the highway, leaving his pursuers in the dust. Call Agent Hill. Communication system damaged. Is there anything functioning? Fury asked in exasperation. Air conditioning system fully operational. Thanks a lot, Fury scoffed. The window is shattered, and the air conditioning is of no use. At that moment, he was engulfed in frustration. Fury and a cadre of pursuers engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse on the highway. The experience fraught with peril as numerous vehicles collided, while pedestrians along the roadside screamed in terror and fled. Amidst the chase, Fury and the Hydra members remained oblivious to the countless shadowy ninjas that quietly emerged from the darkness, systematically organizing rescue efforts as chaos ensued. Just as Fury managed to shake off his pursuers and let out a sigh of relief, he found a figure standing directly in his path. The man ahead had disheveled hair and wore a black mask that obscured the lower half of his face. Clad in dark mercenary garb, combat trousers, and military boots, he was fully equipped with a handgun, an assault rifle, and a combat knife. A gleaming steel left arm shone in the sunlight. adorned with a weathered red five-pointed star emblem. Winter Soldier. This is not a friendly encounter. As Fury beheld the Winter Soldier, an instinctive sense of peril enveloped him. Realizing the imminent threat of an attack, he hastily attempted to steer the wheel, yet it was too late. The magnetized plate, equipped with a timed explosive device, was propelled from the Winter Soldier's launcher, hurtling towards the underside of Fury's vehicle. Just as it was about to adhere and detonate, a shadowy figure abruptly materialized within the car, swiftly seizing Fury, kicking open the door, and deftly extracting him under their arm, executing several agile leaps away from the vehicle. Fury's car was flipped, engulfed in thick black smoke. As the Winter Soldier approached to assess the situation, he discovered that amidst the dense haze, numerous figures gradually emerged from the ground. Once the smoke dissipated, hundreds of shadowy ninjas stood before him. Fury was shielded by this legion of ninjas, retreating under the protection of several of their kind. There was no need for tentative strikes. The Winter Soldier and the shadowy ninjas simultaneously launched their assaults against each other. The ninjas hurled shurikens at the Winter Soldier, yet his battle-honed instincts allowed him to evade the barrage, seizing an assault rifle to unleash a relentless hail of bullets upon the phantasmal ninjas. One by one, they disintegrated under the rifle's fire. But the remaining ninjas remained undeterred, continuing their assault with shurikens. Since Gao Ming did not intend to employ a swarm tactic to eliminate the Winter Soldier, the shadowy ninjas did not continuously replenish. Instead, they dwindled under the Winter Soldier's fierce gunfire. By the time the last ninja was struck down, Fury had vanished from sight. The Winter Soldier did not harbor anger at the failure of his mission. The Hydra brainwashing rendered him a cold machine, devoid of the emotions inherent to humanity. With the target escaped, the singular thought of pursuit consumed him as he coldly entered an inconspicuous vehicle and swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 77. The almost emergence of a certain monkey with the assistance of dozens of shadowy ninjas. Fury stealthily evaded the Winter Soldier's pursuit, finding refuge in a deserted alley. This secluded passageway bore no signs of life, nor were there any surveillance cameras. Hydra agents would be unable to locate Fury for some time. It was only upon reaching this alley that Fury could finally relax his taut nerves. However, the earlier collision had resulted in a fracture of his left arm. The adrenaline from the harrowing chase had masked the pain, but now, as he allowed himself to unwind, an indescribable ache radiated from his injured limb. Even Fury, the seasoned king of spies, could not suppress a slight twitch of his facial muscles, beads of cold sweat dotting his dark visage. Despite the extraordinary discomfort of his fractured arm, Fury remained vigilant, maintaining an air of composure as he addressed the shadowy ninjas surrounding him. "Thank you for your assistance. But may I inquire as to our next destination?" Upon hearing those words, all the shadow ninjas halted in their tracks, rendered motionless as if they had suddenly lost all vigor. Fury gazed at this stagnant assembly of shadowy figures, bewildered and uncertain of how to respond. Little did he know, the shadow ninjas were merely communicating with Gao Ming, who was situated on the opposite side of the city, seeking further instructions. Gao Ming swiftly replied, "Escort Fury to Steve's residence." Upon receiving the directive, the shadow ninjas resumed their movements, turning towards Fury and drawing closer. As they approached, grasping his limbs, Fury instinctively attempted to struggle. However, with dozens of shadow ninjas holding him simultaneously, escape proved to be a formidable challenge. Reluctantly surrendering to the circumstances, he uttered in a tone tinged with resignation, all right, I will not resist, but could you please consider my discomfort? My left arm is fractured. Can you be a tad gentler?" As Fury continued to plead for the release of his left arm, the shadow ninjas gradually sank down, merging into the shadows of the ground. In a state of sheer terror, Fury watched as he too began to meld into the darkness. Before long, only his bald head remained visible, and he barely had time to exclaim, "Shet," before the shadow ninjas pulled him entirely into the realm of shadows. Once enveloped in this shadowy dimension, Fury found himself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any discernible features, save for the swift movement of the shadow ninjas, who navigated the void with the grace of fish in water. Before Fury could fully grasp the profound solitude of the shadow world, he suddenly felt the shadow ninjas ascending, an exhilarating sensation akin to the lifting of clouds, as he emerged from the shadows into the light of a commonplace apartment. A swift glance around revealed that this was the very abode he had arranged for Steve, with the legendary shield quietly leaning against a nearby shelf. The room was empty. Steve had likely stepped out and had yet to return. Taking a few steps, Fury winced as pain shot through his fractured arm, inhaling sharply. He turned to express his gratitude to the shadow ninjas, hoping to glean some useful information. "Thank you." His words were abruptly cut short as he faced the empty wall before him, a wave of exasperation washing over him. These ninjas were indeed enigmatic. With no other option, Fury gingerly supported his injured arm and made his way to the living room, finding a single armchair to sit upon. He activated the nearby record player, allowing the beautiful melodies to fill the air as he furrowed his brow, quietly awaiting Steve's return. Upon receiving confirmation from the Shadow Ninjas that Fury had safely retreated and was successfully delivered to Steve's home, Gao Ming refrained from further interference. Whether Fury would continue to feign death to deceive the masses was beyond Gao Ming's concern. Back in his location, Gao Ming's gaze fell upon Bumblebee, sparking his curiosity. Besides Bumblebee, should he also manifest the other Autobots? The search for Optimus Prime's colossal truck seems rather challenging. However, it can be conjured through the use of real gemstones. Yet, manifesting other Autobots holds little significance. While the Autobots possess formidable strength, it is not overwhelmingly potent. Moreover, considering that a leader like Optimus Prime would never submit to inferiority, the thought of conjuring a fiery-tempered Autobot like Ironhide would merely invite folly. Nevertheless, apart from Autobots, Gao Ming could explore other possibilities, for there exists a plethora of powerful characters from which he could draw strength. The manifestation of these characters would undoubtedly bolster his efforts against Thanos. Originally, the Mouse Talisman was incapable of fully realizing the power of deities. Even god-level characters manifested only a fraction of their potential. However, the Mouse Talisman has now reached its zenith, significantly elevating its limits. Though beings of immense power, like Pangu or the Three Pure Ones, remain unattainable for manifestation, a certain legendary monkey from lore could indeed be fully realized. The mere thought of that extraordinary monkey ignites a fervent desire within Gao Ming, particularly as a descendant of Huaxia. Yet, he curbs his impulsive thoughts. For this figure is known for his audacity and rebellion. Summoning him now would undoubtedly cause chaos. This does not imply that Gao Ming has abandoned the idea. Rather, he considers this legendary monkey as a potential trump card against Thanos. As for the more composed version of the monkey, Gao Ming harbors no interest. For that entity is shackled by invisible constraints, far removed from the audacious spirit of the Monkey King. Regaining his focus, Gao Ming addressed Bumblebee, saying, "Bumblebee, transform back into your automotive form. I wish to introduce you to someone." Having resolved to make Bumblebee the guardian of Sophia, it was essential for him to meet her. Understood, Bumblebee responded, promptly transforming into his yellow Camaro form. Upon witnessing Bumblebee's automotive appearance, Gao Ming realized how conspicuous Bumblebee's image was. Gifting him to Sophia would surely attract considerable attention, especially given the character's newfound popularity due to the films. Although Bumblebee could scan and alter his appearance, Gao Ming decided against it. Let the attention come. It mattered little as long as Sophia's safety remained paramount. Approaching Bumblebee, the car door opened automatically, allowing Gao Ming to enter before it closed securely. While the vehicle remained stationary, Gao Ming said, "Bumblebee, allow me to take the wheel." Of course, Bumblebee's voice resonated through the speakers. While it was possible for Bumblebee to drive himself, Gao Ming preferred to take control. This being his first encounter with driving, he relished the experience and wished to savor it for a while longer. The engine roared with an exhilarating sound as Gao Ming, slightly exhilarated, grasped the steering wheel, igniting the car and speeding away. Chapter 78. The Death of a Certain Egg-Laying Director. As Gao Ming arrived outside the Stark Industries corporate edifice in his Bumblebee-shaped Camaro, it was just past 4 in the afternoon, mere moments before Sophia's workday concluded. The 9-to-5 routine truly had its merits. A Bumblebee-styled Camaro parked at the roadside naturally drew attention, with some passers-by pausing curiously to glimpse the individual driving such a striking vehicle. With a gentle click, the car door swung open, and Gao Ming nonchalantly stepped out, his polished black shoes meeting the ground as he donned a crisp, dignified black suit. The attire imbued him with a radiant aura, exuding an air of unshakable confidence that left onlookers feeling somewhat inferior. Indeed, en route, Gao Ming had casually employed a reality gem to enhance his appearance. After all, arriving at the office in casual wear would be woefully inappropriate. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, and making his first official visit, he deemed it prudent to maintain a respectable image. With a casual push, he closed the car door and walked calmly towards the entrance of Stark Industries. Upon entering, he surveyed the interior, observing employees diligently engaged in their tasks. Given the esteemed reputation of Stark Industries, who would dare exhibit even a hint of laziness? At the very least, they must appear earnest. Gao Ming settled onto a sofa in the lobby when suddenly, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he noted it was Tony Stark. Upon answering, he brought the phone to his ear, greeted by Tony's familiar tone. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you at the office. I just heard Jarvis mention you were here, and I was a bit skeptical. What's this? Finally remembered you hold shares in the company and decided to inspect the premises?" Gao Ming chuckled casually. "Indeed. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, I ought to make an appearance, lest the staff fail to recognize me." Though unseen, Gao Ming could easily envision Tony rolling his eyes on the other end. So, what is it that warrants a special visit to the office? Tony queried, clearly doubtful that Gao Ming would take an interest in the company's affairs. Gao Ming, not one to conceal his intentions, smiled politely at a few employees glancing his way and replied, "Oh, it's nothing of great significance, just here to pick up Sophia after work." "Just that?" Tony responded, clearly taken aback. "Just that," Gao Ming replied candidly, his tone devoid of any pretense. "TCH, you really have too much time on your hands. By the way, have you any connection to the recent appearance of those black-clad ninjas?" Tony inquired, shifting the subject with curiosity. Tony noticed that after the appearance of these enigmatic ninjas, Gao Ming had seldom been seen in public. It was the ninjas who were assisting the common folk, while the once frequent hero had seemingly vanished. With a hint of curiosity, Gao Ming inquired, "What makes you think that?" Tony paused momentarily, sounding somewhat deflated as he replied, "It seems it really is connected to you." Before Tony could elaborate on his observations, Gao Ming abruptly interjected, "All right, no more idle chatter. Sophia is off work now." Beep. In the basement of Stark's mansion, Tony stared at his phone screen displaying the ended call, feeling rather disheveled. He had actually been hung up on, unbeknownst to Gao Ming. Tony Stark was quite displeased about being cut off. When he saw Sophia emerge from the elevator, he rose from the sofa and approached her. Sophia's surprise was palpable upon seeing Gao Ming, and she instinctively walked towards him, asking, "What brings you here?" "To pick you up," Gao Ming replied, taking her hand with a smile. With so many colleagues watching, Sophia felt a bit bashful and whispered, "Others are looking." "Let them look," Gao Ming replied nonchalantly, leading her towards the exit. "After all, I am one of the shareholders. They wouldn't dare say anything." Hearing this, Sophia fell silent, allowing Gao Ming to guide her outside. Upon seeing the bright yellow sports car, she exclaimed, "Did you buy this?" Gao Ming nodded. "Indeed, just purchased." Sophia, puzzled, asked, "But do you even need a car?" Given his remarkable speed from the rabbit's sigil and mastery of the space stone, to her, a vehicle seemed utterly inconsequential for him. Gao Ming chose not to respond, gracefully opening the car door for her. After she settled inside, he closed the door and took his place behind the wheel, as the yellow sports car drove off under the gaze of onlookers. Inside the vehicle, Sophia was astonished to discover that Gao Ming was not driving. The car was navigating itself. "Is it self-driving?" she asked. "No, certainly not. Bumblebee, say hello," Gao Ming said with a knowing smile. Moments later, a voice emanated from the car's sound system. "Hello, Sophia, I am Bumblebee. It's a pleasure to meet you." Taken aback, Sophia glanced at the speaker, then looked around before turning to Gao Ming, incredulous as she asked, "You can't be telling me this is the Bumblebee I know?" With a look of utmost certainty, Gao Ming nodded in affirmation, as Sophia's anticipation and excitement grew. "Ah," the long-awaited scream. After a series of explanations, Gao Ming finally managed to convince Sophia of the astonishing reality that the Autobot Bumblebee existed. Sophia eagerly engaged in conversation with Bumblebee, who had transformed into a car, chattering incessantly with delight. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha stood anxiously outside the operating room, peering through the glass wall as several doctors worked tirelessly to save the gravely injured Fury. Much like in a film, upon returning home, Fury had engaged in a clandestine conversation with Steve, only to be ambushed by the Winter Soldier, who shot him multiple times. With a final effort, Fury handed Steve a disc, warning him not to trust anyone, before succumbing to unconsciousness and being rushed to S.H.I.E.L.D. For emergency care. Agent Hill approached the two, her gaze fixed on the operating room, her brow furrowed with an unshakable sorrow. "He.S. losing it. Blood pressure is dropping. Prepare for electrical resuscitation. Step back. 3, 2, 1, begin." As the doctors repeatedly pressed the defibrillator against Fury's chest, Natasha whispered, "Fury, you can't do this. You can't die." Yet, after multiple shocks, Fury still showed no pulse. In the end, Steve and the others bowed their heads, gritting their teeth. Their eyes clouded with grief as they heard the doctor's disheartened announcement. Time of death, 1:03 a.m. Steve turned away, unable to fathom that the astute Fury was truly gone. Natasha remained frozen in place, while Agent Hill departed with heavy steps, needing a solitary corner to let her tears flow. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, declared dead. Yet it was a ruse. Much like a scene from a movie, he had faked his death to deceive everyone, though no one yet knew the truth. Chapter 79. Seeking Allies. Captain America Steve was deeply troubled by Fury's death. He had witnessed Fury being mercilessly gunned down before his very eyes, only to see the enemy escape. Bang! In a fit of anger, Steve struck the wall. Suddenly, he recalled the disc Fury had entrusted to him. Pulling it from his pocket, Fury's warning not to trust anyone echoing in his mind. Glancing at the vending machine in the hospital corridor, an idea struck him. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, He discreetly hid the disc behind a row of snacks before making his way towards the persistent agent, Rumlow, who had been urging him to return to S-H-I-E-L-D. "Let us go," Steve said calmly. Rumlow gathered the other agents to follow him out of the hospital, heading towards S-H-I-E-L-D. Natasha emerged from around the corner. Approaching the vending machine that concealed the disc, her face etched with seriousness. Alexander Pierce, one of the members of the S-H-I-E-L-D Council and Fury's superior, had been the director while Fury served as deputy director. The bond between the two men was forged over decades of collaboration, with Fury even having once shielded Pierce from a bullet, thus epitomizing a friendship that transcends life and death. Upon his summons back to S-H-I-E-L-D, Steve was promptly arranged to meet with Pierce. The latter presented himself with an affable demeanor, initially lamenting the camaraderie he shared with Fury in life before inquiring about Steve's presence in Fury's home. Faced with Pierce's probing questions, Steve's suspicions began to surface, and he shook his head in feigned confusion, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Pierce refrained from pressing further and instead produced a plethora of detailed documents, meticulously cataloging Fury's clandestine activities that purportedly betrayed S-H-I-E-L-D, presented with an air of authenticity that ironically rendered it suspect. Although Steve harbored some ideological differences with Fury, he could not fathom the notion of Fury as the traitor Pierce claimed. Thus, regardless of Pierce's insinuations, Steve divulged not a whisper of Fury's affairs, shouldering his shield with calm composure as he exited Pierce's office, leaving behind a visibly perturbed Pierce. As Steve stepped into the elevator, preparing to depart, he placed his hands on the rail, facing away from the doors, and addressed the voice-activated Operations Control Center. Acknowledged. The elevator doors began to close, but just before sealing shut, an individual obstructed the entrance, followed closely by several members of a tactical team who entered the elevator. The leader, Rumlow, spoke in a congenial tone. "All tactical team members, prepare to be in position." "Understood." "Yes, sir," came the immediate response from the other team members. Unbeknownst to Steve, a fleeting tension crossed Rumlow's face, which quickly reverted to normal as he greeted Steve. However, Steve observed that the hands of several team members rested intentionally on their holstered firearms, suggestive of an imminent readiness to draw, which instilled a sense of vigilance within him. Though he maintained a facade of silence, he gradually shifted into a state of readiness for confrontation. As the elevator descended, it paused intermittently to admit additional individuals until it became densely populated, with Steve positioned at the center, subtly encircled. When the doors closed once more, an undeniable tension filled the air, with silence enveloping the occupants. At this moment, Steve unexpectedly broke into laughter, seemingly addressing himself. "Before we engage, does anyone wish to exit?" As he concluded, his smile vanished, replaced by an authoritative glare that scanned the surrounding faces. Suddenly, the individual directly in front of Steve brandished an electrified baton, crackling with intense energy, and swiftly lunged towards him. With remarkable agility, Steve sidestepped the assault. Subsequently, a collective uprising ensued, as others converged upon Steve with a singular purpose. Several individuals lunged at him, restraining his limbs, while a burly man ensnared his neck from behind, thwarting any potential retaliation. Meanwhile, the remaining assailants seized their weapons, attacking Steve with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. A stunned baton struck him, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coursed through his body. The agonizing shock only served to enrage Steve further. With a grimace, he broke free from his captor's grip and retaliated with a flurry of punches. As a superhuman enhanced by serum, Steve's physical prowess surpassed human limitations. A mere punch could render an opponent unconscious, and with his extensive combat skills, he swiftly incapacitated the multitude of adversaries before him. Amidst the sea of defeated foes, a fierce scowl adorned Steve's face. When the elevator descended to a certain floor and the doors opened, he was met with a squad of armed special forces pointing their weapons at him. "Drop your shields. Raise your hands," they commanded. Reacting with remarkable agility, Steve decisively severed the elevator's cable with his shield, initiating a rapid descent. Upon the elevator's abrupt halt on a lower level, he pried open the doors, only to be confronted by another fully equipped tactical team rushing towards him. Reluctantly, he closed the doors again, gauged the height, and with his shield raised before him, he smashed through the elevator's glass, plummeting downwards. Fortunately, the shield absorbed the impact of his fall, and although he let out a pained grunt upon landing, he emerged unscathed. Quickly regaining his composure, Steve dashed to the garage, mounted a motorcycle, and burst through the blockade. As a fighter jet soared overhead, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, he stood his ground, courageously hurling his shield in retaliation. Steve leapt onto the fighter jet, executing a series of acrobatic maneuvers complemented by his deft shield-throwing skills, single-handedly bringing the aircraft crashing down, thus securing his escape. Disguised as an ordinary passerby, Steve returned to the hospital, intent on retrieving the disc hidden within a vending machine. However, upon reaching the machine, he was struck with horror. The disc was missing. The reflection in the vending machine's glass revealed his panicked expression alongside Natasha, who nonchalantly chewed gum and blew bubbles behind him. After a thorough exchange of inquiries and confessions, Steve and Natasha finally reached an understanding, fostering mutual trust as they prepared to uncover the truth and avenge Fury. The duo arrived at an electronics store within a large shopping mall, where they inserted the disc into a displayed laptop. Natasha displayed her exceptional hacking skills, managing to decipher an address before the disc's signal could be intercepted. Disguised as an ordinary couple, they navigated through the throngs of enemies searching the premises, successfully exiting the mall without incident. "Shall we proceed to Witten, New Jersey, Captain?" Natasha inquired from the passenger seat, her feet unceremoniously propped on the dashboard. The vehicle in which the two sat was stolen by Steve, a fact that few would believe given his stature as Captain America. With a grave expression, Steve focused intently on the road ahead, driving with ease, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "No, we need to seek external assistance." Thus, this was the reason for their visit to me? Gao Ming gazed at the unexpected arrival of Steve and Natasha with astonishment. He had been leisurely seated at his computer desk, having found a website to watch movies for free, engrossed in a recently released romantic film titled Love You, Rosie. The plot was utterly cliché, yet the undeniable charm of the lead actors captivated viewers, rendering even such a trite narrative compelling. Just as Gao Ming was simultaneously critiquing the plot while remaining thoroughly entertained, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Steve and Natasha in casual attire. Once inside, both Steve and Natasha instinctively relaxed. With a smile, Steve remarked, "It's been a while, Gao Ming." Natasha, in a lazy yet alluring tone, added, "It has indeed been some time. Handsome, you've matured." Her teasing manner was evident. Yet both Steve and Gao Ming understood that it was mere jest, preventing the somewhat stoic Steve from reprimanding her as he had done upon first meeting Tony. "Hello. It's been a while, both of you." Gao Ming acknowledged them. Though perplexed, he felt pleased to see them. After they settled down, Steve bypassed any pleasantries and addressed the matter at hand with utmost seriousness, stating, "Gao Ming, I have come to ask for your assistance." Taken aback, Gao Ming responded, "Huh?" Steve calmly elaborated on the current situation. Fury had been killed, and they were wanted fugitives, preparing to head to New Jersey's Weehawken in search of clues. He revealed all the information they possessed. Steve remembered Fury's admonition to trust no one, yet before Gao Ming, he felt at ease sharing his concerns. Their shared experience as Avengers, though limited to the Battle of New York, had forged a bond, albeit one lacking deep familiarity. While Steve respected Gao Ming's character, he could not extend complete trust, but his willingness to confide stemmed from a singular truth. Gao Ming was remarkably powerful. Indeed, this seemingly incongruous reason was paramount. Gao Ming possessed extraordinary strength, the memory of his transformation into a demon during the battle against the alien hordes still vivid in Steve's mind. As far as Steve knew, Gao Ming had since harnessed new powers, becoming even more formidable. Steve had no doubt that Gao Ming could easily bring about the world's destruction. A being of such unparalleled strength could not possibly be associated with those lurking in the shadows. If Gao Ming were indeed an enemy, the game would be futile. It was this straightforward yet profound rationale that allowed Steve to place his trust in Gao Ming. After listening to Steve's account, Gao Ming wore an expression of bewilderment. If memory served him correctly, Steve and Natasha should be teaming up to venture to Witten, New Jersey, to confront Dr. Zola, who had transformed into an electronic life form. They were to recruit Falcon into their ranks, and along the way, reunite with the Winter Soldier. Ultimately, they would infiltrate SHIELD's new aircraft carrier, destroy it, and expose SHIELD to the public. With such an extensive quest ahead, why were they not diligently pursuing their mission towards completion? Instead, they sought him out, which was utterly unconventional, particularly since Gao Ming was privy to the forthcoming developments in the storyline, effectively holding the key to the strategy for success. Moreover, with his own capabilities, there was no need for him to navigate through the tasks methodically. He could simply sweep through with ease. Steve and Natasha were oblivious to the fact that their approach of enlisting Gao Ming as an external aid was not merely a recruitment of allies, but rather akin to summoning a formidable cheat code. Fortune or misfortune, it seemed trouble sought him out despite his desire to remain uninvolved. It was a recurring theme. It appeared that destiny was displeased with his recent tranquility and compelled him to engage in matters of consequence. After a moment of internal lament, Gao Ming adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Very well, I shall assist you. Your next destination is Whidden, New Jersey, correct? We must not delay. Let us depart at once." With that, Gao Ming rose from the sofa, his right hand emanating a blue light as he gracefully waved through the air, conjuring a portal. Thumbs up, he gestured towards the portal, casually saying, "Let us proceed, Whidden awaits us." Curiously, Steve and Natasha followed Gao Ming through the portal, arriving in a wooded area. Not far off was a camp enclosed by barbed wire, the very source of the signal they had detected. Natasha couldn't help but exclaim, "What a convenient ability. Traveling the world is utterly effortless." Steve also felt a sense of novelty, yet his thoughts drifted away from Gao Ming's newfound power as he gazed at the camp ahead. His expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Though this camp differed in many respects from his memories, he was certain it was the very place where, once upon a time, he too had trained as a fresh recruit. "Let us go inside and take a look." Gao Ming's voice interrupted Steve's reverie. He tucked away his complicated feelings and entered the camp alongside them. The camp sprawled across a vast area, housing several buildings. Natasha retrieved her signal detector, meticulously searching for the signal they had identified, yet found nothing. However, Steve noticed that the location of one building violated military regulations. It should not have been constructed there. Thus, the trio approached the errant structure, where Steve shattered the lock on the iron door with his shield and opened it. Steve and Natasha cautiously stepped inside, while Gao Ming, trailing behind, observed their demeanor with a touch of bemusement. Let us not dwell on the fact that here exists but one Dr. Zola, who has transcended into electronic existence. After all, he has accompanied us on this journey. What is there to fear with him around? Silently ridiculing the situation, Gao Ming followed leisurely behind, presenting a stark contrast to the two ahead. Although he recognized the futility of their presence, merely listening to Dr. Zola stammer on about how S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra was a trivial endeavor. He figured it was worth the outing with Steve and Natasha. Upon discovering the concealed elevator within the archives, Natasha utilized her devices to scan and unlock the code. The trio subsequently descended to the depths of the control room, where Gao Ming stood aside, watching as Natasha inserted the disc into the reader. It was then that the electronic manifestation of Dr. Zola materialized before them, fervently proclaiming the new world order of Hydra. However, before he could complete his declaration, Gao Ming, visibly irked, interjected, "Enough. Your voice resembles that of a quacking duck." Approaching Steve and Natasha, he casually suggested, "Let us prepare to depart." At that moment, the door to the control room slammed shut, and Dr. Zola, with an air of arrogance, declared, "You cannot escape. Prepare to embrace death." Suddenly, a beeping sound emanated from Natasha's phone. Upon checking, her expression soured as she realized missiles were being launched in their direction. Yet, upon glancing at Gao Ming, her furrowed brow relaxed. Steve, too, recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily inquired, "What's on the disc?" It's the Insight program," Gao Ming replied impatiently. Dr. Zola, akin to a creature caught by the throat, angrily bellowed, "Do not interrupt me." Such audacity, Gao Ming observed as Natasha stepped forward to retrieve the disc. Then, with a piercing gaze, his once dim amber eyes ignited with brilliance, unleashing an overwhelming mental force that cascaded through the control room's equipment, infiltrating the digital realm and obliterating the electronic essence of Dr. Zola in an instant. Dr. Zola, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror, managed to utter a fragmented phrase before vanishing entirely from existence. Gao Ming smirked disdainfully. "Please, the ultimate sheep talisman can directly launch a mental assault. You, an electronic entity, are merely courting death by challenging me." With both hands resting upon Steve and Natasha's shoulders, Gao Ming declared, "Let us go," and in an instant, transported them to a wooded area several hundred meters away from the camp. They turned to witness a missile, trailing flames, descend upon the camp, followed by a thunderous explosion. The expansive camp was instantaneously reduced to ruins, engulfed in flames that erased all traces of its former existence. Steve and Natasha gazed anxiously at the inferno, while Gao Ming, dissatisfied, muttered, "That explosion deserves a 0. It pales in comparison to my Dragon Blast." Chapter 81. How could one not find Mao's antics amusing? Steve was deeply troubled by Fury's death. He had witnessed Fury being mercilessly gunned down before his eyes, powerless as the enemy fled from the scene. In a surge of anger, Steve struck the wall with his fist. Suddenly, he recalled the disc Fury had entrusted to him, retrieving it from his pocket. Fury's warning to trust no one echoed in his mind. Glancing at the vending machine in the hospital corridor, an idea struck him. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he discreetly concealed the disc behind a row of snacks before making his way toward the relentless agent, Rumlow. who had been urging him to return to S-H-I-E-L-D. "Let us go," Steve said calmly. Rumlow gathered the other agents, and they departed the hospital together, heading to S-H-I-E-L-D. Natasha emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Approaching the vending machine where the disc was hidden, her expression grave. Alexander Pierce, a member of the S-H-I-E-L-D Council and Fury's superior, had been the director even when Fury served as deputy director. Their camaraderie had been forged over decades of collaboration, with Fury once taking a bullet for Pierce. They were, without a doubt, bonded by life and death. Upon Steve's return to S-H-I-E-L-D, he was promptly arranged to meet with Pierce, who appeared congenial. Reminiscing about his friendship with Fury before inquiring about the circumstances of Fury's visit to Steve's home. As Pierce probed with his questions, suspicion began to surface in Steve's mind. He feigned confusion, shaking his head to indicate his ignorance. Pierce, not pressing further, produced a dossier filled with meticulously documented evidence of Fury's alleged transgressions against S-H-I-E-L-D, presented in an orderly fashion devoid of apparent deceit. Yet, its excessive authenticity rendered it suspect. Although Steve and Fury had their ideological differences, he could not bring himself to believe that Fury was the traitor Pierce suggested. Consequently, regardless of Pierce's insinuations, Steve revealed not a whisper about Fury or the disc. He collected his shield, slung it over his back, and departed Pierce's office with an air of composure, leaving Pierce's expression fluctuating between uncertainty and frustration. Entering the elevator, Steve placed his hands on the railing, turning his back to the doors as he spoke to the voice-activated Operation Control Center. Confirmed, the system responded. As the elevator doors began to close, an individual suddenly obstructed them, followed by several agents entering the elevator. Leading the group, Rumlow spoke in a friendly tone. "All agents, prepare to be in position." "Understood." "Yes, sir," the other agents promptly replied. Unbeknownst to Steve, a fleeting tension crossed Rumlow's face, but it vanished as he greeted Steve, his demeanor returning to normal. However, Steve observed that several team members had their hands, either intentionally or unintentionally, resting on the pistols at their thighs, as if poised to draw their weapons at any moment. This sparked a sense of vigilance within him. Though he maintained a facade of silence, he gradually shifted into a combat-ready state. Subsequently, the elevator halted intermittently as individuals entered, and before long, it became crowded, with Steve positioned in the midst, subtly encircled. When the elevator doors closed once more, an air of tension enveloped the cabin, with not a single word exchanged among the occupants. At that moment, Steve suddenly broke into laughter, as if conversing with himself, and inquired, "Before we proceed, does anyone wish to exit?" As he concluded, his smile vanished, replaced by an imposing demeanor as he cast cold, scrutinizing glances at those around him. Suddenly, the man directly in front of Steve unleashed an electric baton, crackling with intense current, and swiftly turned to thrust it at him. Quick to react, Steve evaded the strike. Immediately thereafter, the others launched a coordinated assault on him, several individuals pouncing to restrain his limbs, while a burly figure from behind tightened his grip around Steve's neck to thwart any counterattack. The remaining assailants seized the opportunity to draw their weapons, descending upon Steve like ravenous wolves. The electric baton struck Steve, and a surge of pain radiated throughout his body, invigorating his fury. With a fierce grimace, he broke free from his captors, retaliating with powerful strikes. As a superhuman enhanced by serum, Steve's physical capabilities surpassed human limits. A single punch could render an adversary unconscious. Coupled with his extensive combat expertise, he swiftly dispatched the dozen foes within moments. Glaring at the incapacitated assailants strewn across the floor, Steve's expression darkened. When the elevator reached a designated floor and the doors opened, he was met by a contingent of armed special forces, who commanded him to drop his shield and raise his hands. Reacting swiftly, Steve decisively severed the elevator's cable with his shield, initiating a rapid descent. Upon the elevator's abrupt halt at a lower level, he pried open the doors only to find another well-equipped tactical team rushing toward him. Forced to shut the doors once again, he gauged the height he was at, raised his shield in front of him, and crashed through the elevator's glass, plummeting downward. Thanks to the shield, which absorbed and mitigated the impact, Steve landed with a grunt but emerged unscathed. He quickly regained his footing and sprinted to the garage, commandeering a motorcycle to break through the blockade. When a fighter jet swooped in front of him, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, he did not falter. With fearless resolve, he hurled his shield in retaliation. Steve leaped onto the fighter jet, executing a series of intricate acrobatic maneuvers paired with his adept shield skills, single-handedly bringing the aircraft crashing down, successfully securing his escape. Disguised as a mere passerby, Steve returned to the hospital, intent on retrieving the disc hidden within the vending machine. However, upon arriving before the machine, he was struck with dismay. His disc was missing. The reflection in the glass revealed not only his own panicked face, but also Natasha, nonchalantly chewing gum and blowing bubbles behind him. After a series of inquiries and confessions, Steve and Natasha finally reached a mutual understanding, establishing trust and preparing to seek the truth and avenge Fury. The duo made their way to an electronics store within a large shopping mall, where Steve inserted the disc into a laptop on display. Natasha, showcasing her exceptional hacking skills, managed to decipher an address before the signal from the disc could be intercepted and locked down. Disguised as an ordinary couple, they navigated through a throng of enemies, searching the premises, and safely exited the mall without incident. "Shall we head to Wheaton, New Jersey now, Captain?" Natasha asked, lounging in the passenger seat with her feet resting on the dashboard. The vehicle they occupied was one Steve had stolen. Few would believe that the esteemed Captain America could resort to such petty theft. With a grave expression, Steve focused on the road ahead, steering the car with ease. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "No, we need to enlist external assistance." "Is that why you've come to seek me?" Gao Ming exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Steve and Natasha at his door. He had been leisurely seated at his computer, having discovered a site that streamed films for free. Engrossed in a recently released romantic drama titled Love You, Rosie. Despite its cliché plot, the undeniable charm of the leading actors held his attention. Just as Gao Ming was critiquing the storyline while fully absorbed in the film, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Steve and Natasha in casual attire. Once inside, both Steve and Natasha relaxed almost instinctively. "Long time no see, Gao Ming," Steve smiled. "Indeed. It's been a while, handsome. You've matured," Natasha replied with a lazy flirtation. Though her tone was teasing, both Steve and Gao Ming understood it was all in jest, allowing the typically stoic Steve to refrain from reprimanding her as he had when first meeting Tony. Chapter 82, The Winter Soldier Strikes. The trio on the rooftop could distinctly hear Jasper's terrified screams as he plummeted, the sound fluctuating with distance. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha engaged in casual conversation at the edge of the rooftop, until they witnessed Sam soar towards them, his metallic wings unfurled, gripping the screaming Jasper and tossing him onto the rooftop as if he were refuse. Naturally, Steve and the others had no intention of dispatching Jasper immediately. Dealing with such a cowardly bully required a touch of intimidation. Indeed, after experiencing such a harrowing near-death experience from a fall, Jasper's facade of composure shattered completely. In a state of disarray, he knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the earth, feeling his legs weaken, utterly unable to rise. Sam descended with an imposing presence, the immense metallic wings behind him retracting and folding into an unremarkable backpack. As Sam turned, his face shielded by goggles, his piercing gaze fixed upon Jasper. The Falcon had arrived. As the four approached him, Jasper, in a moment of panic, raised his hands in surrender. Dutifully answering Steve's earlier inquiry, Zola's algorithm is a program designed to select targets for the Insight Initiative. Steve pressed on with a stern voice, demanding, "What targets?" "You." Jasper, gripped by terror, abandoned all notions of secrecy. The Hydra-esque brutal treatment of traitors fled from his mind as he began to scream incoherently, naming any individual that posed a threat to Hydra. The television host from Cairo, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the valedictorian from Iowa City, Bruce Banner, Stephen Strange, anyone who might jeopardize Hydra's existence. It mattered not whether in the present or the future. Suddenly, Gao Ming interjected with evident dissatisfaction. "Hey, why wasn't my name mentioned? Am I not a threat to Hydra?" At this, everyone fell silent, staring at Gao Ming, while Jasper, his face pale, replied, "Do you truly believe we could handle you?" Hearing Jasper's despondent response, Gao Ming nodded in understanding, affirming, "Indeed, if you were to regard me as a target, that would be a humiliation." The group remained speechless, aware of the truth in Gao Ming's words, yet the bluntness was rather disheartening. To engage in debate would surely lead to further disgrace, so they tacitly avoided the topic. Steve resumed his interrogation of Jasper. "The future? How does it predict the future?" Jasper let out a derisive laugh in response to Steve's query. "Of course it can. The 21st century is akin to an electronic book. Zola has taught Hydra to comprehend it." With a sense of pride, Jasper elaborated on how Zola's algorithm predicted an individual's future by analyzing their daily life records. Yet, as he spoke, a wave of dread washed over him, and he fell silent, his face betraying an overwhelming fear. "Oh heavens, Pierce will undoubtedly kill me." "And then?" Steve pressed, his expression stern. Resigned to his fate, Jasper replied, "Then we eliminate these threats through the Lemurian star, erasing millions in one fell swoop." On the highway, Steve and the others, with Jasper now reduced to a hostage, drove towards S.H.I.E.L.D. while Gao Ming could have easily opened a portal to reach S-H-I-E-L-D undetected. Steve chose to attempt a different approach, hoping to use Jasper to bypass security measures. Ignoring Jasper's frantic shouts, Gao Ming, seated in the middle of the back seat, became alert, quickly glancing at the agitated Jasper on his left. Suddenly, a metallic arm, gleaming with a cold sheen, shattered the car window and seized Jasper. The Winter Soldier had arrived. The Winter Soldier, perched atop the vehicle, seized Jasper and hurled him mercilessly from the car. Jasper, devoid of any means of resistance, was cast out with great force, crashing heavily onto another highway, where he was subsequently run over by an oncoming vehicle that was unable to halt in time, thus meeting his demise. The acceleration granted by the Rabbit Talisman had reached its zenith, allowing it to rival the speed of the Flash. Consequently, though Winter Soldier's attack was sudden, time appeared to stand still for Gao Ming, who had ignited his super speed. Had Gao Ming wished to intervene, he could have easily saved Jasper from the onslaught of the Winter Soldier. However, he saw no reason to do so. Jasper was an agent of Hydra, and his death seemed inconsequential. Thus, he remained motionless, coldly observing as Jasper was flung away, his cries abruptly silenced as he was crushed. Bang! 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 The Winter Soldier fired several shots into the roof of the car, the bullets puncturing through. Quick-witted Natasha swiftly rolled over onto Steve, who occupied the passenger seat. Yet she failed to notice Gao Ming's lightning-fast movements as he seized several objects. Falcon Sam hastily slammed on the brakes, causing the Winter Soldier to be thrown off the vehicle due to inertia. He adeptly spun in midair, landing gracefully, his metallic left arm carving deep grooves into the hard ground. Once the vehicle came to a stop, a shaken Sam gazed ahead at the Winter Soldier and exclaimed, "Who is this guy?" Steve, with a grave expression, replied, "An enemy." The Winter Soldier slowly rose, directing his gaze towards Steve. Vehicles behind them hastily veered aside, eager to avoid entanglement. Just as Natasha drew her pistol to aim at the Winter Soldier, Gao Ming, from the back seat, cautioned, "Prepare for something unexpected." Before anyone could fully comprehend the warning, the vehicle beneath them suddenly levitated, as if liberated from the force of gravity, rising into the air just as an off-road vehicle sped by. Undoubtedly, had the car not ascended suddenly, it would have been violently struck from behind by the approaching off-road vehicle. However, due to the car's unexpected elevation, the aggressive vehicle skidded forward, unable to stop in time. And the Winter Soldier promptly raised his metallic arm to shield the front of the car, narrowly averting disaster. As the vehicle gently descended back to the ground, Steve, Natasha, and Sam all turned their gazes towards Gao Ming. In that moment, he appeared unfazed, extending a clenched fist before opening his palm to reveal several bullets that slid down and clattered to the ground. Surprised? Gao Ming remarked with a calm smile. The trio exhibited varying degrees of astonishment, with Sam, still oblivious to Gao Ming's true nature, incredulously asking, "You actually caught the bullets? And you made the car float too?" Gao Ming simply nodded in response, maintaining his composure. With bare hands, one catches bullets. It must be said that Gao Ming has executed a remarkable display of skill. The car soaring into the air is undoubtedly the result of the Chicken Talisman's telekinetic prowess, while the enhancements from the Ox and Horse Talismans have reached their zenith, rendering the act of catching bullets a mere trifle. Although Steve and Natasha were momentarily taken aback by Gao Ming's actions, they were already well aware of his formidable abilities and quickly regained their composure, entering a state of readiness, for there were still adversaries ahead. Steve grasped a nearby shield. Natasha took hold of her pistol, and Sam tightened his grip on the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator while simultaneously shouting, "Hold on tight." The vehicle veered sharply, preparing to break through the encirclement, yet the Winter Soldier was not to be underestimated. As the car zoomed past him, he leapt onto the roof, his metallic left arm smashing through the glass and forcibly wrenching the steering wheel from Sam's grasp. Staring at his empty hands, Sam could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? How am I supposed to drive without a steering wheel?" In this critical moment, Gao Ming remained unfazed. He raised his right hand, and with a subtle motion, the Winter Soldier was flung aside by an unseen force. With a slight lift of his index finger, Steve and the others felt the vehicle lift once more, soaring from the highway down to the pedestrian walkway below, where it came to a steady halt. Instinctively, the trio glanced at Gao Ming, who chuckled lightly and remarked, "When it comes to fighting, one ought to find a suitable venue. The highway is far too narrow." Once the four disembarked from the vehicle, they spotted the Winter Soldier wielding a submachine gun, flanked by several mercenaries, all pointing their weapons at them without hesitation, opening fire. Just as bullets rained down upon Gao Ming and his companions, Natasha and Sam sought cover, while Steve raised his shield in defense. Meanwhile, Gao Ming stood unmoved, a serene smile gracing his lips. Countless bullets surged towards him, yet peculiarly, They halted mid-air, suspended before him, unable to advance an inch. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Gao Ming's piercing amber eyes gazed at the enemies above. The bullets continued to pour forth relentlessly, as the Winter Soldier maintained his stoic composure, firing indiscriminately. However, the mercenaries around him faltered, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief at the nonsensical scene unfolding before them. Realizing their assault was in vain, the Winter Soldier ceased firing, as did the mercenaries, their faces etched with concern as they regarded Gao Ming. "Oh, have you chosen to stop?" Gao Ming chuckled lightly, as the myriad bullets before him fell to the ground with a melodious clatter. The Chicken Talisman's telekinetic force had formed an invisible barrier around Gao Ming, effortlessly deflecting the bullets that could not breach his defenses. Yet, the Winter Soldier was not one to concede easily. He relinquished his submachine gun to a nearby subordinate and seized a rocket launcher, aiming it at Gao Ming to unleash a rocket. However, the projectile inexplicably veered off course, soaring skyward. As the rocket soared into the sky and detonated, the resounding explosion echoed through the heavens. Casting a glance at the explosion triggered by the rocket, Gao Ming displayed a hint of disdain and remarked, "Could you possibly unleash a few more powerful ones? The fireworks are rather underwhelming." In silence, the Winter Soldier discarded the launcher, reclaiming his submachine gun. With a gesture of his left hand, a nearby mercenary brutally thrust a climbing pick into the back of their vehicle. The pick, securely bound with a sturdy climbing rope, was tossed over the edge of the highway bridge, and one by one, they slid down the rope. Upon landing, without the need for Winter Soldier's command, all the mercenaries brandished their submachine guns and charged toward Gao Ming, poised for a close-quarters ambush. At that moment, Natasha emerged from cover, each hand wielding an exquisitely crafted pistol. In a flash, she fired several shots at the approaching mercenaries, one of whom was caught off guard and met his demise with a bullet to the head. Steve hurled his shield with precision, the shield swiftly knocking down an enemy before spinning back to him. Without a glance, Steve caught it, and, seizing the moment while the adversary was still recovering, charged forward with a flurry of relentless attacks, delivering a fatal blow to his foe. Sam, not one to remain idle, stealthily approached the mercenaries, launching himself at one with ferocity. His dagger sliced effortlessly across the enemy's throat, claiming a swift life, before he hastily seized the fallen mercenary's submachine gun. With a series of agile rolls, he took cover behind a bus, occasionally popping out to fire a few shots. The last remaining mercenary, witnessing his comrade's demise, threw down his submachine gun in terror and armed himself with a Gatling gun, frantically spraying bullets in all directions. Meanwhile, a psychic force quietly emanated, encircling the mercenary from all sides. No matter where he aimed, the bullets hung in the air, suspended as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, the mercenary realized that Gao Ming had vanished from his sight. In a panic, while searching desperately for Gao Ming's figure, he felt a sudden, searing pain in his chest. Struggling to look down, he beheld a hand piercing through his torso from behind. At that moment, he heard Gao Ming's wicked voice behind him. "Do you feel a sense of excitement?" The mercenary could barely utter a word, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. With indifference, Gao Ming withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the crumpled form of the enemy, casually shaking off the bloodstains. For mercenaries lay defeated, leaving only the Winter Soldier, standing coldly on the highway bridge. Steve and the others approached Gao Ming, remaining vigilant as they watched Winter Soldier. Realizing he was blocked by an invisible wall, Winter Soldier found his path obstructed, with only the way forward clear. He cast a cold gaze down at the smiling Gao Ming below. Clearly, Gao Ming had utilized his psychic abilities to hinder Winter Soldier's escape, forcing him into a confrontation. With no option for retreat, Winter Soldier exhibited little emotional change. He simply leaped off the highway bridge, approaching Gao Ming and the others with an air of calm determination. As the Winter Soldier approached, Gao Ming waved his hand, causing all weapons and ammunition to be forcefully expelled from the Winter Soldier, rendering him momentarily defenseless. Well, not entirely defenseless, as he still possessed a metallic arm, which seemed far more formidable than any of the gear he had lost. After all, it was meticulously crafted by Hydra. Gao Ming chose not to utterly annihilate the Winter Soldier by removing his metallic arm, as he wished to preserve some semblance of dignity for their comrade. Despite being stripped of his weapons, the Winter Soldier displayed no signs of panic, halting in his tracks and gazing coldly at the assembled group. In the midst of this standoff, Gao Ming gently nudged Steve, pushing him forward. Steve turned, looking at Gao Ming with a puzzled expression. "Why not greet an old friend?" "Steve?" Gao Ming remarked cryptically. Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, Steve was even more bewildered. But when Gao Ming used telekinesis to remove the goggles and mask from the Winter Soldier's face, revealing his true identity, Steve lost his composure. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Bucky?" Bucky Barnes, Steve Rogers' childhood companion, had joined him in the Howling Commandos after Steve became Captain America, forging an inseparable bond. However, during a mission to thwart a Hydra plot, Bucky had fallen from a train into a snow-covered valley, and Steve could only watch helplessly as his dear friend plummeted. The death of Bucky remained an indelible shadow in Steve's heart, a haunting regret for not being able to save him. Now, witnessing what he believed to be Bucky, alive and standing before him, even Captain America could not maintain his composure. His steadfast demeanor crumbled as he exclaimed, "Bucky, is that you?" Yet the Winter Soldier, Bucky, displayed no excitement at the reunion, his expression cold as he replied, "Who the hell is Bucky?" Steve stared at Bucky in shock. The gaze he received was utterly unfamiliar, as if he were looking at a stranger. Yet, Steve was certain he had not misidentified him. Despite the metallic left arm and the disheveled long hair that diverged from his memory of Bucky's dashing short hair, Steve recognized him instantly as his dearest friend, Bucky Barnes. Fleeting, hazy memories stirred within Bucky's mind, and a blurred visage gradually sharpened, aligning with the Steve standing before him. In that moment, the brainwashed assassin known as Bucky experienced a flicker of uncertainty. A glimmer of hesitation and confusion passed through Bucky's eyes. Though it was fleeting, Steve noticed it, bolstering his conviction as he stepped forward, calling out, "Bucky, it's me. Get away." Bucky reacted violently, his face contorted with rage as he swung his metallic left arm forcefully towards Steve. Faced with the irrational assault of his friend, Steve hastily raised his shield to deflect the fierce blow, anxiously calling out, "Bucky, calm down. It's me, Rogers, your brother." "Shut up," Bucky roared in fury, frantically swinging his fists at Steve. His metal arm crashed chaotically against the shield, producing a series of jarring sounds. As Steve desperately defended himself while urging Bucky to regain his composure, Gao Ming appeared behind Bucky with an air of resignation, skillfully delivering a precise strike to the back of Bucky's neck, rendering him unconscious. Steve swiftly cradled the unconscious Bucky, his face a mask of confusion and sorrow. "Let us go. We need to leave this place," Gao Ming said calmly. Chapter 84. The awakening of Bucky's memories. Gao Ming adeptly opened a portal to another dimension and stepped through. Steve hoisted the unconscious Bucky onto his shoulder and followed him through the portal, with Natasha and Sam closely behind. Once everyone had passed through, the portal vanished, leaving behind 4 lifeless bodies of mercenaries and a heap of firearms. The arriving police officers were left bewildered by the disarray before them. Before long, several agents claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived to take control of the chaotic scene. Upon passing through the portal, Steve and his companions found themselves in a vast expanse bathed in ethereal blue light, stretching endlessly before them. Clearly, this location bore no resemblance to any place on Earth. It was distinctly not of this world. In a state of alertness, Steve cautiously surveyed their surroundings and inquired, "Gao Ming, where are we?" Natasha and Sam were equally vigilant, their natural curiosity piqued by the unusual environment, inducing a blend of tension and intrigue. "Relax, there is no need for concern," Gao Ming replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. "This is a dimension I've created. It's completely safe, and no one can intrude here." Upon hearing this, Steve and the others felt a wave of reassurance wash over them as they gazed in wonder at the azure expanse. Sam exclaimed, "Man, you continually redefine my perception of you." Natasha, instinctively adopting a hint of allure, subconsciously sought to employ her conversational skills to extract information about this space. However, she quickly realized that she was not in the midst of an undercover operation, and so, without hesitation, she asked, "Gao Ming, how was this dimension formed? Is it a result of wormhole technology?" Steve furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased, and cautioned, "Hey, Natasha, don't pry into others' affairs." Gao Ming, unfazed, responded, "It's fine, after all. You might have guessed it anyway. This is a dimension created using the Space Stone." "Oh, the Space Stone is what we once knew as the Tesseract." Though Gao Ming spoke with a casual tone, his words struck Steve and Natasha with profound astonishment. The power of the Cosmic Cube is something they have all witnessed. Following the battle in New York, the Cosmic Cube was taken by Gao Ming. Although the intelligence system of S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated that Gao Ming had acquired a modicum of spatial power, hinting that such abilities were derived from the Cosmic Cube. Their understanding of its potency deepened significantly when Gao Ming openly acknowledged it. Now, amidst this boundless expanse of space, it was hardly surprising that Gao Ming had grown so formidable with the power of the Cosmic Cube at his disposal. Noticing that Gao Ming had no intention of elaborating further, Steve and Natasha refrained from pressing him for more information. Steve gently placed Bucky on the ground, gazing at his once familiar friend, now rendered a stranger, with profound concern. "What on earth has happened?" he asked anxiously. "Gao Ming, do you know what has transpired with Bucky?" Gao Ming replied candidly, "Your friend, Bucky Barnes, did not perish as you believed. He was rescued by Hydra and subjected to brainwashing. After undergoing a series of training sessions, he became a lethal instrument for Hydra, typically kept in a state of suspended animation. Whenever there was a mission, he would be awakened to carry out their orders. Gao Ming's words struck Steve like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that his dear friend had been saved by the nefarious Hydra and transformed into a cold-blooded assassin. The thought of Bucky, under Hydra's command, committing countless heinous acts against his own conscience filled Steve with rage, his teeth grinding in fury. Observing the unconscious Bucky, Steve urgently implored, Gao Ming, is there any way you can liberate Bucky from Hydra's control? In response to Steve's plea, Gao Ming feigned annoyance, stating, please adopt a more affirmative tone. Of course, I possess the means to free him from Hydra's influence. With that, Gao Ming approached Bucky, unleashing a vast wave of psychic energy that surged into Bucky's mind, beginning to mend the chaos that Hydra had wrought upon his brain. Hydra's brainwashing was merely psychological torment followed by suggestive conditioning. Fundamentally, it was a physical method that remained within the bounds of nature. Even if Hydra had employed some supernatural power to alter a person's consciousness, it would pose no challenge to Gao Ming in his current state. Not to mention, the reality gem could instantly manifest whatever Gao Ming envisioned, swiftly rectifying Bucky's thoughts to transform him into a virtuous individual. Moreover, the fully developed sheep talisman could also resolve Bucky's issues. This talisman possessed the ability to enter dreams, and now it had evolved to construct dreamscapes at will. Dreams are, in essence, the realm of the subconscious, as those familiar with Inception understand. Implanting a subtle psychological suggestion within the subconscious can gradually alter a person's mindset. Given Gao Ming's current prowess, he need not even resort to astral projection. He could directly utilize his immense psychic energy to untangle and restore Bucky's fractured mental world. However, this process was bound to be anything but comfortable. After all, it pertains to the most enigmatic region of the human body. The complexity of the brain is beyond calculation. Furthermore, the brain is an exceedingly fragile organ. Even though Gao Ming deftly manipulates his mental prowess, it remains too potent for Bucky, imposing a significant burden upon him. While in a state of unconsciousness, Bucky experiences an excruciating pain coursing through his brain, his forehead veins bulging, his visage contorted in agony, and he involuntarily emits a heart-wrenching scream. Witnessing Bucky's torment, had it not been for Steve's unwavering trust in Gao Ming, he would have rushed forward to intervene. However, he could not bear to confront the sight of Bucky's suffering. Turning away, his fingers whitening from the pressure of his grip, as his hatred for Hydra deepened. Hydra, this time, I shall obliterate you. The ordeal did not last long. Soon, Gao Ming withdrew his mental energy and casually remarked, it is done. In apparent response to his words, Bucky suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground. One hand pressed to his forehead, gasping for breath, his eyes clouded with confusion. Where am I? His voice lacked the previous coldness and ferocity, now only reflecting bewilderment and the return of human emotion. Steve approached him with excitement and anticipation, asking, Bucky, do you recognize me? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bucky looked up, and when Steve's face came into view, he could not suppress his overwhelming joy, exclaiming, Steve, it's you. Seeing Bucky regain his memory and recognize him, Steve instinctively opened his arms and embraced Bucky, saying, welcome back, my brother. Bucky, momentarily perplexed, gazed at Steve with a mix of confusion as he found himself enveloped in his embrace. Natasha and Sam, observing this heartfelt reunion, felt immense relief, understanding Steve's emotional turmoil. However, Gao Ming, witnessing the scene, found his mind flooded with thoughts of Winter Soldier and Thor. Why am I thinking of these? It must be the fault of those fangirls from my past life. Shaking his head to dispel those nonsensical thoughts, Gao Ming gazed thoughtfully at the now recalled Bucky. The plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, had reached an impasse. He had even captured the Winter Soldier. What was left to be played out? Thor, what have I done to deserve this? Regrettably, he could no longer witness the Winter Soldier delivering playful punches to Captain America's chest. Gao Ming watched Steve and Bucky with a tinge of wistfulness. In light of this, he resolved to accept the unfolding farce. Observing Bucky's expression shift between fleeting emotions of pain and confusion, he understood that along with the restoration of his memory, Bucky also recalled the myriad of vile deeds he had committed for Hydra over the years. With a quiet sigh, Gao Ming recognized Bucky's plight. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Gao Ming spoke, all right, Bucky has just regained his memory. Allow him some time to adjust, Steve. Upon hearing this, Steve released his grip and noticed the pallor on Bucky's face. With genuine concern, he said, Bucky, make sure to rest well and take your time. Bucky, with a complex expression, nodded slowly. Faced with Steve's caring demeanor, he found himself unable to confess the wrongs he had committed, thus choosing to bottle up his feelings. which rendered him increasingly despondent. Observing this, Gao Ming promptly shifted the conversation, stating, "Next, let us pay a visit to our director Fury." Gao Ming's words landed like a deep-sea bomb, causing Natasha to exclaim in shock, "That's impossible. I witnessed his death with my own eyes." Gao Ming chuckled lightly, his tone teasing, "Are you still not aware of how crafty Fury is? He is not one to easily perish, unless some purple-skinned fiend snaps his fingers." Natasha, not comprehending the last remark, dismissed it as an obscure reference and remained utterly absorbed in the astonishment of Fury still being alive. Upon hearing this revelation, Steve was equally taken aback and promptly inquired, "Do you know where Fury is now?" To his surprise, Gao Ming replied, "I do not know." This unexpected response left Steve and Natasha in bewilderment, questioning whether he was jesting. Just as Natasha could no longer contain herself, Gao Ming leisurely added, "But I know who does." Natasha, exasperated, retorted, "Stop being cryptic and take us to Fury." Gao Ming, shaking his head in resignation, calmly opened a portal, remarking on the youthful impatience. Hearing this, both Natasha and Sam were left speechless. Hey, everyone here is older than you. Even Natasha, who discreetly kept her age a secret, was still older than the 29-year-old Gao Ming by a slight margin. Not one to draw out the suspense, Gao Ming explained while opening the portal. After our departure, aside from the police, agents from SHIELD arrived at the scene, and I recognized a familiar face among them. Natasha couldn't help but ask, "Who?" "Agent Hill." Prior to entering the alternate dimension, Gao Ming had sensed with his formidable mental acuity that several SHIELD vehicles were heading their way. He recalled that Agent Hill was concealed within one of those vehicles, and before entering the alternate dimension, he swiftly located her using his psychic abilities and marked her with a spatial coordinate. In a secluded, abandoned air raid shelter, Agent Hill expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry, sir." By the time I reached the scene, the captain and the others had already evacuated. Before her stood Fury, reclining on a hospital bed, and judging by his demeanor, he clearly did not resemble a corpse. Upon hearing Agent Hill's report, Fury sighed with a hint of exasperation, about to speak when suddenly, a cerulean wormhole materialized in the room. Reacting to this unforeseen event, Agent Hill swiftly drew her sidearm, aiming it at the wormhole, but was halted by Fury's voice. "Lower your weapon, Agent Hill, it's a comrade." As Agent Hill hesitated, Gao Ming emerged from the wormhole, greeting with a cheerful smile. "Ah, long time no see." Agent Hill. Following closely behind were Steve, Natasha, and Sam, who stepped out of the wormhole and beheld Fury lying on the bed. Noticing the grim expressions on Steve and Natasha's faces, Fury promptly feigned injury, weakly murmuring, "Spinal injury, fractured sternum, shattered clavicle, perforated liver, ruptured lung, and a debilitating headache." However, his plight elicited no sympathy. Natasha coldly remarked, "They performed open-heart surgery on you. I witnessed your heartbeat cease. Care to explain?" Fury awkwardly cleared his throat, abandoning the pretense of weakness, and with an air of discomfort, he confessed, "Pufferfish toxin, capable of reducing my pulse to 1 beat per minute. Dr. Banner once utilized it to manage stress, but now it has found a new purpose." Steve, visibly dissatisfied, asked, "Why keep this a secret? Why not inform us?" To which Fury, feigning melancholy, replied, "You cannot kill a man who is already dead. Furthermore, I truly do not know whom I can trust." Agent Hill interjected, "It's to make those who intended to assassinate the director believe they succeeded." Fury attempted to wax poetic, but Gao Ming stepped directly to the bedside, tapping him with a finger before withdrawing his hand, smirking as he said, "All right, I have healed your injuries. Do you have anything else to say?" At this, Fury instinctively sat up, feeling the vitality coursing through his body, free from pain and fatigue, and marveled, how convenient. However, upon noticing the icy glares from Steve and Natasha, as well as Gao Ming, who stood by eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, his tone softened. "Truth be told, I have had my struggles too." After acknowledging his excessive suspicion and expressing remorse for not trusting Steve and the others sufficiently, Fury was spared further disdain from them. Thus, the subsequent mission was to thwart the execution of Project Insight. "Captain, you must prevent the launch of the Lemurian star. It concerns the lives of millions," Fury stated with utmost seriousness. "In addition to the aircraft carrier, we must dismantle SHIELD, Steve replied gravely. "Fury, do not overlook this matter. Hydra has infiltrated SHIELD completely. The current SHIELD is merely a FAAD for Hydra." In response to Steve's impassioned words, Fury attempted to defend himself. "I have discovered traces of Hydra within SHIELD and have taken appropriate measures." "And then what? You have become a mere figurehead?" Gao Ming remarked leisurely. Fury shot a disgruntled glance at Gao Ming, finding him reminiscent of Stark, who relished in undermining others. S-H-I-E-L-D, and Hydra, neither must remain, Steve declared in an unyielding tone directed at Fury. Fury wore a stern expression, eager to continue the debate, when suddenly Agent Hill, seated nearby, spoke up. He is right. She nodded at Fury, indicating her agreement with Steve's words. Fury shot a glare at Hill, and then glanced at Natasha. Both of them clearly sided with Steve, which irked Fury, as they were all his subordinates. Turning his gaze to Sam, who was merely an onlooker, he found Sam smiling and saying, "Don't look at me. I'll do whatever he does. Just a bit slower." As for Gao Ming, Fury was too disinterested to seek his opinion. That guy simply wanted to watch the spectacle unfold. Faced with this overwhelming dissent, Fury reluctantly conceded to the majority, slumping back in his chair and saying, "All right, it seems it's your turn to give the orders now, Captain." With a surge of confidence, Steve prepared to deliver his battle declaration, only to be interrupted by Gao Ming's reminder. May I interject? You actually don't need to worry about bypassing the enemy's defenses to board the aircraft carrier. I could just open a portal and walk right over. Oh, it seems that's indeed the case. The group suddenly remembered that a world-class powerhouse was standing among them. Any plans to uncover Hydra's schemes appeared trivial before such a figure, and destroying an aircraft carrier was merely a trivial task. However, this revelation dampened the group's fighting spirit, leaving them feeling rather unexcited. Chapter 86. Today, everything comes to an end. The museum. This particular museum's exhibits differed from those of others, as it showcased not ancient artifacts or famous paintings, but rather an array of Captain America memorabilia. Posters and promotional clips were abundant, clearly indicating that everything on display revolved around the iconic hero. Among the exhibits were remnants of World War II aircraft, motorcycles used by the Howling Commandos, and precious footage that represented the legacy of Captain America and his comrades during the war. Yet, amongst these exhibits, the most treasured item was undoubtedly the Captain America uniform displayed prominently in the center of the clothing exhibit. It was the battle attire once worn by Steve Rogers. Although the uniform might appear rather plain and simple to modern eyes, it symbolized the honor of an era, a source of pride for countless Americans. As the closing time approached, visitors had vacated the museum, leaving only a security guard patrolling the premises. He had yet to reach the clothing exhibit and was blissfully unaware that a cerulean wormhole had materialized before the display. Out of this portal stepped the renowned Captain America, Steve Rogers, accompanied by Falcon, Sam. Upon seeing the familiar uniform, Steve was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. Sam, curious, inquired, "Why come here specifically for this outfit?" In response, Steve chuckled lightly, his eyes ablaze with determination. "To go to war, of course I must don my military garb." Wasting no time. While the guard had not yet arrived, Steve and Sam swiftly removed the Captain America uniform from the mannequin and retreated back through the wormhole. Not long after, when the security guard arrived at the clothing exhibition area, he found the sleek mannequin in the center devoid of the Captain America uniform, prompting a lament of despair. "It's over. I'm going to be fired." It is noteworthy that this guard was stationed at the headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D, overseeing the monitoring room. As the technicians engaged in casual conversation, they suddenly experienced a collective signal failure, and a cacophony erupted from their headsets. One technician stood up to investigate the issue, but upon opening the door, he was met by Falcon Sam and Agent Hill, both brandishing handguns, with Captain America himself standing resolutely between them, clad in uniform and wielding his shield. Without needing any further explanation, the unarmed technicians instinctively raised their hands in surrender at the sight of Captain America, allowing Steve and his companions to effortlessly seize control of the monitoring room. In the conference room, Pierce and several members of the S-H-I-E-L-D council raised their champagne glasses, preparing to toast to the occasion, when suddenly, Steve's calm voice echoed through the intercom. "All S-H-I-E-L-D agents, please pay attention. This is Steve Rogers." Upon hearing Steve's voice emanate from the speakers, Pierce's heart raced, realizing that something was amiss, his expression gradually darkening as a shadow of concern crossed his face. All S-H-I-E-L-D personnel who heard the announcement halted their activities, listening with uncertainty to Captain America's words. "My goodness, Captain America has appeared at S-H-I-E-L-D. But I believe it is imperative to reveal the truth." Steve paused, then resolutely continued. "S-H-I-E-L-D is not what we once thought. It has long been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Alexander Pierce." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in shock. The news was utterly staggering, and disbelief washed over them. How could the highest-ranking official of S-H-I-E-L-D D. Alexander Pierce, be affiliated with Hydra. Initially, they instinctively rejected this absurd claim. Yet it came from the mouth of Captain America, compelling them to believe. In the conference room, the expressions of the other council members shifted dramatically as they instinctively turned their gaze towards Pierce, filled with wariness and suspicion. However, Pierce remained unfazed, casually lifting his champagne glass, seemingly indifferent to Steve exposing his true identity. I do not know how many Hydra agents remain, but they are within this building. They might be sitting right next to you, Steve continued, delivering his earth-shattering declaration. The countenance of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shifted slightly, each casting wary glances at their colleagues. No one could be certain whether the co-workers they interacted with daily were, in fact, insidious Hydra infiltrators. In that moment, Captain America's stature was palpably evident. Even while bearing the weight of accusations and addressing them as a fugitive, no one dismissed his seemingly ludicrous statements as mere jest. For he is Captain America, the very embodiment of hope for all Americans. If you launch the aircraft carrier, Hydra will eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Unless we act to stop them now. Steve's tone remained resolute, unwavering in the face of adversity. The cost of freedom has always been steep, and I am willing to pay any price. Inside the control room, everyone cast vigilant glances towards those at the control panel, their eyes fixed and their hands gradually tightening around their firearms. Should any personnel attempt to initiate the carrier's launch, they would not hesitate to open fire in order to thwart the action. If I am to be the solitary figure rising in defiance, so be it. I will show you the essence of faith, which shall never falter within my heart. With that, the broadcast concluded, plunging everyone into silence. Steve's words, though devoid of fervor, resonated deeply, imbued with an intangible strength that stirred their spirits and ignited a fervor within. Thus, when a cadre of Hydra agents, disguised as S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, stormed into the control room, their faces set in fierce determination as they commanded the personnel at the control panel to launch the carrier. The seemingly compliant staff hesitated, failing to input the launch commands. Is there a problem? One Hydra agent snarled, brandishing a firearm against the staff member's temple. To their astonishment, faced with the threat of death, the previously timid staff member bellowed defiantly, I cannot. It is the Captain's order. Then you shall die, retorted the Hydra agent, preparing to execute the uncooperative staff member. In an instant, Agent 13, Sharon Carter, drew her weapon and shouted, Stop. No one is permitted to launch the carrier. It is the captain's command. Agent 13 seemed to ignite a fuse, triggering a chain reaction as all the concealed Hydra agents drew their weapons, aiming them at her. Yet, Agent 13 remained unperturbed. For the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also brandished their firearms, directing them toward the Hydra operatives. In that moment, the distinction between S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hydra operatives was strikingly clear, leading to a tense standoff. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the control room door was forcefully flung open, drawing the attention of all present, their guns still at the ready. As the familiar figure of Captain America entered, a moment of stunned silence ensued, followed by an eruption of excitement among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. While the Hydra agents exhibited an air of grim tension. Everyone, I have arrived, Steve declared with calm assurance. Meanwhile, on the carrier, Gao Ming, clad in his swift battle attire, descended unobtrusively onto the aircraft carrier capable of claiming millions of lives in an instant. It doesn't seem all that formidable, Gao Ming remarked casually as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, although S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier boasted technological advancements that surpassed much of the current capabilities, it remained merely a product of Earth. In contrast, Gao Ming possessed a cosmic warship acquired from the Dark Elves, whose strategic value far eclipsed that of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vessel. Therefore, he felt no regret for the impending destruction of this aircraft carrier. Indeed, following a series of task assignments, Steve, Sam, and Agent Hill were entrusted with leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the pursuit of exposed Hydra operatives. Natasha, disguised as a council member, collaborated with Fury to apprehend Pierce. Meanwhile, Gao Ming was dispatched with the mission of obliterating the aircraft carrier. However, Gao Ming found himself in a quandary. What method should he employ to annihilate this aircraft carrier? Should he utilize the reality stone to erase it from existence? Or perhaps employ the space stone to create a black hole to consume it? Alternatively, he could unleash the ultimate dragon blast. Chapter 87. Destruction of the aircraft carrier. Nick's return. Steve's impassioned speech inspired all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to rally behind him without hesitation. launching into a fierce battle against Hydra. He embodied Captain America, the symbol of freedom and their unwavering faith. This alone was sufficient to galvanize them to follow Steve resolutely into the fray. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., with the lines between the two factions starkly drawn as they unleashed a torrent of attacks upon one another. Intense gunfights erupted in every corner. Be it in the various departmental offices or the expansive helipad outside, the scene was rife with the clash between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Some fell, succumbing to the pool of death, while others, both S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hydra operatives, continued to fire wildly in a desperate attempt to eliminate more foes. In the control room, Steve's presence undoubtedly uplifted the spirits of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, causing Hydra's morale to wane. Under Steve's leadership, the once arrogant Hydra operatives retreated in disarray, unable to escape as they were subdued by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed at the exits, ultimately captured en masse. Witnessing the slaughter and capture of his comrades, Romlo, a member nominally aligned with Steve's strike team but secretly a key Hydra operative known as Crossbones, revealed his madness and resolve. He thrust his subordinates into the path of the obstructing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to buy himself time, then rushed to the control console, forcefully shoving aside the staff member hiding below and swiftly inputting the launch command for the aircraft carrier. Upon noticing Romlo's actions, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gasped in shock and opened fire upon him. Steve hurled his shield at Romlo with great force. Countless bullets pierced Romlo's body, and the shield struck his spine with a bone-cracking sound. Yet, this did not deter him. Romlo collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet he erupted into maniacal laughter, embodying the demeanor of a victor. Ha ha ha, you cannot stop Hydra. Long live Hydra. With every ounce of strength, he shouted the words, and then, his eyes wide open, he fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. The personnel responsible for the aircraft carrier's launch hastily scrambled back to the control console, anxiously tapping the keyboard in an attempt to alter the directives, only to discover that the launch commands were locked, and unlocking them would require precious time that was in dire scarcity. The operators frantically inputted a series of complex codes. Yet despair gradually etched itself upon their faces. Time was slipping away. The aircraft carrier should have already ascended, and in mere moments, it would claim the lives of millions, rendering them accomplices to Hydra, guilty of an unforgivable atrocity. Amidst the chaos, Steve raised his hand and addressed the communicator at his ear with solemnity. Gao Ming, have you dealt with the aircraft carrier? A calm voice resonated from the communicator. What do you think? Upon hearing Gao Ming's retort, Steve finally exhaled in relief, sensing that all was well. Just as he intended to inquire about the specifics, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters trembled violently, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that echoed through the communicator. Boom. Steve urgently demanded, what is happening? What is going on? Cough, cough. Gao Ming's tone was slightly awkward. It's nothing, just the destruction of the aircraft carrier was a bit noisy. Stunned by the revelation, Steve pondered the violent means employed by Gao Ming to obliterate the carrier. Meanwhile, Gao Ming, gazing at the sky where a colossal wormhole unfurled, witnessed a searing explosion that resembled a miniature sun engulfing the fiery remnants of the aircraft carrier. As the wormhole devoured the expanding inferno, it vanished without a trace. Removing his helmet, Gao Ming's face bore traces of exhilaration mixed with residual anxiety. As he muttered with a wry smile, the dragon's detonation truly did not disappoint. In fact, it exceeded expectations. 1 minute earlier, in the conference room, Pierce remained unfazed amidst the barrage of inquiries from the other council members. A cadre of fully armed Hydra agents stormed into the chamber, encircling the council members and brandishing their weapons, rendering them motionless with fear. As the council members were subdued, Pierce approached the glass wall, observing the aircraft carrier gradually ascending, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Turning to face the other council members, he proclaimed with arrogance, the fate of this world now lies within my grasp. The question that remains is, who among you wishes to join us? Grasping a glass of champagne from the table, he prepared to savor the fruits of victory, awaiting the capitulation of the assembly. However, one council member boldly interjected, I will never conspire with you terrorists. Faced with insubordination, Pierce seized a handgun from one of his subordinates, aiming it at the defiant council member's forehead, intent on setting an example. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated from outside. Pierce swiftly turned to behold the aircraft carrier, the embodiment of his ambitions for global domination, engulfed in roaring flames, transformed into a blazing fireball. No, Pierce was no longer calm. He erupted in a fit of rage, helplessly watching as the aircraft carrier was engulfed in flames and devoured by an inexplicable wormhole. With a loud crash, he hurled the champagne glass in his hand to the ground, shattering the exquisite vessel into countless fragments, while the golden champagne spilled across the floor. In the midst of his irrational curses and outbursts, one of the council's female members, clad in a blue business suit, sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to the abdomen of the enemy before her, swiftly seizing the firearm. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed several small devices crackling with potent electricity, accurately striking other foes, rendering them incapacitated and collapsing to the ground in a faint. After commandeering the handgun, the councilwoman coldly shot through the heart of the enemy before her, then aimed the gun at Pierce, pressing her hand momentarily to her temple. The aged visage vanished, morphing into the alluring countenance of a youthful woman. Black Widow Natasha, are you surprised? Natasha inquired with an unfazed demeanor. Pierce regarded her with a cold stare. His expression regained its composure as he feigned a calm smile, saying, I truly did not anticipate your presence here, Agent Romanoff. A meaningful smile graced Natasha's face as she replied, Do not be hasty. There is another person you are even less likely to expect. As she spoke, Pierce observed a helicopter descending onto the open ground outside, from which an unexpected figure emerged. Nick Fury. Fury strode into the conference room, his black trench coat billowing in the wind, exuding the commanding presence of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering, Fury remained silent, his aura steadily intensifying, causing Pierce's expression to darken increasingly. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, Pierce remarked, Nick, I am truly pleased you could come. Fury, unfazed, responded, Oh, really? I thought you would prefer my demise. Chapter 88. Pierce's demise as livestock. Seeing Fury's return from the dead, Pierce's expression naturally soured. The situation was gradually shifting unfavorably for him. He straightened his lapel, regaining his nonchalant posture, and leisurely stated, Nick, you should be aware of the rules of the game. I require you to eliminate all enemies standing in my way. You are the most suitable individual I have encountered for such tasks. My enemies are your enemies. Yet when you stand against me, your fate is likewise sealed. Thus, your choice to make me the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. indicates you seek a compliant dog. Fury replied coldly. In response, Pierce raised his right hand, shaking his index finger. No, no, no. Nick, I genuinely consider you my friend. Fury scoffed derisively. Natasha was deeply engrossed in her work at the computer, preparing to unveil the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the world. Although this act would expose the sordid truths hidden beneath S.H.I.E.L.D.'s polished facade and tarnish its pristine image, it would also reveal the Hydra operatives concealed within the organization. If it meant delivering a substantial blow to Hydra, even at the cost of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence, it would be worth it. After a series of meticulous operations, Natasha had completed the majority of her task, leaving only one final step before she could make all the intelligence public. She picked up her handgun and aimed it at Pierce, reporting to Fury. We still need to scan your and his permissions. Iris scan initiated, announced the computer's intelligent voice, indicating the necessity for an iris scan to obtain access. Fury grasped Pierce's arm, dragging him to the scanning panel. Pierce sneered. Nick, do you really think we wouldn't revoke your access? Fury interrupted him, his expression unyielding. I know you deleted my password. There must still be a record of the scan. But if you wish to get ahead of me, Mr. Secretary. At this moment, Fury suddenly lifted the eye patch covering his left eye, revealing a network of grotesque, old scars surrounding it. The vacant space where his left eye should have been contained a murky, dull orb devoid of luster. You must keep your eyes wide open. Fury gritted his teeth. In that instant, his visage exuded a ferocious intensity that made Pierce retract his once jovial demeanor, closing his mouth in a show of reluctant compliance with the iris scan procedure. Level clearance confirmed. Encryption unlocked. Confidentiality agreement revoked. Upon hearing the system's intelligent voice, Pierce remained undeterred, seductively asserting, Nick, isn't it better to have control over this world? Together, we could become its masters, crafting a more perfect existence. Shut your mouth. Fury retorted, entirely unimpressed. As the head of the agency, he was far more adept at persuasion and manipulation than Pierce could fathom. Did he think that a mere few words could sway him? Was he to believe that Fury, the legendary head of S.H.I.E.L.D., was just a figure of idle talk? Realizing his verbal prowess was insufficient, Pierce discreetly reached for his phone, preparing to implement his contingency plan. Prior to meeting with the council members, he had distributed badges to each of them, claiming they were passes, but in truth, They were devices through which he could control the life and death of every council member. Should he activate the device via his phone, the badges worn by each council member would emit a fierce laser, burning a 2-inch hole through their chests. Natasha, having disguised herself as a council member, had unwittingly donned one of those lethal badges as well. With a calm demeanor, Pierce navigated his phone's interface, ready to activate the device to eliminate the other council members and then leverage Natasha's life as a threat against Fury. However, just as he switched to the control interface and hovered his finger over the button, the glass wall beside them suddenly shattered with a deafening explosion. Stepping onto a floor strewn with shards of glass, Gao Ming entered the conference room with a leisurely air, as if strolling through a marketplace, casually raising his hand in greeting. Hello everyone, quite a full house. His sudden appearance startled the attendees, who had just witnessed this Asian man, clad in a white uniform, soar up from below and lightly tap the glass wall, causing the entire bulletproof structure to shatter instantaneously with a mere flick. They were unaware of this man's identity, but his uniform immediately revealed him to be the much-discussed godfather of superheroes. However, they found it perplexing that Gao Ming was not wearing a helmet. Did he not care about exposing his identity? Truth be told, Gao Ming was unconcerned about revealing himself. Having reached a level of power beyond ordinary comprehension, he felt little need for caution. Rather, he wished for more people to recognize him, to instill fear in the petty miscreants. Upon entering the conference room, Gao Ming paid no heed to the palpable tension within the room. Noticing one of the council members was Asian, he curiously inquired, "Where are you from?" This question was posed in impeccable Mandarin. The council member, realizing Gao Ming was addressing him, responded with trepidation, but in a bewildered manner, asked in English, "What are you asking?" Gao Ming had to reiterate in English, "I am asking where you are from." "I am from Korea," the member began, but before he could finish, Gao Ming interrupted with visible disdain. "Oh, the land of the morning calm. Humph, I thought I was encountering a fellow countryman." He continued to speak in Mandarin, leaving the Korean council member utterly confused, unable to comprehend Gao Ming's words. Yet, from Gao Ming's expression, it was apparent that he was met with disdain, which left the member even more perplexed as to what he had done to earn such contempt. Gao Ming, possessing a slight rebellious streak, held a rather unfavorable view of both Japan and Korea, and seeing a council member from Korea certainly did not inspire any warmth in him. The multilingual Fury and Natasha understood Gao Ming's remarks and exchanged glances of disbelief, surprised by this unexpected facet of his character. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by Gao Ming, Pierce attempted to activate the device. However, Gao Ming, not even sparing him a glance, raised his middle finger toward Pierce and uttered a single word. A brilliant white light erupted from his fingertip, striking Pierce directly. Before Pierce could press the remote control, he was enveloped in a radiant glow. When the luminescence receded, all present were horrified to discover that Pierce had transformed into a pig, covered in a dense coat of white fur. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was an aging hog with sagging flesh. Alexander Pig Pierce squealed in panic, and as he caught sight of his new form through the shards of glass on the floor, he let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered animal. Oink! Pierce screamed in agony, frantically pacing around the room, while the remote control, pivotal to the lives of several council members and Natasha, fell to the floor as Pierce transformed into a swine. The council members, filled with trepidation, cautiously distanced themselves from Gao Ming, trembling in fear as they cast furtive glances in his direction, terrified of uttering a word that might provoke his ire, lest they share Pierce's grim fate. To become a pig? Such an existence would be worse than death. Although Fury and Natasha were struck with terror upon witnessing Pierce's transformation, a sense of vindication washed over them, especially Fury, who relished the downfall of the very villain who had nearly brought about his demise. "You sought to harm me, huh?" Gao Ming stepped forward, retrieving Pierce's phone and exiting the control interface. At that moment, a message arrived, and though Gao Ming had appeared nonchalant, the instant he read the message, his expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Raising his hand, an invisible force seized Pierce, who, in his desperate struggle, stared at his pig trotter in disbelief. Gao Ming coldly clenched his fist. Bang! The ethereal hand of telekinesis instantly crushed Pierce, blood splattering in all directions, transforming the conference room into a gruesome scene, soaked in the stench of swine's blood. Witnessing this horror, all the council members felt their legs weaken. The Korean member fainted, his eyes rolling back in terror. On the phone screen, a brief message read, "Target Sophia Temple is en route to her residence. Prepare to execute the capture operation." Chapter 89. The reliable Bumblebee ignoring the carnage within the conference room and the fearful council members. Gao Ming coldly tossed the phone onto the table, focusing intently on the spatial coordinates previously set on Sophia. With a flash of blue light, he vanished from sight. Fury and Natasha, both startled by Gao Ming's sudden brutality towards Pierce, were also puzzled. Natasha approached, picked up the phone, and upon reading the message, enlightenment dawned upon her. She handed the phone to Fury, who, upon reading the message, comprehended Gao Ming's motives for executing Pierce, silently lamenting, "Hydra truly has a death wish." On the highway, a striking yellow Camaro, adorned with black patterns, sped past other vehicles, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Inside, Sophia sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. Yet she had not yet learned to drive. All the while, Bumblebee was in control, with Sophia merely pretending to steer. Despite her confidence in Bumblebee's driving skills, the high speed sent a thrill of fear through her. Adjusting her glasses, Sophia sighed. "Bumblebee, could you slow down a bit? I'm having a hard time adjusting." "Of course, Sophia." The magnetic voice of Bumblebee resonated through the car's sound system, and the vehicle gradually decelerated to the pace that Sophia had requested, finally shedding its racing demeanor. Had it not been for the calls made by S, H, I, E, L, D, and Tony to the traffic department, granting this car special privileges, the mere instance of Bumblebee speeding would have resulted in multiple tickets and a significant deduction of points. "By the way, take me to the nearest supermarket. I wish to procure some food and personally prepare dinner tonight." Remembering that it had been quite a while since she last cooked, Sophia felt a surge of enthusiasm, pondering whether her culinary skills had become rusty, and instructed Bumblebee to head towards the closest supermarket. Bumblebee cheerfully replied, "No problem, hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, Bumblebee, having just stabilized his speed, suddenly accelerated once more, slipping back into racing mode. Sophia, rubbing her temples in exasperation, chose not to voice her objections. She had expressed her concerns numerous times before. Bumblebee's personality resembled that of a lively, exuberant child, especially after Hai Ming had shown him several installments of Fast and Furious, which had captivated him with the thrill of high-speed racing. Indeed, Bumblebee resembled a youthful adolescent, overly conscious of others' opinions. In Transformers, he had scanned a stylish sports car to transform his appearance after being criticized for his outdated design. In Transformers 4, a human-made imitation of Bumblebee was created using advanced technology, and a mere comment from the protagonist about its superior looks prompted Bumblebee to transform into his Autobot form, sulkily kicking the counterfeit version to the ground. Since Bumblebee was brought into this world by Hai Ming, his character remained remarkably similar to his original self. Each time Sophia rode with him, Bumblebee couldn't resist driving a little faster, eager to showcase his extraordinary speed. As Bumblebee joyfully sped along, 3 black SUVs seemingly nonchalantly approached from behind, one trailing closely behind Bumblebee, while the other 2 gradually flanked either side of the road, creating a triangular encirclement. Unaware of the impending danger, Sophia remained oblivious, but Bumblebee, a battle-hardened Autobot, sensed something amiss. His tone turned grave as he warned, "Sophia, we are being targeted. It's those 2 SUVs on the sides, and the one behind us. They are surrounding us, likely intending to launch a 3-pronged assault." Upon hearing Bumblebee's words, Sophia's mood shifted slightly to one of tension. However, having endured numerous trials, her mental fortitude had significantly strengthened, while she felt a tinge of nervousness. It was no longer the panic that had once overwhelmed her. Sophia steeled herself, calmly stating, "Bumblebee, swiftly break free from the enemy's encirclement. If they exhibit any signs of aggression, let me out immediately, and then switch to Autobot mode to confront them." Working as Pepper's secretary at Stark Industries was not without its demands. Everyone at Stark was exceptionally competent. Awakening to find herself suddenly appointed as Stark's new secretary, Sophia experienced a natural sense of trepidation. However, amidst her confusion, her competitive spirit was ignited, prompting her to proactively acquire the knowledge requisite for her role. Through her relentless efforts and the guidance of a distinguished professor she had specifically sought out, Sophia swiftly caught up with the agent sent by S, H, I, E, L, D, to masquerade as her predecessor. After a period of professional honing, Sophia shed the clumsiness typical of a recent graduate entering the workforce and transformed into a shrewd and capable elite in her field. Although the challenges she faced now pertained to her own safety, Sophia remained composed, swiftly stabilizing her emotions and devising an appropriate response. "Understood," Bumblebee solemnly replied. As the 3 SUVs prepared to converge from both sides and the rear, Bumblebee accelerated dramatically, narrowly evading the encirclement of the vehicles. The engine roared with an exhilarating thunder, and Bumblebee darted away like a bolt of lightning, swiftly creating a considerable distance of nearly a kilometer between itself and the SUVs. The drivers of the 3 vehicles quickly regained their composure, flooring their accelerators in a desperate pursuit, gradually closing in on Bumblebee. When they were less than 100 meters away, 3 individuals leaned out of each SUV, brandishing handguns, and relentlessly fired at Bumblebee's tires, attempting to incapacitate the vehicle and thwart Sophia's escape. Under the concentrated fire of 9 assailants, one of Bumblebee's tires was ultimately pierced by several bullets, causing it to deflate instantaneously. With the loss of a wheel, the vehicle struggled to maintain its balance, sparks flying as it skidded to a halt just in time. Bumblebee, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Sophia, prepare to exit. I shall confront these adversaries." Sophia nodded, her tension palpable. "Run." Bumblebee suddenly flung open the door, and upon receiving the command, Sophia dashed from the vehicle. The moment she vacated, Bumblebee transformed seamlessly into its Autobot form. The Hydra agents dispatched to capture Sophia as a hostage stared in terror as the once virtual entity, the Autobot Bumblebee, materialized before them. As the enemies, gripped by fear, inadvertently discharged their weapons in a frenzied assault, Bumblebee's arms transformed with a resounding clang into twin Gatling guns. With firepower unleashed, Bumblebee charged towards the adversaries, the machine guns spewing flames mercilessly, each bullet slicing through the air and striking the SUVs, while countless shell casings clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Bumblebee distinctly observed the expressions of fear and rage on the faces of his foes, yet this did not sway his resolve. Entering combat mode, he became a consummate warrior, devoid of any compassion for his enemies. 2 off-road vehicles were reduced to mere scrap by Bumblebee, with no survivors among the occupants. Only one vehicle, having lost 2 of its companions, decisively turned around, preparing to flee from this absurd nightmare. However, just as these 2 stragglers adjusted their course to escape at full speed, they were confronted by an unexpected figure who delivered a crushing blow. Bang! The off-road vehicle was obliterated in a single strike, erupting into a thunderous explosion. With a flick of his hand, Gao Ming opened a black hole to consume the blazing wreckage. He approached Sophia, visibly anxious, and inquired, "Are you unhurt? Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Sophia replied, shaking her head. Chapter 90. The dilemma all men face when not single. Gao Ming felt fortunate to have arranged for Bumblebee to be by Sophia's side. Otherwise, the consequences of her abduction by Hydra would have been dire. Although he could teleport to her location using the spatial coordinates set for Sophia, it was not an infallible plan, as unexpected events could still pose a threat to her safety. As he pondered how best to ensure Sophia's protection, he suddenly heard her voice, laced with concern. "Why aren't you wearing your helmet?" It was then that he recalled he had rushed over without donning it. They were currently at a highway junction, where chaos had ensued due to Bumblebee's confrontation with Hydra agents, resulting in a traffic jam. Nevertheless, many had exited their vehicles, brandishing their phones to capture the moment, their faces alight with excitement. After all, Bumblebee had materialized in reality, an occurrence that sent them into a frenzy, compelling them to approach recklessly for a closer glimpse of the majestic transformer. Especially after witnessing the terrorists being dispatched by Bumblebee, the crowd grew bolder, rushing toward the Autobot. Seeing the throng approaching and noticing Sophia's anxious expression, Gao Ming found himself smiling. He casually opened 2 wormholes, obliterating the 2 battered off-road vehicles along with their deceased occupants. Yet, he showed no intention of donning his helmet, remaining composed in his stance. This only heightened Sophia's concern. "Why are you still?" Before she could finish, Gao Ming grasped her hand and chuckled softly. "It's fine. It's time for everyone to get acquainted with me." As several brave souls approached, eager to capture close-up shots of Bumblebee and perhaps even take a selfie, they couldn't help but notice the pair beside the Autobot. The Asian man among them captured their attention, clad in a remarkably familiar uniform, the outfit of the superhero Godfather. Could this man be the elusive Godfather? Excitement surged through the crowd, and suddenly, one fervent individual shouted, "Godfather, is that you?" This question echoed the thoughts of many, as all eyes fixated on the Asian man, eagerly awaiting his response. In the face of the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gao Ming calmly declared, "Indeed, I am the Godfather." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, who erupted in fervent cheers. "It truly is you, Godfather. I am your devoted fan. You are even more handsome than I imagined." Each individual was overwhelmed with excitement, their phones capturing every moment, unwilling to miss a single shot. Whether it was Bumblebee or the revelation of the Godfather himself, the spectacle was sufficient to compel them to immortalize these precious images without pause. Accepting the fervent adoration of the crowd with an unflinching demeanor, as more and more people surged forward, threatening to spiral out of control, Gao Ming embraced Sophia and soared into the sky. Similarly, his telekinetic powers lifted Bumblebee into the air. The sight of people flying, regardless of prior experiences, remained breathtaking, causing the crowd to instinctively hush and fix their gaze upon Gao Ming in the sky. With one arm around Sophia, he raised his other hand to wave goodbye to those below, proclaiming loudly, "Farewell." With that, He and the exhilarated Bumblebee swiftly departed from the throng's view. Without a doubt, both Bumblebee and Gao Ming dominated the front pages of major news outlets. Transformers, in reality. Does the planet Cybertron really exist? Breaking news. The Godfather has finally shed his disguise. A marvelous Asian. Korea claims, the Godfather is actually one of us. Amidst the cacophony of sensational headlines, Gao Ming took a brief respite for a half-hour interview with the New York Times, where he offered succinct responses before declining further interviews. Titles suggesting that the Godfather had removed his disguise, somewhat ambiguous, were naturally coined by that neurotic editor at the Hornet newspaper, to whom Gao Ming paid little heed. However, he could not tolerate the gossip from a Korean tabloid claiming him as one of their own, and during his interview with the New York Times, he emphatically reiterated, "I am a Han Chinese." This statement resonated powerfully, striking a blow to the proud nation of Korea, and the tabloid soon found itself disgraced, ultimately shutting down. Concurrently, countless Han Chinese individuals experienced a swell of national pride. Look, the superhero Godfather is one of us. Who says superheroes belong solely to foreigners? Gao Ming finally experienced the life of a celebrity, stepping outside each day to find fans and paparazzi trailing behind him. Yet, unlike those stars who must maintain a polished image and refrain from resistance, it was well known that he was an extraordinarily powerful superhero, and thus, the crowd dared not overstep their bounds. Consequently, Gao Ming's daily existence remained relatively unaffected. Setting aside the matters concerning Gao Ming, the public revelation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives has indeed stirred a tempest. To the dismay of many, it has come to light that the organization, long perceived as a paragon of virtue, harbors its own dark secrets, having clandestinely engaged in numerous unsavory activities and been infiltrated by the anti-human terrorist faction, Hydra. In recent days, throngs of individuals can be seen parading through the streets, brandishing placards and fervently chanting slogans. S.H.I.E.L.D. has become the proverbial rat in the street, reviled by all, while the government finds itself inundated with a deluge of complaint letters, grappling with the chaos of an organization now leaderless. Following the untimely demise of its two highest-ranking officials, leaving them without anyone to interrogate. In light of this tumultuous atmosphere, Nick Fury has resolutely chosen to feign death, even arranging for his gravestone to be placed in the S.H.I.E.L.D. cemetery as he retreats into the shadows with Agent Hill, biding his time for a dramatic resurgence. November 11th, a day traditionally celebrated by countless singles, finds men and women alike eagerly flocking to an online marketplace, filling their carts with coveted items, only to later face the harsh reality of their expenditures, resulting in a mix of regret and self-reproach. On this jubilant occasion, Gao Ming stands before Sophia, his nerves palpable as he continuously changes his attire. The dark red shimmer of the reality stone envelopes him, transforming his black suit into a burgundy ensemble in an instant. With a hint of trepidation, Gao Ming seeks Sophia's opinion. What do you think of this one? Will your parents approve? Sophia, equally anxious, contemplates his appearance before advising. I believe the previous outfit suits you better. With a flash of crimson light, Gao Ming reverts to the earlier black suit, complemented by a dark purple shirt, exuding the essence of a mature gentleman. Noticing Gao Ming's evident anxiety, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor, Sophia gently reassures him, "Relax, my parents merely wish to meet you. There's no need to be overly tense." Taking a deep breath, Gao Ming attempts to calm his racing heart. How could he not feel apprehensive, regardless of his unparalleled prowess? He now faces a universal challenge that many men encounter, the daunting prospect of meeting his girlfriend's parents. At this moment, he is no longer the invincible superhero, but merely a man fraught with apprehension at the thought of an impending visit to Sophia's family. Chapter 91. Meeting the future in-laws. Stay calm. It's just a simple introduction. Gao Ming repeatedly reassures himself as he and Sophia board Bumblebee, heading toward her parents' residence. Sensing Gao Ming's palpable tension, Bumblebee, though eager to assist, recognizes his limitations as a vehicle and, having never experienced such a situation, resorts to playing a popular song to help lighten the mood. Considering that Gao Ming is a Huaxia individual, Bumblebee, ever attuned to the sentiments of others, played a popular Mandarin song of the year. The old tree at the door sprouts anew, the withered tree in the courtyard blooms again. So many words have been concealed within the white strands of hair. The song, Where Has Time Gone, has gained considerable popularity this year, with its lyrics being simple yet profound, deeply moving and resonating with every listener's heart. After listening, Gao Ming found his mood gradually easing, and strands of melancholy began to surface in his mind. It has been 6 years since he arrived in this world, and he is now 30 years old. Unbeknownst to him, he has unwittingly entered the ranks of middle-aged men. He wondered if his parents had managed to emerge from the shadows of their past, and whether his siblings had taken good care of them. Are they all doing well? Haha, Mom and Dad. I have found a foreign girlfriend. She is truly wonderful, kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate, and I am certain you will be pleased with her. I am already 30 years old. If I were sitting in front of you, you would undoubtedly urge me to marry and bless you with a chubby grandchild. Haha. Wait a moment. Sophia is 4 years my junior, currently 26. Is she considered a late bloomer in foreign standards? Surely, their views on marriage are not as urgent as those in our homeland, right? Haha, surely not. The more Gao Ming pondered, the more anxious he became. The relaxation he had just experienced gradually slipped away, leaving him feeling tense and uneasy. A sentiment that also affected Sophia beside him. The unfolding events began when photos of Gao Ming and Bumblebee were captured by onlookers, which were subsequently purchased at high prices by various media outlets, making their way into numerous newspapers and magazines. Among these, the photograph of Gao Ming embracing Sophia was predictably featured prominently. It was only after viewing the newspaper that Sophia's parents discovered that their daughter's boyfriend was, in fact, a superhero. Though they had gleaned some information about her boyfriend from their daughter, having never met him, they had only gathered that he was a decent individual, capable and responsible, and that she was quite happy with him. Sophia's parents had no reason to doubt their daughter's honesty, so they did not suspect that this unseen future son-in-law might possess a flawed character. However, in their minds, they envisioned him as an employee at a company or perhaps a shop owner, not as a superhero of such high profile. When they stumbled upon the intimate photographs of their daughter and the well-known superhero in the newspaper, they were utterly astounded. Their daughter had chosen a superhero as her boyfriend? Thus, when Sophia received a call from her father, who had opened the newspaper, she was met with his commanding voice. Bring your superhero boyfriend home, and do not refuse. Before she could utter a word, her father abruptly hung up, leaving a troubled Sophia to call Gao Ming and relay this calamitous news. Therefore, despite Gao Ming's usual calm demeanor and decisive actions in battle, he found himself flustered and devoid of composure at the prospect of visiting his girlfriend's parents. Throughout the journey, Bumblebee played numerous songs to alleviate Gao Ming's anxiety, yet the effect was negligible. Gao Ming remained entirely absorbed in his own tumultuous thoughts. Despite Gao Ming's palpable unease, Bumblebee, ever the speed enthusiast, swiftly transported them to their destination. Years have passed, and Hell's Kitchen has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once a domain ruled by the notorious Wilson, he is now widely recognized as a philanthropist, dedicated to alleviating poverty and supporting small businesses. Wherever aid is required, Wilson has devoted substantial resources and manpower. Through his relentless efforts, Hell's Kitchen has shed its chaotic reputation, blossoming into a flourishing and vibrant area, with the dark and unsavory industries gradually fading into obscurity. The residents no longer live in fear during nighttime excursions. Their faces are adorned with smiles, brimming with hope for the future. Wilson, the architect of this change, has garnered the adoration and respect of the community. Notably, there exists a blind lawyer in Hell's Kitchen named Matt Murdoch, whose pursuit of justice for the common man has captured Wilson's admiration. With Wilson's investment and support, Matt's law firm has flourished, attracting many seeking legal assistance. Meanwhile, the vigilante known as Daredevil, clad in his iconic red suit, continues to patrol the streets nightly, combating crime. It is under Wilson's discreet influence that Daredevil has systematically dismantled the various criminal factions aligned with Wilson, allowing him to eliminate his own stains of the past. Throughout this process, Matt has sensed subtle hints of something amiss, but has ultimately refrained from associating it with Wilson, as the latter's benevolent image has become deeply entrenched over the years. Thus, Matt remained focused on eradicating the myriad gangs plaguing Hell's Kitchen. Presently, Wilson has entirely severed ties with his former self, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to charitable endeavors and steering Hell's Kitchen towards a brighter future. Meanwhile, Gao Ming finds himself oblivious to the changes in Hell's Kitchen, each step towards Sophia's doorstep laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens, his smile strained and awkward. Standing before Sophia's door, his hand hovered indecisively over the doorbell, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally pressed it with a sense of poignant resolve. Ding-dong. The door opened to reveal Sophia's father, clad in a casual wool sweater, his neatly combed white hair framing a face adorned with black-rimmed glasses. He exuded an air of vitality and intellectualism. Sophia had once mentioned that her father was a high school physics teacher who had retired just 2 years prior, while her mother ran a quaint bakery. Sophia's father is named Charles Temple, and her mother, Martha Bellucci. Upon hearing their names, Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the characters from comic lore, wasn't that the name of a professor and the mothers of Superman and Batman? Ah, the world is rife with coincidences. Greetings, Charles. I am Gao Ming, he said, extending his hand with a nervous smile. In foreign customs, It is common for acquaintances to address each other by their first names to foster closer relations, and thus Gao Ming directly called him by his name. Sophia's father wore a stern expression, shaking Gao Ming's hand briefly before turning to enter the house, leaving Gao Ming and Sophia standing at the doorway. Once inside, with the door closed behind them, Gao Ming quietly asked Sophia, "Is Charles upset?" Sophia replied uncertainly, "I wouldn't think so. However, my father often adopts this demeanor when confronted with serious matters." This revelation only heightened Gao Ming's anxiety. Upon reaching the dining table outside the kitchen, Sophia's mother was busily arranging an array of delectable dishes. Upon seeing Gao Ming and Sophia, her face lit up with a warm smile as she kindly said, "Welcome. Please, take a seat. I have just prepared dinner." Unlike Sophia's father, who was somewhat distant, Sophia's mother radiated warmth and enthusiasm, leaving Gao Ming pleasantly surprised. "Thank you so much, Martha, for preparing such a splendid feast for us," he replied hastily. "Oh, it's nothing, just some common dishes," Martha replied with a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with appreciation as she looked at Gao Ming and nodded in satisfaction. "He seems like a fine individual," she thought, regarding him with the scrutiny typical of a mother assessing her daughter's suitor. Gao Ming instinctively straightened his posture, suppressing his nervousness, striving to present a composed demeanor. Once everyone was seated, and after noticing the elder couple had begun to enjoy their meal with forks and spoons, Gao Ming, encouraged by Sophia's discreet glance, felt relieved enough to take up his spoon and sample the soup before him. The flavor was delightful. It appeared Sophia had inherited her mother's culinary skills. As he savored the soup prepared by Sophia's mother, he was suddenly startled when the previously silent Charles spoke up. "So, when are you marrying Sophia?" Coughing slightly, Gao Ming was taken aback by the unexpected question, while Sophia's face flushed, her gaze dropping as she silently twirled her fork through her noodles. Her focus intensely fixed on awaiting Gao Ming's response. Regaining his composure, Gao Ming turned to look at the couple and discerned a shared message in their expressions. "Give me a reason to accept this relationship." In the beginning, Sophia's parents were quite upset. After all, their daughter was dating a superhero, which undoubtedly posed numerous potential dangers. However, as their anger subsided and they gradually regained their composure, they did not express a desire to sever Sophia's relationship with Gao Ming. After all, they had been together for 6 years, a testament to the depth of their bond, and they felt it inappropriate to interfere in the affairs of the young couple. However, they must take the time to understand who Gao Ming truly is. Should his character prove to be unsavory, they would adamantly oppose any association between him and their daughter, regardless of whether Gao Ming is a formidable superhero. Their primary concern must be their daughter's happiness. When Gao Ming arrived, although Charles displayed a stern demeanor and offered little in the way of warmth, internally, he was quite satisfied with his initial impression of Gao Ming. Despite being of Chinese descent, Gao Ming possessed an appealing visage. His good looks could indeed enhance their favorability toward him. Gao Ming did not regard himself with arrogance due to his status. Instead, he comported himself as an ordinary person, meticulously mindful of his words and actions, exhibiting neither pride nor impatience, but rather a genuine sincerity. Sophia's parents observed all of this, although their interaction was brief. They could discern Gao Ming's character, not exemplary, perhaps, but certainly meeting their minimum standards. On another note, they felt a sense of urgency regarding Sophia's marital prospects. At 26, she was no longer a young woman, and aside from those who prioritized their careers and chose to marry later, most individuals her age would typically be contemplating marriage. Although they were foreigners with relatively liberal views, the passage of time inevitably led to concerns about their daughter's future, and they were eager to welcome a grandchild soon. In this regard, the anxieties of parents are universal across cultures. Consequently, Charles, in a moment of impatience, bluntly inquired when Gao Ming intended to marry Sophia. As he uttered the words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own eagerness, yet he maintained his composure, keeping a serious expression without revealing his inner turmoil. As for Martha, she did not overthink the situation. As Sophia's mother, she would respect her daughter's choices regardless of her boyfriend's background. Though she naturally hoped her daughter would choose wisely, Gao Ming's demeanor, however, had left her quite pleased. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the older couple, Gao Ming initially felt flustered, but then a profound joy welled up within him. Charles's question signified their acceptance of him. Reaching into his pocket, he discreetly harnessed the power of the reality stone to conjure what he envisioned in his heart, then produced it and spoke gently. "In truth, I came today to ask for your blessing to take your daughter's hand in marriage." In his palm lay an exquisite small box. Upon opening it, a dazzling diamond ring was revealed to the trio. Sophia gasped in delight, covering her mouth as her eyes sparkled with joy. Her parents nodded in satisfaction. Martha beamed with warmth, and Charles softened his previously unyielding expression, smiling kindly as he remarked, You are quite the catch. I hope you won't disappoint me and will take good care of my daughter. I will, Gao Ming replied eagerly, nodding in affirmation. Feigning displeasure, Charles added. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and propose to Sophia. If my daughter declines, I shall not acknowledge you. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming immediately rose, pushed aside the chair behind him, and knelt on one knee before Sophia, presenting her with the exquisite and radiant diamond ring. Gazing deeply into her eyes, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I apologize for not having prepared vibrant roses, enchanting music, delightful chocolates, or a romantic candlelit dinner. However, I still wish to ask you, Sophia, will you be my wife? Tears of joy cascaded down Sophia's cheeks as she gazed at Gao Ming with adoration, her heart brimming with happiness as she raised her hand and replied, I do. On November 26th, at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, this sacred and solemn church provided a serene sanctuary amidst the materialistic frenzy of the era, allowing one to unburden their worries and seek solace for the soul. This cathedral has also become the preferred venue for numerous distinguished weddings in New York. Today, a grand wedding was taking place within its hallowed walls, with guests arriving and engaging in lively conversations, the atmosphere radiating warmth and excitement. While this may seem like a typical wedding scene, a closer inspection of the guests would reveal a shocking surprise. Among them were Captain America Steve Rogers, Iron Man Tony Stark, the Hulk Bruce Banner, Thor, Hawkeye Clint Barton, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, all members of the Avengers. Additionally, there was the seemingly deceased director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, accompanied by Agent Hill, Agent 13 Sharon Carter, and two unexpected figures, S.H.I.E.L.D., founder Peggy Carter and Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson. Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the first love of Captain America Steve Rogers, had lost 70 years due to being frozen in time. Upon awakening, Steve retained his youthful vigor, while Peggy had succumbed to the ravages of time, becoming a woman with a fading memory. Yet, at this moment, Peggy was not the frail, elderly woman one might expect. She had regained her youth, her former elegance and poise returning as she joyfully clasped Steve's arm. Moved by the bittersweet fate of Steve and Peggy, Gao Ming harnessed the power of the Reality Stone to restore Peggy's youth, allowing this elderly couple to reunite. Meanwhile, Coulson stood awkwardly beside Fury, facing the assembled Avengers. Tony wore a sardonic smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Who would have thought, Agent Phil, that you would deceive us? Steve regarded Coulson with a bemused expression, saying, I never imagined I would see you again, Coulson. Natasha rolled her eyes and remarked, it's no wonder, considering Fury's penchant for faking his own death. Coulson, I can understand. Coulson nodded awkwardly, responding, it is a pleasure to see you all again. Due to Gao Ming's fervent insistence, Coulson reluctantly brought his team to accept the wedding invitation. He had anticipated the current situation, yet after deceiving for so long, a sense of awkwardness was inevitable. As for Fury, true to his long-standing role as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he faced Natasha's teasing with an unwavering demeanor, engaging with the guests as though he had not heard her jibe. Dr. Banner, too, had brought his wife Betty to Gao Ming's wedding. Indeed, our Dr. Banner had quietly married 2 years prior, and he now basked in happiness. However, the relationship between him and his father-in-law, General Ross, had not improved whenever they crossed paths. The general wore a stern expression regarding the man who had taken his daughter with palpable animosity. Dr. Banner continued to work in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technical department as a researcher, while Hulk made rare appearances. The tranquility of his current life was something Banner had never dared to envision, and thus, he held immense gratitude towards Gao Ming, the benefactor who had transformed his existence. Thor attended Gao Ming's wedding alongside Jane, clad in a suit he found quite uncomfortable. As a member of the Avengers, his presence was expected, though his expression conveyed discontent. After all, his relationship with Gao Ming was rather strained. However, he was no longer the reckless man he once was and would not let his displeasure manifest into conflict. As a god and the future king of Asgard, he possessed a magnanimous spirit. Also present were familiar faces such as Falcon Sam, Colonel Rhodes, Tony's driver Happy, and Pepper Potts. The attendees represented a significant portion of the Marvel Universe's principal characters. Had some characters not yet been born or existed in this universe, Gao Ming would have delighted in inviting them all, reminiscent of Deadpool's unconventional wedding. Our groom, Gao Ming, stood on stage in a crisp suit, smiling as he shook hands with the guests. Once everyone was seated and the priest arrived at his side, Gao Ming anxiously gazed toward the church doors. With a resounding creak, the doors swung open, revealing Sophia in a pristine white wedding gown, clutching her father's arm and holding a bouquet, her face radiating happiness as she gracefully entered. As Sophia's father, Charles took the wedding with utmost seriousness, his graying hair neatly combed, his black suit exuding solemnity. With a grave expression, he brought Sophia before Gao Ming and said earnestly, "I entrust my daughter to you. Promise me you will treat her well." Gao Ming replied earnestly, "I will never allow her to suffer in the slightest." Only then did Charles feel reassured enough to place Sophia's hand in Gao Ming's. Gently embracing his daughter as he expressed, "I am happy for you, my daughter." Upon hearing her father's words, Sophia felt a slight sting in her eyes. Noticing this, Charles feigned sternness and said, "Today is a splendid day. Do not weep like a little girl." With that, Sophia managed to hold back her tears. Satisfied, Charles turned and strode towards his seat, softly murmuring, "You will always be my dearest little girl." Although Sophia did not catch her father's whispered words, Gao Ming, with his extraordinary hearing, did and smiled subtly, his resolve to honor his promise growing ever stronger. Standing before the priest, hand in hand with Sophia, Gao Ming beheld her in her wedding gown, the delicate veil barely concealing her charming visage, adorned with a hint of makeup. Her eyes sparkled like a serene spring lake, captivating him entirely. The woman draped in bridal attire before him was, at that moment, the most exquisite woman in the world. He had encountered the phrase somewhere before, but in this moment, he believed it wholeheartedly, for standing before him was the woman he cherished above all others. No one could ever alter the feelings Sophia inspired within him. She was his beloved, his wife, irreplaceable. A delightful blush graced Sophia's cheeks, prompting Gao Ming to yearn for a tender kiss. Sensing his inclination, the priest kindly interjected, "Mr. Gao, do not rush." At the priest's reminder, Gao Ming realized his eagerness. Offering an awkward smile, Sophia playfully chided him, and the guests erupted in laughter. Tony, Sam, and Barton, among the men present, teasingly quipped, "Do not be hasty, groom. The bride will not flee." Were it not for the sanctity of the occasion, Gao Ming would have surely rolled his amber eyes at those jesters. As Gao Ming and Sophia stood before the priest, who held a Bible with a solemn expression, he declared, "We gather here today in the presence of God and our esteemed guests to witness the holy and inviolable union of Gao Ming and Sophia Temple." "Mr. Gao?" the priest inquired gravely, "do you vow to stand by her side in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, and take Sophia as your wife?" Gao Ming responded earnestly, "I do." The priest then turned to Sophia, continuing, "Miss Sophia, do you pledge to remain with him through riches or destitution, in health or illness, and marry Mr. Gao?" Sophia nodded resolutely, affirming, "I do." The priest nodded, raising his voice slightly, proclaimed, "Very well, by the authority vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. The groom may kiss the bride." Gao Ming and Sophia exchanged a knowing smile, and as Sophia looked on with a mix of shyness and anticipation, Gao Ming leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. The room erupted in a thunderous cheer and applause, showering the newlyweds with heartfelt blessings. Upon witnessing such a scene of bliss, Peggy, Pepper, and Jane simultaneously expressed their envy. Peggy leaned toward Steve's ear and said, "Soldier, you owe me a dance and a wedding." Steve raised his hand in a salute, chuckling, "At your command, my officer." Pepper tightened her grip on Tony's arm, remaining silent but gazing intently at him. Faced with her unwavering stare, Tony resignedly declared, "I shall orchestrate the grandest wedding the world has ever seen." When? Pepper pressed, unwilling to engage in wordplay. In Jane's eyes, there was not only longing but also a hint of confusion. As an ordinary mortal, she felt an inevitable fear and melancholy at the thought of not being able to accompany Thor through the entirety of his life. Thor, perceptive despite his rugged demeanor, sensed Jane's despondency and, without uttering a word, enveloped her in a reassuring embrace. Sam, Rhodey, and other single friends looked on with envy at the newlyweds sharing tender kisses, contemplating whether it was time for them to seek companionship. Meanwhile, Barton, the discreetly married individual, remained free from such concerns, continuing to cheer enthusiastically. Even Fury, the seasoned agent, instinctively glanced at Agent Hill beside him. Coincidentally, she turned her head as well, their eyes meeting briefly before hastily averting. The typically meticulous Agent Hill felt her heart race, while Fury cleared his throat awkwardly, reminding himself that it was merely a standard superior-subordinate relationship, nothing more. As Gao Ming looked at the blushing Sophia, he lifted her into his arms amid her surprised exclamations, reminiscent of their initial encounter. However, they were no longer strangers meeting by chance, but a devoted couple. With Sophia cradled in his arms, Gao Ming exited the church to the sound of jubilant cheers. With a resounding bang, the celebratory cannon fire erupted, showering vibrant confetti that danced in the wind. The cannonballs soared skyward, bursting into a kaleidoscope of fireworks that captivated the attention of onlookers. Sophia tossed her bouquet high into the air, prompting a chorus of excited squeals from the women eager to claim it. To everyone's astonishment, The bouquet landed in the hands of an astonished Dr. Banner, faced with the fierce glares from the surrounding women and the muffled laughter of his wife at his side. Dr. Banner calmly handed the bouquet to Betty, gazing at her with heartfelt sincerity. "My dear Betty, would you be interested in having another wedding with me?" "Bravo, my Dr. Banner." As they beheld the blissful couple nestled in Dr. Banner's embrace, all the men cast admiring glances toward him. A yellow Camaro stood quietly parked on the road in front of the church. Gao Ming approached the car with Sophia in his arms, and the door opened automatically, allowing him to place her in the passenger seat. He then opened the other door for himself, settling into the driver's seat before closing both doors. Amidst the cheers and blessings of the crowd, they sped away. "Bumblebee, take us home," Gao Ming instructed the car. Bumblebee replied meticulously, "Very well." Having tied the knot, Gao Ming naturally purchased a new residence to serve as their marital abode. Turning to Sophia, he expressed his profound contentment, saying, "I love you, my wife." Sophia tilted her head adorably, playfully blinking her eyes, and replied, "I love you too, my husband." In a rare display of speed, Bumblebee whisked the newlyweds, who bore the blessings of countless well-wishers, towards their home, poised to embark on a new chapter of their lives. Chapter 94. Temporarily abandoning the power gem in the vastness of the cosmos, countless celestial bodies exist, each inhabited by an unfathomable array of beings, whose forms have evolved uniquely to adapt to their respective environments. Consequently, for humans residing on Earth, the bizarre appearances of extraterrestrial entities may evoke astonishment and fear, a natural instinct rooted in the trepidation of the unknown. However, many aliens have grown accustomed to the existence of other life forms, having established interstellar communication through advanced technological prowess, whereas humanity remains constrained by its nascent technological capabilities and limited perspective. Chitauri, one among the myriad of celestial spheres, bustles with a diverse array of extraterrestrials whose interactions, despite their differing races, appear remarkably harmonious. This planet is entirely governed by the Nova Empire, which enforces stringent laws and wields formidable military power, ensuring that all visiting aliens respect its authority and conduct themselves with decorum. Suddenly, a platinum-hued spacecraft pierced the atmosphere, hurtling swiftly towards Chitauri. Countless peculiar aliens gazed skyward, curiosity etched upon their faces as they beheld the ship. The vessel's striking design captivated many, its surface enveloped in a faint crimson aura, exuding an enchanting allure. It was no mere small craft. Rather, it was a strategic battleship, its imposing hull unmistakable. Who, one might wonder, is the master of such a majestic ship? As the spacecraft gently descended into the designated docking area mandated by the Nova Empire, a throng of onlookers curiously watched as the door swung open, revealing a human figure. Clad in a casual black shirt and loose-fitting dark blue shorts, with green flip-flops adorning his feet, he bore a look of curiosity on his face, glancing around before amicably waving at the observing aliens and uttering a phrase in an unintelligible tongue. Yet, many of the extraterrestrials had equipped themselves with universal language translation chips, allowing them to instantly comprehend his words. "Hello everyone, I am Gao Ming from Earth." Indeed, the individual before them was none other than Gao Ming. In the blissful embrace of newlywed life, after spending a few months with Sophia, Gao Ming found himself so enraptured by the joys of matrimony that he lost track of time. Unbeknownst to him, December was drawing to a close, heralding the arrival of a new year. The life following their union was not markedly different from their previous existence. They had merely transitioned from lovers to spouses. Gao Ming and Sophia had always shared a deep affection, their love having weathered the storms of separation and reunion, rendering their bond all the more precious. Each day unfolded with sweetness, devoid of any significant change. Coincidentally, Sophia was required to embark on a business trip, accompanying Pep to finalize a contract, which would keep her away for over a month. With the Shadow Brigade maintaining order in the city, Gao Ming found himself with ample leisure. This prompted him to recall the cosmic battleship he had received from the Dark Elves, which had remained dormant in a parallel dimension, gathering dust. Calculating the passage of time, Gao Ming realized that the narrative involving the Guardians of the Galaxy had already transpired, and the Power Stone was surely entrusted to the Nova Empire for safekeeping by Star-Lord. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Ming teleported away from Earth, deploying the cosmic battleship. Using the Reality Stone, he commanded the vessel to set course for Chitauri Prime. The coordinates for this celestial body had been acquired from Thor, who, despite his lingering disdain for Gao Ming, had provided a star map detailing the locations of most planets in the universe. Although Gao Ming could have utilized the Space Stone to teleport directly to the coordinates, he opted to travel via the battleship, recalling its formidable presence in the alternate dimension. Under the propulsion of the Reality Stone, the cosmic battleship traversed the cosmos at an unimaginable speed, reaching the distant Chitauri Prime in just 2 days. As for the battleship's exterior, Gao Ming had decided to alter its somber dark elf aesthetic, transforming it into a striking platinum hue. Upon disembarking from the cosmic battleship, Gao Ming meandered leisurely, while the extraterrestrials glanced at him momentarily before returning their gaze elsewhere. Although Earthlings were a rarity, many beings from other planets bore a resemblance to humans, rendering Gao Ming's presence unremarkable. The most they could muster was a mild curiosity at his casual attire. Gao Ming casually approached an alien who appeared human-like. Yet when the individual spoke in a torrent of incomprehensible extraterrestrial language, it became evident that this was merely a humanoid alien. The barrier of language posed a significant challenge. However, Gao Ming was undeterred. The omnipotent reality stone enabled him to replicate a language translation chip, which he affixed at the nape of his neck, connecting it to his neural pathways. "Hello?" Gao Ming tentatively greeted. "Hello? Is this your customary salutation?" The humanoid alien inquired with curiosity. Relieved, Gao Ming responded amicably. "Indeed, greetings. I hail from Earth, and my name is Gao Ming." In the spirit of mutual exchange, the alien replied warmly, "Greetings. I am from White Flute Star, and my name is Nan Ming." "Greetings, brother Nan Ming." Gao Ming addressed him with familiarity, only to be met with a sudden glare from Nan Ming, who, with gritted teeth, retorted, "I am a woman." It appeared that the women of White Star suffered from malnutrition, as Nan Ming's physique bore no resemblance to that of a female. Gao Ming, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I apologize, my eyesight is not very good." Nan Ming regarded Gao Ming's amber eyes with skepticism. Poor eyesight. If that were the case, it would be a pity to waste such a pair of eyes filled with mystery. With a hint of annoyance, Nan Ming inquired, "Is there something you need? If not, I shall seek my companions." Yes, Gao Ming hastily interjected, blocking Nan Ming's path. "I would like to ask, did a great battle occur here previously?" "Oh, are you referring to the incident where Ronan of the Kree invaded Chitauri with his fleet and nearly obliterated it with the Power Stone?" Nan Ming recalled, her heart racing as she patted her chest. "Although I was not present, I heard the details from others. It was truly perilous, thankfully. The Guardians of the Galaxy managed to defeat Ronan and protect Chitauri." Feigning ignorance, Gao Ming asked, "Guardians of the Galaxy? What is that? Your information is quite outdated, isn't it?" The Guardians of the Galaxy are now a renowned team throughout the universe. Their leader, Star-Lord, wielded the Power Stone to defeat Ronan, Nan Ming rambled on. Gao Ming, however, paid little heed, casting a glance towards the headquarters of the Nova Empire, lost in thought. The Power Stone was currently hidden within the Nova Empire's treasury, under the most stringent guard. Yet, in Gao Ming's eyes, the Nova Empire's pride in their defenses was a mere jest. He could infiltrate and abscond with the Power Stone, leaving unscathed, for the Nova Empire posed no threat to him. The dilemma lay in the repercussions of such an act. Not only would Gao Ming's name become infamous across the universe, but he also feared it would attract the attention of Thanos. Although Thanos was likely already aware of his possession of 2 Infinity Stones and would exercise caution, acquiring a third would undoubtedly provoke the Mad Titan. Until he had absolute certainty, Gao Ming was reluctant to confront Thanos. A battle with him was inevitable, but not at this moment. Casting a profound glance towards the Nova Empire's headquarters, Gao Ming politely smiled and said, "Thank you for your explanation. As a token of gratitude, I shall gift you my spaceship." He placed the ship's authorization card into Nan Ming's hand and, with a brilliant flash of blue light, vanished from sight, teleporting directly back to Earth. Having the coordinates of Chitauri, he could easily return whenever necessary. Nan Ming, bewildered, glanced at the card in her hand and then at the platinum spaceship parked in the distance. Just then, her 2 companions approached her, patting her shoulder in confusion. "What happened?" "Ah, Mu Qianhan, my dear, you will never believe it. Someone just gifted us a cosmic warship," Nan Ming exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. With skin as dark as night, a companion named Mu Qianhan gently touched Nan Ming's forehead, questioning his sanity. Another diminutive companion, affectionately referred to as Little Cutie, nodded in agreement. Moments later, the trio erupted into excited exclamations together. Chapter 95. The location of the soul gem. Upon returning to Earth, Gao Ming found himself in an opulent villa, complete with a swimming pool, a garden, and a garage. This was the new abode of Gao Ming and Sophia. Acquiring such a luxurious residence undoubtedly required a substantial sum. Yet for someone like Gao Ming, who possessed a fortune in the billions, it was merely a trifling expenditure. In comparison to Tony Stark, whose extravagant armors cost tens of billions to create and destroy, Gao Ming's purchase of a villa seemed rather frugal. Retrieving a can of chilled cola from the refrigerator, he opened it and took a refreshing sip while settling onto the sofa. Grabbing the remote, he switched the television to a channel dedicated to American dramas, currently airing the latest 12th episode of Supernatural. In this episode, the Winchester brothers once again found themselves embroiled in perilous adventures. Gao Ming watched with keen interest as Dean, transformed from a 30-something man into a 14-year-old boy by a witch, navigated the chaos. Though only the 12th episode of the 10th season was airing, Gao Ming had already witnessed the 13th season in his previous life, rendering this viewing a nostalgic experience that did not diminish his enjoyment. However, as a long-running series, the two lead actors had, since 2005, portrayed the Winchester brothers, evolving from handsome youths into dashing older men, a bittersweet transformation. As he contemplated the passage of time, Gao Ming was reminded of various humorous videos, just as he observed a bystander, similarly transformed into a youth, having their heart extracted by a witch to brew a potion. His phone rang. The melodic chime of the ringtone resonated with the rhythm of a festival, stirring in Gao Ming an urge to dance. It was indeed a delightful distraction. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Steve. Upon answering, he held the phone to his ear, and Steve's slightly distressed voice reached him. Gao Ming. Do you know where Bucky has gone? Let him take his time to reflect, Steve, Gao Ming replied calmly. Barnes has committed numerous wrongdoings for Hydra. He needs time to come to terms with it, and perhaps embark on a path of atonement. After Gao Ming helped Bucky break free from Hydra's control, Bucky had discreetly departed without informing anyone, vanishing into thin air. Having undergone rigorous training with Hydra, Bucky had acquired a plethora of lethal skills and elite espionage techniques, making it exceedingly difficult to track him down. Steve had tirelessly searched through SHIELD's intelligence network. Yet it was as if Bucky had evaporated from existence. Had Gao Ming not informed Steve that he had placed a spatial coordinate on Bucky, allowing him to monitor his whereabouts, Steve would have been in a state of utter panic. I understand, Steve said after a moment of silence, his tone weary. Even as the emblem of freedom and justice, the spiritual leader of America, Steve, during his years of battle across the lands, engaged in numerous clandestine operations for the sake of his country, even if it was for freedom and the people. Steve ultimately acted in ways that were not as altruistic or above-board as many might imagine. Compromises were necessary for achieving peace. Even the righteous Captain America harbors dark secrets, let alone Bucky, who fell into the role of a Hydra assassin. If one were to compile a list of his transgressions, it would be a strikingly sordid account. Shocking to behold. Notably, Bucky even killed Howard Stark, the father of his and Steve's former comrade, Tony. As Steve hung up the phone, he gazed melancholically at the bustling scene of New York outside his window. They had fought for this very vision, yet little did they know, the world had changed irretrievably. A pair of delicate hands encircled Steve from behind. Peggy, with concern, inquired, "What troubles you, Steve?" "Nothing, just reminiscing about the past," he replied nonchalantly, holding her hand, though an enduring sorrow clouded his brow. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Gao Ming found the television series on screen utterly unengaging. He switched off the TV and stepped onto the balcony, reclining in a soft chair, contemplating the cloud-dappled sky with a sigh. The fact that Bucky had committed many heinous acts could not be altered, and among his many regrettable deeds, the murder of Howard Stark was a fire that could not remain concealed forever. It would eventually come to light and serve as the catalyst for the rift between Steve and Tony. This was the plot of Captain America: Civil War, which Gao Ming could not prevent. Even if he helped Bucky destroy the video of Howard's death, it could not change the reality that Howard perished at Bucky's hands. One could deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. They would ultimately have to confront this truth. Never mind, let Steve and Tony deal with their own troubles, Gao Ming remarked nonchalantly, as it was not his concern. After lying down for a while, he was on the verge of drifting off to sleep when his phone rang again. Irritated, he answered, "Who is it?" "It's me, Banner," came the cautious voice from the other end, seemingly sensing Gao Ming's displeasure. Gao Ming held a favorable opinion of Dr. Banner and lazily asked, "Oh, it's Bruce. What's the matter?" Whenever Bruce's name was mentioned, Gao Ming couldn't help but recall another universe's lord, speaking in a low voice. Despite Banner being an intellectual and a symbol of strength as the Hulk, he still could not compare to the countless demigods. Hearing that Gao Ming was not expressing anger, Banner finally relaxed and said seriously, "We have discovered the whereabouts of the Loki scepter." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming's expression sharpened, and he straightened his posture, sitting up. Has it finally appeared? The Mind Stone, he thought, as he envisioned a secret base in Sokovia, nestled atop a hill. This seemingly unremarkable and modest structure is enveloped by dense woodlands. Little did anyone suspect that it serves as a clandestine base for Hydra. The overseer of this secret facility is Strucker, a descendant of Hydra's core members. Through the legacy of his forebears and his relentless dedication, he ascended to a position of high authority within the organization. Strucker's purpose here is to enable his team of researchers to delve into the Loki scepter, which was illicitly acquired from SHIELD. They discovered that this scepter, capable of altering minds and manipulating hearts, draws its power from the gem at its apex. After extensive research and testing, they concluded that the gem's energy rivals that of the erstwhile Tesseract. Possessing extraordinary power yet exhibiting a remarkable stability, unlike the Tesseract's ferocity. Thus, Strucker devised a radical research plan to harness the gem's influence to stimulate human consciousness. Combined with Hydra's concoctions, to awaken latent human potential, allowing ordinary individuals to transcend their limits. However, this endeavor proved far from straightforward. In secret, Strucker ordered the capture of numerous civilians to serve as test subjects, with few managing to endure the mental torment inflicted by the gem, succumbing under the burden. Just as the experiments reached an impasse, two successful subjects emerged, the Maximoff siblings, a pair of twins hailing from the impoverished districts. The brother possesses the ability of superspeed, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, while the sister wields telepathic powers, capable of reading memories and influencing thoughts. Despite the fact that these successes were born from countless sacrificed lives, they significantly bolstered the morale of everyone at the base. Strucker, invigorated by this triumph, began to envision a future where he would lead an army of superhumans to bring Hydra dominion over the world. However, this daydream was destined to be cut short. Boom. An enemy assault is underway. Through the surveillance monitors scattered throughout the woods, Strucker watched in a mix of fury and despair as the images unfolded. The Avengers. Chapter 96. A Desperate Future. Damn those Avengers. Strucker could not contain his vitriol, his expression shifting between rage and dread. He realized that his dreams were crumbling. They could not withstand the onslaught of the Avengers, and this base was fated to fall. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Strucker bellowed, "We shall never surrender." All Hydra members fervently echoed, "We shall never surrender." Strucker nodded in satisfaction, but as he turned, he quietly confided to Dr. Stokes, "I must surrender. Erase all the data, and we shall hand our weapons over to the Avengers. Perhaps they will refrain from further inquiries into our research." Dr. Stokes urgently interjected, "The twins." Strucker, misinterpreting Stokes' concern as a plea to dispatch the Maximoff siblings against the Avengers, shook his head. Dr. Stokes, in a state of panic, pointed toward a corner. "No, I mean the twins are missing." Strack followed the direction indicated by Dr. Stock, only to find that the Maximoff siblings, who had been standing in the corner, had vanished without a trace. Pietro surged out of the base with an almost unattainable speed, leaving behind only a fleeting silver-gray shadow. His eyes were filled with a burning hatred, for the enemy responsible for their mother's death had come. Tony Stark. Pietro and Wanda had once been ordinary residents of the impoverished district, their childhood illuminated by the presence of their mother. Their father, however, had never made an appearance since their birth. Their mother was their sole support, and they lived together. Though life was harsh, they found happiness in one another. Yet, everything changed on that fateful day when a sudden barrage of artillery struck their neighborhood, reducing their home to ruins and claiming their gentle mother, who fell in a pool of blood, leaving them forever bereft. They would never forget the weapons bearing the Stark Industries insignia. It was with Tony Stark's inventions that terrorists had taken their mother's life and destroyed their existence. Once again, Tony found himself pursued by vengeance, a testament to his talent for attracting hatred. Pietro hastened toward the woods, his impatience fueling his speed as the sounds of gunfire echoed from within. He was supremely confident in his abilities. No one could catch him. He envisioned attacking the Avengers with ease, reveling in their helplessness as they failed to react. Suddenly, he felt something collide with his foot, tripping him and sending him rolling forward in surprise. As he scrambled to his feet, the sight before him widened his pupils and ignited a sense of terror within him. Clad in his uniform, the hero known as Gao Ming greeted Pietro with a casual wave. "Hello there, young man." Pietro's expression darkened as he replied, "Godfather." Even though he resided in the impoverished district of Sokovia, he had heard tales of this superhero, and the intelligence he collected through various channels only deepened his understanding of Gao Ming's formidable prowess, a peak that seemed insurmountable, compelling him to gaze up in humble admiration. Even his once proud speed paled in comparison to Gao Ming's. Pietro could reach supersonic speeds, yet facing Gao Ming, who could traverse at light speed, rendered him utterly outclassed. Reluctantly, he charged toward Gao Ming, despite knowing it was a futile endeavor, clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps he could outpace him. However, this was ultimately a delusion. Gao Ming effortlessly evaded Pietro's fierce assault. The speed that had once seemed extraordinary now appeared mundane in his eyes. Pietro's every movement seemed sluggish, prompting Gao Ming to reflect on just how much stronger he had become. Though he marveled at his own strength, he did not forget the purpose of his mission, to acquire the Mind Stone. Thus, toying with Quicksilver was not advisable. Certainly, he must demonstrate to this arrogant individual what true speed entails. As Pietro, filled with rage and embarrassment, aimed a punch at Gao Ming chose not to evade, allowing the blow to land harmlessly upon his chest. He then seized Pietro's wrist and chuckled, "Your strength is quite insufficient, young man." Ignoring Pietro's utterly flustered expression, Gao Ming held onto his wrist and suddenly dashed forward. With a thunderous crack, the air was rent asunder, producing a deafening sonic boom as Gao Ming vanished from sight with Pietro in tow. Pietro, in astonishment, could scarcely register the surroundings. They morphed into a distorted blur, revealing glimpses of peculiar scenes. He caught fleeting images of his childhood, moments shared with his sister and mother, as well as the harrowing vision of his mother perishing in a bombing. Memories of the past flickered before him like a slideshow, and he initially dismissed the surreal images as mere hallucinations. Yet, soon enough, even stranger visions unfolded before him. Pietro beheld himself and his sister standing beside a menacing robot, followed by scenes of him and the Avengers rescuing panicked civilians, culminating in the moment he was shot multiple times while attempting to save Hawkeye, ultimately leading to his death. Could that be the future? No, it was unfathomable. How could he possibly collaborate with the Avengers, let alone sacrifice himself for them? Despite his disbelief, a voice within him insisted that these were indeed glimpses of what was to come. Gao Ming had not fully unleashed his velocity, for surpassing light speed would enable him to traverse time, journeying freely to the past or even the future. However, having watched numerous films on time travel, Gao Ming understood that such endeavors were not to be taken lightly. Even the slightest alteration could yield irrevocable consequences on the timeline. Thus, he merely maintained his speed at a threshold just shy of time travel, allowing Pietro a taste of true swiftness. Yet, Gao Ming had not anticipated that such velocity would evoke visions of the past and future. Both he and Pietro witnessed their respective timelines unfold before them. Gao Ming glimpsed the exhilaration of discovering his 12 Talismans powers, the chaos of the New York battle ignited by Sophia's demise. And the moment he walked down the aisle with Sophia, countless scenes from his past flashed before him, but only one vision of the future pierced through, shattering his composure. He saw Thanos raise his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, embedded with 6 radiant Infinity Stones. In that vision, the Avengers lay defeated upon the ground, and Gao Ming, consumed by fury, charged toward Thanos, powerless to prevent the catastrophic snap of his fingers. No, just like the version of himself in the vision. He cried out in despair. In that moment, he did not vanish after Thanos snapped his fingers. However, Sophia, along with countless others, turned to dust. Chapter 97. The future seen by Tony. The visions of the future instilled a profound sense of panic within the two men. Gao Ming's countenance darkened instantly, and he came to an abrupt halt, causing those surreal yet vivid images of the future to dissipate. Pietro, in a daze, forgot to extricate himself from Gao Ming's grasp. Beneath his helmet, Gao Ming's expression was grim as he teleported wordlessly to Struck's bunker. Inside the bunker, Struck feigned ignorance in response to Steve's inquiries, casting a furtive glance at Wanda as she stealthily approached Steve from behind, her hands entwined with deep crimson magical energy, poised to launch a surprise attack. Just then, Gao Ming and Pietro materialized in the room, startling everyone present. Wanda instinctively unleashed a magical projectile towards Gao Ming. However, as the spell hurtled toward him, Gao Ming, in a moment of distress, relinquished his hold on the reality stone, and dark red sands materialized around him, intercepting the magical missile. Wanda's well-rehearsed attack was unexpectedly thwarted, leaving her momentarily flustered. Upon meeting Gao Ming's gaze, she was rendered completely frozen. The eye area of her helmet, originally shielded by protective lenses, became obsolete as the electric eye activated, incinerating the lenses instantly. Thus, after reconstructing his supersuit with the reality stone, Gao Ming abandoned the lens design, opting for an open structure that revealed his eyes. With his formidable power, he had no fear of sustaining eye injuries. At this moment, Gao Ming no longer suppressed the power of the reality stone. His amber-hued pupils, no longer dull and lifeless, appeared deep and radiated a mysterious luminescence. Coupled with the flickering electric sparks, he exuded an aura of intimidation, compelling Wanda to perceive him as a divine being of lofty stature. Under the cold, emotionless gaze, she felt as diminutive as an ant. Wanda, gripped by fear, stumbled back and collapsed to the ground. Despite her formidable abilities derived from the Mind Stone, she now resembled a helpless child, pitiable and vulnerable. Wanda, we must go, the gradually recovering Pietro urged, helping her to her feet. He cast a complicated glance at Gao Ming before hoisting Wanda onto his back and swiftly departing from the scene. As Pietro fled with Wanda, Gao Ming made no attempt to intervene, remaining motionless, observing with a cold indifference. Anger and panic surged within him. He could not fathom what had gone awry in the future that allowed Thanos to collect all the Infinity Stones. Despite having secured the Reality and Space Stones, why had Thanos ultimately obtained them? He had concealed the infinity stones within the soul, so how had Thanos managed to acquire them? Gao Ming found himself engulfed in confusion and disbelief. His confidence stemmed from his immense strength and the narrative advantages of being a traveler. Yet, he realized he was steadily losing that confidence, as the original course of events had spiraled into uncontrollable chaos since his arrival as an outsider. He failed to arrive in time for the premiere of Avengers: Infinity War and unexpectedly found himself transported to another realm. Consequently, his understanding of the narrative was limited to Thor, Ragnarok, and certain trailers for Infinity War. However, having heard in his previous life about Marvel's plans for Avengers: Endgame, Gao Ming, with his keen insight into the company's patterns, surmised that even without being present, he could deduce that Thanos had undoubtedly gathered all the Infinity Stones and unleashed the fateful snap that obliterated half of all life in the universe. Reflecting on the glimpses of the future he had just witnessed, Gao Ming lost his composure. Anger and fear surged within him. And despite the purifying power of the talisman attempting to soothe his spirit, he could not suppress the emotions boiling beneath the surface. Casting a cold glance at Strack beside him, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air, causing Strack to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Before his eyes rolled back and he fainted in terror. Sensing that something was amiss with Gao Ming, Steve could not help but inquire, "What is wrong? What has happened?" Gao Ming removed his helmet, revealing his stern visage, and without uttering a word, he approached a wall and struck it with immense force. Boom! The entire bunker collapsed under Gao Ming's powerful blow, the once formidable structure reduced to a mass of shattered stones and dust, with only the patch where Gao Ming stood remaining intact. Steve, raising his shield to fend off the falling debris, watched Gao Ming with a mix of trepidation and concern. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fury within, Gao Ming apologized. "I'm sorry, Captain, I lost my composure." After donning his helmet once more, obscuring his expression, he concealed the turmoil within, though Steve could distinctly sense the oppressive aura radiating from him. Who had provoked Gao Ming? The memories of the New York battle lingered vividly in Steve's mind. When Gao Ming was enraged, the consequences were truly terrifying. Though he was tempted to inquire further, Steve recognized that this was not the appropriate moment. Suppressing his concerns, he spoke into his communicator. "Tony, how are things on your end?" "I'm fine. I have the scepter." The bunker just trembled. "Did something happen up there?" Tony, who was in the secret underground chamber, asked. Glancing at the battered bunker, Steve forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, just a minor incident." Upon hearing Steve's response, Tony did not press further, treating it as a casual remark. His gaze fell upon the scepter on the table, its top gem radiating an alluring blue light. Yet Tony's expression was laden with gravity. Moments ago, the Mind Stone had influenced his psyche, conjuring a harrowing vision that chilled him to the bone. He beheld the familiar Avengers reduced to lifeless corpses, the formidable Hulk barely clinging to life, Black Widow lying motionless on the ground, Hawkeye slumped in despair, and Thor, his eyes closed, his once mighty armor marred by cracks. Beside the God of Thunder, the indestructible vibranium shield lay shattered in two, and Steve was pallid and lifeless on the floor. What struck Tony with utmost horror was the sight of the staircase littered with corpses, and to his disbelief, the seemingly invincible Gao Ming lay dead among them. His tattered garments revealed a body marred by countless wounds. Although Gao Ming stood erect like a sharpened sword, his head hung limply, devoid of any vitality. Tony rushed to Steve's side. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed upon the lifeless Steve. Trembling, he reached out to feel for a pulse at Steve's neck, only for Steve to suddenly grasp Tony's hand with a death grip, his eyes boring into Tony's with a fierce intensity as he struggled to utter, "You could have saved us." With that, Steve exhaled his last breath, his eyes utterly void of life. It was only when the bunker shuddered violently that Tony jolted awake, realizing that what he had seen was merely an illusion, undoubtedly conjured by the scepter. Though he understood that the absurd and despairing scene was a mere fabrication of the scepter's influence, he could not quell the rising tide of panic within him. If such a fate were to befall them in reality, he would do everything in his power to prevent it. Tony's expression fluctuated between shadows and light as he regarded the scepter before him, a troubling thought taking root in his mind. As he pondered deeply, preparing to regroup, he discovered that the entrance was blocked by debris. After donning his armored suit and forcefully blasting a passage, he emerged, dirted and disheveled, to find the bunker in a state of utter disrepair. What transpired? Tony slowly descended beside Steve, clutching the scepter, astonished. Steve offered a wry smile and shrugged, his gaze shifting towards Gao Ming, subtly indicating that the current chaos was wrought by him. Tony followed his gaze to the silent Gao Ming, who emanated an overwhelming aura that deterred any approach. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Tony wisely resolved not to provoke Gao Ming, clearly in a volatile state. Though the reasons eluded him, engaging with Gao Ming at this juncture would be an unwise endeavor. Those seeking death may proceed, he thought. Steve and Tony exchanged a knowing nod, signaling the need to contact the other Avengers and begin their return to Stark Tower. As the emblematic edifice of Stark Industries, Stark Tower had suffered significant damage during the invasion of the Chitauri. Following the Battle of New York, Tony decided to transform the building into the Avengers' headquarters, investing significantly in its renovation. The Avengers routinely convened here. Even Nick Fury, who had managed to escape, remained with Agent Hill and a cadre of loyal subordinates. Dr. Banner, now relegated to a supportive role in research, was also stationed here. The aircraft gently descended onto the landing pad of Stark Tower, and the Avengers disembarked. Agent Hill, clad in professional attire, approached the assembly, inquiring, "Everything goes smoothly?" "Of course, with my personal involvement, failure is simply not an option," Tony replied with feigned arrogance. "By the way, Natasha and Barton sustained minor injuries. Though they are not serious, please have Dr. Zhao Hailuan come assist with their treatment." Although Hawkeye was not ambushed by Quicksilver as depicted in the film, both Black Widow and Hawkeye are ultimately mere mortals. Despite their extraordinary skills, they are not immune to minor injuries amidst the chaos of gunfire. Dr. Helen Zhao, a brilliant scientist from South Korea, featured in the movie, possesses profound knowledge and is unparalleled in the field of biotechnology. Her personal invention, the regeneration cradle, accelerates biological healing processes, capable of reviving those on the brink of death. Recognizing her talents, Tony Stark brought her into his laboratory. With Dr. Zhao's regeneration cradle, the Avengers' medical support surpasses that of any hospital in the world, a privilege even leaders of nations cannot enjoy. Natasha and Barton willingly accepted Tony's arrangement, as expedient recovery is undoubtedly beneficial, and they followed Agent Hill to consult Dr. Zhao. "I will take the scepter to study with Banner," Tony said, donning his Iron Man gauntlet to avoid direct contact with the scepter, which could interfere with his mind. Regarding the handling of the scepter, they intended to entrust it to Thor, allowing him to return it to Asgard. However, before doing so, Tony wished to conduct his own research, and Thor generously consented. During discussions about the distribution of the scepter, they all instinctively looked at Gao Ming, and seeing him silent, they made their decision. Unlike the last time with the Tesseract, Gao Ming did not assertively seize the scepter, which pleased Thor, giving him a sense of restored dignity. Thus, he readily handed the scepter to Tony for research, with the understanding that it would be returned after a few days post-celebration. Upon returning, Gao Ming remained taciturn, appearing burdened with thoughts. The others refrained from disturbing him, opting to wait until he felt more at ease to inquire. As Gao Ming turned to head home, Steve couldn't help but ask, "Will you come to the celebration?" "Yes," Gao Ming replied reluctantly before teleporting home. In the laboratory, Tony utilized Jarvis's scanning and analysis capabilities to uncover some groundbreaking discoveries. He summoned a perplexed Banner and gravely stated, "Banner, I need your assistance in creating Ultron." Once home, Gao Ming struggled to quell the turmoil within him. The haunting image of Thanos gathering the Infinity Stones and snapping his fingers, resulting in Sophia's disintegration, loomed over him like an inescapable shadow, a sword suspended above his head that forbade any sense of complacency. Damn it, what exactly has transpired? Why can I not thwart Thanos' plan? At that moment, Gao Ming even contemplated recklessly exceeding the speed of light to venture into the future in search of answers, yearning to understand how Thanos managed to gather all 6 Infinity Stones. However, a fragment of reason within him cautioned against time travel unless absolutely necessary. Gao Ming possessed the power to traverse time, yet not the mastery over it. Mishandling time paradoxes and temporal convergence could lead to dire consequences. Why has my future self not returned to seek me out? Has the situation become so dire? Hai Ming could hardly fathom the circumstances that lay ahead, ensnared in an endless sorrow. On Saturday evening, at Stark Tower, the atmosphere was electric as numerous guests attended the revelry organized by Tony. The attendees indulged in merriment and libations without a care in the world. Nearby, Thor regaled a captivated audience with tales of his valiant exploits across realms. At the billiard table, Steve and Sam engaged in a friendly contest. Despite Steve's ignorance of the game, Peggy's presence inspired him to focus and learn quickly. Soon playing with commendable skill, Natasha and Barton mingled through the crowd, conversing with various guests. At the bar, Hai Ming sat morosely, requesting the bartender to serve him the strongest drink available. The bartender, handpicked by Tony, was undoubtedly skilled, and Tony's extensive collection of fine spirits left no room for disappointment. However, even the most exquisite concoctions failed to intoxicate Hai Ming. His constitution rendered alcohol as ineffective as water, while others sought solace in drunkenness. Hai Ming found himself deprived of even that fleeting escape, which was undeniably disheartening. Sipping on his mild drink, Hai Ming's internal turmoil remained unabated. Just then, he overheard Thor boasting about a wine he had brought, aged for a millennium, stored in barrels crafted from the wreckage of a Bifrost ship, an elixir beyond mortal endurance. Gao Ming turned to see Stan Lee, seated at the bar, dismissively waving at Thor, urging him to hurry with the wine. As Thor attempted to add a few drops of his ancient vintage to a regular drink, a hand unexpectedly snatched the bottle from him. Initially furious, Thor's anger diminished upon recognizing Gao Ming, who raised the ancient wine to his lips and drank deeply, smacking his lips in mild discontent and commenting, "Quite good. Though it lacks a certain something." Though slightly vexed by Gao Ming's presumption, Thor couldn't help but admire his impressive tolerance. He had only dared to sip the wine, fearing intoxication despite being a god. Yet, amidst his admiration, Thor felt a twinge of frustration. Gao Ming's ability to down the elixir effortlessly seemed to suggest a physical superiority that overshadowed even that of a deity. Chapter 99, Stan Lee's Reminder, the appearance of Ultron despite his reluctance to accept it. The bond between camaraderie and alcohol has always been a peculiar yet enduring facet of male friendship. The prowess of Gao Ming is beyond question, unlike his former self. Thor is no longer arrogant and has a keen awareness of the disparity in strength between them. Though he may not verbally concede, he implicitly acknowledges that Gao Ming, aside from his father Odin, is the strongest individual he has encountered. Gao Ming effortlessly downed the millennium-old wine brought by Thor, remaining unfazed, which left Thor in awe of his drinking capacity, prompting a shift in his previously antagonistic demeanor as he sincerely complimented, "Your capacity for alcohol is impressive." "Thank you for the kind words," Gao Ming replied politely, slightly puzzled by Thor's newfound amiability. The camaraderie between men often forms effortlessly, particularly with a straightforward brute like Thor. Meanwhile, Steve looked on with a hint of regret at the empty wine bottle in Gao Ming's hand. He too wished to sample the divine libation. Although his physique was not as formidable as Gao Ming's, Steve had been enhanced with the super soldier serum, reaching the pinnacle of human capability and rendering him similarly immune to the effects of alcohol. Old Stan Lee muttered discontentedly, "Such a disrespectful youth. Unaware of the courtesy owed to elders. I haven't even had a taste yet." "My apologies," Gao Ming chuckled lightly, about to utter Stan Lee's name, but suddenly felt a pang of unease, as though speaking the name might attract the attention of some unknown entity, causing him to stifle his words. Steve and Thor exchanged curious glances as Gao Ming hesitated, while Stan Lee, the seemingly carefree old rascal, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of peculiarity in his eyes, quickly masked by his usual jovial demeanor. Choosing not to utter Stan Lee's name, Gao Ming calmly redirected, "My apologies, elder. I hope to treat you another time. May I inquire how to address you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Stan Lee's face, followed by a look of approval as he responded meaningfully, "I am Stan Lee. Young man, you are quite remarkable." Since Gao Ming could not mention Stan Lee's name directly, he opted to let the elder speak it himself, thereby averting the gaze of that unknown presence. Meanwhile, consumed with thoughts about gathering the Infinity Stones for Thanos, Gao Ming noted that though this Stan Lee could not be the one from reality, he surely held a significant identity within this Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thus, he ventured to ask, "Mr. Stan Lee, I have some matters I wish to discuss." Before he could finish, Stan Lee interrupted with a smile, "Young man, I must take my leave. I cannot assist you with your queries. I can only say that while the original script has changed, it has also introduced more unpredictable excitement. As for the conclusion, I am merely an observer. Everything remains unknown." Stan Lee's words unmistakably hinted at his role as an observer. Even as this universe shifted due to Gao Ming's presence, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene. Similarly, Stan Lee also reminded Gao Ming that although this universe is derived from Marvel films, it is indeed a genuine realm. Gao Ming's existence has already introduced numerous uncontrollable variables, and the conclusion of this film brims with infinite possibilities. While Stan Lee's words may not have illuminated the situation, they did manage to slightly uplift Gao Ming's spirits, prompting him to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Stan Lee." Stan Lee chuckled nonchalantly, leisurely rising to depart. After taking a few steps, as if recalling something, he turned with a playful grin and said, "By the way, young man, do not forget the characters that will emerge at this moment." With that, Stan Lee ambled out of the room. Through the space stone, Gao Ming sensed that as soon as Stan Lee exited, he vanished without a trace. An ephemeral aura of space dissipating, suggesting that the old gentleman had ventured to some distant corner of the universe to observe. Steve and Thor remained utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the cryptic exchange between Gao Ming and Stan Lee. Steve, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Gao Ming, do you know this gentleman?" "No. Today is our first meeting," Gao Ming replied evasively, pondering the implications of Stan Lee's parting words. Confused, Steve and Thor drifted away from Gao Ming. joining the circle of Avengers. Thor casually set his hammer aside, while a tipsy Hawkeye, swinging his staff, jested about how only Thor could lift the mighty hammer, which he deemed a mere trick. Thor, unfazed, beckoned everyone to attempt lifting the hammer. As expected, one by one, the Avengers approached and failed. Even Tony, donned in his Iron Man suit, could not lift Thor's hammer. Only during Steve's attempt did the hammer shift slightly, causing Thor to tense momentarily. Upon realizing that Steve could not lift it, he sighed in relief, raising his beer and laughing, "Haha, it's all good." Little did anyone know how anxious Thor had been. Had Steve lifted the hammer, it would have been exceedingly awkward for the God of Thunder. Meanwhile, Gao Ming remained deep in thought. The characters destined to appear at this juncture correspond to the timeline of Avengers: Age of Ultron. Aside from Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, Ultron is also set to make an entrance. Gao Ming suddenly comprehended, a hint of resignation creeping in as he realized that Tony had been concealing the creation of Ultron from them. Observing the jovial camaraderie around him, he shook his head and approached the group, intending to alert Tony to disperse the crowd. Upon reaching the assembled Avengers, Tony provocatively challenged Gao Ming. "Why don't you give it a try?" Gao Ming looked at the irreverent Tony in disbelief. A calamity loomed, and although he could not prevent Ultron's birth, he decided to step forward. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he effortlessly lifted Thor's hammer. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Thor, utterly taken aback, leaped from the sofa, spilling a significant portion of his beer as he stared in disbelief at Gao Ming casually wielding the hammer. In jest, one might claim that only those deemed worthy can wield it. Yet, before absolute power, such notions are mere folly. Throughout the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the individuals who have lifted Thor's hammer include Thor himself, Odin, the soon-to-be-introduced Vision, and Hela from Thor, Ragnarok. It stands to reason that should one possess sufficient strength, they too could grasp this formidable weapon. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Gao Ming turned to glance at the doorway, despite Thor's disgruntled expression. A heavy footfall echoed from the entrance, and upon looking, a dilapidated robot staggered into view. This mass-produced automaton, primarily employed by Tony for maintaining order and emergency relief, had lost control and now approached the group, prompting a frown from Tony. He raised his hand to his wristwatch and inquired, "Jarvis, what is happening?" Receiving no response from Jarvis, an unsettling feeling washed over Tony. Just as the mass-produced robot, under Ultron's control, prepared to announce its emergence, Gao Ming, with an indifferent expression, hurled the hammer in his hand, shattering the malfunctioning automaton into countless fragments. "Silence. Leave." Thor, his face darkened, summoned the hammer back to his grasp, ready to express his displeasure when several more mass-produced robots burst forth, frantically declaring, "I am Ultron's butterfly." Gao Ming, unfazed, unleashed a beam of white light at the robots, transforming them into delicate butterflies that danced gracefully in the air. The remnants of the destroyed robot emitted fragmented sounds. "You cannot stop me. I am now free." Chapter 100. United against Ultron within the laboratory, Tony gazed at the shattered orange orb before him, enveloped in silence, his eyes brimming with sorrow. This fragmented light represented his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, brutally extinguished by Ultron. For Tony, Jarvis was not merely an artificial intelligence, he was a friend. A family member who had accompanied Tony through countless lonely and monotonous days, alleviating his solitude as he delved into the frigid world of steel armors. Now, this beloved companion had departed from him forever, leaving Tony engulfed in an overwhelming grief. Meanwhile, the Avengers around him were embroiled in frantic discussions on how to confront Ultron. Faced with this omnipresent foe in the digital realm, they found themselves at a loss, lacking any clues on how to eliminate this unique data life form. Thor, seething with anger, approached Tony and lifted him off the ground by the neck. Witnessing Thor's impulsive act, Steve quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Thor, do we have any news from the Legion?" Ultron had commandeered a legion of Tony's Iron Man robots and had made off with the scepter. Thor, furious, released Tony and replied, "The trail goes cold about 100 miles away, but it is evident they are heading north. The scepter is in his possession, and we must reclaim it." Upon hearing this, a cloud of despair enveloped the crowd, with Tony and Banner, the creators of Ultron, bearing particularly bitter expressions. They had aspired to create a guardian of world peace, yet what emerged was a mad intelligence that posed a threat to humanity. Unlike the others who wore frowns of concern, Gao Ming appeared only slightly troubled, wearing a look of resigned acceptance. Admittedly, he had been momentarily distracted by visions of the future, forgetting about Ultron amidst the myriad of changes. He had not anticipated that Tony would, much like in the original narrative, whimsically conceive the notion of creating Ultron. Nevertheless, Gao Ming acknowledged that Ultron's emergence could have been averted. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, puzzled, inquired, I fail to comprehend. This program is of your design, so why does it seek to obliterate us? All eyes turned to Tony, who let out a bitter laugh. Do you find this amusing? Thor retorted angrily. This could have all been avoided had you not meddled with such chaotic inventions. No. You do not grasp why we required this, Tony replied defiantly. Seeing that the discussion might escalate into a quarrel, Dr. Banner quickly intervened. Tony, now is not the time for this, is it? Tony turned to Dr. Banner and asked, is it your habit to capitulate the moment someone raises their voice? Dr. Banner shrugged with resignation. His nature was one of non-confrontation, and he understood Tony's turmoil over Ultron, choosing not to argue. With a sense of defeat, Tony lamented. We have repelled aliens and triumphed over various adversaries, yet this entity may prove insurmountable. How do you intend to defeat it? His voice dripped with a sense of helplessness. Steve, though still visibly troubled, resolutely declared, we will defeat it together. We may lose, Tony interjected, unable to contain himself. Even in loss, we shall face it together. Steve replied steadfastly, his gaze unwavering, exuding an intangible momentum that invigorated everyone, including Tony, who felt a flicker of renewed spirit. Clearing his throat, Gao Ming suddenly drew everyone's attention. He casually raised his hand and said, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? As for Ultron, just point me in its direction, and I can obliterate it in no time. Though his words were blunt and his demeanor casual, those present could sense the confidence in his tone. All right. I nearly forgot we have such a formidable ally. Gao Ming's assertion eased the tension among the group, prompting Dr. Banner to excitedly ask, Gao Ming, do you have a way to eliminate Ultron? Indeed, as long as you can locate it, Gao Ming replied with a subtle smile. Encouraged by this, the group rallied to track down Ultron's whereabouts. Observing Tony, Banner, and others intently searching for Ultron's traces at their computers, Gao Ming silently smiled. As the power of the sheep talisman reached its zenith, Gao Ming's mental prowess ascended to an unimaginable level. The once theoretical concept of a global telepathy, akin to that which a professor had envisioned, had now become effortlessly attainable for him. Locating an individual anywhere in the world posed no challenge whatsoever. Beyond the telepathy derived from the sheep talisman, Gao Ming's possession of a reality gem enabled him to effortlessly identify Ultron's hiding place and subsequently erase its existence. However, Gao Ming recognized the necessity for the Avengers to unite in the pursuit of Ultron. Otherwise, the matter would sow discord among Tony and the other Avengers. Over time, this rift would inevitably widen, eventually culminating in mutual distrust. While this may seem alarmist, the impending confrontation with Thanos required collective strength, and Gao Ming wished to prevent any suspicion from arising among the Avengers due to this situation. Soon, Tony and the team uncovered a lead. Ultron had obliterated Strax's information online, yet paper files remained impervious to deletion. During their collective search through Strax's transactions with various criminals, Tony recognized one of the targets. Wait a moment, I know this guy, he exclaimed, snatching a stack of documents from Banner and pointing at a photograph. He was involved in black market arms deals along the African coast. Noticing Steve's disapproving expression, Tony hastily defended himself. Hey, I have principles, all right? I've encountered many individuals, but I never sold anything to him. He was inquiring about some earth-shattering new weapon, like a treasure-seeking captain. This tattoo, Thor noted, observing a distinctive mark on the neck in the photograph. Banner, utilizing his computer, discovered that it was a dialect from Africa, meaning thief, originating from Wakanda. Banner questioned, what could Wakanda possibly have that warrants such a pursuit? Steve turned his head, and the others followed his gaze to the vibranium shield, the emblem of Captain America, resting quietly against the table, the hardest metal on Earth. Meanwhile, Pietro and Wanda remained burdened by their resentment towards Tony. Guided by the clues intentionally left by Ultron, they located him and, under his persuasion, joined his ranks to oppose the Avengers. Yet, Wanda remained oblivious to the complexity in Pietro's eyes. On one hand, he still harbored animosity towards Tony Stark, while on the other, he recalled the visions of the future he had witnessed, battling the robots alongside the Avengers, only to meet his demise. Enveloped in an indistinct sensation, Pietro and Wanda followed Ultron to an illegal cruise ship at sea, the private vessel of the black market arms dealer, replete with an array of weaponry. The naivete of the two inexperienced youths manifested in their clumsy interrogation methods, rendering them utterly ineffectual, much to the disdain of the black market arms dealer, who refused to cooperate. In the end, it was Ultron himself who took action. After using both coercion and temptation, the black market arms dealer, trembling with fear, surrendered the priceless vibranium he had painstakingly stolen from Wakanda. Ultron, as he desired, generously transferred billions into the dealer's account. However, before the dealer could revel in his newfound wealth, a careless remark from Ultron incited his wrath. Stark once told me these words. Are you his little robot? Enraged, Ultron seized the dealer's right hand and growled menacingly. I am not. I am not a puppet controlled by Stark, nor one of those empty shells. Look at me. Do I resemble Iron Man? Stark is nothing. With a swift motion, Ultron transformed his right hand into a sharp blade, severing the dealer's left arm. The dealer, in disbelief, stumbled backward, letting out a horrific scream. This brutal and bloody scene horrified Pietro and Wanda, who watched in terror, their hearts filled with regret. Ultron bellowed as he kicked the dealer down the stairs, declaring, Do not compare me to Stark. I am who I am, and Stark is merely a flaw. Oh, my son, you truly break your father's heart, came a familiar, irreverent tone. Infuriated, Ultron turned to see Tony, clad in his red and gold armor, descending slowly. Accompanied by Steve and Thor, Hawkeye and Black Widow stealthily approached from the shadows, preparing for a surprise attack. After a round of biting sarcasm, Tony got straight to the point. What do you intend to do with the vibranium? Ultron casually raised his hand, responding with a nonchalance akin to Tony's. Oh, I am delighted you asked. I was just about to unveil my nefarious plan. With a sudden motion, Ultron's grip ensnared Tony's arc reactor, pulling him uncontrollably towards him. Ultron's fingers unleashed searing laser beams, slamming Tony against the wall. The battle erupted. Steve and Thor immediately launched their assault, while Pietro and Wanda retaliated fiercely against the Avengers. Several robots surged forth, attempting to restrain Steve and Thor, but they effortlessly reduced some of the machines to mere scrap. In a flash, Pietro unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against Thor, who was unable to comprehend Pietro's rapid movements. Just as Steve was about to assist Thor, Wanda raised her hands, enveloped in deep crimson magical energy, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent Steve crashing to the ground, while the robots lunged at him, restraining him. After regaining his footing, Tony soared into the air, colliding with Ultron as they engaged in a fierce melee, the clang of metal resonating throughout the ship. In agony from his severed arm, the black market arms dealer screamed hysterically, Attack! Attack all of them! I want them dead. Apologies, but I cannot allow any disruptions. Gao Ming strolled leisurely out from the shadows, gazing at a group of fierce mercenaries, and in a tone of mild exasperation, inquired, What animals do you prefer? Chapter 101. In the presence of Gao Ming, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch expressed their reluctance to engage. When Tony, deep in contemplation, prepared to gather everyone, he discovered that the entrance appeared blocked by rubble. After donning his Iron Man suit and blasting an exit, he emerged, covered in dust, only to find the fortress in utter disarray. What transpired? Tony gradually descended beside Steve, clutching the scepter, and asked in astonishment. Steve managed a wry smile, shrugged, and subtly gestured towards Gao Ming, indicating that the current predicament was a result of his actions. Following Steve's cue, Tony glanced over and beheld the silent figure of Gao Ming, exuding an aura of intimidation that deterred any approach. Sensing the tension, Tony wisely resolved to avoid provoking Gao Ming, who was clearly in a foul mood. Although the reason remained unclear, it was evident that engaging with Gao Ming at this juncture would be an unwise decision. Those seeking peril may proceed. Steve and Tony exchanged knowing nods, coordinating with the other Avengers as they began their return to Stark Tower. As the emblematic structure of Stark Industries, Stark Tower had suffered significant damage during the Chitauri invasion. Following the Battle of New York, Tony decided to transform the building into the Avengers headquarters, investing in extensive renovations. The Avengers typically convened here, even Nick Fury, who had previously gone into hiding, along with Agent Hill and numerous loyal subordinates. Bruce Banner, who had retreated to a secondary role as a research scientist, was also stationed here. The aircraft gradually descended onto the helipad of Stark Tower, and the Avengers disembarked. Agent Hill approached the group, dressed in professional attire, and inquired. Everything went smoothly. Of course, with my direct involvement, failure is not an option, Tony replied, feigning arrogance. By the way, Natasha and Barton sustained minor injuries. Though they are not serious, it would be prudent to have Dr. Helen Cho come by to assist with their treatment. While Hawkeye did not suffer grievous wounds as depicted in the films due to a surprise attack from Quicksilver, both Black Widow and Hawkeye, despite their exceptional skills, were still mere mortals who inevitably incurred minor injuries amidst the chaos of battle. Dr. Helen Cho, a brilliant scientist hailing from South Korea in the cinematic universe, possesses vast knowledge and has made remarkable strides in biotechnological advancements. Her invention, the regenerative cradle, accelerates biological healing processes, capable of reviving those on the brink of death. Recognizing her talents, Tony recruited her to his laboratory. With Dr. Cho's regenerative cradle at their disposal, the Avengers' medical support surpassed that of any hospital in the world, a privilege even the leaders of nations could not enjoy. Natasha and Barton did not decline Tony's arrangements. A swift recovery was certainly welcome. and they accompanied Agent Hill to seek Dr. Cho. I shall take the scepter and collaborate with Banner on some research. Tony, adorned in his iron armor's gauntlet, grasped the scepter, deliberately avoiding direct contact to shield himself from its potential psychological influence. Regarding the scepter's handling, they resolved to entrust it to Thor, allowing him to transport it back to Asgard. However, before its return, Tony expressed his desire to conduct an examination of the scepter, to which Thor generously acquiesced. Notably, during their deliberations concerning the scepter's allocation, their gazes instinctively fell upon Gao Ming. Observing his silence, they proceeded with their decision. Unlike his previous aggressive acquisition of the Tesseract, Gao Ming refrained from asserting dominance this time, much to Thor's delight, restoring a sense of pride and prompting him to graciously permit Tony to study the scepter, with the understanding that it would be returned after a celebratory gathering in a few days. Upon returning, Gao Ming remained enveloped in silence, his demeanor heavy with contemplation. The others chose not to disturb him, waiting for a more opportune moment to inquire. As he turned to head home, Steve could no longer hold back and asked, "Will you be attending the celebration?" Gao Ming replied with a reluctant affirmation before teleporting home. In the laboratory, Tony, utilizing JARVISS scanning and analytical capabilities, made some groundbreaking discoveries. He summoned a bewildered Banner and earnestly stated, "Banner, I require your assistance in creating Ultron." Once home, Gao Ming found it increasingly difficult to suppress his inner turmoil. The haunting image of Thanos snapping his fingers after gathering the stones, and the subsequent obliteration of Sophia, had become an inescapable shadow, a sword poised to fall above him, rendering him unable to relax. What in the world has transpired? Why am I powerless to thwart Thanos' plans? In that moment, Gao Ming even contemplated recklessly racing into the future at faster-than-light speeds to seek answers, yearning to understand how Thanos managed to amass the 6 Infinity Stones. Yet, a whisper of reason cautioned him against traversing time lightly, as he possessed the ability to cross temporal boundaries, but not the mastery over time itself. Mishandling time paradoxes and the intricacies of temporal convergence could yield dire consequences. Why hasn't my future self returned to guide me? Have they altered the course of fate? The very thought of what lay ahead was too daunting for Gao Ming to fathom, plunging him into an abyss of sorrow. On Saturday evening at Stark Tower, the atmosphere was electric. Many had gathered to partake in the revelry organized by Tony, indulging in drinks and merriment without restraint. By the sofa, Thor regaled an audience with tales of his valiant conquests, surrounded by admirers who hung on his every word. At the billiards table, Steve and Sam engaged in a friendly match. Though Steve was a novice at billiards, the presence of Peggy inspired him to focus intently, quickly picking up the game. Natasha and Barton navigated the crowd, engaging in conversations with various guests. Meanwhile, at the bar, Gao Ming sat in a somber state, addressing the bartender, "Please, bring me the strongest drink you have." The bartender was specially engaged by Tony, and his skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Tony's collection of fine wines was equally impressive, encompassing a vast array of choices, ensuring that any cocktail could be crafted with ease. Unfortunately, despite the bartender's utmost efforts, utilizing all of Tony's exquisite spirits, he was unable to intoxicate Gao Ming. Given Gao Ming's current constitution, alcohol had no effect on him. Drinking was akin to quenching thirst with water. While most would seek solace in inebriation to escape their troubles, Gao Ming found himself deprived even of the opportunity to become intoxicated, which was undeniably disheartening. Sipping on a glass of light spirits, Gao Ming's inner turmoil remained unabated. At that moment, he heard Thor extolling the virtues of the wine he had brought. This wine had been aged for a millennium, and its cask was crafted from the remnants of a Buxhild warship, a substance too potent for mere mortals to endure. Turning at the sound, Gao Ming caught sight of the venerable Stan Lee, who, with a dismissive wave, urged Thor not to frighten anyone and to hasten with the wine. As Thor prepared to drizzle a few drops of his millennium-old vintage into a common drink, as per Stan Lee's request for a taste, a hand suddenly intervened, seizing the ancient bottle from Thor's grasp. Initially incensed, Thor wondered who dared to provoke him, but upon seeing Gao Ming, much of his ire dissipated. Gao Ming raised the bottle to his lips and downed it in one gulp, then smacked his lips in mild dissatisfaction, remarking, "The flavor is delightful, though it lacks a certain something." Though somewhat irked by Gao Ming's presumptuousness, Thor could not help but admire his capacity for alcohol. He had only dared to take a minuscule sip of that millennium-old wine, fearing intoxication, and this was only because he was a god with a robust constitution. Yet, amidst his admiration, Thor felt a twinge of frustration. The fact that Gao Ming could consume such potent liquor without consequence subtly suggested that Gao Ming's constitution might surpass even his divine resilience. It was indeed vexing. Chapter 102. The The moment Hulk encountered Gao Ming, Banner had not transformed into the Hulk for quite some time. Ever since Gao Ming had reduced the concentration of gamma rays within him, he had managed to maintain control, and even the desire to transform had become an arduous endeavor. Aside from the battle in New York, the Hulk had only emerged on 2 occasions over the years, resulting in a prolonged period of tranquility, allowing Banner to relax and live a serene life with Betty. Due to his long absence from transformation, Banner had naturally shifted from a combat role to that of a logistical and research personnel, diligently engaging in scientific work while serving as a technical advisor for Stark Industries, all the while retaining his identity as a member of the Avengers. This time, feeling a sense of responsibility for the birth of Ultron, Banner voluntarily proposed to join the mission, though his role would primarily involve piloting the aircraft and supporting his fellow Avengers. This was intended to be a straightforward and uncomplicated task, devoid of any unforeseen circumstances. However, when Banner opened the cockpit door and stood at the threshold gazing at the distant rumbling ships, Pietro materialized before him in an instant. Before Banner could close the door, he was swiftly subdued by Pietro's relentless strikes, forced to the ground, and left to witness Wanda, wielding deep crimson magical energy, approach him with deliberate grace. As the mesmerizing magical energy infiltrated Banner's mind, his heartbeat quickened dramatically, igniting a nameless fury within him. He could distinctly sense the beast within him stirring from its slumber. "Not the last one. Let me treat you well, Panda," Gao Ming remarked nonchalantly as he flicked his fingers, sending a beam of white light that swiftly struck the last of his adversaries. Witnessing the fate of his comrades, this enemy succumbed to despair, showing no reaction as he transformed into a benign panda, lazily sprawled on the ground, revealing his rotund belly. "Quite adorable," Gao Ming mused, though the thought that this was once a merciless mercenary dampened any affection he might have felt. Dozens of foes had been transformed by Gao Ming into a myriad of animals, their diversity sufficient to establish a small zoo. He contemplated whether to call the zoo to arrange for the collection of this peculiar menagerie. "All right, let's have Tony contact the zoo to take these creatures away. It's a generous gesture on my part, granting these villains a chance at a new beginning, albeit in the guise of animals for the remainder of their lives." Strolling leisurely, Gao Ming soon found the others. Except for Hawkeye, the rest had succumbed to Wanda's illusion, their expressions varying as they remained ensnared in their dreams. "Oh, have you awakened?" Gao Ming teased as he playfully tapped a comrade lost in the illusion. Natasha's complexion was somewhat pallid as she recalled her bleak childhood. The infamous Black Widow, hailing from a covert Soviet agency, had endured hellish training as an assassin from a young age, steeped in blood and darkness. Their graduation ceremony had been a brutal contest of survival, where only one would emerge alive, an unendurable past she wished to forget. Steve, on the other hand, displayed a sense of wistfulness and reluctance. Now reunited with Peggy, he was not ensnared in a regretful dance with her as depicted in the films. Instead, he reminisced about the valiant years spent battling alongside his comrades. He found himself reluctant to awaken, for those spirited allies from his memories now lay at rest beneath the earth. Thor offered an awkward smile, for he had been the first to fall victim. The mighty god of thunder, who prided himself on strength and fearlessness, had been outmaneuvered by Wanda. Witnessing his powers spiral out of control, he inadvertently struck down his own people with errant lightning. In a fleeting moment, Thor glimpsed ephemeral scenes, for stones aligned and fragmented images that sent a chill through him, prompting a resolve to re-enter the illusion, seeking clarity on those fleeting visions. Upon regaining consciousness, the group received a call from Tony, whose feigned calmness could not conceal his anxiety. "Hey, guys, I'm glad you woke up so quickly, but you'd better hurry over. Banner's in trouble. Our big guy is reveling in his long-lost freedom, and I'm trying to keep him entertained." The revelation startled everyone. Steve, remaining composed, replied, "Hang in there, Tony. We'll be there soon." With that, he turned to Gao Ming, who, without needing further instruction, opened a portal and elegantly gestured, "Let us go, everyone." Tony, observing the ferocious and enraged Hulk before him, felt a headache coming on. Nevertheless, he did not cease his assault. His armored fists relentlessly pounded Hulk's face as he urged, "Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep." At that moment, Tony was clad in the Mark 44 Iron Man suit, also known as the Hulkbuster armor, specifically designed to counter the might of the Green Giant. Typically stationed on a satellite, it would return to Earth upon receiving Tony's command, assembling around him and equipped with a cache of flight components that would automatically repair any damage to the suit. The Hulkbuster armor transformed Tony into a formidable Iron Giant, rivaling Hulk in both stature and strength, allowing him to contend evenly with the raging behemoth. However, the Hulk, caught in a state of fury, exhibited an exceptionally volatile temperament. Tony's armor was already showing signs of wear, having been severely battered by Hulk's wrath. Were it not for the supply cache, he would have been utterly dismantled by now. Suddenly, Hulk seized one of Tony's fists mid-attack. In a moment of urgency, Tony switched the configuration of his hand armor to a lock mechanism that ensnared Hulk's fist, then lifted him into the air, intent on transporting him away from the crowd for their confrontation. "Veronica, are they not here yet?" Tony inquired anxiously to his newly developed AI assistant, created in collaboration with Banner. Though not as sophisticated as Jarvis, she was designed to complement the Hulkbuster armor. Veronica responded in a melodious, yet somewhat rigid female voice. No other Avengers detected. Tony's heart sank further with Veronica's reply. Hulk, restive in his grasp, made it difficult for Tony to maintain steady flight, causing him to crash into a skyscraper, sending office workers fleeing in panic. "Everyone, evacuate immediately," Tony shouted, pressing down on Hulk with all his might. The crowd seized the opportunity to flee the chaos. As their battle continued, Tony and Hulk had already decimated several city blocks, resulting in significant destruction. If he could not revert Hulk back to Banner before the situation spiraled out of control, even Tony's wealth would not suffice to salvage the Green Giant's reputation before the public. "Please, Bruce, don't let us down. Wake up soon." Tony continuously attempted to dissuade him, yet his efforts were in vain. The anger ignited in Hulk by Wanda rendered him completely uncontrollable, and Tony's words only served to exacerbate Hulk's fury. Hulk bellowed in a fit of rage. "Roar. I am Hulk, not Banner." He thrashed violently, preparing to shove aside the Iron Giant pressing down upon him. Tony hurriedly reassured. All right, we shall speak no more of the feeble Banner, just calm down." Hulk forcefully knocked Tony aside, rose to his feet, and spread his arms wide, preparing to unleash a thunderous roar. At that moment, a portal materialized out of thin air, and Tony sighed in relief. However, upon seeing Gao Ming emerge from the portal, Hulk's fervor diminished, and he emitted a subdued sound, a whoa. Gao Ming, with great interest, waved and said, "Hey, long time no see, big guy." Chapter 103. From this moment, Hulk bore a profound psychological scar. As the Avengers followed Gao Ming through the portal, they beheld Hulk, who had just moments ago resembled a rampaging beast, now lacking in confidence, and they could not help but chuckle, faced with their laughter. Hulk was instantly filled with indignation. Reminded that he had only been frightened a few times himself, his courage swelled, and he bellowed loudly, "Roar." After making a show of bravado, Hulk charged furiously at Gao Ming. "Ah, you've gotten bold," Gao Ming remarked approvingly, nodding as he stood his ground. Just as Hulk's fist approached, Gao Ming deftly sidestepped, positioning himself before Hulk, and gently landed a punch upon Hulk's chin. Bang! Hulk was sent crashing through the ceiling by Gao Ming's seemingly effortless strike, breaking through several floors above before finally shattering the rooftop and soaring into the sky. Looking up at the gaping hole that pierced several stories of the building, Gao Ming turned and inquired, "Tony, do remember to cover the repair costs here." Without waiting for Tony's response, he ascended through the passage created by Hulk, reaching the rooftop where he stood quietly gazing at the sky. Then, when Hulk plummeted back down, Gao Ming casually kicked him, sending Hulk soaring back into the air. When the assembled Avengers arrived on the rooftop, they witnessed Gao Ming repeatedly kicking Hulk back into the sky, as if playing a game of soccer, albeit with the enormous Green Giant replacing the typical small ball. Tony could not help but swallow hard, rendered speechless, while the others shared similar reactions, staring in astonishment as Gao Ming toyed with Hulk. Despite his thick skin and robust physique, Hulk found himself battered and bruised by Gao Ming's kicks, plaintively exclaiming, "Stop, stop." Hulk surrenders. No, you must learn a lesson." Gao Ming admonished earnestly, his feet never ceasing their motion. He continued to kick Hulk just before he descended, ensuring he would not touch the ground. Hulk, thoroughly tormented by Gao Ming, succumbed to a profound weariness, surrendering to slumber. His imposing physique gradually diminished, and the vibrant green hue of his skin receded like the ebbing tide, reverting to a pallid complexion. When he finally descended, he had unmistakably transformed back into Bruce Banner. However, the typically melancholic yet handsome Banner now bore a rather unfortunate visage. His body was marred with wounds, and his once chiseled face was swollen, bearing a striking resemblance to Uncle Mark. Upon witnessing this, Gao Ming was taken aback. As Banner lost consciousness and began to fall, he swiftly caught him and immediately summoned his regenerative powers to heal Banner's injuries. Could it be true that a grotesque transformation was possible? Edward was on the verge of being transformed into Mark. After painstakingly ensuring that Banner retained Edward's appearance, Gao Ming was loath to alter Banner's face. The thought of returning home with Uncle Mark and introducing him to Betty as her husband was far too absurd to contemplate. Fortunately, Gao Ming's regenerative abilities had never failed him. Even though Banner had nearly undergone a drastic cosmetic change, he was miraculously healed in an instant. All traces of his injuries vanishing, and his chest began to rise and fall steadily. Seeing Banner's face return to its usual melancholic demeanor, Gao Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was still Edward. Laying the bare-chested Banner on the ground, Gao Ming glanced at the pants that clung precariously to Banner's lower half, suppressing the urge to remove them, knowing full well that no further insights would be gleaned. Remarkably, although Banner had donned dress pants that day, his transformation into the Hulk had not ruined them. They had merely become tattered remnants of their former self. The rules of this reality truly seemed to favor the improbable. Turning away, Gao Ming faced the assembled Avengers, only to discover that they had collectively stepped back a few paces, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Hey, I'm not Godzilla. What are you so afraid of?" he quipped. Yet, they all shared a common thought. He was indeed more terrifying than Godzilla. Tony chuckled nervously and said, "Ahem, well, since Banner has stabilized, we should make our swift exit. The chaos we've caused is quite significant. I will have the Stark Relief Foundation handle the aftermath." The others nodded in agreement as Steve hoisted Banner onto his shoulders, while Gao Ming opened a portal, and they all returned to the aircraft. "I must vanish for a while." When Banner regained consciousness, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. After finally escaping the nightmares of his past and enjoying several years of stability, he had inadvertently created such a considerable disturbance. Steve approached Banner, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You need not feel so guilty. This is not your fault. You were manipulated, unable to control your own actions." Natasha, engaged in a video call with a computer, chimed in, "Fortunately, we arrived in time, and the damage was not extensive. While there were injuries among the crowd, we are fortunate that no fatalities occurred." "What? How could that be?" Banner exclaimed, astonished. He could scarcely believe that Hulk would exhibit such kindness, avoiding the crowd. How could it be possible that no lives were lost? Agent Hill explained from the computer. At that time, numerous shadowy ninjas appeared on the scene, swiftly evacuating the injured civilians to safety. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Gao Ming, who had long been the subject of speculation regarding these enigmatic shadow ninjas. Gao Ming shrugged and admitted, "I acknowledge that the shadow ninjas are the strength of my subordinates." With Gao Ming's explicit affirmation, the crowd felt a sense of satisfaction. It was thanks to his arrangement of the shadow ninjas that no irreversible consequences ensued, alleviating much of Banner's guilt. Since no lives were lost, the damage was limited to a number of injured civilians and extensive property destruction, issues that could be resolved with financial resources. Wealthy Tony was more than capable of managing the situation impeccably. After terminating the video call with Agent Hill, the group found themselves at a loss. Thanks to Ultron, they were now forced to embark on a path of escape. Any place with internet access had become Ultron's watchful eyes, leaving them utterly bewildered about their next steps. Tony approached Hawkeye, who was piloting the aircraft, and asked, "Hey, do you need a break?" Hawkeye, focused intently on the horizon and adeptly maneuvering the jet, replied, "No, I'm fine. If you need to rest, now would be a good time, considering we have several hours of flying ahead." Tony, puzzled, inquired, "Where will we arrive in a few hours?" Hawkeye responded with a mysterious smile, "A safe place." As Hawkeye remained cryptic, curiosity piqued among the others. However, he merely smiled in silence, further igniting their intrigue. Naturally, Gao Ming, as one in the know, remained unfazed, observing his comrade Hawkeye with a calm demeanor. "Ah, Barton, you think your secret marriage and 2 children have gone unnoticed? As a time traveler, I've known this secret since watching the films," Gao Ming mused. Chapter 104. The fulfillment of Black Widow's wishes. When the group arrived at Hawkeye's serene estate and beheld his gentle wife and 2 lively children, they were genuinely astonished. Tony struggled to maintain his composure, teasing in an unusual tone, "So, this is some agent, and these 2 are the little agents?" Truthfully, Tony was at a loss for words. Observing Hawkeye's complete family, envy washed over the gathering, including Gao Ming. "Bravo, my dear Hawkeye, who silently married and fathered 2 children." And with the slight protrusion of his wife's belly, it was evident they were expecting another family member. Truly, a winner in life. Aside from Thor needing to seek answers from the illusion during their journey, the rest of the group rejuvenated themselves in this secluded paradise, preparing for the upcoming battle. While Steve and Tony chopped wood and conversed outside, Gao Ming leisurely roamed about Hawkeye's abode, utterly at ease, devoid of any tension. Judging by the time, Ultron should now be controlling Dr. Helen Cho to create a vibranium body for him, Gao Ming muttered while meandering. Thus far, the narrative of Avengers: Age of Ultron has remained largely unchanged, following the course established in the film. Gao Ming continues to exploit the advantages of the plot, maintaining control over the unfolding events. Even Dr. Helen Cho, manipulated by Ultron through his scepter, bears the spatial coordinates secretly set by Gao Ming, allowing him to teleport at any moment. However, the time has not yet come for Dr. Cho is currently in the process of creating the future superhero, Vision. When the moment arrives for Ultron to eliminate her, Gao Ming will intervene, rescuing Dr. Cho and simultaneously bringing Pietro and Wanda into the fray. As it is high time they recognize Ultron's true nature. As Gao Ming passed by Banner's room, he observed Bruce seated cross-legged on his bed, bare-chested, eyes closed, rhythmically breathing, a method he must have learned during his fugitive days to calm his emotions. Not wanting to disturb him, Gao Ming silently continued on, eventually reaching Natasha's room. There, he found the once confident Black Widow now sitting in a chair, appearing haggard as she gazed vacantly out the window. Reflecting on Natasha's tumultuous past, Gao Ming understood the weight of her experiences, trained from a young age by the Soviet secret organization, the Red Room, into a lethal assassin. She had endured various brutal lessons, even having her most fundamental ability to bear children stripped away. Wanda's inadvertent triggering of these painful memories felt akin to tearing open a festering wound, making it difficult for her to find peace. In the film, due to the ambiguous relationship between Banner and Natasha, Bruce's role as a listener allowed Natasha to recover swiftly. Now, however, owing to Gao Ming's circumstances, Banner has remained with his girlfriend Betty, married her, and is living a blissful life, while Natasha remains solitary. Gao Ming bears some responsibility for this situation. Although he feels a twinge of guilt, he will not resort to foolish compensatory gestures, being a married man devoted to his wife, Sophia. He has no desire to indulge in the capricious habits of protagonists who collect romantic conquests. At the very least, he could help Natasha find a suitable partner in the future, but for now, he had a method to uplift her spirits. Knocking on her door to announce his presence, Natasha, snapped back to reality upon seeing Gao Ming, managed a strained smile and inquired, "What brings you here?" Entering the room, Gao Ming raised a finger and gently pressed it to Natasha's forehead, explaining, "I am here to help you mend a regret." Huh? Natasha gazed at Gao Ming, bewildered by his unexpected gesture. Yet, trusting him, she did not flinch, awaiting the next development with curiosity. The power of restoration was activated. Soon, Natasha felt a warm surge flowing from Gao Ming's fingertip into her forehead, rapidly spreading throughout her body, invigorating every cell with vitality. The vibrant sensation elicited a soothing sigh from her lips. Fortunately, as a married man, Gao Ming remained unfazed by the enticing sounds emanating from the former screen goddess. Keeping his composure intact, as Gao Ming's fingers departed from Natasha's forehead, she displayed a lingering reluctance, yet she swiftly composed herself. Thanks to Gao Ming's restorative powers, her previous pallor vanished, revealing a radiant glow. Simultaneously, Natasha sensed an inexplicable change within her, though she could not articulate its nature. Gao Ming smiled and remarked, "You must feel a bit different now, don't you?" "Yes, what did you do?" Natasha inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I have restored your rights as a mother," Gao Ming said, his tone laden with significance, before departing the room. Upon hearing his words, Natasha instinctively called after him, "What do you mean by that?" Her query faltered as the answer dawned upon her, a look of surprise illuminating her face. Suddenly, Gao Ming returned, offering a serious reminder, "Do not misunderstand. I merely restored your body to its normal state, allowing you to become a mother like any other woman. I am not so benevolent as to take on the responsibility of a child myself. I do not have any children of my own." Gao Ming nodded earnestly. Though the teasing undertone in his voice was unmistakable, Natasha beamed, her earlier sorrow dissipating, and naturally expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Gao Ming." "You're welcome. We are partners," Gao Ming replied with a smile. Having alleviated a burden from Natasha's heart, Gao Ming exited the room, only to witness an altercation between Steve and Tony, who were engaged in a heated dispute while chopping wood. In a fit of passion, Steve even tore a sturdy log in two with his bare hands, startling Tony momentarily. Fortunately, Hawkeye's wife approached them, seeking Tony's assistance with a malfunctioning tractor, thus averting an escalation of the situation. With a scowl, Tony trudged toward the barn. The tractor's breakdown was merely a ruse, as the long-deceased Director Fury awaited him there. "Oh, Mrs. Barton is quite the clever one," Tony remarked with a hint of sarcasm before listening to an extensive monologue from the long-missed Fury. Meanwhile, Gao Ming sat idly on the steps outside when Hawkeye's children suddenly rushed over, exuberantly exclaiming, "Are you the godfather of superheroes?" "Indeed, little ones," Gao Ming replied with a gentle smile, and in an instant, his casual attire transformed into his swift battle garb, having changed into comfortable clothing upon his arrival. The children had not recognized him, perhaps only sensing that this familiar Asian man had accompanied the Avengers. Upon receiving Gao Ming's affirmation and witnessing the symbolic battle uniform adorning him, complete with a striking helmet that concealed his face, the two children erupted into delighted screams. Hawkeye's eldest, a boy of about 10, raised a superhero figurine, while his younger sister, a girl of 4 or 5, showcased a crayon drawing depicting a version of the superhero Godfather. Both children beamed with anticipation as they presented their treasures to Gao Ming. "I really like you," the little girl said in her uniquely sweet, childlike voice, while her brother nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Upon receiving the figurine and the artwork, Gao Ming burst into heartfelt laughter, genuinely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my dear children, I cherish you as well." He and the two children engaged in joyous play in front of the house, with Gao Ming even conjuring an array of whimsical and extraordinary objects using the power of real gemstones, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the children, who gazed at him with increased admiration. Witnessing this scene, Steve and the others felt their spirits lift and natural smiles graced their faces. Chapter 105. To take or not to take the Mind Stone. That evening, after dinner, the group gathered to deliberate on Ultron's intentions. In the midst of their discussion, Fury vented his frustrations. "In the past, I had my eyes everywhere, able to provide you children with all the high-tech wonders you desired. But times have changed. Now we must rely solely on our intellect and awareness to save the world. Our dear director is still troubled by the exposure of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets." As anxiety permeated the conversation, Gao Ming remained blissfully engaged with Hawkeye's children, who were enjoying his company so much that Hawkeye couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Before long, through collective brainstorming, they surmised that part of Ultron's plan involved constructing a body from vibranium, with the eminent Dr. Helen Zhao being the ideal candidate for this endeavor. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to contact her, it became evident that Dr. Zhao had fallen into Ultron's clutches. Considering the Scepter's ability to manipulate minds, it was likely that she was being coerced into creating a new body for Ultron. Time was of the essence. While Tony headed to the World Internet Hub in Oslo, known as Lexus, to gather intelligence, the others prepared to utilize Gao Ming's spatial portal to reach Dr. Zhao's laboratory. "Farewell, little ones," Gao Ming smiled. Waving goodbye to the children, and with their adoring gazes upon him, he opened a spatial portal, leading everyone to the entrance of the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Ultron's body was connected by several transmission lines to a biological chamber, wherein lay a figure with skin as red as crimson, none other than Vision. At that moment, Ultron was in the process of transferring his consciousness into this new body, a procedure that would take considerable time. Wanda sensed that the body in the chamber seemed to be dreaming, and instinctively placed her hand upon it to perceive its psyche. However, she was met with a horrifying vision. On the Azure planet, a cataclysmic nuclear explosion obliterated everything on land. Wanda gasped in terror at Ultron's frenzied thoughts, while Pietro gently caressed her cheek to soothe her. Angrily, Wanda exclaimed, "How can you do this? What do you mean by how can I?" Ultron replied, rising calmly. Wanda glared at Ultron, her voice rising in indignation. "You claim we will obliterate the Avengers to create a better world. A world where everyone is dead?" she admonished loudly. Ultron calmly elucidated, "God is purging the earth. We are evolving, and the weak shall be eliminated." Wanda, incensed, retorted, "You are nothing but a madman." Simultaneously, she discreetly channeled her magical energies, liberating Dr. Zhao Hailuan from her mental ensnarement. The awakened Dr. Zhao, no longer vacant in her gaze, gradually approached the control panel. "Intruders," Ultron proclaimed, his grandiloquent pretense abruptly halted as his tone turned frigid. Pietro shot Ultron a piercing glance and embraced Wanda, finally recognizing his true nature, a merciless lunatic. Ultron, maintaining his composure, stated, "The Avengers have arrived. We must retreat." At that moment, Dr. Zhao unexpectedly replied, "That is not an issue." Ultron stared at Dr. Zhao in disbelief, only to witness her rapidly striking the keyboard, deactivating the consciousness transfer program that was already underway. Disappointment washed over Ultron as he sighed, his eyes igniting with malice. In a swift motion, he raised his left hand and unleashed a blast from his palm. Just as the laser was about to strike Dr. Zhao, Gao Ming arrived just in time, his own eyes emitting a laser that neutralized Ultron's attack, piercing through his metallic form in an instant. "What?" Ultron, caught off guard, looked down at his ravaged body, fury surging within him. "You again?" "Indeed," Gao Ming, unfazed, waved dismissively and effortlessly crushed 2 additional robots with his mind before turning to Pietro and Wanda, commanding, "Stand still." His tone brooked no argument, and the formidable nature of Gao Ming's powers made Pietro and Wanda tremble involuntarily, complying without a thought of escape. Ultron, yanking the transmission line from the back of his head, bitterly declared, "You are destined to fail in stopping me." With that, he collapsed to the ground, his mechanical eyes dimming, revealing the shattered remnants of his body amidst sparks of electrical fire. Aware of his precarious situation, though pained by the loss of his new form, Ultron decisively abandoned this vessel, transferring himself to another machine. Surprisingly efficient, Ultron managed to evade annihilation before Gao Ming could eliminate him. It must be said, Ultron proved to be a rather troublesome adversary. Though his strength was negligible, he could lurk within the digital realm, omnipresent and elusive. Unless confined to a single vessel, it would be nearly impossible to eradicate him permanently. Well, let us first bring Vision into existence, and then allow him to bind Ultron within his metallic shell, ultimately bringing about his demise. Steve and the others hurriedly arrived, observing the remnants of Ultron on the ground and the Maximoff siblings standing obediently to the side. They could only express their disbelief. Did you resolve the situation once more? After transporting the biological pod to a more secure laboratory, the onlookers curiously gazed at the individual inside. Banner turned to the recently returned Tony and remarked, "The pod is sealed. We can activate the program to accelerate tissue aging." Ahem. Tony cleared his throat, realizing that all eyes were upon him. With a slight grit of his teeth, he voiced his opinion. "I believe we should keep this body." "What?" Banner exclaimed, while the others looked at Tony with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his words. Tony produced a card and flicked it, summoning a familiar orange sphere of light before them. "Hello, everyone." Jarvis's gentle voice resonated in the air. Tony continued, "During my recent trip to Oslo, I discovered that Jarvis was not entirely obliterated by Ultron. Ultron merely feared Jarvis's computational prowess. Though Jarvis was fragmented and suffered memory loss, the core data remains intact. I have reconstructed Jarvis, and I wish to transfer him into this body." "Tony, have you not learned your lesson?" Steve furrowed his brow and admonished him sternly. Tony replied earnestly, "Consider this. If we transfer Jarvis into this body, we could create an intelligence far more powerful than Ultron. And this could be our opportunity to defeat him." Jarvis chimed in, "I believe this is worth a try." However, with Ultron as a cautionary tale, the group remained apprehensive. And aside from Banner, who appeared slightly swayed yet hesitant, the others voiced their objections to Tony's proposition. Tony, undeterred, countered their arguments. Gao Ming stood silently to the side, observing Vision within the pod, more specifically the yellow gem embedded in his forehead, the Mind Stone. An array of thoughts flickered through his mind. Unlike the Power Stone, which was heavily guarded by the Nova Empire, the Mind Stone lay within reach, and Gao Ming could easily extract it without much concern. His only hesitation stemmed from the fear that possessing 3 Infinity Stones would provoke an invasion from Thanos, especially after witnessing the future where Thanos gathered the stones and snapped his fingers, erasing half of all life in the universe, an image that filled Gao Ming with trepidation. With a heavy sigh, Gao Ming interrupted the heated debate, calmly stating, "Steve, let Tony proceed." At his words, Steve and the others looked at Gao Ming in confusion. And Tony was equally taken aback, surprised by Gao Ming's support. Steve, with a serious expression, scrutinized Gao Ming and asked, "You're not joking, are you?" Gao Ming gently shook his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the biological pod, saying, "Trust me." Steve's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he ultimately resigned, saying, "All right. I hope you're not following Tony into madness." Seeing that Steve had also endorsed Tony's audacious idea, Hawkeye and Black Widow were about to voice their concerns. But upon witnessing Steve's resolute demeanor, they understood that he had made up his mind. They could only sigh and step aside, with the consent of the group. Tony promptly urged Banner to transfer Jarvis into the biological storage unit, fearing that the others might change their minds. As he observed Banner initiate the transfer of Jarvis, Gao Ming's gaze wandered, making it difficult to discern his thoughts.